Yo, listen up. This dude right here is Seo Jun-ho. 75 hours ago in Antarctica, the vibes were absolutely rancid. He had to make the ultimate play, sacrificing his entire squad, because only one of them could push forward. You'd think it would be a battle royale for survival right human nature and all that, nah fam. His 4 homies were absolute legends who willingly took the L so Jun-ho could clutch the win. Now Seo Jun-ho is carrying their hopes and dreams squaring up against the Frost Queen. And let me tell you, she's broken. She can freeze the entire Pacific Ocean with a casual wave. We're talking instant despair. Jun-ho's squad was humanity's last hope as they pushed into the frozen wasteland. Without a second of hesitation, my guy drew his blade ready to end this icy nightmare for good. They threw hands for hours. After trading hundreds of deadly blows, the Frost Queen caught a break and launched a massive nuke-level explosion right at his face. But Jun-ho, his reflexes are god tier. He dodged that lethal strike, she kept spamming attacks, but in the end the hero always wins. She took the L and met her defeat. Jun-ho drove his sword deep into her chest and started draining her power like a battery. But yo, big mistake. The price for this victory getting turned into a human popsicle until he fully absorbed that core energy. Fast forward 25 years to the year 2024. The world is chillin' in peace, hyping up the 5 legendary heroes who saved history. They were the GOAT players. Their frozen bodies were turned into memorials. But suddenly, right in the middle of a livestream crack, Seo Jun-ho's hand moved. Some sharp-eyed kid in the crowd pointed it out immediately. Nobody believed it until boom, Jun-ho shattered that thick ice like glass and stepped out. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Turns out he finally finished absorbing the Frost Queen's juice. But reality check dude was running on 1% battery. He couldn't even move before passing out cold. The internet broke instantly. The legend awakens from slumber was trending everywhere. So, Sleeping Beauty finally wakes up after a 25-year nap. He regains consciousness in a hospital bed fresh out of the deep freeze. It's the return of the king. The association announced, "We gotta protect this hero's health at all costs." Donations for the Hero Memorial Fund hit an all-time high that day. People were losing it. Everyone's sharing hope, but Jun-ho. He's sitting there reading the news on a tablet, grimacing hard. 25 years. You gotta be kidding me. He tried to make a fist, but his hand was shaking like crazy. Being frozen that long left him fragile as glass. Looking at his weak palm, a wave of sorrow crashed over him. His body was still glitching out. Suddenly a doc burst in. "Mr. Phantom, the president of the Player Association is rushing over right now." Jun-ho gave him the side-eye, totally confused. "Do I know this guy?" He was about to say kick rocks because he hates interruptions from random NPCs. The doc swore they were tight, claiming the president calls him a close friend. Jun-ho bowed his head, getting emotional. Friends. Don't have many of those left. He thought of his fallen teammates and the feels hit hard. Thanks for the heads up. Guess I'll see who it is. At least the world changed for the better. That's what he and his squad fought for, a peaceful world. Pale as a ghost, Jun-ho stared out the window. "So what's the move now? I only know how to fight. Am I unemployed? Whatever." He shrugged and ripped off his mask. "Don't need this trash anymore." Suddenly panic. "Ah, Mr. Phantom." The doc was sweating bullets. "Why did you take off the mask, bro?" Jun-ho flashed a $1 million smile holding the mask up. "It's a peaceful world, right? Who needs heroes?" The doc just stood there, looking awkward as hell. "What's the deal?" Jun-ho asked. Before the doc could stutter an excuse, the door flew open and Deok-gu walked in. Jun-ho's jaw dropped. After a second, he asked, "Wait, is that Deok-gu?" The medical staff burst out laughing. Deok-gu turned, beat red, cleared his throat, and yelled, "Hey, everyone out, private convo." "Seo Jun-ho, you look exactly the same." Jun-ho grinned, impressed. "Wow, the voice is definitely you." Then he pointed at Deok-gu's receding hairline. "See, I told you I knew you'd end up with that M-shaped bald spot." Deok-gu was speechless. "Is that seriously the first thing you say after 25 years? You savage little—" Deok-gu clutched his shiny head in embarrassment. Jun-ho laughed. "You really expected a hug, come on, man." "So?" "Even after 25 years, they haven't cured baldness." Annoyed, Deok-gu pulled up a chair. "You legitimately haven't changed a bit." Jun-ho sighed, realizing he was basically the same, just a little different now. Then the vibe switched. Jun-ho got serious. "Yeah, what was with the doc's reaction earlier? Why were they shocked I took off the mask? Shouldn't the war be over?" Deok-gu started stammering. Well, he had to spill the tea. 25 years ago, right when you stormed the Queen's lair, the system dropped a global message. Announcement, congratulations, the Frost Queen has been defeated. Deok-gu was hyping it up back then, thinking, Jun-ho, you beast. But the notifications didn't stop. Safe zones will now appear on Earth. Portals opening. Players were crying tears of joy, but hold up, joy was short-lived. Space elevator built to level 2. Now entering the frontline sector. People were outraged, screaming, "What kind of nonsense is this level 2? You mean the game isn't over?" The system was like, "Stay strong till the final level losers." Total chaos. Players' guilds and politicians held a massive emergency summit. After a long debate, they deployed a huge expedition team to the front lines. Level 2 was a gold mine, Deok-gu explained. New magic tech, infinite resources. Jun-ho cut him off, voice serious. "And that's why Earth is rich now," Deok-gu shouted. Jun-ho stayed icy. "I don't care about the cash. There are 10 levels total, right?" Tension in the room spiked instantly. Deok-gu nervously repeated 10 levels. Jun-ho did the math. "Me and the squad spent 5 years beating the Queen. It's been 25 years. We should be at level 7 by now. I know other players are trash compared to our team, Jun-ho reasoned. That's why only 5 of us made it to Antarctica. But realistically, they should be around level 5. So spit it out. What level are we actually at? Deok-gu looked at the floor. Silence. Yo, Deok-gu, why are you quiet? Finally, he whispered, in 25 years, humanity has only cleared level 2. Dead silence. Jun-ho froze eyes wide. He leaned back, messing up his hair in pure frustration. Deok-gu looked ready to cry, mumbling, I got nothing to say. Jun-ho clenched his teeth and hissed. 25 years, and you moved an inch, he sat up sharply. After all that time, you're saying you're stuck on level 2. Maybe it sounds like an excuse, Deok-gu stammered. But there's a valid reason. Jun-ho crossed his arms. Fine. I'll listen just for the laughs. Let's hear this ridiculous reason. Deok-gu bowed his head in sadness, then looked up hesitantly. The Frost Queen's core. Jun-ho blinked full of questions. Deok-gu paused before dropping the bomb. Level 3 is a literal volcano zone. Nobody can survive the magma heat without the ice resistance from that core. Jun-ho stammered. So, you guys haven't found the core yet? Deok-gu rubbed his head nervously. It's embarrassing, man. We searched every dungeon, every nest. But in 25 years, we never found it. Yo, check this out. Seo Jun-ho's face just went ghost white. He's mentally facepalming like, duh, you absolute moron, I already absorbed it. His buddy hits him with that ultra-warm smile, totally glowing like the morning sun. He's like, chill fam. Bad luck happens. We gotta vibe with it. But hey, if I mess up, you got my back too, right? Shim Deok-gu is straight up catching feelings. Tears are welling up in his eyes. He's like, for sure, bro. How could I not? But Jun-ho, he's getting kinda confused by all this sudden drama. Jun-ho is thinking, when do I tell him to dial down the feels? So he pulls a quick switcheroo to dodge the awkwardness. Yo, enough about that. How's life been treating you? Deok-gu gets all shy about it. Man, they must have yapped until the sun dipped below the horizon. Deok-gu finally realizes it's dark and asks, yo, it's mad late. You hungry? You wanna grab some grub? Jun-ho shakes his head and goes, soup is fine. Then he flashes a sign asking about the History Museum and the 5 Sleeping Heroes. Is that place officially hype yet? Deok-gu zones out for a sec, staring into space. Then he stands up. I'm hitting the first floor. The paparazzi are swarming down there. Let's roll together so I can cover you. Jun-ho grins with a sneaky plan. Can't I just ghost through the side emergency exit? He promises to bounce right back to the hospital. Boom. He's off to the museum. Ding, the system sound chimes, signaling success. He creeps inside and freezes. Whoa. They actually put that gnarly skeleton on display. That is wild. Then he spots the main event. He heads for the big door thinking, this is it. Creak. The door opens and a bone-chilling cold hits him. There they are. 4 statues of ice. Seeing his frozen squad, he plops down on the floor. The vibe gets heavy. Sorry guys. I kept you waiting way too long. He pictures them smiling back at him and drops the news. The world is safe now, fam. We actually did it. We got the peace we fought for so you guys can finally chill. He pours shots of wine for the crew and knocks one back himself. Gulp. He smiles, but it hurts. Looking at the statues, he asks, this wine tastes way too sweet today, huh? Only silence and cold ice hit back. Jun-ho snaps, ah, damn it. He stands up and starts wiping the dust off their frozen heads. Look at you guys all dirty and dusty. Suddenly BZZT, a system alert, jump scares him. He unlocked the ice skill but major fail, he is broke on mana. The unsealing failed and the info drop is absolutely insane. Wait, the skill. Says he can unseal them while frozen. He screams. Say what? Is this for real? Can he actually break the curse right now? He is thinking, I can bring the squad back. He starts smashing buttons on the system interface focused like a laser. Then shock face. What the heck? My magic stat is 18. Is this a joke? He scans the data lines like a hawk trying to figure out how to save his homies. It ain't gonna happen overnight, but yo, it is possible. Staring at that glowing screen, he catches a vibe. This is the key. The gears in his head start turning as he schemes up a master plan. Deok-gu always said S rank was the cap, but maybe Jun-ho is the first to break it. He touches his chin, muttering, did I snag this loot after clapping the Frost Queen? Then he freezes. Hold up, all stats jump by 30 with every level on the space elevator. If he restarts his grind from floor 1, he won't just be strong, he'll be a god. Plus, he can rock the Frost Queen's powers. Now he reaches out a hand, hyping himself up. I'm gonna melt this ice and save everybody. He creates a fist and pounds the ice. Bam, pure determination. Just hang tight a little longer. Jun-ho promises Tracy. I'm gonna bust you all out of there. Back at the hospital, a voice echoes. You wanna get back in the game? Jun-ho replies, cool as ice. Why are you shocked you knew I would? So what's up with the rug on your head? Jun-ho teases. Deok-gu fires back. Didn't you used to whine about wanting to retire? Jun-ho hits him with the cold, hard truth. That was 25 years ago, bro. Deok-gu rubs his head, looking super stressed. I don't think it's a good idea. Jun-ho stares him down. Why are you blocking me? Stop explaining and spit it out. Deok-gu drops the D-word demons. Jun-ho tenses up instantly. We're talking about players who went rogue killing folks just for kicks to satisfy their sick cravings. Those guys were straight up trash cancer of society, destroying cities, blowing stuff up like it's a movie. Jun-ho asks, confused. Wait, they came back? They were suffocated back in the day, Deok-gu explains. We didn't have cameras everywhere on the second floor like we do now. No country could track them down. Now that you're gone, those creeps are probably throwing a party. Jun-ho cuts him off. I think I get why you want me to stay retired, old man. Jun-ho casually keeps munching his food. They still got beef with me, right? He imagines those demons sharpening their knives with wicked grins, hunting the specter. Deok-gu's voice shakes with fear. They go psycho just thinking about killing you. Jun-ho just shrugs. Oh, word. Deok-gu snaps. Forget it. Just stay hidden. You gotta ditch the specter identity if you want to live. Come back as just Seo Jun-ho. But Jun-ho cuts in with a smirk. Nah, I gotta go back in there. Deok-gu is stressing out. He sits on the bed asking, have you lost it? Nobody has cracked the lava zone on floor 3 yet. Jun-ho chews his food and drops a bomb. What if I told you I got the cheat code? Deok-gu literally jumps out of his chair. Say what? He checks his ears to make sure he heard that right. You have a way. Jun-ho puts down his spoon gently. You said you needed the Frost Queen's core, right? Yeah, I ate it. Deok-gu blinks. Huh. You ate the soup. Not the soup, genius. Jun-ho shakes his head. Deok-gu looks stunned, his face twisting up in horror. Not the Seoleongtang? Jun-ho clarifies with a cringe face. Not the soup, I swallowed the core. He tries to explain. I didn't mean to snack on it, okay. I beat her, and it just zoomed into my body. What was I supposed to do? Deok-gu grabs his shoulders and shakes him. Why are you like this? My blood pressure is spiking. Why are we friends? Anyway, I got ice skills now, Deok-gu asks hoarsely. So you can beat the lava? Jun-ho shrugs. Probably. Deok-gu's face is still full of doubt. He looks suspicious. Is the real reason you're coming back because of your teammates? Jun-ho answers short and sweet. Yeah. Deok-gu pauses. That's solid. Deok-gu gets serious. All right, I'll handle the doctors who saw your mug. You are the goat man. Jun-ho pumps a fist. Let's go. Deok-gu flops onto the bed, relieved. Least I can do? Then Jun-ho adds, oh, by the way, my power is sealed. I'm level 1 again. Deok-gu panics. Stats 2. Jun-ho snaps his fingers playfully. Bingo, my blood pressure. Then he asks, can you hook me up with a rookie player license? Deok-gu looks grim. Guilds run the show now, they're stronger than the association. Jun-ho worries. So you can't do it? Deok-gu grins. Nah, watch me. So here's the tea. The major guilds set up a new rule where you have to pass a public exam to get licensed. No shortcuts allowed. Deok-gu just shrugged, totally helpless. Bro, my hands are tied, he complained. What a drag, Jun-ho sighed. Yeah, it's stricter now. Deok-gu admitted, emphasizing the change. But then he winked. Look at this as a golden opportunity to flex. He gestured wildly. Think about it, if I'm going to sponsor you, I need a legit reason to back it up. So how do we spin this narrative? Seo Jun-ho asked, hype building in his voice. Oh man. The gears in his brain started turning. Basically, I just have to dominate this test so hard that every guild begs to sign me right. He sat up, game face on. All right, bet. I got this. Jun-ho's voice cracked with anticipation, eager to throw down. Fast forward to the gleaming white guild building, and the testing area was absolutely popping. The main hall was massive and lit packed like sardines with hopefuls. An attendant handed Jun-ho a card number 75. He winced internally, thinking about the entry fee. Damn, that cost a pretty penny. Please, chill here until your number is called, the attendant announced. Seo Jun-ho scanned the room, silently vibing. The atmosphere surprisingly chill. No drama yet. Slouching in the waiting area, he told himself, just gotta wait for my turn to shine. But a little itch of curiosity hit him. Should I eavesdrop on the competition? Jun-ho's gaze turned icy sharp. A powerful aura rippled out invisibly as a system window pinged. Skill Night Guard activated, boosting his hearing to superhuman levels. He closed his eyes, tuning into the whispers like a radio frequency. Yo, did you see the news? That ancient maze on floor 2. Dude, guess what? The examiner today is the chairman Deok-gu himself. Haha, no pressure, right? If I fail today, that's 4 strikes for me. Seo Jun-ho smirked, feeling cool as a cucumber. Suddenly, the first announcement flashed on the giant virtual screen. Jun-ho looked up surprised. Oh, it's that glasses guy. The commentator looked passionate, arms crossed, tight. The fighting spirit is off the charts today, the analyst shouted. Look, the monsters are retreating out of pure fear. Jun-ho watched closely, sighing. Man, that guy is gonna make it look way too easy. I'm low-key jealous. Jun-ho stayed silent, eyes locked on the screen. Who could blame him? He analyzed the fight, noting the candidate used a lance perfect for keeping enemies out of your personal bubble. He exhaled, deep in thought. But here's the catch: when the enemy closes the gap, swinging a long pole is useless. Right on cue, the match ended. The council announced, candidate failed. Brutal. Jun-ho thought calmly. So that's how the game is played. Inside the arena, the council called for number 75. One judge sighed. We're almost wrapped up. You could hear the disappointment in his voice. I'm not vibing with any of them today. Another judge frowned, clearly salty. None of them even meet the bare minimum stats. Chairman Deok-gu decided to speedrun this. Send in the next guy. Seo Jun-ho stepped into the entrance, walking with the swagger of a main character. The 4 council members and Chairman Deok-gu widened their eyes, totally shook. Who is that? Someone whispered. Swordbow, throwing knives, daggers, even a spear. The judge gasped. Dude brought the entire armory with him. Another folded their arms, skeptical. He looks like a twig, though. Doesn't look like he can handle himself in a real brawl, she glared, piercing him with her eyes. Is he trying to cosplay the legendary Spectre or something? Deok-gu frowned, stress levels rising. I told him to stand out and not start a circus. Deok-gu thought, sweating bullets. Well, this is interesting, he said aloud, trying to play it cool. Internally, he was screaming, "Damn it, Jun-ho, you're being too flashy." From the booth, a voice boomed, "Number 75, start." Jun-ho spun around Bowen's sword equipped, giving a nod. The test began. A hollow note popped up: enemy dwarf. Height 130 centimeters. Weak but swarming. Boom, 20 dwarves spawned instantly. And they weren't low poly models. These things looked terrifyingly real with bulging veins. Damn, the graphics are insane. Jun-ho grinned, absolutely thrilled. Finally, some action, he yelled. The dwarves bared their nasty teeth, eyes wide, as they rushed him from all four corners. They encircled Jun-ho in seconds. He gripped his weapons, eyes locking in. It was go time. Whoosh! Jun-ho's spear struck like lightning, piercing the front line. The hit dwarves pixelated and vanished instantly. Seeing their buddies get deleted, the rest of the mob went berserk. But Jun-ho spotted the glitch in the matrix. They just keep respawning when I kill them. What's the point? He tossed the spear and whipped out 3 throwing knives. Time to switch up the meta. He turned his head, mumbling as enemies flanked him. "Get off me!" Jun-ho shouted, annoyed. "These rats love the ambush strat." Seeing their crew drop, the goblins panicked and tried to scatter. "Running useless," he scoffed. "Reminds me of the guy who taught me archery," Jun-ho thought. Just as the arrow left his string, he remembered the legend himself, Gilberto Green. Thwack. The arrow pierced multiple targets in one shot. One last dwarf glared at him, grinding its teeth in rage. Seo Jun-ho watched a charge, adrenaline pumping. Based on the flow, this guy has to be the final boss of the wave. He slowly drew his sword, every movement screaming, "Mastery!" Clang. The metallic ring echoed as the blade hit the ready stance. He stood tall, eyes steady. The dwarf screamed and rushed first. The sword tip scraped the floor, sparks flying. Jun-ho unleashed a blade of light. He raised the weapon high, charging head-on like a maniac. A smirk played on his lips, pure, absolute confidence. Slash. The dwarf was cut down instantly, but 2 more dive-bombed from the sides. Another opened its mouth, screaming like a banshee and stomping the ground to throw him off. Jun-ho tightened his grip. Not today. He spun like a top, swinging a counterattack as death rained from above. His eyes glowed crimson red. A mysterious, dangerous smile spread across his face. Jun-ho slashed wildly, a hurricane of steel, shredding the entire group. He gasped for air, acting shocked. "Whoa!" A council member announced. "Number 75, Seo Jun-ho. You pass. Congratulations." After the brawl, Jun-ho sighed internally. "Man, that was a workout. I really gotta hit the gym again." Up in the booth, the observer praised him. "Excellent work. I honestly have no words. That was clutch." A woman sat with crossed arms, looking deep in thought. "His innocent eyes fooled me. He's not just a cosplayer, he's the real deal." Everyone nodded in agreement. "He can use spears, knives, and bows perfectly, and that swordplay at the end." The judge shivered. "Swift, precise. His weapon mastery is totally OP." The man smirked. "For a guy built like a noodle, I didn't expect that kind of power." But then a brown-haired guy tilted his head, pointing at the virtual stat screen. "Hold up. Check his record. His only skill is weapon mastery, and it's barely rank D." The muscular man's eyes widened, disappointed. Rank D and no sub-skills. If his main stat is D tier, training him is a waste of XP. "He's gonna hit a level cap real fast," the curly-haired man said, resting his chin on his hand. "Sure, his combat skills make people jealous now, but he has no potential." The blonde woman gave her verdict. "He's not worth the investment." She stared at the screen coldly. "Best to avoid the loss. Why choose hard mode when we can recruit easy talent?" Deok-gu calculated silently. "Perfect. Recruiting him won't raise any red flags if they think he's trash," Deok-gu thought. He elegantly sipped his tea. "I think we've reached a decision." He set his cup down, hiding a smile. "Too bad we had to fake his profile, though." Seo Jun-ho's fake profile passed the check. Outside the guild hall, Deok-gu closed his eyes, smiling with relief. Meanwhile, back at the office, Seo Jun-ho was already sprawled on the sofa like a lazy cat. Yo, this web novel is crazy. Looking at the mess on the table, Deok-gu felt a headache coming on. This player was a world-renowned hero, the legendary Spectre. And now he was just a couch potato. Deok-gu tried to keep his cool. "Patience. I need patience. Lord, give me strength." Lost in his mantra, he heard Jun-ho cheer loudly at his phone. "Yes, Seo Jun-ho." Deok-gu spoke coldly, suppressing the urge to strangle him. Sweat beaded on his brow. "What are you reading?" Jun-ho answered casually. "It's about a main character who's a priest, but he beats people up instead of healing." Deok-gu looked puzzled. "Are you insane?" Then he sighed, his expression softening. "You never change, do you?" He sat down. "Sit up. I brought the gear you asked for." Deok-gu asked cautiously. "Why you obsessing over unconquered gates, bro? You ain't planning to speedrun those at your current level, right?" Seo Jun-ho cut him off cold. "That's exactly the plan. Don't even try to stop me." Deok-gu's jaw dropped. "Yo, this guy is actually insane." "Say what?" Shim Deok-gu's voice shook like a leaf in a storm. "You know what unconquered actually means, right?" Jun-ho just turned and shrugged, totally unbothered. "Think I got amnesia or something." Then he broke it down. "These gates are absolutely stacked with monsters and traps that attack on sight. Some of these zones are so hardcore that players get deleted without leaving a trace." He got serious. "That's why those unrated maps are called unconquered gates. Basically, Jun-ho noted, only demons can tank those spots. Deok-gu snapped back, warning him. Exactly. That's why it's a total death trap. Even the top-tier high-level players are banned from entering Gi. Newbies rush in for loot and end up straight up dead. He looked totally stressed out. And with your body stats currently nerfed like this, ain't this way too much for you? Jun-ho smirked. Why the stress you forgot who the MVP is? Besides, aren't these unconquered gates a major pain in the neck for your guild? Deok-gu sighed defeated. You ain't wrong, he admitted. But I can't let my best homie walk into a meat grinder. Jun-ho lowered his voice. Shim Deok-gu. He kept it 100. I know we're having a touching moment here, but I still gotta go. The potential gains are just too massive to ignore. Deok-gu blinked confused. Gains, he repeated slowly. The loot inside scales up over time. Gates that stay unconquered for years. They drop insane amounts of experience points. Jun-ho threw out one final logic bomb. So you're risking it all just to power level a bit faster? Seo Jun-ho answered calmly. Yup. Deok-gu shouted, panic rising. You forgot you already got a game over once. Can't you find a safer route? He looked down, voice cracking. Right now, my squad is waiting for me to break them out. If roles were reversed, they'd do the same for me. Deok-gu fired back instantly. Still, there's absolutely zero reason for you to choose hell mode right now. Seo Jun-ho's expression turned grim. That ain't the only reason. He looked down, voice low and dangerous. Since I respawned as a player, the endgame boss is inevitably the demons. I'm on a timer here. Junho emphasized the cold truth. When I face them, I gotta be OP enough to clap back. Deok-gu stood silent, eyes fixed on him, wide with confusion. A wave of guilt and disappointment washed over him. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Deok-gu shook his head, beating himself up. My bad. I didn't realize you were carrying that much weight. Seo Jun-ho kept his thoughts to himself. I wouldn't call it pressure, but he kept that zipped. The fiend was gone. Deok-gu stepped up as the ultimate support. I can't do much, but I'll find a gate you can actually enter. Then the realization hit him. Oh, snap. There's literally only one map accessible at your current level. Curious, Jun-ho asked. Which one? Deok-gu pulled up the data. It spawned 7 years ago, and 142 people have tried to clear it. He pointed at the screen. Only level 1 players can enter, so they call it the trainee graveyard. Seo Jun-ho sized it up. Controlling the clear conditions seemed like a piece of cake. Shim Deok-gu shrugged, throwing shade. Whatever, I'm pretty confident in you. Suddenly his watch pinged. Yo, news flash. Your deposit just hit the bank. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Sweet. Shim Deok-gu pointed a finger. With that cash, you officially signed the contract. From today on, you're my underling for a year. The legendary Seo Jun-ho is famous worldwide as my servant. His eyes went wide. Excuse me, subordinate. Seo Jun-ho's voice dropped to absolute zero. Fine. I'll show you what a real servant looks like. Deok-gu panicked instantly. Whoa, chill out, bro. Seo Jun-ho switched topics casually. Can I crash here? The guild has player housing, right? Deok-gu agreed immediately. Solid idea. You'll be way safer at the base. Jun-ho made a request. Hook me up with a suite room. Deok-gu didn't hesitate. Sure, whatever the boss wants. He even promised, if you slay, I might give you a whole floor. He teased. Anyway, you're the one giving me orders. Shim Deok-gu rushed him. Bro, open it already. It's your new drip. Seo Jun-ho looked at the box suspiciously. Armor. You ain't giving me some weird cosplay stuff, are you? Why is it boxed up? He kept pressing. Just open the thing. Seo Jun-ho lifted the armor. Yo, this is Featherlight. He checked the stats and stamina buff. Jun-ho gasped in amazement. This is sick, where'd you cop this? Shim Deok-gu smiled, brimming with confidence. Of course it's fire, it's custom made. Seo Jun-ho was stunned. Wait, what, that old geezer is still kicking? He rubbed his back, complaining. My back hurts just thinking about him. Deok-gu dropped the lore. He's 98 this year. Handed the workshop to his grandson, but he's still grinding away. Jun-ho nodded. Ah, I see. Then I gotta pull up and thank him personally. He started to leave. Seo Jun-ho. Deok-gu spoke with helpless frustration. You can't go, Jun-ho asked, annoyed. What? Why not? Deok-gu answered firmly. We gotta stay on high alert for your safety, he asked Deok-gu directly. You suspect Noah? He denied it instantly. Nah, not him. Seo Jun-ho went silent, processing. Then it clicked. So they got rats in the workshop. Shim Deok-gu got serious. Exactly. The demons know the connection between Noah and the Spectre. If you show your face there, you're basically doxing yourself. Seo Jun-ho's eyes darkened, voice steady. You're right. If I go strolling in as an intern to meet the legend, people will definitely catch on. Deok-gu put a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. I already told him I'm backing you, so he'll get the vibe. Seo Jun-ho said sadly. Nothing else to do then. I gotta get buffed and find him later. Just tell Director Gu to pass on a thanks bro for me. He agreed happily. Got you, leave it to me. Seo Jun-ho got hyped and started digging through the box. What weapon should I main? Deok-gu called out casually. Warehouse should have some decent loot. Pick whatever fits your style. He smiled and replied, can't wait. Deok-gu didn't have the heart to tell him not to expect god-tier gear like Noah's. He asked, so when you dipping? Seo Jun-ho answered, honestly, I want to leave right now, but I gotta build up my endurance stats first. He spread his arms wide. Just that little test drained my energy bar completely. With low endurance, I get folded by demons or monsters instantly. Plus, this fit is way too loose. Director Gu stood up and asked urgently, "Fair enough. How long will it take? A month?" Seo Jun-ho gave his hot take. "Ain't that way too long?" Deok-gu looked doubtful. "A month is too long, you serious?" He answered with lazy confidence. 10 days is plenty. 10 days later, the mountain view came into focus. Nam Province, Chong Mountain. Top secret location for safety. Thanks for the privacy. Seo Jun-ho walked up slowly and stopped at the gate. He smirked, overflowing with confidence. "Let's roll." A notification popped up. The Dawn's cursed gate. Wind conditions survive until sunrise. Difficulty 6, flashes. Seo Jun-ho stood in the wasteland. Dust storms blew everywhere. He looked up, gasping for air. Jun-ho smiled, hand on his chest. "Man, it's actually kinda toasty here." A cracked tombstone stood under the sunset's glow. He forced a grin. "Pretty warm. Or maybe I'm losing it already." Seo Jun-ho checked the quest board. According to the wiki, this gate shouldn't be too hard. He pondered while staring toward the horizon. The objective is simple. Survive until sunrise. And he had arrived perfectly on time. Seo Jun-ho started strategizing in his mind. Data shows the squad that enters at dawn and survives the longest wins. He added, time inside the gate is RNG2. People entering at noon don't have time to adjust to the zone and probably have to throw hands immediately. Seo Jun-ho concluded that most failed because well-being level 1 is a massive handicap. He smiled, confident as ever. "I've been through worse hells. Show me what you got." The full moon shone cold light over the dead branches. Seo Jun-ho sat against a tree, feeling a strange, creepy vibe, totally haunted. Checking his 6, he crouched under the tree. Maybe the undead are gonna start acting up. Suddenly the ground shifted. A hand burst out from the gray ash soil, trembling fingers caked in mud. Seo Jun-ho looked down at the zombie crawling out of the dirt. This dude was way too cocky, thinking he had the upper hand. Without wasting a second, Jun-ho brought his blade down, bam, straight into the monster's skull. He smirked. "Don't bother getting up, scrub. Stay down." He rested the heavy steel on his shoulder, looking like a total boss. Jun-ho triggered his skill. Nightwalker activated darkness flooded the area, turning the battlefield into his personal playground. His eyes glowed like neon lights piercing through the gloom. Surrounded by a mosh pit of zombies, he hissed, "Damn, way too crowded in here." Suddenly, one ugly freak shrieked and lunged at him. These immortal creeps were a nightmare for rookies. Infinite stamina cheats enabled Jun-ho gripped his sword, trading blows and eating critical hits like they were nothing. They were berserkers, ignoring pain for pure aggression. After dropping one another, rushed him with zero chill, but the result, the same. He sidestepped their lethal swipes with cold precision. Bodies littered the floor like a horror movie set. A total death trap for healers with no backup. Wiping blood from his face, he sighed. "I see why they call this the newbie graveyard." Just then, a sneak attack from below Jun-ho spun around and wham booted it into orbit. He grinned. "Too bad for you, I'm a Smurf account. A newbie for the second time. I ain't weak enough to lose to trash mobs like you." But then a chill ran down his spine. The vibes were off. Jun-ho's voice shook. "Wait, why does it still feel crowded?" After that insane brawl, he sat down gasping for air. "Game over," he wondered. "Nope." A creepy voice echoed from the shadows. "Who goes there?" Jun-ho jumped to his feet, adrenaline spiking. "Show yourself," a shaky voice stammered back. Is that a human?" Jun-ho dashed toward the sound like a lightning bolt. Beneath a pile of dirt, he heard pathetic sobbing. Standing over the mound, he shouted, "Yo, you buried down there?" The faint voice cried out, "Yes, I'm here." "How'd you get wrecked so hard?" Jun-ho asked. The survivor wailed, "I followed my party. Everyone else got wiped out." Jun-ho face-palmed. "Oh man, classic rookie mistake," the voice begged. "Please, get me out." Jun-ho nodded. "Bet, but I need you to scream. Loud." The survivor paused, confused. "Scream." Why, Jun-ho explained, "So I don't accidentally slice you, genius." The ground shook as a desperate scream pierced the air. "Target locked," Jun-ho muttered. Bang, bang, bang. He unloaded his gun right into the dirt coffin. Jun-ho stared down his aura, turning icy cold. "You farmed over 100 newbies with that fake sob story, didn't you? You're the real boss of this dungeon." The monster gasped. How did you— Too slow." Jun-ho blitzed in, delivering a sonic slash that cut the lying trash cleanly in half. "Game rules, idiot," Jun-ho spat. "The exit doesn't spawn until the server is empty. 0 survivors allowed." He flashed back to the logic of the gates. Rookies panic, but veterans do the math. Looking at the mimic's corpse, Jun-ho scoffed. "The zombies were just pawns. You were the camper ruining everyone's run. Ding system alert, dungeon cleared, dawn curse." Jun-ho pumped his fist. 4 level ups. Now that is what I'm talking about. Stats only bump every 5 levels, which is kinda mid, but I'll take it. But wait, was that it? Seriously, where's the loot? Then another notification popped. Reward unlocked, Confession of the Dead. Jun-ho's jaw dropped. "I thought I got stiffed, but a skill book. Let's go." He read the description. Rank C. Peeks into the memories of the deceased. Jun-ho's eyes went wide. Whoa, ghost detective mode unlocked, so I can steal memories from corpses. Did he get this because he smoked that lying mimic weird flex, but actually super useful? He clenched his fist, feeling the hype. This isn't my old power. This is player Jun-ho's new arsenal. He looked up at the sky, grinning like a total winner. Back at base, the excitement was real. Duke was losing his mind. "Bro, the internet is melting down. You cleared it and now everyone's freaking out." Junho sipped his coffee cool as a cucumber. Duke laughed. It's hilarious watching those big guilds run around like headless chickens trying to find the mystery hero. Must be nice, Duke mused. Usually guilds ignore these trash gates, but now the paparazzi are swarming. You really gonna stay Ghost Junho? Hard pass, Junho said firmly. If they find out it's me, I'll never get a moment of peace. Fanboys and haters everywhere. Junho leaned back, dropping some wisdom. Duke, why do people simp for designer brands, even when it's just factory stuff? Duke shrugged. 'Cause it's expensive. Exactly. It's about exclusivity. Junho smirked. I'm not just a player anymore. I'm becoming a luxury brand. The legendary limited edition drop that nobody can get their hands on. That creates the hype. Duke raised an eyebrow. Everyone wants it, but nobody knows where to find it. So you're basically trolling the entire industry. Duke chuckled. Man, you are wild for that. You know it? Duke shook his head. Sometimes you're a real sadist. What's your blood type? S for savage? I can't hide forever, though. Junho tapped the table. The big brains will notice the pattern. Someone's clearing the impossible dungeons. They'll connect the dots. The reporters will chase the trail. Junho held his head high. I don't need to chase the spotlight. The spotlight chases me. Duke snorted. Since when do you care about looking cool? Junho blinked, feigning shock. Excuse me, I've always been the main character. Whatever. Hungry? Duke asked. Just ate, Junho replied. Eat more, you're scrawny. Cut to Junho, shaking muscles, screaming in the gym. One more rep. Sweat poured like rain as he pushed his limits, veins popping. Junho roared. Last one. Crash. He hit the floor, dead to the world. Ding's strength stat increased. Music to his ears. He lay there totally spent but satisfied. He chugged water like a lifeline leaning against the wall. Not bad for a workout. He wiped his face and checked the time. Time for business. He pulled up the holo screen. Next target, the Garden of Love. The OG unconquered dungeon of South Korea. Leave a dungeon too long and it explodes. An open gate scenario. Basically a ticking time bomb waiting to destroy everything. The government bounties are massive. Everyone tried to be a hero. The score dungeon 124. Humans 0. They got desperate and hired a mercenary, Junho noted. A super rookie from India named Tusa. Kid's a sniper with a bow. Junho analyzed the data. He might even be better than the legendary Gilberto. This should be interesting. Yo, check it. Seo Jun-ho had to face the cold, hard facts. Tusa VC total fail. The whole squad lost hope trying to conquer the Love Garden. A superstar player, only 22 years old, just deleted from the server. Big sad. Hits you right in the feels, doesn't it? Seo Jun-ho thought about the tragedy and realized, that could have been his game over screen. Knowing the risks, he knew he had to stay woke. He flexed that he's been grinding gym levels like a beast to boost those power stats. Boom. Every stat except magic is popping over 30 now. He checked the scoreboard and nodded. Yeah, that's enough juice for now. Seo Jun-ho is officially maxed out for his level. But hold up. If a rising legend like Tusa got wrecked, there's gotta be some sus hidden boss lurking around. He put his thinking cap on. Can't catch a stray L out here. Got a plan for every crazy scenario. Time to flex. Seo Jun-ho stretched his arms, feeling loose, and whoosh. Icy blue magic lit up his hand. Frost skills unlocked, baby. He grinned like a kid in a candy store dying to test these bad boys in a real brawl. He stepped right into the Love Garden. Seo Jun-ho checked the HUD and scoped out the vibe. Mission objective: murder everything that moves. He locked in, wondering what kind of freaky creeps were gonna pop out. But if a full squad of 4 got wiped, there's a trap card waiting. Seo Jun-ho gripped his weapon-tight eyes, darting around like he's paranoid. He looked down at this massive maze, total death trap vibes. Yo, what's that? He decided to play it safe and skirt around the sketchy zone for now. Finding a chill spot, he leaned back and said, the Love crowd only parties at night, so images vibe for a bit. These monsters love the nightlife. I've been waiting forever. Just silence and wind. Until, crack. The ground split open, like a zombie movie. Something nasty was crawling its way up. 2 ugly mugs popped right up in the garden. Seo Jun-ho jumped out of his skin, yelling, Bruh, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Send a text before you pull up next time. Night mode activated, senses sharp as a razor. Seo Jun-ho leaned against a pillar, acting all cool. Only 2 of your weak sauce. He smirked, hitting them with that classic main character trash talk. Suddenly the beast came for his neck. Seo Jun-ho hit that dodge button, flipped into the air like an acrobat, and spun around. Spear locked and loaded, he thrust that bad boy with maximum effort. Eyes on fire, aiming for the kill shot bullseye. The spear sliced through that monster like hot butter. Absolute destruction. He stuck the landing like a pro. Grabbing his spear, he muttered, Get a load of this. Then his inner hype man chimed in. Sheesh, that Frost Queen buff is no joke. Wham! A sucker punch out of nowhere. His body stumbled, barely staying on his feet. Seo Jun-ho frowned, looking salty. Yo, is this a whole raid wave or what? He scanned the block. Wow, just 2 more kinda disappointing. Dropping into a battle stance, Seo Jun-ho went full Leroy Jenkins, charging in with his spear high. His moves were glitch fast. Bam, 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 3 baddies deleted before they could even blink. Spotted a creeper behind him. No problem. Seo Jun-ho spun around and wrecked him too. Neon blue streaks painted the air as he sliced and diced. But then, silence. That's it, he thought, looking sus. That was way too easy. When did this mob even link up? There should be at least double this amount. Sweat started dripping down his face. Don't tell me they have a respawn glitch. Suddenly roar. A sound so loud it shook his bones echoed from the void. Seo Jun-ho grit his teeth and screamed, "Oh, come on, seriously!" He took off sprinting like he stole something, yelling, "How many of these freaks are there?" Enter the alpha beast, massive main eyes glowing like headlights. Seo Jun-ho dodged by a pixel and spun for the counter. His hands lit up blue, unleashing a storm of razor-sharp energy blades. He threw up an ice wall block. The impact was insane, exploding into a fireworks show of blue glitter. The shield totally smashed to bits. But wait, he grabbed those broken shards and yeeted them back like throwing stars. While the beast flinched, Seo Jun-ho swung his spear with god-tier power, wiping out a whole stack of enemies. Phew, he sighed. How many hours have I been grinding? He was drained but not out of the game yet. Still, something felt super sketchy. Seo Jun-ho limped forward, deep in thought. If I'm struggling with S-rank hacks, a squad of 4 should have crushed this. He ran the numbers. Players have been trying to beat this level for 5 years straight. Some were absolute units. Tusa VC was a rookie prodigy. He analyzed the plays. That kid could have soloed half this dungeon. With a crew, should have been an easy clap. He kept sprinting, mind racing, while his spear unleashed a final blue energy wave. Slash. The system pinged. Why did Tusa fail? Then the notification popped up. You have conquered the Garden of Love. Seo Jun-ho looked at the wrecked flower field and let out a huge breath. Whoosh. Felt like his soul almost left his body there. Hey, I'm alive, so we Gucci. He stood there talking to himself. Why did I even pull up here? This wasn't the plan. What is this place? Slowly, he walked into the spooky dark maze. Freeze frame. He looked up, shook. Walking past mossy walls, his shadow stretched out long and creepy under the weak sunlight. And there it was. A skeleton hugging a weapon covered in cobwebs. The smell hid him pure death. Bodies everywhere. They tried to run, but got trapped. Too many squads wiped out here. Seo Jun-ho felt a wave of depression hit him. This maze was just a time sink. He realized the grim truth: if you can't stop the monster spawn, this place is a straight-up coffin. Seo Jun-ho whispered. There's no exit, fam. He turned to a body slumped against the wall. Then it clicked. Realization hit him like a truck. We're trapped. He looked closer at the fallen soldier. Something was shining. Seo Jun-ho's eyes popped. Yo, is that a legendary bow? He stepped closer. If my brain works, that's the storm bow. This is where the real story begins. Seo Jun-ho took a knee next to the fallen archer, putting his hands together to pay respects. R.I.P. He gently touched the weapon. Forgive me, bro. The storm bow. Legends say the arrows dance like butterflies when you shoot. They say it moves like the wind in a storm. Living up to the name, Seo Jun-ho wondered, wait, didn't the Indian government loan this OP gear to Tusif C? Is this him? He spotted a diary under the skeleton's hand. Seo Jun-ho opened it up, super curious. April 7th, 2024, 12:40 p.m. Flashback mode. I got the quest to clear the Love Gate in Korea. Tusa grinned, looking all hyped and heroic. They need me, fam. I'm gonna crush it no matter what. But a shady dude in the back warned him. Yo, Tusa, check yourself. Nobody clears that gate. I'm telling you straight, you go in there, you ain't coming back. Tusa put a hand on his chest, all proud. The Koreans came all this way for my help, I can't leave him hanging. That's not Venu's style. He was set on it. I'm level 10, baby. This is my shot at glory. He looked at his girl earnestly. You riding with me? Zia hit him with a gentle smile, zero hesitation. Of course I'm riding with you, dummy. She looked at him with starry eyes. I trust you, Tusa. I'd follow you to every corner of the earth. Zia beamed. If you tried to go solo, I'd just sneak in anyway. I'm hyped you asked. Thanks, Tusa. She leaned in shyly. Plus, someone's got to protect you. Tusa blinked. Protect me, you... He softened up. Nah, but for real, I'm glad you're here. I trust you 100%. You're my rock. Zia smiled. I know, babe. We're partners. Tusa's eyes got all soft and mushy. And that makes the ending hurt even more. The sun dipped low, painting the sky like a scene from a romance webtoon. Heads together, they made a pact to conquer the gate or bust. Meanwhile, little Nisa was tearing across the floor barefoot, screaming her lungs out. Pops. The guy grinned, opening his arms wide like a bear. The curious kiddo asked, Yo, Dad, where you headed? He kept it real. Daddy's got to go to work, making sure she knew the deal. I'll be back in a flash, so listen to Grandma, okay? Nissa's face felt pure bummer vibes with a hint of disappointment. But she nodded like a good kid. Okay then, we hit the zoo together, right? You promise? Cross my heart. He scooped Nisa up for a smooch on the cheek, dropping the dad wisdom. Of course. Listen to Grams, and don't skip dinner. Tusa chilled in the corner, watching the fam moment go down. Nissa's dad switched to game mode. Tusa, let's roll. He felt kinda guilty apologizing for the mess. Tusa kept it cool, though. First long business trip for me, but my mom's holding down the fort. Nissa's dad flashed a gentle smile, speaking straight from the heart. I can't say no when my bro asks for backup. Tusa gave him big props. Thanks, man. Nissa's dad was actually hyped. Besides rolling with a famous rookie, I gotta show my kid how it's done. They laughed it off. Bet, let's get it. Cut to New Delhi Indira Gandhi International Airport. Tusa and Dad were sprinting through the terminal, luggage flying. Zia and Jam were already posted up waiting for them. Tusa went for the handshake immediately. Long time no see, fam. Thanks for showing up, he said, keeping it polite. Zia kept nagging for help, but whatever. April 23rd, 22:44, almost 3 in the afternoon. Tusa was grinding hard. Big day tomorrow. His arrow screamed through the air like a missile. Thwack 4 arrows dead center in the bullseye. Today's a vibe. He grinned, feeling lucky about this mission. Next day, April 24th, 11:37 in the morning. The log updated, "We have entered the Garden of Love." Tusa's eyes popped. Whoa, this place is gorgeous. Never seen a gate like this. Then freeze frame. A cold sweat drop slid down his temple. He snapped out of it. This is a dungeon, not a vacation. Stay frosty. He told the squad to scout the area. Darkness crept in. April 24th, 8:33 at night. Monsters with glowing red eyes lurked in the flower fields like headlights. 8 monsters. That's barely a warm-up. Nisa's dad yelled the alert. Heads up incoming. 32 this time, he screamed. Watch your 6. One beast launched a cheap shot at Tusa's crew. In the chaos, Nisa's dad took a massive hit. Tusa spun around, face twisted in horror at the carnage. Move, follow me, he barked, bolting for the labyrinth. Zia was right beside him, panicking. Tusa, pick up the pace. Hurry up! His brain was fried. Every wave we clear, they double up. Is this a joke? This dungeon is straight up psycho. Morning came, the deep green maze glowing under the golden sun. Nisa's dad lay on the red-stained dirt, wheezing. Tusa. His final words hit like a truck. Take care of my girl. He begged weakly, fading out. The trio buried him properly. April 25th, 22:44, 5:29 in the evening. The vibe was heavy grief crushing everyone. A teammate was gone. Tusa knelt under a tree, staring 1,000 yards away. 7:12 in the evening, sun dipping low. He clasped his hands tight. Oh, great Sai, cut us some slack so I can write in this diary again tomorrow. Tusa stared at nothing. Zia and GM were passed out on the dirt, recharging for the night shift. He cracked open his journal to log the nightmare. Shaking hands wrote, last night wave 4, tonight wave 5, at least 120 freaks. Tusa scribbled furiously. We scraped by, about 40 left. I can solo the rest. He glanced at sleeping Zia, his face wrecking ball tired. Deep sunken eyes looked up at the sky, silently begging to blow this popsicle stand tomorrow. Desperate, Tusa prayed. Please, no 6th wave. But fate is cruel. What's coming is coming. And he clutched Zia's cold body tight against his chest. The pain was so raw he couldn't even scream. Voice cracking, he whispered, I vowed to beat this, but it means nothing without you. Suddenly, GM's vibe switched up. He muttered something sketchy. Tusa silently pulled a sharp dagger. It's showtime. GM's mind was pure venom. You gotta die now. A reflection on the ground showed GM rushing him from behind. Swish. Tusa dodged on instinct, the blade just grazing his arm. They squared up, tension snapping like a rubber band. GM grinned like a psycho dagger dripping red. Tusa moved like water. Truly India's rising star, huh? Tusa roared in agony. Those eyes. GM, you're a straight-up demon. How could you snake us like this? How can you be a monster? Zia brought you here. GM sneered, looking down on him with pure arrogance. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. Your girl was an idiot just like you. He wore a mocking grin. Didn't know there was so much love in here, though. Figured I'd carry you a bit before your squad got wiped. They were trash anyway, dropped too fast. Tusa screamed. You scumbag, GM chuckled. Thanks for the carry, Tusa. Now hand over the Stormblade and go join your friends. Tusa went silent, teeth grinding in bitter fury. He froze, blood and sweat blinding him. GM stood tall, smirking. What's wrong, scared to check out? Tusa dug his heel in and turned, refusing to give him the satisfaction. Voice dripping with despair. Never thought you'd see Seo Jun-ho again, huh? Whatever. GM replied, ice cold. You'll die from the poison anyway. He squinted, waiting for the drop. Clutching his wounded arm, Tusa made a call. If wave 6 hits, he's ghosting. The toxin was spreading. Damn it! Tusa panicked. His arm went numb as he stumbled into the endless maze. This wasn't the plan. He pushed his body to find Seo Jun-ho, leaving a trail of thick blood. But fate is a cruel mistress. The labyrinth's gate slammed shut. Tusa tried to scream. No, I can't go out like this. Head down, shadow covering him, only the nasty wound visible. Tusa face planted. Right arm's gone. Can't feel a thing. That demon coated his dagger. Sick. He accepted the end. Whether it was carelessness or the poison, it was game over. Tusa clung to one last hope, someone finding this notebook. Final entry. Tell our families we're sorry. Seo Jun-ho finished reading, his eyes shaking with secondhand grief. He flipped the worn pages. Is that it? Nope, a few more lines. Seo Jun-ho leaned in to read the shaky scribble at the end. If the squad was alive, could we have clutched this? He wrote bitter. This is that demon's fault. You could feel the rage radiating off the page. Damn those demons, he prayed. Oh Shiva, Tusa knelt in spirit. Let me merge with the eternal soul, breath fading. Cast those sinners to hell. Someone, anyone, avenge this dying warrior. Seo Jun-ho went quiet, downloading the info. He spoke calmly, grateful. I get it now. He broke it down. The love points scale with the player count. I rolled up solo, so the count was low. Easy mode for me. He closed his eyes, serious. If I'd brought a squad of 3, he cut that thought off. Just saying it makes me want to puke, not going there. He squatted by Tusa's body. I'll take this journal. Seo Jun-ho eyed the bow. And this bad boy, I'm just borrowing it for a sec. Kneeling down, he kept it respectful. Don't think of this as payment, okay? Just a loan. I got you, Tusa. Those cursed demons are gonna pay for what they did. He vowed, his voice dripping with cold determination. Slowly rising to his feet, he whispered, catch you on the flip side. With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving his final promise in the air. Meanwhile, back at the Player Guild, Deok-gu was absolutely losing it over the news. The young hero of India. He shouted, slapping the newspaper down like he just won the lottery. He was beaming like a proud dad, laughing his head off. I knew it, my boy's famous. But honestly, we haven't even dropped a word yet, and the whole world is already blowing up our phones. Seo Jun-ho sat on the bed, clutching his head like he had a massive hangover. Ugh, I told you this would turn into a circus. I'm so done with this. For real? I wanted to ditch them at the entrance. He grumbled, clenching his fists before shaking off the urge to punch something. Why did you have to pull up so early? You could have just hit me up on the Vita, bruh. Deok-gu just laughed, shaking his head at his friend's grumpiness. Nah, you gotta get the news face to face. It's called manners, kid. Then he got serious. Plus, the Indian government sent a message. They want to thank you for retrieving the journal. He continued. They already told Tusa's family the news. Jun-ho's expression softened just a bit. Is that right? Well, that's a relief. Deok-gu stepped up, trying to hype him up. Come on, man. You can at least crack a smile for that. Obviously, I'm glad, Jun-ho shot back. But Jun-ho pointed a lazy finger at the newspapers on the table. It's a total bummer I left those papers here. Deok-gu looked at him totally confused. Huh. What's the big deal about some papers? Deok-gu started lecturing him about how Storm was this top-tier national defense weapon that vanished into Tusa's inventory. Jun-ho just blinked. Oh, you mean this thing? He sat up straight and casually whipped out the legendary weapon like it was a toy. Take a look. Boom. The whole room lit up with blinding blue energy. Deok-gu's jaw hit the floor. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Are you out of your mind? He screamed, rushing over. Why do you have that? He tilted his head, brain completely short-circuiting. Jun-ho covered his ears, wincing. Yo, lower the volume, my eardrums. Deok-gu was panicking hard. You should have hid that belongs to the government, you kleptomaniac. Jun-ho just shrugged awkwardly, rubbing his neck. Relax, fam. I'm just permanently borrowing it. So what's your excuse? Tusa passed it to you from the afterlife. Deok-gu gave him the coldest shrug imaginable. Whatever, man. That's a you problem. Figure it out. Jun-ho wasn't having it. Hey, hear me out. I'm not gonna go around shooting it for fun, okay? Stop being so sensitive, Jun-ho argued. Deok-gu bellowed back. No way, dude. They think that thing is lost forever. Jun-ho waved his hands. No, listen. That's not the point. Huh. Deok-gu paused, looking surprised. Jun-ho leaned in, dropping the bomb. The demon was attracted to this bow. That's why I have it. Deok-gu lowered his voice. But didn't that guy die at the gate? Jun-ho shook his head. That demon wasn't the only fanboy chasing this weapon. Trust me, Jun-ho said, eyes sharp as a hawk. By now, the real culprit has seen the news. But he's not dumb enough to believe the official story. Somewhere far away, a figure watched the screen, eyes cold as ice, realizing the bait was set. Jun-ho's voice got deadly serious. This guy is a total weapon fanatic. He values gear more than human lives. He knows I have the bow, and he's gonna come hunting for me. Deok-gu nodded slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've got a specific guy in mind. Jun-ho whispered, checking his watch like he was timing an explosion. Deok-gu muttered the name of a notorious demon archer, famous for his chained bow. Jun-ho nodded. Bingo. Dude got famous just for his insane bow collection. Even other demons talk about his obsession. He's impressive, Jun-ho admitted. But that greed made him want it all over the globe. Deok-gu started analyzing the situation like a pro. He didn't fit the criteria, so he couldn't enter the Garden of Love himself. Jun-ho agreed. Exactly. And if he's coming for me. He cut to the chase. He's gonna bring a squad. He'll team up with other demons to jump me. He'll try to catch me at the next unconquered gate, and he's gonna be way stronger than when he was alive. Deok-gu gasped, looking terrified. That's suicide. Just send the bow back. Chill out, Jun-ho said with zero fear. If we prep now, it's gonna be a cakewalk. He smirked, that classic arrogant grin returning. You think I'm some easy prey? Deok-gu kept his hands in his pockets, looking down, totally hesitant. Of course not. You... Deok-gu mumbled awkwardly. He walked over and put a heavy hand on Jun-ho's shoulder. I just want you to be safe, man. Truly. Jun-ho smiled, feeling the bromance. I know. He puffed out his chest. Who do you think I am? I'm the one and only Seo Jun-ho. He gave a warm grin. Don't worry your head about it. It's not going to be like 25 years ago. I'm built different now. Deok-gu reluctantly sighed. All right, fine. Man, you really haven't changed a bit, he groaned. Well, Jun-ho laughed. I'm still me, aren't I? Suddenly, Deok-gu's watch started blowing up ring. He picked up, annoyed. Yeah, this is Shim. Understood. Sorry, no can do. He hung up and sighed like the weight of the world was on him. Send them away. Jun-ho blinked, totally clueless. What's the drama? Deok-gu looked ready to pull his hair out. Reporters. They're swarming the place like flies. They heard you conquered the gates, and now they all want a piece of you. They want an exclusive interview, Deok-gu explained. Suddenly, Jun-ho held up a hand. Wait, Deok-gu, don't kick them out. Deok-gu's eyes popped. Say what, why not? Jun-ho's eyes glinted with a plan. If we're gonna fight demons, we pick the battleground. He boldly declared, let's hold a press conference. Cut to a massive hall packed with cameras and flashing lights. A reporter grabbed the mic. Seo Jun-ho. His first clear was Dawn's Curse. And next is the Garden of Love. We haven't seen a rookie pop off like this in ages. The hype in the room was electric. A female reporter swooned. South Korea might finally have another superstar. He's on the level of Kim Woo-dong and Shin Sun-hyun. The praise was raining down. Plus the guy clearly knew how to grab the spotlight. Even surrounded by gems, he shined. The brightest cheers echoed through the hall. "He's here, get the shot," a reporter screamed. But then, flop, flop, flop. Jun-ho walked onto the stage wearing sandals. His outfit was a total disaster. He looked like he just rolled out of bed. The crowd started whispering immediately. "Yo, is that really the guy? The one who swept 2 unconquered gates? Did he just wander in here by mistake?" Jun-ho looked around amused. "Maybe I should have changed," he thought to himself. "Nah, too late now. Being a ghost and dressing up is such a drag anyway." He recalled the Frost Queen's complaints. "You literally only washed your face." But hey, he's the hero. He does what he wants. He yawned, stretching his arms. "I'm Seo Jun-ho. I'll handle this Q&A for 30 minutes. Go." The reporters looked stunned at his attitude. Then bam, hands shot up everywhere. "Please tell us about the gates. How did it feel stepping inside? Why did you choose the unconquered ones for your debut?" Jun-ho answered with cool precision. "Let's start with Dawn's curse." The reporter next to him was baffled. "What is this guy?" He handled the press like a seasoned pro, not a rookie. Jun-ho glanced at the clock. Time was money. "All right, last question," he announced. Someone shouted from the back. "Have you decided on your next target?" Jun-ho smiled, a gentle but dangerous look in his eyes. "Not exactly. But also yes. There's a gate I want, but my level is trash right now," he admitted. "Which one?" the reporter pressed. Jun-ho dropped the bomb. "The West Sea Gate." The room exploded applause mixed with pure shock. Camera flashes turned the room into a strobe light show. Seo Jun-ho, "Are you talking about the West Sea Gate?" Questions fired like machine guns. It was the last unconquered nightmare in South Korea. If he pulls this off, he clears the triple crown of untouched gates. It's unprecedented. But Jun-ho just smiled softly. "Yeah, that's the one." The reporters were shook. "But there's a boss monster in there." "Any comment?" Another journalist jumped in, sweating. "The guild is debating making it a first-class gate. Isn't that suicide for a rookie? Don't you think you're biting off more than you can chew?" Jun-ho started feeling the vibe shift. Well, haters gonna hate, he thought. It makes sense they're scared. Boss monsters are no joke. They're built different literal kings that command armies of smaller monsters. Their power level is off the charts compared to regular mobs. It's a death sentence for most. But Seo Jun-ho, he just smiled, raised his head high, and looked straight into the cameras. "If I fight a boss monster, I'm gonna win." Mikey drop. The next day headlines went wild. "News today, I will win no matter what." Shocking statement from player Seo Jun-ho. Was it confidence? Was it arrogance? Or was he just the storm that was coming for the maze? My boy Sean was checking the viral news and just sighed, shaking his head. People are losing their minds over a total rookie, but the kid is confident he's declaring victory no cap. A total shock coming from player Seo Jun-ho. The secretary was sweating trying to explain how major these unconquered gates were. But Chairman Deok-gu just busted out laughing. "Man, it's been ages since the first floor gave me vibes this exciting." He looked up, eyes sparkling. "You want me to slide into his DMS?" But Sim played it cool. "Nah, chill." He got all philosophical, adding, "If something wild happens, once folks call it fate. If it happens twice, that's skill." He dropped a sugar cube into his coffee, looking deep in thought. "But let's not jump the gun. We gotta wait for the hat trick before we judge the kid. Why memorize a name if he's gonna wash out next week?" That shut the secretary right up. The poor guy was trembling like a leaf. "Understood, boss. If this player pulls off another miracle, I'll personally send him an invite from the Goblin Guild." Meanwhile, our boy Seo Jun-ho is scrolling through profiles, swiping left on every offer. Deck was confused. "Yo, what about this one? It's mid. Hard pass." Deck asked if all these requests were for him. Jun-ho smiled. "Yup, that press conference made me an instant celeb homie." Sim Deok-gu was frowning, scanning the jobs. "We need XP difficulty in the bag. Finding the Holy Trinity is tough." Suddenly Seo Jun-ho was like, "Let's just stop being picky and grab the last one, yeah." But Sim Deok-gu wasn't having it. "No way, your debut needs to be legendary." Then he slid a file over. "Check this. A father looking for a cure for his daughter's terminal illness." Sim Deok-gu dropped the bomb. "The key ingredient, a Fox Demon Core." Seo Jun-ho froze. Fox Demon Dang, haven't heard that name in a hot minute. Flashbacks hit him like a truck. He almost got wrecked by one back in his rookie days. Deck tapped his watch to break the tension. "Let me make this easy for you to see. It's a national level gate called Cheon-ho." Jun-ho was confused. So, Deck pulled up the stats. Burning Sand Madness level request 5 to 15. Party size 30 people. Mission objective: wipe out all Fox Demons. Difficulty Nightmare. Sim Deok-gu explained it popped up 3 months ago and already clapped 7 whole teams. Seo Jun-ho started sweating. The level requirements are way tighter than the Fox Demon Gate I cleared as the Phantom. This is gonna be hardcore. But Sim just cracked up. "Bro, you're tripping. Player standards and gear stats are way buffed nowadays." "That's why I'm laughing. Modern players are trash compared to you, but I got faith in the OG." He pulled out a request. If you want to flex my skills, take this one. It's actually my buddy's commission. Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. Your friend, you know, the CEO of Mio Corp. Jun-ho guessed it was the big boss, but Sim shook his head. Nah, it's his second son, Choi Pil-ho. Plot twist. Suddenly, knock knock, a lady in killer high heels strutted in. You rang chairman, Sim introduced her fast. Congrats, Miss Cha. Starting today, you're Jun-ho's secretary and manager. He figured even a famous rookie looks suspicious if the chairman does all the grunt work for him. She stepped up. I'm Cha. Let's get this bread. Seo Jun-ho kept it classy and shook her hand. For sure I'm counting on you. Sim Deok-gu hyped her up. I gotta go talk to the big wigs, so stick with Miss Cha. She's a total pro, so don't mess it up. She nodded all business. Thanks for the shout-out, sir. Sim waved them off. Go make me proud. The two of them hopped into the whip ready to roll. Cha got curious. Do you know about the Mio conglomerate? Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, they're the top dogs in South Korea, right? Famous for being clean and protecting the royal family. They had the perfect life, until tragedy struck. The eldest daughter got hit with the 9-yin separation syndrome. It's a rare condition for people with too much yin energy. The only fix is blasting them with massive yang energy to keep them ticking. One cure is using a fox core. 29 years ago, the legendary Mr. Phantom proved it works. Her eyes lit up. OMG, I totally stand Mr. Phantom. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho awkwardly rubbed his nose. She caught him in the rearview mirror. Why is your face all red? Jun-ho started stuttering. I'm just touched by the story, smooth save. The car pulled up and Jun-ho stared at the gate. Man, this place hasn't changed a bit. Cha looked surprised. You been here before? He hesitated. Yeah, a lifetime ago. She went to announce them, but suddenly the door swung open. Are you the player Seo Jun-ho? An older dude with a squad of bodyguards stepped out. He smiled warmly. Nice to meet you, I've been waiting. I'm Choi Pil-ho. Cha was shook. The VIP came out himself. Seo Jun-ho was nervous. Yo, I'm honored you greeted me personally. But Pil-ho grabbed his hand like a lifeline. You're the hero stepping up to save us. I'm the one who's honored. Jun-ho's eyes went wide. His hand was shaking, but it was because of the old man's overwhelming emotions. Tears started flowing. This is my only wish. Pil-ho bowed deeply, begging, please save my little girl from this nightmare. They went inside to talk business. Okay, straight talk. You need a fox core. Pil-ho nodded gravely. Yes. I saw a case in France where a patient fully recovered thanks to one. He smiled gently. I'll be up front. Commission fee 15 billion won. Plus unlimited gear and supplies. You name it, I got it. Cha's jaw hit the floor. That money is insane. But Jun-ho went ice cold. Sorry, but I gotta pass. Say what? Cha screamed. Pil-ho panicked. 25 billion, 30 billion. Is it still not enough? Seo Jun-ho put a hand up. Chill, I'm not asking for a raise. 10 billion is plenty. Cha and Pil-ho both looked confused. Wait, why less? Seo Jun-ho dropped the lore. When Phantom took that job in France, he only asked for 100 million. The dad was ready to give up his whole empire, but Phantom said no. I'm the same. You never exploit a family desperate to save their own. That's the code. The sun was setting, painting the sky orange. Cha smiled. Thanks for the offer. I'll park the car. Go ahead. Jun-ho kept it brief. Got it. Suddenly she asked, did you hear the rumors about the legendary Seo Jun-ho and the chairman being besties? Our Jun-ho froze. Do you believe that? People say the legendary Seo Jun-ho is a cold machine. She shook her head. Nah, fake news. A hero like that has to have a heart of gold. Seo Jun-ho looked at her surprised. You really think he's kind? She grinned. Totally. Especially after hearing what you just said. The legend watched his parents die. And you turned down billions to help a father. If he wasn't kind, he would have taken the money and run. A true hero knows the weight of tragedy and wouldn't wish that nightmare on anyone else. Jun-ho let out a heavy, weary sigh. That kind of pain. It's a secret burden he carries alone. As they stepped inside the base, Deok-gu chuckled, completely misreading the vibe. Yo, Secretary Cha is a total beast, Jun-ho admitted with a nod. We've only teamed up for 2 hours, but she's already summarizing intel like a pro. Honestly, with her skills, she could be running the show at a top-tier guild or a megacorp. But she chose the grind here strictly to support the return of the legend Seo Jun-ho. Suddenly, Jun-ho paused. Wait, where exactly are you taking me, fam? Deok-gu cracked up at that. Bro, don't play dumb just because you're shy about it. He slapped his hand on the biometric scanner and the heavy blast doors hissed open. Deok-gu started his sales pitch. Listen, if you want to clap a monster as tricky as the trickster, you gotta come prepared. The room was absolutely stacked with futuristic gear. Welcome to the future. Over the last 25 years, our tech has leveled up insanely fast. We're crafting weapons from materials that didn't even exist back in your day, completely changing the meta for players. Deok-gu tossed a sleek blade toward Jun-ho. Go ahead, try pumping some magic into that bad boy. Jun-ho caught it looking a bit skeptical. Casting magic on a sword, that was old school. But the moment he channeled his energy, the blade erupted with blinding light, actually catching him off guard. Whoa, okay, that's flashy. Deok-gu grinned like a proud dad. See, even a tiny drop of mana turns it into an artificial magic sword. It cuts through orc skin like butter. He pointed around the room, hyping up every gadget, explaining how shields could deploy instantly with just a thought. And that thing, it's a mana bomb. Boom! Jun-ho looked unimpressed, twirling the high-tech blade. So is this the meta now? Players just rely on gear to carry them? Deok-gu hesitated, then gave a nervous shrug. I mean, yeah. High-tech weapons are super effective, so why work harder? Jun-ho pressed him, eyes narrowing. Even the rankers. They rely on this stuff too. Deok-gu scratched his head. I'm not sure if the top dogs use custom builds or not. Jun-ho frowned, looking at the shiny arsenal with disdain. To be honest, these just look like toys to me. His mind flashed back to the frozen hellscape of the Frost Queen battle. Against real predators? Jun-ho said, voice dropping dangerously low. These toys are useless against monsters that can rip through mana like tissue paper. He looked at Deok-gu. Tell me, why do you think weak monsters spawn at low levels? Deok-gu blinked, confused by the pop quiz. Because newbies would get wrecked if they fought the big bosses first. Jun-ho smirked. Exactly. In that way, the system is actually pretty fair. Players gotta grind on mobs with similar stats to build real strength. That's how you survive the nightmare bosses later. Deok-gu's eyes widened. So you think these gadgets are actually nerfing players by making them lazy? Bingo, Jun-ho replied flatly. Then he chuckled, shaking his head. Players who only trust in tech will never reach the top tier. They'll hit a hard ceiling. These toys only work when you're speedrunning dungeons at your own level. Deok-gu looked at him with newfound respect. Damn, really? Suddenly Jun-ho spotted a crate of junk in the corner. He pulled out a dusty, forgotten sword. What's the story with this scrap? Deok-gu glanced over and waved it off. Oh, that made from some new alloy, but the stats were trash, so I tossed it. Jun-ho didn't listen. He gripped the handle and flooded it with his overwhelming internal energy. The air screamed, a single swing unleashed a shockwave that rattled the entire armory. Deok-gu's jaw hit the floor. Jun-ho turned back, a mocking grin on his face. See? The world's gotten interesting, but this pile of junk is holding everyone back. Cut to the outside world, the sun is blazing, and the paparazzi are out in full force, lenses locked on one spot. Over there, a massive gate is crackling open. Inside a sleek van, Secretary Cha watched the chaos. Looks like the press is thirsty today, and the crowd is huge. Everyone is hyped for the Fox's core drop. Jun-ho is leading a raid team of 27 people. Some are guild plants. But Jun-ho? He's just chilling in the back, sipping hot tea like a boss. Jun-ho murmured, genuinely surprised. This slaps. Is this lavender? Secretary Cha smiled brightly. You like it? Jun-ho set the cup down gently. Save me some for when I get back. I'm gonna need it. Oh, and heads up, you gotta wake up early tomorrow. Cha blinked, confused. Early. Why? Jun-ho flashed a confident $1 million smile. Because after I crush this dungeon today, my phone is going to blow up with requests. The second he stepped out of the van, the reporters swarmed him like zombies. Seo Jun-ho. Is it true the Moho Corporation hired you directly? This is your first public raid. How do you feel? The Fox is a notorious boss. Do you really think a rookie can handle it? The nearby players watched with green-eyed jealousy. Look at him acting like the main character. It's sickening. Man, regular grinders like us always get pushed to the side for these geniuses. He's the hottest rookie in the game right now. Of course, the media is simping for him. The gossip continued. I bet it's all fake. No way that skinny dude cleared 2 uncleared gates solo. Totally sus. Look at his gear. It's trashed here. He's definitely hiding some OP items in his inventory. You really think he's going in with just that sword cap? Finally, the interviews wrapped up. All right, show's over, folks. Min-yu Dong, the raid leader, shouted. All right, squad gear, check. Let's move. The atmosphere shifted instantly. A long line of hunters marched forward, stepping into the swirling vortex of the gate. It was go time. 11:28 a.m. The entrance to the scorching sand dune gate. The moment they landed, boots sank into burning sand. Ugh, are you kidding me? A desert map? How are we supposed to fight in this sauna? My stamina is already draining. Suddenly, Min-yu Dong clapped his hands loudly. Yo, listen up, people. The confused crowd turned to look. Who's this loudmouth? Min-yu flashed a cocky grin. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Cha Min-yu Dong from the 13th ranked guild in summer. Yeah, you heard me. Gasps rippled through the crowd. In summer, the elites are here. He held up a hand to calm the fanboys. Chill, chill. Look, we all know going solo in a place like this is a death wish. We don't want any friendly fire or loot stealing, right? So I've got a little business proposition for you guys. The players muttered. Proposition. What's the catch? Min-yu held up one finger. 1 million won. Our guild will pay 1 million won to anyone who follows our orders during this raid. Then his eyes gleamed greedily. However, the Fox's core belongs to us. The crowd went wild. What? Are you crazy? You think 1 million buys a boss drop? You haven't even put down the 30 million deposit. How are you gonna snake the core without the guild's official backup? Min-yu kept his cool, smiling like a shark. Hey, we're being generous here. If you hesitate, the offer drops to 500,000. Take it or leave it. That broke them. I'm in easy money. Me too. Hey Kim, let's just take the cash. Do we get free drinks too? While everyone sold their souls, Seo Jun-ho just kept walking straight ahead. Min-yu stared at his back, stunned. Hey, player Seo Jun-ho, you're not joining the winning team. Jun-ho glanced back, looking totally unbothered. Nah, I work better alone. Min-yu was left speechless. The other players snickered. Told you the rumors were hype. People call him a genius, but look at his suicide mission. Captain, forget him. He's helpless out there. Min-yu scoffed. Whatever. I don't care if a scrub dies. Min-yu shouted. All right, lock and load. Let's move. Meanwhile, Jun-ho trudged forward, the blazing desert sun beating down on him, totally unfazed. His mind was already dissecting the enemy. The Fox. A hybrid beast practically legendary. A boss that grows 9 tails after 1,000 years of cultivation. When all 9 tails pop, it ascends to become a celestial 9-tailed fox, a god among monsters. Every new tail means it can summon more minions. I don't know how many tails this specific boss has, so I need to find a vantage point ASAP. Suddenly, the ground rumbled beneath their feet. Minyu whipped out his sword. Contact front. Boom. A massive pillar of sand exploded from the ground. A pack of fiery foxes burst out screeching for blood. Minyu screamed, "Incoming enemy wave!" Then he tried to act cool. "Don't panic. Hold the line. Yo, Vice Captain. What's the head count?" The response came fast and loud. 30 strong, and boom. Just like that, the trap snapped shut. The squad didn't flinch. Weapons went up in anticipation. Minyu Dong barked the orders, and the boys unleashed the magic casting spells like there was no tomorrow. 4 tech traps slammed down instantly, blasting waves of energy. One fox got too thirsty and zap. It convulsed like crazy, and the rest got fried right along with it. The crowd went wild, yelling, "Yo, is it actually working?" Minyu puffed his chest out, feeling like the man. "Take notes, rookies. This ain't your grandma's lame traps." He popped a shield and charged in like a tank. "That's floor 2 tech, baby." The vice captain hollered over the noise. "We already wiped out half the mob. Captain Tro, this is a cakewalk. We'll bag this fox in no time." He grinned, flexing hard. Less yapping, more slapping. Keep the damage up. But one dude in the back was totally stressing out. "I got a bad feeling about this. This is too easy." His buddy laughed him off. "Chill, bro. We're Summer Guild elites. We got this in the bag." Suddenly the lights went out. A massive shadow swallowed them up. "Huh." The loudmouth looked up confused. "Who turned out the lights?" Then his eyes popped out of his skull. A 9-tailed fox just spawned. He screamed like a banshee. "It's the 9-tailed fox." The beast stomped right on the defeated mob's blood, soaking the sand like a horror movie scene. The boss was ticked off. It roared at the sky, shaking the whole server with thunder. Ding system alert. The boss of Burning Sand, Dunes, has entered the chat. The dude started counting tails like a toddler. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. No way. The legendary Shadow Ghost barely beat a 6-tail, and this monster has 9. Minyu Dong tried to play it cool. "Hold the line. Focus fire." But the squad was shaking in their boots. He yelled, "Summer Guild doesn't run. We got this. We still got a shot." He gripped his sword, sweating bullets. "It's just a mob," he told himself. "Headshot or heart shot, and it's game over." Minyu hyped himself up. "My traps are OP, stronger than anything we've used before. Once you step in, you're toast." He smirked, totally delusional with hope. "Today, I clap this fox and become the new legend bigger than the Shadow Ghost." But the fox stared him down like, "Really?" Then boom, a flamethrower straight to the face. Fire everywhere. The squad got flattened into the sand. Minyu looked around, totally wrecking his mental state. All those fancy electric traps fried instantly. He hissed through his gritted teeth, "We're out of ammo." Panic mode set in hard. All that strategy and planning useless garbage now. He froze up, totally lost. How do you even fight a kaiju like that? Impossible. The fox charged up another nuke. Minyu hung his head. "GG, boys. Guess I'm dead meat." But wait, a wild Seo Jun-ho appears. He stepped right in front, looking totally chill. Minyu looked up confused. "Jun-ho." Minyu screeched, "Move, you idiot! You'll get roasted!" But Jun-ho drew his blade smooth as butter. "I got this." Minyu's jaw dropped to the floor. The fox unleashed a spirit bomb. A blinding flash of doom hurtled toward them. Minyu turned away, thinking, "Welp, that's a wipe." But Shwing Jun-ho sliced the fireball in half like it was nothing, his face stone cold. Minyu's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. Juno's hand shook a tiny bit from the impact. He glanced at it, thinking, "Man, these guys were doomed from the lobby." He looked at the healers scrambling to save the wounded. "Is that all you got?" Jun-ho asked coldly. "Get the survivors out of here." "Now," Minyu stammered as he was helped up. "But bro, what about you?" Junyo pointed his blade with a savage grin. "I'm gonna handle business." The fox slammed the ground and roared, accepting the 1 versus 1. Scram. Jun-ho ordered one last time. The squad didn't need to be told twice. "Let's bounce, Captain." They bailed, leaving Jun-ho solo in the boss room. He cracked a wicked smile. Finally, the noobs are gone. He turned to the beast eyes gleaming with excitement. "All right, Foxy, let's have a little fun." The fox hissed tails, sparking huge flames like fireworks. Jun-ho bounced on his toes, hyped up, and launched himself straight into the danger zone. He dodged fireballs like a pro gamer. Left-right weave, but a massive volley came in hot snap. He summoned an ice shield to tank the hit, playing hard to get He realized the boss was zoning him out. He dodged like crazy, sending ice spikes flying as he closed the gap. The beast locked on. It charged up a supersized nuke. Jun-ho's eyes widened. "Okay, that's a big one. Massive damage incoming. No time to tank that. If it hits, it's game over." The fireball slammed down. Boom! The whole map exploded in white smoke and flying sand. The dust settled. The fox stood there looking suspicious. Sniff, sniff. Its nose twitched. "Where'd the little bug go?" Jun-ho came out of nowhere. Fur flew everywhere. The fox looked up too late. He landed right on its snout. Surprise! Jun-ho swung just as the beast spat fire. He kicked off with ice magic, pushing the pace. He had to get in close. The more tails this thing has, the more OP its power level gets. He channeled everything into his blade. "Let's give you a haircut." Whack. He chopped a tail right off. The fox screamed as the stump froze solid instantly. Junyo smirked, feeling invincible. Feeling weaker, yet? Meanwhile, outside the gate, it was nighttime, and the paparazzi were losing their minds waiting. One dude was slurping noodles, stressing out. Yo. It's been 10 hours since they went in. The team before lasted 2 days. Another guy smacked him. Don't jinx it, dummy. Show some respect. All we can do is pray they don't get wiped in there. The tension outside was thick enough to cut with a knife. Back inside, Jun-ho was spamming ice shards into the tails. The fox shrieked in agony. Jun-ho laughed. Ouch! First time feeling pain. Big guy. He looked down like a villain. You're used to being the hunter, huh? Well, guess what? Now you're the prey. The fox snarled, looking visibly nervous. Swipe. It tried to claw him, but Jun-ho was too fast. It scrambled to find him, but Pop Jun-ho appeared from below like a ninja catching it lacking. Over here, stupid slice. He cut right through its eye. Critical hit, blood sprayed everywhere as the beast howled in misery. Rage mode activated. The fox spammed fireballs like a machine gun. Jun-ho didn't flinch. He aimed true and slashed the snout again. Jun-ho backflipped to safety as the fox reared up, charging one last desperate attack. Jun-ho looked up and grinned. Checkmate. Sad, ain't it? Why try so hard when you're already cooked? He reached out, charging up that frosty energy. You get it now, right? Fist clenched tight. Boom. That ice blast hit Fox Cho right in the feels, total agony. It was a wrap. Fox Cho got deleted, mouth open in one last scream. Seo Jun-ho let out a heavy sigh, totally drained and face-planted into the sand. As he blacked out, the system pinged boss defeated Fox. Cho's core secured his loot. Outside, the sky over Auckland was lighting up. The paparazzi were tripping over themselves to get the scoop. Yo, they survived. No shot, they actually cleared it. The gate turned green, and the crowd went wild. 13 hours. They beat the speedrun record of the last team that wiped out. Reporters were shouting updates as the players started spawning from the gate. Check it out, someone yelled. First one out was Cha Min-woo, rep for the Hay Guild. He was carrying a buddy, and the cameras swarmed him instantly. We need to quote medics get in here. Rescue squads shoved through the crowd with stretchers. Some players with just scratches stopped to flex for the cameras. Seo Jun-ho was out cold in a hospital bed. The doc looked at Min-woo and asked, We patched him up. You riding with us to the hospital? Min-woo looked up and said, Nah, about that. He glanced at the hungry reporters and hesitated. Gotta spill the tea here first. Meanwhile, fans were screaming for player Cha Min-woo. Flashbulbs exploded in Min-woo's face. Did you carry this raid? Give us the deets. Was the boss really nine-tailed? The questions kept piling up. Was it hard? You're trending #1 right now? You always wanted to be a hero? How's it feel? Min-woo went quiet, soaking it in. He looked back at the unconscious Jun-ho, confused. Is this what clout feels like? Even undeserved hype? Once you get a taste, it's addictive as heck. Min-woo flashed back to the school days. All right, class, talk about your dreams. The teacher smiled at him. Min-woo, you want to kick us off? He grinned with pure confidence. When I grow up, I'm going to be a legend like Mr. Phantom. Back in reality, he looked down, feeling salty. He turned to the press. I ain't the main character of this story. I'm about to drop the real story of what went down inside. Time skip Seo Jun-ho finally woke up. He spotted the IV bag hanging there. Hospital. Huh. Just then, Secretary Cha walked in. You up? Jun-ho turned his head. Secretary Cha. She gave him the quick rundown. It's 6 in the morning at Hanguk Hospital. You good Jun-ho sat up, messing up his hair. Yeah, I'm chill, she reported. While you were out, I handled your business. You were right to wake up early. Jun-ho suddenly swung his legs out of bed. For real. She panicked. Yo, where you going? Jun-ho grabbed his IV pole like a walking stick. Gonna see Chairman Bill Ho. Bet he's lonely outside. She tried to stop him. Jun-ho, you're not at full HP yet. He brushed it off. I just ran out of battery, that's all. He smiled. I'll rest after I see the VIP patient. Let's roll. Jun-ho pulled up to Bill Ho's crib. The chairman welcomed him. Thanks for coming, fam, but you sure you're good? Heard you passed out in the dungeon. Jun-ho scratched his head, laughing it off. Yeah, just a little tired. Took a quick power nap. Bill Ho looked relieved. All right, if you say so. He led Jun-ho to a door. Here's my daughter's room. Jun-ho pushed it open. She was hooked up to machines beeping constantly. Jun-ho checked her stats. She was worse than he thought. He pulled an energy orb from his bag. Gotta go fast. But that energy burst freaked Bill Ho out. Jun-ho quickly stashed it. My bad, forgot this thing radiates heat like crazy. Dangerous for normies. Mind waiting outside? Bill Ho stepped back nervous. I should have asked. Using something that dangerous on my girl, is it safe? I'm stressing here. Jun-ho explained fast. Yeah, most people can't handle it, but I got the strats, don't worry. Bill Ho calmed down. Chairman Shim vouched for you, right? Yup, that's right. Jun-ho grinned and shook his hand. Bill Ho pleaded, please, save my daughter. Jun-ho smiled gently. Won't take long. He went in and shut the door. Classic system mana transfer time. Jun-ho approached the bed holding the fox core. She was in worse shape than any raid boss he'd faced. Plan A, melt the ice spell with the core's heat. Suddenly, Jun-ho's eyes bugged out. The system popped a notification. Yin energy detected. You can absorb it with your frost skill. He mumbled, confused. Absorbing it boosts magic stats. Jun-ho was shook. What, the frost skill is broken? Defense, offense, and stat boosting. Taking her yin energy buffs my magic? He stared at the system window. Even the shadow guards couldn't pull this off. He racked his brain for old-school leveling lore. First time seeing Frost do this. Maybe the mobs on floor 2 have a dark spell like this? He hesitated, then nodded. Definitely worth a shot to test it. Jun-ho made up his mind. I'll research the meta later. Right now, gotta cure this 9-yin disease before she crashes. He reached out. Gotta delete all that yin energy inside her. Jun-ho focused and the energy transfer started flowing. He remembered back when he was Spectre using yang energy to brute force a cure. It was hard on the patient, but he had no choice. This time he moved with total confidence. This was different. Not expelling the energy, but eating it. His face was intense. This strat was way safer than just nuking it with the core. Outside, Bill-ho was praying hard. Secretary Cha waited. Suddenly, she tapped his shoulder. Jun-ho opened the door. Bill-ho looked up trembling. How'd it go? Jun-ho wiped some sweat, then grinned. GG, total success. She's fully recovered, 0 side effects. Bill-ho dropped to his knees, crying tears of joy. Later in the car, Secretary Cha piped up. Vacation starts the second we get back. No heavy lifting. Jun-ho sighed. Yeah. He leaned forward with a smile. I only crushed this mission thanks to you, Secretary Cha. Thanks, really. She went quiet for a second. I've been thinking about how to pay you back. Thought about a bonus, but figured you wouldn't care about the cash. Jun-ho shrugged. Just doing my job. She continued. So, I decided on this. If you ever need backup, Moho Corp has your back no matter what. Korea's #1 guild. Moho Corp's influence is nationwide, but they're real OP weapon. It's Choi Bil-ho's eldest son, chairman of the Scarlet Tower. That's top 5 national ranking power right there. Having a heavyweight like that in his corner was a total cheat code. Seo Jun-ho bowed with perfect manners, hiding his grin. He had to play this card carefully, wouldn't want to ruin the rep he was building. The chairman smiled like a benevolent grandpa. Just say the word, kid. You're the benefactor of the Scarlet family now. Jun-ho chuckled internally. Mission accomplished. The scene cuts back to the guild hideout. Deok-gu was grinning like he just won the lottery. Yo, I just got a call from the chairman himself. He looked totally shell-shocked. His daughter actually recovered. Dude, are you okay? Like, how's your body holding up? Jun-ho just lounged on the sofa like a king. Chill, Deok-gu. Just a little muscle soreness, that's all. Deok-gu's eyes bugged out. No way you secretly stashing some legendary elixirs or something. Jun-ho tapped his phone, laughing. In your dreams. I just leveled up and unlocked some sweet recovery skills. Simple as that. Now down to business. Jun-ho reached into his pocket and whipped out a fox core. The energy coming off it was insane. Deok-gu froze. You could practically feel the power radiating from it. Is that a fox core? Jun-ho shrugged casually. Yep. But here's the twist. I didn't use this thing to heal the chairman's daughter. He started breaking it down. I used my ice skill to literally suck the negative energy out of her. Deok-gu slammed the table, jumping to his feet. You can do that. Jun-ho just sat there cool as a cucumber. The system says yes. Plus it gave my magic stats a massive boost. He flexed, freezing the core in a layer of ice instantly. I found a glitch in the Matrix, man. My ice skill can drain negative energy from anything. Deok-gu leaned in, eyes sparkling with greed. Anything? Jun-ho cut him off with a smirk. Not just diseases like that 9-yin syndrome. I bet I can drain cursed items too. Deok-gu lowered his head, a shady grin forming. I pick up what you're putting down. You want me to go shopping for some cursed trash, don't you? Jun-ho laughed. That's the spirit, you know me too well. But there's a catch. The disease energy was only ranked mid-level by the system. A notification pinged in his memory. You sensed mid-level energy. Deok-gu rubbed his chin, thinking hard. If an incurable terminal illness is only mid-level, then regular junk items won't give you enough juice. Jun-ho nodded. Exactly. So you hunt for the really nasty stuff, and I'll go scour the marketplace. Suddenly, Jun-ho laughed, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Man, been a hot minute since I hung out with regular players. Deok-gu panicked immediately. Hey, don't go starting beef out there, all right? Jun-ho jumped, acting offended. Wow, rude. Why does everyone think I'm gonna cause trouble? The player market was the main hub for hunters worldwide. The entrance was always packed with newbies and loot. It was the #1 spot for trading intel. Since it was open to the public, it was swarming with people. Jun-ho strolled through the crowd, calculating. How long to the Insadong branch? The streets were way more crowded than the old days. But looking closer, he sighed. Ever since the gates opened, regular folks were struggling just to survive. The whole vibe was kind of grim. But Jun-ho smiled. It was good to be back in the mix. He focused on his mission. He wasn't here for street food. He needed the lantern market. Specifically the cinema, where a concert poster screamed, "Freeze, no one melts anymore." Jun-ho prowled through the dark theater to find row 8 seat G10. This wasn't just a movie seat, it was a VIP warp point A, direct line straight to the shady side of town. He sat down calmly. The teleportation magic here was top-tier stuff. He remembered his old teammate Skaya complaining, unlimited energy and we still get motion sickness. Seriously, what a ripoff. He chuckled at the memory. I'd rather just fly myself. As the space around him warped, he made a silent wish to his missing friends. Hope I see you guys soon. Bam. In a split second, Jun-ho landed in the underground city, the Black Market. This place was a whole different beast from the fancy mall upstairs. No VIP, invite no entry. It was like a pirate harbor where the shadiest players from around the globe came to do business. Suddenly a rough voice barked, "Hey kid, watch where you're looking." The crowd was buzzing with gossip. Yo, any news on the golden urn? Nah, and the guild is still hiding the dark shadow beast. Shady stuff? The black market was a lawless jungle. No guides, no rules. Normal society didn't exist down here. It was survival of the fittest. Whispers started spreading. Wait, is that Seo Jun-ho? The guy who hasn't cleared a single gate yet. Tension started creeping up. Safety was definitely not guaranteed down here. Hunyo scanned the room, ready for action. He was confident, sure, but he knew the odds. The chances of running into someone who could actually hurt him, pretty much zero. He figured the real heavy hitters were already climbing the towers. The guys left down here just scrubs who couldn't handle the pressure of level 2. Jun-ho felt like a shark in a goldfish tank. With the arrogance of a top ranker, he looked up coldly. Step aside. The two thugs tried to stand their ground, but his aura froze them in place. After a second, one of them flinched and scrambled out of the way. Jun-ho raised an eyebrow, thinking, oh, they actually listened. He walked into the shop, and the owner's face lit up. Welcome, come in. The owner did a double take. Whoa, look who it is. The famous celebrity player. Everyone in Korea knew Jun-ho's face by now. Junyo kept it professional. I'm here to check out your artifacts. The owner pointed eagerly. Right this way, our best goods are on the corner shelf. Hunyo walked over his eyes, scanning the loot. Mentally, he was unimpressed. Decent. Valuable. But not what I need. The system pinged constantly. Low-tier cold energy, low-tier dark energy. Sure, even these trash items would boost his mana a little, but he was hungry for a main course. Suddenly, Junho's gaze turned sharp as a blade. Cut the act. I heard a rumor that an intern accidentally sold you some high-grade cursed gear. It's in the private room, isn't it? The owner looked like he'd been slapped. He slammed the table. That's a lie. Who told you that? Junho smirked with total confidence. Come on, I know everything. He could tell this guy was a terrible liar. Junho pulled out an item from his inventory. Tell you what, let me see the real stash. I'll buy some display junk and give you this as a tip. The owner groaned, defeated. Ugh, who keeps leaking my info? He punched a code into the wall. Click. Fine, get in there. The secret door slid open, revealing the shop's true treasures. Junyo stepped in, analyzing everything instantly. Well preserved, but no dark attributes. That's rare. Suddenly his eyes locked onto something in the corner. Ooh, ice attribute. The owner panicked. Don't touch that. He was sweating bullets. That thing is cursed. It'll freeze anyone who touches it instantly. But Junho just slipped it on like a winter mitten. Silence. The owner's jaw hit the floor. This was the glove holding the Frost Queen's grudge. The system pinged bone-chilling aura can absorb enemies. Junyo smiled softly. Mid-level aura. That matches the 9-yin condition perfectly. This was the jackpot. He felt the power humming. This should refill my mana tank nicely. Junho turned to the stunned owner. I'll take it. He paid up and left the guy looking like he'd seen a ghost. Next stop, counter number 3. The bartenders blinked surprised to see him. Even the other players stopped drinking to stare at the newcomer. Junyo sat down like he owned the place. Teleport me to the instance market and get me a drink. The bartender wiped a glass nervously. Sure, boss. But the teleporter has a 10-minute cooldown. While he waited, he felt eyes burning into his back. Heavy footsteps approached. Hey, you. A thug stepped up, sneering down at him. Who invited the celebrity? Yo, isn't that the hotshot rookie Seo Jun-ho? We've heard the rumors about you. The gang snickered, blocking his path. Talented junior, my foot. The veterans say you're gonna crash and burn real soon, kid. Jun-ho didn't even flinch. He just kept sipping his drink cool as a cucumber. If there's no rare loot in this black market, I'm dipping, he thought. Clout is everything for a player these days. Hey, I said I never heard of you, the thug barked. Your reputation is trash, pal. You think flexing your gate clears is gonna get you into a top guild dream on? That's the classic move for washouts bullying newbies for street cred. When Jun-ho ignored him, the thug smashed a cup in rage. Hey, senior is talking to you. Don't you dare glare at me, you punk. The mob started hyping him up, shouting threats like a pack of hyenas. This lunatic is dead meat. We're gonna school you today, boy. You should be thanking us for paving the way, scrub. You hear me? The leader pointed at himself, puffing up his chest. If my body could talk, it would brag about 5 years of glory. That line was so cheesy, Jun-ho literally burst out laughing. He doubled over, clutching his gut, shaking with laughter. The thugs froze, totally confused. What the hell is this guy crazy? Jun-ho wiped a tear and smirked coldly. What's the drama for? Paving the way, he looked at them like they were bugs. That was the first generation's job, not yours. You guys are just street trash. He stood tall and fired back. You only got the guts to bully rookies, don't you? Putting your name in some garbage tabloid was your peak, wasn't it? The burn hit home, the thug's face went ghost pale before he started cursing. Jun-ho cut him off. Quit barking like a dog. Come at me. He stood there unarmed, radiating pure confidence. I need to teach you pests a solid lesson so I can sleep at night. In a flash, the mob surrounded him. The crowd started whispering phones out. Is that really Seo Jun-ho? The rising star. Yeah, but if he gets wrecked here, he's gonna be famous for all the wrong reasons. An old man shook his head. Bullying a newbie for clout pathetic losers. The thug leader just smirked, cracking his knuckles. Keep yapping, Gramps. After I'm done, everyone will know who the real boss is. He glared at Jun-ho with a cocky grin. The guy who beat Foxworks is about to get crushed by the Gangnam Top 3. Suddenly, Jun-ho turned to the vendor. Hey, how long until the teleporter opens? 4 minutes left, sir, the vendor stammered. Jun-ho stepped forward, cracking his neck. 4 minutes. He flashed a savage grin. Perfect. That's plenty of time for a speed run. Mo Young Trang spun his scythe like a cheap action hero. I am Moyoung Trang of the Gangnam Top 3. You should be honored to get beat by me. But Jun-ho was just staring at a dagger he picked up. Just checking the balance, Jun-ho muttered. He gave them a pitying look. Honestly, using a blade on 3 bugs like you feels like overkill. With a roar, Moyoung charged. You bastard! Moyoung swung with killing intent. Jun-ho's eyes sharpened. He didn't panic. He just tilted his head, letting the blade whiz past him, and grabbed the sword mid-swing. He yanked Moyoung forward, throwing him off balance. Before the thug could recover, Jun-ho jabbed 2 fingers right into his face. Bam! The crowd gasped, jaws hitting the floor. In 2 moves, the legendary senior was face-planted on the concrete. Blood gushed from his nose. The thug in the hat started screaming, "Hey, idiot, you messed with the wrong crew." The second guy started sweating bullets. Can I even take him? Panic set in, and he threw a handful of darts. The speed was lethal, but Jun-ho danced through them like he was in the Matrix. Bring it on! The third guy swung his sword wildly. But no matter how fast he attacked, Jun-ho blocked everything effortlessly. A spectator in the back analyzed the fight with a grim face. He's supposed to be a rookie, but Jun-ho moved like a veteran killer. Even pros hesitate, but this kid, he's a monster. One mistake, and you're dead. The spectator smirked. That's the difference between us and you. But he was dead wrong. The arrogant bullies were the ones getting schooled. The tables had completely turned. The thug was wide open. Jun-ho stomped on his shoulder joint, crack. The guy screamed like a banshee as his arm bent the wrong way, shaking in pure agony. Jun-ho turned his cold gaze to the last man standing. The thug's face went white as a sheet. What just happened? He looked at his buddies writhing on the ground in terror. Did he really just solo the Gangnam Top 3 desperate? The thug refused to quit. He unleashed a storm of darts, but Jun-ho dodged every single one with terrifying grace. Jun-ho moved like a phantom. Back in the Twilight era, I slaughtered demons by reading their breath, he thought. Compared to that, this guy is moving in slow motion. He weaved through the attacks and got right in the thug's face. The guy's eyes bugged out as Jun-ho whispered, "Bro, your breathing is way too loud." Thwack. He pinned the thug's hand to the wall with the dagger. The guy blubbered in shock, totally paralyzed. Jun-ho walked over to the leader Moyoung, who was still eating dirt. "You too scared to even look at me now?" Jun-ho asked, his voice dripping with ice. Moyoung flinched, eyes wide with terror. Jun-ho leaned in, terrifyingly calm. "Good choice. I wouldn't dare look my brother in the eye if I was as pathetic as you." Jun-ho turned and walked away like a boss. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. "Victory! Did you see that?" Everyone cheered. "A rookie just dismantled 3 veterans. What a legend." Reporters were already scrambling. Seo Jun-ho, Seo Jun-ho. But our MC just felt empty. This world is messed up, he thought. Nobody cares if you're hurt. They just worship whoever wins. Just then, the vendor waved. "Teleport ready. There are only 3 ways to survive this chaos," Jun-ho mused. "Go crazy like them, turn off your heart, or live alone." With cold eyes, he stepped into the portal. Jun-ho stretched lazily under the vast sky of Killerland. Finally out of that sewer. He looked up, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Man, I really miss my old crew." Meanwhile, the internet was blowing up. The photo of Jun-ho pinning the thug to the wall was trending everywhere. In a luxury car, a scout was analyzing the footage. "This happened minutes ago. He soloed 3 level 20 players like it was nothing. This guy is a beast. What do you think?" Beside him, Princess Gongju-ha was just vibing, munching on ice cream. She swallowed and smiled. "So what's this hottie's name?" Jun-ho, meanwhile, was getting annoyed with a fan. "Smile, say cheese." He stared at the phone, confused. "Why am I taking selfies?" The girl giggled. "Sorry, gotta post this." Suddenly, the crowd behind them yelled, "Hey, quit hogging the line, we're waiting." Jun-ho jumped. "Crap." The warning bell. "If I don't hurry, I won't get home before dinner." He was about to bolt when someone called his name. Player Seo Jun-ho. He turned around to see a sleek car and a girl lowering her sunglasses. "Can we chat for a sec?" Jun-ho paused, his instincts screaming. That bright orange hair, that insane heat energy radiating off her. There was only one person this could be. The Fire Witch of the Big 6 Guilds, Gongju-ha. She handed him a shiny business card. "I'm not some random stalker, promise." Jun-ho felt a smirk coming on. Jackpot. Getting scouted by the top dogs already. Is she trying to recruit me? Not bad. "Can we go somewhere quieter?" she asked. Jun-ho nodded instantly. "Sounds like a plan. Plus, I gotta get away from these fanboys." The line of players started shouting, "Whoa, is he leaving with her? That's Seo Jun-ho. He's made it big time." They escaped into a dimly lit cafe, and Gongju-ha let out a heavy sigh. "Man, I am sweating buckets out here." She finally ripped off her shades and mask, totally complaining. "Ugh. I despise going outside. The heat is my nemesis, but I gotta wear this disguise." Jun-ho raised an eyebrow, totally confused. "Wait, don't you have fire powers?" She waved her hand frantically, trying to catch a breeze. "That's exactly the issue, genius. I vibe with the cold. Okay? Rumor has it, even the demons freeze up when she walks in. This seemingly chill girl is actually the princess of the legendary Deok-gu Guild." She slid a drink over like a total boss. "Here you go for Her Majesty." She flashed a $1,000,000 smile. Jun-ho caught the water, playing it cool. "Thanks for the hydration." He cut straight to the chase, no filter. "So what does a massive guild want with a scrub like me?" She didn't even hesitate, dropping the bomb immediately. "Simple. You want to join the squad." Jun-ho blinked, completely shook. Was she for real? She said it casual-like, as if asking about the weather, not a career-changing deal. Ju-ho calmly sipped her iced coffee. The vice chair specifically ordered me to recruit you. Yeah, you're kind of a big deal. Normal recruitment takes forever, and I'm impatient. She pointed a finger at him, eyes sparkling with approval. I wanted to vibe check you personally first. And congrats, you passed. Jun-ho was still scratching his head, though. Passed what exactly? Ju-ho tapped her chin, breaking it down. First off, your stats are insane. Enough to make us come knocking on your door personally. They don't call you the rookie superstar for nothing. Junyo kept a poker face, but his mind was racing. Guess I'm just built different. To be fair, nobody else on his level was pulling off his moves. Then she kept the hype train going. You also scored S-tier in deduction combat and future potential. It clicked in his head. Oh, so you heard about my little stunt at the market. Ju-ha leaned in grinning like she found a rare loot box. I absolutely loved it. That was some main character energy right there. Your combat skills are top-notch. But I gotta verify one thing, fam. Is it true your main ability is just weapon mastery D rank? Junyo set his coffee down without flinching. Yup. That's what it says on the fake profile. Ju-ha didn't look disappointed at all. If that's the case, I want you even more. She started dropping the sales pitch hard. Think about the flex, Jun-ho. You reach this level with trash skills. Imagine if you actually had good ones. If you join our crew, you'll get access to legendary skill books. We're talking unlimited power. Plus, our coordinators will design a training arc just for you. Jun-ho glanced at the skill book on the table, pretending to weigh his options. Sounds tempting. But inside, he was totally hesitant. They were offering bags of cash and resources. It's why all the op players ditch the association for big guilds. Money talks, and success has its own gravity. Ju-ha dropped the ace up her sleeve. Above all, we are one of the strongest guilds on the server. We have more info about the second floor than anyone else. Isn't it obvious joining us is the meta play here? She smirked, convinced she had this in the bag. She was from the Deok-gu guild after all. No way he would refuse. But Jun-ho hit her with the plot twist. He bowed respectfully. I'm gonna have to pass. Ju-ha waved her hand dismissively, acting like she didn't hear him. Cool, so from now on you can— Wait, what? She slammed the table, jumping to her feet. Excuse me, why? Jun-ho knew the deal, though. Joining them meant money and fame, sure. But nothing in this world is free. Guild orders are absolute. He'd be grinding missions 24/7. It looks shiny now, but he'd end up a slave to the system. Ju-ha stared at him, brain buffering. Hello? Are you seeing clearly? Don't you get what I'm offering? Jun-ho leaned back, dropping some wisdom. I know it's a sweet deal, but have you heard the saying, better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon? She threw her hands up defeated. Ah, I got you. Her opinion of him shifted instantly. The snake's head versus the dragon's tail. He was smarter than she thought. Staying in the association meant a slower grind. The big guilds are a shark tank of competition, but she wasn't ready to let him go just yet. Are you absolutely sure, no regrets? His answer was cold as ice. Sorry. Ju-ha sighed and stood up. Well, can't force a horse to drink, but take some free advice from me. Watch your back out there. Jun-ho chuckled, teasing her. What, you gonna put a hit on me for saying no? She practically shrieked in defense. No, we aren't that petty. Give me some credit. Her expression turned serious. Lately the fiends have been acting up even on the first floor. Jun-ho's eyes narrowed. You think they're scheming something? She shrugged, looking worried. Most likely. The guild might not know yet. That's why I'm warning you. Don't get jumped and die on me, okay? That would be a huge waste. Jun-ho looked at her and grinned. Thanks for the heads up. She waved as she walked away. Catch you later, Snakehead, sir. Jun-ho smirked at the new nickname. Snakehead, huh? Back at base, he spilled the tea to President Deok-gu. Deok-gu looked stressed. So the demons are making moves again? Jun-ho nodded confidently. The Deok-gu guild wouldn't lie about that. It's legit. The room went dead silent. Finally, Deok-gu spoke up, voice heavy. I knew their intel network was fast, but this is next level. He looked at Jun-ho with puppy dog eyes. By the way, do you regret rejecting their offer? Ju-ha went all out to recruit you. Jun-ho waved it off like it was nothing. Nah. Sure, the cash and fame would be insane. But honestly, that stuff doesn't really hype me up. He looked at Deok-gu's gloomy face. Why do you look so sad? You trying to get rid of me? Deok-gu looked down, totally emo. No, I just thought, maybe they could help you grow faster than I can. Junyo felt a bit awkward at the bromance moment. He sighed, keeping it real. Those big guilds are too strict. You let me do whatever I want. That's priceless, man. Deok-gu looked ready to cry tears of joy. He practically shoved a new contract into Jun-ho's hands. All right, let's renew this bad boy tomorrow morning. I'll get you access to the next floor. ASAP. Jun-ho gave him a side-eye. I appreciate the hustle, but is the budget okay? Deok-gu didn't hesitate. Of course you're the guy the big six are fighting over. Our budget can handle a superstar like you. We're investing in the future. Jun-ho grinned, feeling the love. He signed the paper with a flourish. Thanks, Prez. You're the real MVP. So, where are we headed? Floor 77. Jun-ho turned to leave, cracking his neck. Sweet. Time to pack my gear. Then he paused, tossing one last request over his shoulder. Oh, right. Schedule the West Sea Gate raid for 1 week from today. Deok-gu blinked, confused. A whole week, why wait? Then the realization hit him like a truck. Wait, are you hunting the demons? Jun-ho just smiled, eyes cold. Bingo. You gotta set the bait and wait patiently. That's how you catch the monster fish. Breaking news flashed everywhere. Seo Jun-ho to challenge the East Sea Gate. The anchors were losing their minds. This was unprecedented. If he wins, South Korea becomes the world's first safe zone zero gates left standing. The association confirmed Jun-ho's contract renewal. The hype train was leaving the station. Rumors flew that he rejected the massive Deok-gu guild to stay loyal. The association's rising star was betting it all on this one raid. The whole world held its breath. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a menacing figure named Signer sat in the darkness. "Get over here." A minion named Gope scurried in shaking. "You called Master." Signer looked at the intel, visibly annoyed. "That guy," he spoke with venom. "It has to be him. The one with the storm staff." Gope trembled in fear. "You mean the one who—" "Word is, the association president has him in his pocket." Signer's eyes glowed with malice. "He's hiding his strength. Anyone who could kill a watchdog would definitely be cautious." WF was like, "Yo, should I hit up the first floor?" But Xer shut that down real quick. "Nah, fam, we got 0 receipts yet. Beefing with the guild right now. Totally not worth the headache you feel." WF fired back instantly. "Then who we gonna use, bro?" An idea sparked. "If not floor 1, what about those Shadow Brothers we saved for the Vegas brawl? Those dudes are thirsty for power even for top-tier players." The boss made the call right there. "Send them to the East Sea Gate. I don't care if Seo Jun-ho gets wiped out or not." Right after he spoke, he whipped his head around. Whoa. Something crazy happened in the distance. A whole mountain just cracked open. Murderous vibes filled the air, and Xer spun around, totally shook. "It's him. The Sword Saint is making his move." Xer clenched his fist, stressing out hard. He couldn't help but worry about Kim Wong, the legendary Sword Saint of the 9 Heavens. "Even with my bow, I can't touch this guy. If he wasn't there, that storm staff would be mine." In the dead silence, he raged. "He's totally trolling me." Xer hissed. "I'll be watching until your luck runs dry, Seo Jun-ho." Meanwhile, our boy Jun-ho looked up at the confusing info board and bit his lip. "For real, those American dudes? The Shadow Brothers joined as medics. That sus is distinct. I'll have Pops get the secretary to run a background check." Then something clicked in his brain. His eyes flashed, boom. A massive surge of power kicked in, then vanished. Standing in the mana zone, he thought, "Time to spread this juice over the ground and grind my magic stats." It's kinda sketch, but Skya Killilan's strat gives me the wildest EXP gains. The energy curled up like a little tail. Jun-ho poked it, grinning like it was a puppy. But then, game face on. "Can't use the Shadow Guards here. This is the island of the Forgotten Dragon after all. Name says it all, the boss is definitely a dragon. We're talking S-tier endgame content here. To clear this dungeon, you gotta clap that unnamed dragon. Newbies would get insta-killed." Jun-ho looked grim. "I've fought him before, but since I can't fly, it's a total mismatch. I gotta either ride him rodeo style or drag him to the dirt." Just then a notification pinged that made him pause. Info from C Nice that was fast. "Okay, Shadow Brothers. Vincent and Espa. American duo VIP escort specialists with over 200 wins, impressive. Their rare builds both awakened the Shadow skill." He pulled up their interview about why they crashed the East Sea Gate raid. Cameras flashing everywhere. "Why join the raid?" they asked. The brothers synced up. "We felt Jun-ho's unshakable resolve." The press pushed, "So you guarantee a W?" Vincent laughed it off. "Call it fanboying. He pulls off miracles." Espa added with a grin. "We're just honored to carry his bags for Korea's last unconquered dungeon." Watching the clip, Jun-ho chuckled. "Maybe I can exploit that." High above the island, birds were chillin', but down below, just a nasty, stinking swamp. Warning signs screamed, "Danger zone." Shimaku watched the feed. Local reporters are one thing, but international press. This raid is going viral worldwide. He was hyperventilating. "Yo, Jun-ho, you sweating?" The main character replied, calm as a cucumber. "Oh yeah, terrified." Deck wasn't buying it. "Uh-huh." Lies. Suddenly, Jun-ho jumped. "Ah, stupid game is stressing me out." Deck flipped. "I told you to upgrade that brick. That phone belongs in a museum." He chucked a paper roll at him. "Focus, dude. We got 500 million eyes watching this event." Jun-ho shrugged. "I ain't distracted." "Bro, I clapped the Frost Queen. Why would I sweat some dragon that doesn't even have a name tag?" "Fair point," Deck admitted. "But those Shadow Brothers, they're the only other players and they deal with demons. That's bad news. I'm scared they'll backstab you." "My gut says abort mission." Jun-ho kept it chill. "Relax, man. If they turn on me, I got a backup plan." Later, Vincent walked up all hype. "Seo Jun-ho." Espa offered a handshake. "Big fans, dude." They got up in his personal space. "You cleared 2 legendary gates with that skinny frame, wild." Jun-ho gave a polite smile. "Just doing my job." The guy scratched his head, acting shy. "Wow, your English is clean." Jun-ho grinned. "I got a homie in England." Espa glanced at Vincent. "Thought the translation app was lagging." Vincent smiled. "It's all good." "So the last dungeon in Korea, huh? We know the stakes. We're going all out." Jun-ho nodded. "Don't worry, I'm ready for anything." Reporters hyped up the international squad. If they win, Korea becomes the ultimate safe zone. But when does a player truly feel the fear? It's that split second they step into the abyss, blind to the horrors waiting inside. Senses cranked to max volume. Tunnel vision is a killer. You focus on the front. Your back is wide open. Espa's face twisted into a smirk. "Now's our chance." But he froze. Vincent whispered, "Bro." Espa tensed up. "Wait." As Jun-ho walked ahead, fear cold cocked the assassin. "Is he baiting us?" Jun-ho glanced back with a dark look. Espa panic sweated. "Abort." The killing intent vanished instantly. Damn it, missed a perfect shot. Vincent looked up. Is that an island? He whispered. We took the L on this round. We'll get him later. They switched back to nice guy mode. Geez, it's windy. Didn't expect a whole ecosystem inside a gate. Vincent scanned the area. Where's this dragon at area looks clear? He yelled, Yo, Jun-ho, you see anything? Jun-ho looked down troubled. Something's wrong. This feels too weak. Like a one-star tutorial dungeon. Suddenly, a massive gale ripped through the air. Everything blurred. The brothers froze. Jun-ho looked confused. Vincent looked up and screamed, What the? A colossal monster was staring right at them, eyes burning with hellfire. Espa gagged. That's the dragon. Vincent lost it. Look at the size of that thing. Jun-ho just stayed calm. Target located. How do we even kill it? They turned to ask Jun-ho, but he was gone. Panic mode engaged. Where'd that brat go? A voice laughed. You guys seriously couldn't sense me? A massive shadow swallowed them whole. The dragon roared, spitting sparks. The system announced the forgotten dragon had spawned. The beast lunged and screamed, kaboom! Lightning blasted where they just stood. While Jun-ho chilled in the corner, the pros were running for their lives. He stood there cool as a cucumber and dropped the bomb. Real talk, fam. You guys dealing with demons or what? Meanwhile, the dynamic duo was struggling hard. Issa muttered a curse, cutting off his dark power flow. Turning to Esfa, he screamed, Vincent, distract that dragon while I hunt down Seo Jun-ho. His partner looked shook. Yo, you good rolling solo. Vincent snapped back with pure rage. Who do you think you're talking to? Just bring him to me. Vincent dipped out fast. Copy that, boss. Esfa faced the dragon Mamu, going full aggro mode. Those creeps are right over there. Vincent bolted, totally ticked off. Dang it. When was the last time we messed up this bad? If this ends up like the Las Vegas fiasco, we are completely toast. Suddenly he froze like a deer in headlights. Someone blocked his path. He gritted his teeth. This guy's energy was leaking everywhere. Vincent hollered, Yo, is someone there? Gripping his blade, he lied through his teeth. My bro is fighting a dragon, we need backup. Then swish. He took a cheap shot. Quit playing games and follow me. But his sword only sliced empty air. Panic started kicking in. Vincent looked down, sweating bullets. The trees cast wicked shadows everywhere. This was supposed to be his home turf for dark skills, but something felt off. The vibe was heavy, making him hesitate. What was this creepy feeling crawling up his spine? It was like the calm before a massive storm. The tension was off the charts. Darkness swallowed the space, leaving Vincent totally bamboozled. What the heck? Just a second ago, the guy's aura was loud and proud. Now it had completely ghosted him. Bam Seo Jun-ho popped up right behind him. So the rumors are true. You really are playing for Team Evil. What a bummer. Vincent whipped around, stumbling back in shock. His mind raced. When did this guy get the drop on him? Vincent stuttered, trying to play it cool. Jun-ho. What are you yapping about? Junho ripped off his mask. Dude, I'm speaking English here. You understand me perfectly. You're a villain. Drop the act. Vincent tried to shrug it off. Oh, brother. You're just salty because I attacked you right. I only did that because you backstabbed us first. Seo Jun-ho looked at him, bored out of his mind. I gotta admit, that excuse is kinda solid. But shouldn't you have hidden those creepy red peepers? Only the dark crew rocks crimson eyes like that. Vincent slapped a hand over his face. He totally lost control. Nobody ever clocked me as a baddie before. Jun-ho smirked. What's the matter? Can't keep a lid on your powers. That was the last straw. Vincent dropped the facade completely. You think you scare me? Jun-ho laughed. If I got caught like that, I'd be embarrassed. He dropped his sword, letting dark energy explode. Demon tribes rarely show up in these gates. But if you waste one and chug its blood, boom, you join the dark side. It kills your feelings, turns you into a beast, and gives you crazy demonic mojo. Every time I use it, the rush is insane. Dark aura blazed around him. Vincent sneered. Let's see how you talk without legs. He hurled razor-sharp energy beams straight at Jun-ho, but Seo Jun-ho stood there like a statue. He didn't even flinch. He dipped his head face, hidden in shadow. Then, snap. He looked Vincent dead in the eye. Coldly, he unleashed his skill. Whoosh! Vincent's jaw hit the floor. Where'd he go? In a split second, the main character was already standing behind him. Jun-ho spoke cool as ice. At first, I could only mask a little bit of my aura. Vincent was shaking. Everything went dead silent. Jun-ho continued. But once I leveled up, I mastered the rest of my senses too. Sight, sound, smell. Even demon aura. So guess what happens next? Meanwhile, Mamu the dragon hovered high up. Esfa was fighting mad. Dang it, this lizard won't fly low enough. Suddenly bushes rustled behind him. Vincent burst out screaming like a banshee. Esfa glanced over, totally calm. Why are you back alone? Where's Seo Jun-ho? Vincent panted. That dude is a freak. He knows our secret. I used magic, but he vanished. He's been smurfing this whole time. Esva frowned. Wait. If he's that cracked, how did you escape? Why would he let you go? Vincent screamed back. I'm telling the truth, Esva exploded. You absolute moron. You got played. He wants us split up, forget him and help me. I need you to nuke that void dragon while I keep it busy. Vincent blinked. What? Is it that tough? Esva nodded. Its tank ground attacks are useless, but it has one weak spot, the reverse scale. It grows the opposite way of the other scales. Vincent puffed out his chest. Say less. I'll use shadow teleport to get up there. But right then, Mamu swooped down. The dragon opened its maw and unleashed a massive lightning blast. Esva screamed, "Dodge it!" But the power was too insane, wiping out everything. Esva coughed up fresh blood. "Dang, my shadow soldiers got wiped." Vincent started panicking. "Hey!" His eyes glowed demonic red as he pointed. "Ignore me. Focus on your target." He hesitated for a split second, then grit his teeth. "Okay, let's do this." Vincent charged up a skill, locking in on the dragon. He swung his arm, launching a shadowy blast straight at Mamu. Boom! An explosion rocked the sky, but the dragon barely felt it. The dragon stumbled, dipping closer to the ground. That was the opening. Using Shadow Step, Vincent teleported right onto Mamu's back, eyes burning with fury. He scanned the scales. "Where is it?" Moments later, he spotted the odd one out. "Gotcha!" Vincent scrambled up the dragon's spine toward the target. His hand shook as he grabbed the reverse scale. With a mighty yank, he ripped it off. "I did it!" But then, the air crackled with electricity. Vincent froze. "Wait. No way." Zap! A bolt of lightning slammed down, throwing Esva into confusion. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho watched from the sidelines, looking bored. "Idiots!" Esva looked up. "What's happening?" A crispy Vincent plummeted from the sky. "Vincent!" Esva screamed. Vincent could barely speak through the pain. "It's over. We're totally screwed." Esva went pale. Mamu let out a furious roar, blasting more lightning right at them. Junho watched unimpressed. "That's what you get for messing with a rebellious dragon. Classic rookie mistake. You guys clearly never fought the Dragon Clan before. Rebellious dragons are walking rage-quit machines. If you threaten their lair, they go berserk mode instantly. Basically, you just poke the bear. Now someone has to deal with an enraged dragon." Seo Jun-ho hummed, weighing his options. "Should I use that now?" He smirked. "Hey, demon boys, don't die on me yet. Hold aggro while I line up this shot." "Dang it!" Vincent gritted his teeth, panic setting in. "Shut up. You're distracting me." He was terrified. When would this nightmare end? Did this nameless dragon really have god-tier power? Suddenly trouble arrived. Thwack! An arrow flew at lightning speed, piercing straight into Mamu. The dragon screamed in agony. Esva blinked. "Was that?" Vincent? Panic filled the air. Esva clenched his fists, realizing the truth. If Seo Jun-ho dies, we're done for. Nobody can solo this dragon. We need a full party for this raid. He turned to Vincent with a dirty plan. "Listen, if Jun-ho keeps drawing aggro, the dragon will target him. That's our chance to dip. Just hang in there." Seo Jun-ho flashed a cocky grin from the backline. "Wow, look at you boys getting faster. You ain't even fighting back anymore, just focusing on me. Hate to break it to you, but that pipe dream of yours is officially cancelled. That oasis you see, total fake news. Just an illusion." Jun-ho knocked another arrow, channeling his aura into the bowstring. The man was locked, loaded, and ready to ruin their whole day. Without skipping a beat, he let it fly. Jun-ho drew, aimed, and fired like a machine. His power was off the charts, and he knew these shots were about to send that dragon straight to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Esva rushed up, screaming his head off. "Catch those hunting dogs, let's move." He was boiling with rage. "Damn it, Jun-ho, why'd you stop?" But Jun-ho just smirked. "Open your peeper's genius. Just watch the master at work." He sat there totally unbothered, teasing them. "Why play FPS games when you could be hunting?" Vincent lost his mind, screaming. "You crazy psycho. What are you doing chilling back there? You're the support. Do your job." Jun-ho pointed calmly at the target. "I am shooting, bro. Look at the sky. Nothing flying there now. It's a no-fly zone." The two thugs started freaking out. That untouchable dragon just got swatted like a fly. The arrows didn't just hit. They absolutely wrecked Manmu twice. The beast crashed down, riddled with arrows. The thugs stared at the corpse jaws on the floor. They whipped their heads around, minds blown. No freaking way. Unbelievable. Isn't Seo Jun-ho's main class a swordsman? Since when does he have aim? But Jun-ho spoke up cool as ice. Pretty perfect, right? He stood there flexing his logic. The bow is called Stormmaker for a reason. High skill cap, insane power output. No wonder Kuno was obsessing over this gear. It all adds up now. The two thugs exchanged a nervous glance, their vibes switching instantly from aggro to desperate. "Hey buddy, we're all monster hunters here, right? Let's chat." Vincent put on a fake smile. "You know the drill. We're just weaklings following orders. I'll spill the tea on the signers, just let us slide." Jun-ho didn't even blink. He hit them with the cold, hard truth. "Kick rocks. I don't negotiate with trash. He thought you guys saw my secret moves. No way you're walking out of here alive." Realizing the talk was over, Vincent snapped. "You planning to wipe us all out?" He screamed and charged at Jun-ho with zero chill. His eyes were burning with determination, but in a split second, Jun-ho deleted him. Vincent's lights went out before he even realized he was dead. "Wait, did he just glitch?" Esva screamed in terror from the back. Vincent had rushed in like a headless chicken, only knowing how to press the attack button, but the thug barely got close before he started shaking. Junyo dodged the sloppy attack and clapped back instantly. He pierced right through the guy without mercy. The thug stared wide-eyed, muttering in shock. Why are you shaking?" Junyo whispered a nightmare into his ear. "If you scumbags get a respawn in the next life, spend it repenting for your sins." Esva used his last breath to ask, "What's the plan?" Junho just shrugged casually. He turned his gaze to Manmu the dragon lying in a pool of its own blood. Walking across the cold battlefield, Junho approached the fallen beast. What was that look in its eyes? He raised his sword cold and professional. Manmu's lips twitched. "Goodbye." Junho swung the blade down a clean strike, embedding deep into Manmu's skull. The dragon's eyes stayed half open, life fading out like a dying battery. Manmu finally closed his eyes. Game over. The system chimed in with the victory music. You have defeated the nameless dragon. Jun-ho nodded decisively. I'm definitely dying next if I don't play this right. But man, was he satisfied. Finally got to test out that wicked new ability. Jun-ho felt a surge of pride. This skill came straight from the dark side. The confession of the fallen. Jun-ho sifted through the data stream demanding the memories of the deceased host. He commanded with the voice of a king. Confess now. The interface pinged with a fresh update. You have triggered Vincent's memory. The confession of the dead is live. He tapped his forehead, downloading Vincent's life story like a zip file. He grinned with excitement. So that's how the cookie crumbles. He swiped the holographic screen like he was browsing a streaming service, loving the system's features. Let's see what we got. Search mode on. Show me the latest drama. Vincent's memories started playing. Some guy was on the floor crying his eyes out. Why are you doing this to me? His desperate screams echoed as he got taken out along with a bunch of other poor souls. Total tragedy. I'll pay you everything. Please spare my dad, please. Watching this brutal scene, Jun-ho felt a lump in his throat. We wiped these guys out way too easily for the crimes they committed. System filter search. Show me anything on the Monster Alliance. Instantly a clip popped up. A dude standing in front of a laundry shop opening the door to a room full of ancient washing machines. The messenger stood under a dim light holding an iron like a weapon, dropping orders to join the Rookie Korean Player Guild at East Harbor. Esfa asked about the auction in Las Vegas. The messenger shrugged it off. Why tell me I'm just the delivery guy? Jun-ho hit the rewind button mentally. So that's their secret base. A laundromat classic villain move. He wondered, is this just one of their hideouts? Jun-ho's voice held a hint of hesitation. Give me more intel. He kept scrolling through the footage. A voice from the screen cut in. Ha! Those guys are brothers. The mystery man spoke with ice in his veins. I like their aesthetic. He paused. I'll turn them into specimens on level 2. He promised I'll give you power that tops everyone else. Suddenly the guy froze, eyes popping out like he saw a ghost. Jun-ho staggered back, clutching his head. The data download was frying his brain. The system blared a warning alarm. Skill level too low. Memory recall failed. Skill disabled for user safety. Jun-ho gasped, whispering, who was that in the last fragment? Is that beast stronger than these goons? Damn it. If I want the full 4K picture, I need to grind more levels. Jun-ho mumbled an acknowledgement. He looked over at the Dragon Manhwa. This skill wasn't just for human targets. Jun-ho started theory crafting. This powerful creature isn't on the level of the Cinder Fox, but it's got to have a name that fits its rank. He ordered decisively. Show me. Jun-ho's curiosity was peaking. Who was this monster before the fall? A faint image of a monk appeared, his vibe totally calm and zen. 5 years since the big war between the three nations wrapped up. Have you heard the people hyping up this era of peace? The monk asked. But the king's voice was bitter. You talk of a peace we know is fake. That war never really ended. The king spat the truth. That superpowered dynasty is still aiming at our northern lands. What's the point of their so-called peace? He groaned in pain. My body is failing. The monk tried to interrupt, but the king's voice was fading fast. Biosa, do you know the legend of Vion, the divine dragon protecting the rich dynasty? He doubted that fairy tale, thinking it was just superstition. But it weighed on his soul. The king looked out over his kingdom, heavy with burden. If that dynasty has a divine dragon, then our people need a guardian too. The king gave his final order. When I kick the bucket, cremate me and scatter my ashes in the eastern sea. I will become a true dragon to protect this dynasty. He yelled it out with his last breath. The monk cried, Your Majesty, you can't abandon your reincarnation and karma. But the king shared his burden. I lived too flashy in this life. Eventually I'll fall and become a monster. He questioned his own fate. Is this my destiny? Back in the real world, Jun-ho stood silently by the corpse. He connected the dots. This nameless dragon used to be human. A king who sacrificed his afterlife to guard this land. Jun-ho realized the man was MANHWA of Shinsao. The system updated the feed. You have witnessed history through a confession. Boom. Skill level surged up. Jun-ho felt a wave of guilt for killing his own ancestor. He kneeled, showing mad respect. Jun-ho prayed sincerely for the land's safety, asking the spirit to finally rest. Sunlight hit the dragon's scales, making them shimmer like diamonds. MANHWA's soul began to ascend, finally free. Seo Jun-ho looked up at the sky like a total boss, watching the soul drift away. The man turned back with a nod of gratitude. Boom! A system notification flashed before his eyes. Hidden quest on Nameless Dragon Island completed. He scored the Tide Breath Fluid item and unlocked the Ascension Helper title. The system updated instantly. Dude literally cracked the secret code of the dragon's land. Jun-ho was absolutely shook. Realizing he had hacked the game's secrets, he zoned out in thought. He didn't just level up. He grabbed a super rare item. Yo! I never expected to bag such premium loot, he thought, grinning. Jun-ho gazed at the horizon and shrugged. Making a mistake like this ain't too shabby. Meanwhile, at the press conference, the Eastern Seagate was clear, and the crowd was buzzing with gossip. Four Eyes asked, Wait, why is Seo Jun-ho coming out solo? Someone nearby whispered, totally sus. Does that mean the twin brothers got wasted? The reporter with the brown hair threw shade, asking suspiciously, Is that for real? I don't buy the story that the Shadow Twins are toast, a bystander said seriously. No matter how hype your job is, death is usually just a cooldown timer. They aren't special. The audience roared. Wow, showtime. Someone stepped up yelling, "Go get the scoop from him." Seo Jun-ho stood on stage looking cold and lonely. He spoke with max emo energy. "The only reason I'm out here alone is because you all want answers." Jun-ho painfully admitted, "It's all my bad." He spun the story with heartbreak. "We got lost in that door maze. It dragged us way off the map." He choked up, fake sobbing like an Oscar winner. "When I finally found the exit," Jun-ho recalled spitting the lie the nameless dragon had already wrecked the Shadow Twins. He engraved the fake regret into his heart. "If only I had speedrun it faster. I'll never forget them," he cried, expressing deep sorrow. Watching Jun-ho's performance on a screen, Singer saw right through it. They sacrificed themselves like heroes. "Yeah, right." He snapped, totally triggered. That lucky brat hit the jackpot. His minion spoke up. "Boss, what's the play for the auction now?" Singer stayed quiet, his brain buffering. "I'm the one who decided to let the Shadow Brothers go," Singer thought, stressing out. "I gotta make the first move fast. Send the guards to the second floor no matter the cost. Got it?" "Yes, sir," the higher-up argued. "Sending them to the first floor is a waste of resources. Push them down." The subordinate replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." But then he hesitated. "But the CEO said..." Singer raised his voice. "Did you forget the Monster Association only cares about the W? The mission at the auction must succeed. Don't even think about blocking us." He sneered with pure malice. "I might get roasted for this later, but it beats losing my head. Get those guards to the Las Vegas auction ASAP." Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho sighed, totally drained. "Secretary Cha," he huffed, looking at the mountain of paperwork. "Why didn't you organize the personal mission requests this time?" She confirmed, "I already did, boss." Jun-ho was surprised. "Wait, so this massive pile is the filtered list?" Cha responded. "Yup, thanks to the sweep at East Harbor." Jun-ho leaned back, forcing a smile. "But I only said I was helping Titi," Cha whispered, softly roasting him. She noted philosophically. "For lucky players, luck is basically a skill." She hesitated, then bowed her head to look at him. "I know, but seriously, we need to fix your hair first." Jun-ho frowned, looking confused and a bit sweaty. "Nah, probably not necessary. I'm not some celebrity." Cha shut him down firmly. "You are. Your hair looks like a crow's nest in the press photos." She pulled up a virtual screen showing profiles of the hottest players. Cha introduced, "Check out the drip on these top players." She added sarcastically, "See the difference? Their skills might be mid compared to you, but at least they don't look dusty." She asked casually, "You have a day off, right?" He sighed, defeated. "Uh-huh." She handed him a business card. "Hit up this salon. Seriously." Cha looked at him with puppy eyes. "Just get it done. Now." Jun-ho silently complained. "Man, I remember how chill it was with the mask on." He said with concern, "All right, fine. You can bounce early too." Cha wasn't convinced. "Really?" Jun-ho leaned on his documents. "Yeah, you did grind hard, organizing all this paper." Her face lit up like a Christmas tree. Cha bowed deeply. "Thank you. Have a great day." She zoomed out but yelled back, "Don't forget to get your hair fixed, boss." Jun-ho wiped sweat from his forehead. "She's so intense." He touched his hair and wondered, "Is it really that long?" Looking out the window, he thought deeply. "I guess a trim wouldn't hurt." Jun-ho stepped out quietly. "Going to a fancy salon isn't bad, but back when I was just Jun-ho, life was way more relaxed." He walked slowly, sighing. "Even without the mask, I can go anywhere." Jun-ho looked up at the giant billboard. But things are a little different now. He stood still, eyes locked on the screen, resolving to keep grinding. The small bell on the door jingled, signaling a customer. Jun-ho looked around the room, disappointed. Empty, as usual. He slowly peeled the mask off his face. He pulled a book off the shelf. "Those guys are definitely plotting something shady." He smiled with satisfaction and hummed a tune. Finally, back at my sanctuary. Suddenly remembering something important, he ordered some instant noodles. Jun-ho walked to the reading table, spotting a girl sitting there. Her back was turned, hair messy, slurping ramen while reading. Jun-ho looked at the overflowing bowl, thinking, "Isn't it a bit much to devour novels like that?" Deep down, he realized it had been ages since he saw his teacher in a place like this. This person felt super familiar. No way. Could it be? He realized who it was and called out, "Secretary, Cha." Startled, Cha spit out her food. She stared at him, stammering, Seo Jun-ho." The clock showed 7:25. Jun-ho sat calmly reading while sweat poured down Cha's face from pure embarrassment. Jun-ho turned to her, speaking with determination. "Even if you glare at me, I ain't leaving." Her face was dead serious, eyes narrowed with suspicion. Cha angrily slammed the book on the table, cheeks bright red. "I don't think it's wrong for adults to read whatever they want. Great heroes said the whole world is in a book." Jun-ho teased. "True, but I only see you pointing at that specific book." "Does your librarian's book really hold the entire world?" Cha, irritated, asked sharply. "So, Jun-ho, you've read some grand literature, how dare you judge my taste?" He replied calmly, "I'm just checking out the cover." Jun-ho thought silently that his book was pretty much the same. Trying to make peace, he added, "How about a truce?" She set a condition. "Show me your book title, and it's a deal." Jun-ho hid half his face behind the book, acting shy. Cha chuckled with a triumphant grin. Suddenly the news blared. "Going to America." She pressed anxiously. "Are you going to that ceremony?" He slammed the book down, stretched and smiled brightly. "Not bad, actually pretty good." He glanced at Cha. "Has the librarian finished reading too?" She held her book with a radiant smile. "Yes, it was totally awesome." He looked at her warmly. "That's actually surprising." Cha blinked. You mean the fact that I came to a comic cafe? He laughed. Yeah, I heard you were super professional, so I thought this place was way off your radar. Cha lowered her gaze. Normally people think that. She shrugged casually. But I like it here. I can read freely without anyone bothering me. Cha excitedly shared. Plus, I prefer flipping real pages over digital screens. Jun-ho spread his hands in agreement. So you love the smell of books too, right? She inhaled deeply, savoring the vibe. Yeah, that old book smell, absolute fire. Smells like nobility and time itself. But the clock on her wrist was ticking loud. She stood up and said, Look at the time. I gotta bounce. Jun-ho tried to be smooth and help. I can call a cab for you. She shut him down politely. Nah, I'm good. My crib is close. He waved. Catch you tomorrow then. Jun-ho watched her go, admiring her hustle. Gotta stay sharp in this player association, he told himself. Suddenly, Deok-gu flipped out. Yo, what's this about dipping to the States? He was totally pressed. Are you seriously gonna crash your brother's memorial? Seo Jun-ho chilled on the sofa like a boss. Why would I pull up to that? Deok-gu leaned in suspicious. Then why the Vegas trip? Jun-ho dropped the bomb. Found the secret hideout for the Shadow Demons, fam. Deok-gu shouted, For real. Deok-gu was thirsty for tea. Where is it? Jun-ho whispered. Top secret. Solo mission. Deok-gu leaned back looking salty. Bro, I'm actually worried about this. Jun-ho looked shook. Worried about me? Yeah. Then Deok-gu rubbed his face exhausted. Psych. I'm worried for the demons. You're gonna clap them before we get any intel. Seo Jun-ho flexed confidently. Relax, I'll bring the receipts back. Don't trip. Deok-gu thought to himself. This guy's extra, but he actually knows his stuff. He leaned in. Fine. I'm riding with you on this. Need backup. Seo Jun-ho smirked at the screen. I always need your help, homie. Just not for this trash. Crash. He dumped a massive pile of bones on the table. Deok-gu pointed shook. What are those? Jun-ho explained the loot. Dragon bones from the gear shop, baby? Used half already, he added. Tell the old blacksmith to forge me a heater with the rest. Deok-gu checked his watch cool as a cucumber. Bet. I'll hit him up. Anything else? He asked for specs. Jun-ho got all emotional voice cracking a bit. Just tell him. I want a sword like the ones from the good old days. Deok-gu mentioned the old man hits 100 years old in 2 days. Does he even remember Jun-ho wanted to send love? Tell him this for me too. He smirked over his shoulder. If he forgot me, it's time for him to retire. The room went silent, lit only by the faint blue neon from the city. Seo Jun-ho crashed onto the soft bed and tapped his smartwatch interface. He DM'd her. Yo, Secretary Cha, can you switch my flight to Las Vegas? Make it tomorrow. She said yes, and he grinned like he won the lottery. Time to check the inventory loot. Let's see what we got. He tapped an item, a magical flute called Myriad Sparrow's Harmonics. It wipes away stress total chill vibes. But the system warned only 3 uses before it breaks. Yunyo scoffed. Only 3 charges, that's weak. But he knew the original owner was OP, a total legend. Jun-ho had to respect the title. Plus, he had an ascendant aid to boost his levels. It wasn't god tier yet, but it was enough to wreck shop. He shouted with hype. Finally, my magic stats are maxed out across the board. Jun-ho was feeling himself. At this rate, he'd be swinging swords like a pro in no time. Swordsmanship needs high IQ magic control. He was certain that with maxed out mana, he'd awaken that skill instantly. Jun-ho thought, I'll learn faster this time. With these stats, the second floor is going to be a cakewalk once I master the blade and hit tier 3. His eyes glowed in the dark, hungry for power. But a doubt crept in. Could he stand toe-to-toe with the 9 supreme warriors now? 2 years gone, he wondered. Are those top dogs cracked now? He looked at the sky and sighed. Those demon goons are just scrub-tier trash, though. Sitting on the bed, staring at the window, the adrenaline kicked in. Next stop, Las Vegas. The city of sin gambling and 24/7 partying. Jun-ho walked around complaining. Are we there yet? My legs are dying. He flashed back sadly. Man, if Skaya was here, we'd teleport instantly. Skaya, I really miss you. He looked at the noisy mob and pulled his cap down. Too bright. Then he realized why it was so packed. Is it because of this, a giant glowing orb hyped up the MGM Grand Auction? Selling artifacts from world-famous celebs wild. Jun-ho sighed head down. He tapped his watch and admitted, Real talk, I don't get the hype about auctions. Seems boring. A map popped up way too far. Let's speedrun this and sleep. Meanwhile, at a crusty laundry shop, a demon mashed the remote. The AC was dead. Smash. Damn it, where's the repair guy? He raged. Nothing works in this dump. Shadow Brothers failed and now I'm sweating bullets. He held his head totally tilted. Thought he could ghost the bosses. But his buddy asked, Those crazy overseers, do I know him? He spilled the tea. Haven't smelled blood like that in ages. That guy is a top-tier eliminator. The other demon gasped. Huh. Bam! The door flew open. The demon ripped his hair out, panicking. Yo, surveillance team is here. The sniper walked in looking at them like they were trash. What is this heat? She growled. Y'all want to die. The 2 demons bowed like crazy. My bad. So sorry. The sniper just sneered. Why is it so hot? You have a death wish. The servants kept bowing. We apologize. Truly. The sniper snapped. Just give me the instruction manual. She snatched the paper, giving it the side-eye. Brow furrowed, she sounded irritated. Look at this mess. Can the quest really be changed now? The monk gasped. No way did the second floor infiltration flop. She shoved the paper at him. Read it and weep genius. He stared at the paper. It was the perfect setup for leveling up. He crushed the paper in his fist, totally salty. The sniper turned to the big boss. General, did you hear upstairs blocked us and I gotta babysit that thing? She complained. Those losers aren't even my boss. They stood quiet, waiting for the general to make a move. He was ice cold. He put his hand out. The bone guy knew the drill and handed over the smooth paper with shaking hands. Whoosh! The general burned it to ash instantly. His voice demanded respect. Listen up. Is there any other order besides this trash? The demon stuttered. No, sir. Cold as ice, the general walked out with his squad. Clang. The metal gates shut tight. He flopped on the floor, wheezing. You good? That was the surveillance team? He looked traumatized. Scary. But that team leader was kind of bad, though. The demon totally lost his cool. Yo, are your eyes just for decoration? The other guy pouted like a kid. Why are you tripping on me? But the mood dropped instantly. Listen up, because I'm only spitting this once. Open your ears. The demon's face twisted in pure stress. The top 9 players ruling this world, they call them the 9 heavens. And the captain of the surveillance squad, he's a straight-up nightmare. This dude isn't just part of the heavens. He is a high-ranking officer in our own crew, a disciple of Lord Nazat himself. The other demon's jaw hit the floor and he started stuttering like crazy. Wait, 6 months ago, the scorching demon responsible for that turkey massacre. Is it seriously the same guy? Confirmed. Panic took over. That guy is a total psycho. The demon grabbed a chair, shaking. Word on the street is wild. The squad originally had 5 heavy hitters. He leaned in close. But 2 of them ticked him off. Now they are just piles of bones. A shadow loomed at the door. Both demons screamed like little girls. Gah! One asked, voice trembling. Who is there? You almost gave me a heart attack. Are you the air conditioner repair guy? He grumbled, annoyed. Why did you take so long? I am literally melting in here. Seo Jun-ho blinked, confused. Air conditioner. He smirked and raised a hand. I got you covered. Chill vibes instantly filled the room. The demon raised a hand to feel the breeze. Oh, snap. So you are a player, the demon asked, shivering. But you chill out a bit. It's freezing in here. The other one joined in. Yeah, man, quit playing around. But while they were whispering, cut it out. Seo Jun-ho let out a savage smirk. How can I stop when I am not joking? He tossed his baseball cap aside, eyes ice cold. Then those dumb demons better shut their traps and quietly kick the bucket. Maustiates. Boom. The demons turned into popsicles. Their eyes went glassy and dead in a second. He dusted his hands off. Too easy. Seo Jun-ho grinned, totally unimpressed. Just small fry used for running errands. Pathetic. He checked his watch, cool as a cucumber. If it was the real squad, this would have been a fight. Classic power fantasy setup, right? Suddenly a voice crackled on the line. Hello? He asked, surprised. Shh, duh. The voice was salty as heck. Hey, you lunatic. Deok-gu in full rant mode. It is 2 in the morning over here, Seo Jun-ho whispered, wincing. My bad for waking you, bro, but I need a solid. Worried much? Deok-gu asked. You in danger? Jun-ho cut to the chase. I want to crash the upcoming auction in Las Vegas. He paused. But no invite means no entry, Seo Jun-ho commanded. Hook me up with one. The other side sighed defeated. Who do you think I am? The Korean Player Association leader. But he still caved. Of course I can snag one. What is your room number? And the hotel name, Seo Jun-ho, scanned the lobby thinking. Turns out this crib is where the auction is tomorrow. Laser focused on the mission. He decided to scope out the scene first. Seo Jun-ho reasoned with himself. Probably don't need to rock that outfit Deok-gu sent, right? He let out a deep sigh. It is a premium silk suit from the Silk King, but still, even if it cost a fortune. He remembered Deok-gu's nagging. I sent the invite and the suit. We have to show these fools we are not soft. Jun-ho rolled his eyes. Totally unnecessary. I am just here to watch the show. Classic underdog flagging, am I right? As the thought crossed his mind, Seo Jun-ho looked up. Something caught his eye. Standing at the glorious casino entrance, he muttered, maybe just a quick peek. He breezed through security, but a voice boomed from behind. Hold up! He froze in surprise. Are you Seo Jun-ho the player? Jun-ho spun around, eyes narrowing. Sus. Who are you? In-ho flashed a smile. We met back at the Eastgate. I am Ha In-ho from the D-Cab Guild. Ring a bell. Jun-ho searched his memory. Oh, you are the guy who was next to Captain Gongju Ha. It clicked. Seo Jun-ho thought to himself. The butler and the princess duo. Ha. Small world. He forced a smile, scratching his head. My bad. I did not recognize you earlier. In-ho laughed, super chill. So what brings you all the way to Sin City? Seo Jun-ho kept it 100. Here for tomorrow's auction, but rotting in the hotel sucks, so I am roaming. He flipped the script. How about you, Ha In-ho? He puffed out his chest. On the grind. Our squad is handling security for the event. Then he got curious. Yo, were you planning to hit the casino? Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, figured I would try my luck, but the alarm went nuts. In-ho signaled him to follow. I got you, bro. I will sort that mess out. Stick with me. He explained the drama. The casino changed their rules recently. With the world going crazy, too many players used their powers to rob the house blind. Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. You mean cheating with skills? In-ho nodded. Exactly. That is why they opened the VIP zone, a special casino just for players. They overlooked the massive floor. An exclusive playground for the superpowered. He grinned. In here, you can use your abilities as much as you want. But catch this, the house is a player too, Seo Jun-ho asked. Does not that make high levels OP? In-ho laughed it off. Nah, fam. Stats do not mean jack in here. Take our princess, for example. She has not won a single dime. Bam. The princess slammed the table. I am ranked second best. Is this whole place a scam? She buried her face, sobbing comically. But Seo Jun-ho's eyes sharpened. This is not cheating or luck, he analyzed instantly. It is a battle of pure perception. He slid into the seat next to her. Yo, is this game fun? Fun? She clenched her fists, despair radiating off her. I have lost everything, she glared at him. But clearly, she was addicted. Suddenly she flipped her hair. Wait a sec, did you follow me here? Your ego skyrocketed. You want to be my minion that bad. Seo Jun-ho waved his hands. Whoa, hard pass. The princess beamed. Just messing with you. Then she got serious. Really? So it is not true, he explained. Here for the auction. Just killing time. In-ho dragged me along. She nodded like a boss. If you need backup, holler at me. I am leading the security team. Seo Jun-ho replied politely. Thanks. Internally, he roasted her. Gambling on the clock bold, he asked seriously. Is this game actually that hard? She sighed. Dude, look at the dealer. His skills are god tier. Seo Jun-ho was curious. Do you know him? Nope. They all wear those creepy masks, Jun-ho guessed. Probably to hide their aura signatures. He shoved his entire stack forward. All in. The princess gasped. You are betting everything on round one. When I started, the speed wrecked me. He teased her. So now you are used to it, but still broke. The dealer spoke, voice devoid of emotion. Let us begin. Game on. His hands were a blur, shuffling the 3 bells with inhuman speed, faster and faster, then total stillness. Please make your choice. The princess's eyes popped. I got it this time. She pointed at the left bell with zero doubt. It is definitely the left one. I saw it with my own eyes. She grinned, puffed up with pride. I am actually a pro at this now. Seo Jun-ho dropped a truth bomb. I think team leader Gong should retire from gambling. She tilted her head, confused. Huh. Why not? He stayed quiet. He could not just tell her. She has absolutely zero talent for this. He slammed his chip down. The middle one. The dealer flinched. Shock flashed in his eyes. He lifted the bell. Congratulations. Whoa. The princess jumped up screaming. Is this that legendary beginner's luck? She turned to him, beaming. But I heard that's a one-time thing. She lectured him. So, you should quit while you are ahead. Then she clenched her fist. Of course, I have not had my luck yet. So I gotta keep grinding. Seo Jun-ho put on his best fake sad face. Man, that's a total bummer. He was debating if he should just dip, but suddenly, bam. A lady's voice cut through the noise. Yo, knucklehead, she yelled. Let's settle this right here. The dude snapped back, annoyed as heck. I told you, quit calling me that. Jun-ho couldn't believe his luck running into these clowns. He was internally fist-pumping. Nice. No need to waste time hunting them down, but Jun-ho had to play it cool. He couldn't just jump them without proof they were actually villains. And right now, zero proof they were part of the dark side. So the only play was to set a trap. He turned to Liu Hang with a hyped-up grin. Yo, this game is actually way more fire than I thought. I'm gonna stick around for a few more rounds. She face-palmed hard. Dude looked totally hooked. The dealer announced 3 players and slapped 5 cups on the table. The host set those 5 cups down and started mixing them with crazy speed. Sniper and Knucklehead were laser-focused. Then the dealer stepped back. Make your move, players. 4. Center cup, easy money. Sniper smirked. Jun-ho frowned, acting all serious. I'm taking the first one on the right. Knucklehead stared straight ahead. Ice cold. Last one on the right for me. The host lifted the cups and grinned. 2 winners on the right side. Since you're sitting apart, the picks count differently. Congrats to both of you. Liu Hang's eyes popped out of her head. That ain't luck, that's straight up skill. Sniper was grinding his teeth in rage. Meanwhile, Jun-ho was sizing up that skinny dude like a hawk. She yelled at her partner, Don't get cocky, you knucklehead! He looked ready to snap. Back off. But he was eyeing the prize, realizing Jun-ho was actually a threat to their stash. Liu Hang nudged him, impressed. Yo, Slick, you a pro at this or what? How'd you get so good? Jun-ho gave a humble smile. Nah, just learned a trick from a buddy. He flashed back to Gilberto's advice. Swain so, some must visual tricks accomplish. Gilberto had said seriously. Look at the player, not the surface level garbage. Whether you're stronger or weaker doesn't matter. What matters is seeing the core of the trick. The host cracked his neck and said, Shuffling time. He moved at lightning speed, creating streaks of light that left Liu Hang shook. But Seo Jun-ho stayed calm. He knew the deal, don't watch the cups. Watch the dude using the special technique. Jun-ho locked in on the guy wielding the ability. He and Knucklehead shouted at the exact same time. Second bell from the left. The host announced the results. Correct, the host bowed. We're swapping dealers now, so sit tight. He leaned toward Liu Hang. Team leader, check out this sick artifact while we wait. Jun-ho reached into his pocket and pulled out the item. Liu Hang gasped, stuttering. What was that? A compass? Jun-ho nodded. Chairman Shimoku gave me this bad boy. If we juice it up with magic, it points to special people. She asked confused, special people. He replied coolly, obviously nobody in this room. It hunts down specific targets. She blinked, totally lost. Tracking special people. He kept a straight face. Yeah, definitely nobody here, of course. His answer left her confused. Huh, is it pointing at them? Jun-ho checked the compass again. This is a hype moment for the recap, guys. That's weird. Why is it glitching like this? He stood up, shoving his chair back. You gotta hit the restroom real quick. Liu Hang panicked. Hurry back! The suspense is killing me. Knucklehead stood up too, acting casual. I'm heading to the can too. Sniper side-eyed him, asking how long he'd be. Chill, Knucklehead said. Just 5 minutes. Jun-ho dashed down a dark hallway. The tension was spiking like crazy classic awakening vibes. He sprinted to a dead end. Jun-ho stood there acting confused when a shadow appeared. Knucklehead spoke up bored. This ain't a restroom, pal. Jun-ho wondered if the compass actually worked on these demons. It knew they were monsters, so it ran away. Suddenly, Jun-ho held the compass high and smashed it on the ground. Crash! It shattered into a million pieces. Watching this, Knucklehead was confused. Relics don't break that easy. That thing's a fake, Jun-ho shouted back. Welcome to a classic system showdown. Did you bait me here on purpose? Jun-ho smirked confidently. I smelled your nastiness back at the casino. I got eyes for this stuff. He stared the dude down. What do you know about us? Jun-ho kept taunting him. Let me guess. You got our whole itinerary for tomorrow. Knucklehead ground his teeth, murderous rage in his eyes. Enough talk. He launched a lightning-fast attack Jun-ho barely dodged in time. Knucklehead came in for a second strike. Jun-ho was shook. He's fast. Dude wasn't just strong. He had super speed. Knucklehead laughed arrogantly. I figured out your ability. This is straight-up traditional leveling action. He sneered. Just give up and be a good boy. You can't dodge this next one. Jun-ho stayed silent, calm as water, closing his eyes to focus. Knucklehead wondered, can he really tell I'm too fast for him? Not a bad guess. Jun-ho strategized instantly. The best spots for a one-hit KO are the head and heart, so he knew the enemy would guard the head first. He decided to aim for the heart, but first distraction. He unleashed a thick cloud of white smoke. Knucklehead's eyes went wide. Smoke! He growled, totally thrown off. As Knucklehead charged through the fog, angry as hell. Jun-ho's blade was already aimed at his chest. Jun-ho laughed. Too bad. That's only move number 7. Knucklehead collapsed, groaning. This fight is pure fire classic manhwa style. If I know where you're attacking, my speed doesn't matter, right? Jun-ho teased him. With your temper, if I left my head open, I knew you'd go straight for the heart, he mocked. Tsk, tisk, why the rush? Knucklehead shouted in pure rage. Shut up, you trash! Jun-ho casually grabbed his arm. Snap, half of Knucklehead's arm froze solid before the villain even realized it, Jun-ho countered. Smiling, he said, being too careful is a weakness, bro. Back at the window, Sniper was deep in thought. She sighed. I hate to admit it, but Knucklehead is a beast in one-on-one combat. She turned around, looking worried. But since he ain't back yet, he must be taking a beating. She gritted her teeth. That fool said 5 minutes, but he walked right into a mess. Finally, the demon boss asked, what's the status? Sniper turned and reported, it's an Asian guy with Gong Ha from the Goblin Clan. Probably part of that group. The demon boss got suspicious and opened the info board. Profiles of every player in Las Vegas popped up. Sniper pointed at the screen. Found him. She stared at Seo Jun-ho's stats, eyes wide. That's definitely him. The demon cleared the screen, leaving only Jun-ho's profile to analyze. And that wraps up another crazy scene. He tapped the screen to zoom in. Weird. A rookie who debuted 2 months ago shouldn't be able to beat my subordinate. Suddenly more data popped up, leaving the demon absolutely shook. He stammered. Wait, this guy is connected to the Shadow Brothers. Sniper was totally floored. For real, is that true? Turns out he came through the gate alongside the Shadow Brothers. The more the demon thought about it, the more his brain twisted in knots. He was starting to suspect this rookie was hunting them on purpose. If that was the case, the Shadow Brothers' master plan was in serious trouble. And it was all because of this one guy. He paused, a dark realization washing over him. From this moment on, Seo Jun-ho was public enemy number 1. The demon's eyes glowed with malice as he gave the order. Eliminate him on sight. No mercy. Meanwhile, across the city, Seo Jun-ho stepped out of his car looking sharp as a tack in a fitted suit. He strolled up to the entrance, but the guard blocked him like a brick wall. Hold it right there. Let me see your invitation. Without a word, Seo Jun-ho whipped out a sleek black card. The guard's eyes almost popped out of his skull. His attitude flipped instantly. My apologies, sir. Please come right this way. Seo Jun-ho blinked confused. Wait, don't I need to go through the metal detector? The guard started sweating bullets. Sir, this is the regular checkpoint. The VIP entrance is on the other side. Seo Jun-ho walked in thinking, since when am I a VIP? Did Captain Gong pull some strings for me? He glanced to the side and spotted a familiar face. Du Hong walked in fanning herself and groaning. Ugh, it's absolutely scorching out here. Junyo chuckled to himself. Speak of the devil. Just as he thought of her, Gong Ju-ha stormed up to a staff member. I need ice, like right now, give me 20 cups. Junho walked up and greeted her. Captain Gong. She spun around so fast she almost got whiplash. Then she scowled. Who are you, wait? Are you that snakehead guy who ditched me after a bathroom break? Junyo cringed, face heating up. Ah, you were actually waiting for me yesterday. She exploded with rage. You think, she screamed. If a man says he'll be back, he should keep his word. She looked ready to cry from frustration. I stayed up all night tossing and turning. I was dying to know what a lab bonbon is. What is it? What does it even mean? Seo Jun-ho looked genuinely lost. My bad. I totally forgot. But that just added fuel to the fire. Is sorry gonna fix my sleep schedule? She snapped. Jun-ho sighed. Fine. I have no choice. Next time dinner is on me. Do-hong's mood flipped instantly. She pouted, flipping her hair. Fine. But it better be expensive. Jun-ho let out a breath of relief. By the way, what are you lugging around in that box? Oh, this, she tapped the lid. Emergency survival kit, ice cream and cold drinks. Her expression suddenly turned serious. Listen, snakehead. Brace yourself. Once the auction starts, the heat and the drama is gonna last a long time. Jun-ho nodded, analyzing her. Makes sense. You wield strong fire attributes, so your body temperature runs high. She didn't deny it. Yeah, I'm basically a walking furnace 24/7. She waved her hand dismissively. Anyway, go enjoy the show. I need to hunt down some iced tea. Jun-ho nodded. All right. I'll head in first. As he walked away, he couldn't help but glance back. He really hoped for a peaceful moment with the captain. Meanwhile, Do-hong hauled her icebox inside, eyes sparkling. Whoa, this place is massive. She scanned the room. Look at those nosebleed seats way up there. That's high security. Is that right? She mumbled. Those spots are for royalty like the British Queen or French Guildmasters. Too much pressure. But down here, if things go south, I can bolt for the exit instantly. She checked her ticket. Seat of 14. Bingo. She sat down and smiled at her neighbor. Hi there, Sor. She froze solid. The guy next to her was Seo Jun-ho. Snakehead, she hissed, leaning in close. Dude, there are empty seats over there. The system assigns these spots strictly. You can't just crash here. Seo Jun-ho looked baffled. But, isn't this seat a 13? My invite says so? Do-hong snatched his ticket, her jaw dropping. What the heck? This is a VIP ticket. Her brain short-circuited. He got a better seat than me. He's a rookie. He debuted less than 2 months ago. She eyed him suspiciously, thoughts racing. Did he gamble his way to this ticket? Seo Jun-ho stared back. She scoffed. Okay, you're dressed nice, but I know you're broke. How did you score a VIP pass? Junyo scratched his cheek awkwardly. The Guildmaster of Simu gave it to me. He even sent over the suit and handled the hotel. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Oh, I get it now. She laughed, looking impressed. So the chairman picked you, that's huge. A successor. Seo Jun-ho recoiled. Successor? No way. That's not it, he tried to explain. She cut him off. Hey, don't play dumb. You think I was born yesterday? That invite is for world leaders and power players only. It means you're here as the chairman's right-hand man, doesn't it? Seo Jun-ho scratched his head. Why was she grilling him like this? Denying it felt weird, so he just gave an awkward smile. I can already feel the pressure, he muttered. Inside, he was fuming. That old geezer set me up. He sent the clothes for this exact reason. I'm gonna wring his neck when I get back to Korea. Do-hong kept chatting. So, what's on your shopping list today? He shrugged. Haven't decided yet. She grinned. Me neither. Honestly, I'm just here to party. Then she struck a pose. But a true pro always executes their mission perfectly right. Jun-ho stared at her blankly. She says that, but she definitely looks like she's just playing around. Ugh, dying of heat again, she whined. Jun-ho smirked internally. Still, it's lucky she's here. I was planning to solo those goons, but let's be real. I don't have the juice to take on that kind of evil alone yet. Once the fighting starts, I'll need backup. If the rumors are true, Captain Gong is a powerhouse who could guard a sect single-handedly. Suddenly the lights dimmed. The crowd went silent. Du-hong perked up. Oh, is it showtime? Spotlights blasted the stage. The host's voice boomed. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. Welcome to the exclusive high-stakes Vegas auction. Moments later, the announcer shouted. Sold, the ice crown goes to guest A14. Jun-ho watched Du-hong pump her fist. Interesting, she chirped. Nothing beats fresh loot, she grinned. Jun-ho analyzed the situation. If it has ice in the name, she's buying it. He turned to her. Captain Gong, didn't you say a pro works properly? She wiped sweat from her forehead. A true pro has to be versatile. That's how we roll. Jun-ho crossed his arms. Fair point. Suddenly she nudged him. Hey, Stonehead, you gonna buy anything? Jun-ho shrugged. Not sure. Waiting for something to grab my attention. Not really into gear, huh? She guessed. I love gear, he admitted. But in his mind, he thought, the problem is nothing here compares to the legendary equipment I used in my past life. So far, Jun-ho said, I only bought one necklace. Du-hong raised an eyebrow. A necklace isn't that just for stamina recovery boring? Then she smirked. A gift for someone. Let me guess. A girlfriend. He narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't you ask if I'm even single first? She laughed. Okay. Your mom then. The air suddenly went cold. My mother passed away. Du-hong slapped her hands over her mouth, horrified. Oh my god, I'm shutting up now. Jun-ho waved it off gently. Relax. It's a gift for my niece. Don't worry about it. Just then the host raised his hands dramatically. And now an item returning to the stage after a long hiatus. Veterans of our auction will recognize this enigma. The item appeared on screen. Lot 84. The mysterious orb. Seo Jun-ho froze. His heart slammed against his ribs. What is this feeling? My skills. They're reacting to it like a sixth sense going haywire. Is it resonating with that orb? Behind him, a man whispered to his buddy, "Ugh, that junk again. It's from the second gate. Useless." "Yeah, nobody's figured out what it does in 20 years. The other guy sneered. "Exactly. Some guy tried researching it a few years back and gave up. Now it's back on the block. Guess they finally realized it's trash." Some curious rando asked, "Yo, who actually bought this trash item?" Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho was just vibing, raising an eyebrow in silence. He stared at the control button in his hand, deep in thought. Even though his keen intuition was screaming, "Sus, nothing bad had gone down yet." Should he risk it for the biscuit? Deok-gu caught him lacking and asked, "Yo, snakehead, you actually planning to cop that ball?" The auctioneer stepped up. "Item number 84, sold for $6,000. Seo Jun-ho squinted, looking low-key obsessed, and replied, "Yeah." Then he dropped the bomb. "This auction is about to get spicy." The announcer kept the hype train moving, finally introducing auction item number 85. He revealed a supreme-grade magic orb straight out of an ancient dungeon on the second floor. Then the auctioneer shouted, "The breath of heaven!" Deok-gu's eyes practically sparkled at the treasure. "That is legit amazing," she gasped. "The amount of magic power in that thing is absolutely stacked. Word on the street is the energy radiating from this orb could power an entire city. Definitely not fake news." Seo Jun-ho crossed his arms, wondering, "So what's the damage for a rock like that?" She hit the thinking pose. "The price tag is going to be astronomical." But then Deok-gu dropped some knowledge. "Actually, it depends on the numbers the big bosses want to throw around." Jun-ho nodded, vibing with that logic. While Seo Jun-ho was sweating the hefty price tag internally, Deok-gu's brows suddenly furrowed. She jumped to her feet like she just sat on a tack. Nearby, Seo Jun-ho went full serious mode, thinking it was time to pull a heist. Suddenly, a bidder yelled out, "450 million, followed by another screaming, 470 million. The numbers were going to the moon. 500 million, 550 million. Then someone slapped down a 600 million bid, and right at that moment, the ceiling caved in directly on top of the auctioneer. He looked up just in time to see the roof crash down. Terrified screams filled the venue like a horror movie. Panic exploded as people hollered, "Help!" The auctioneer was on the floor, totally stunned. But Ino wasn't lacking. He exhaled and popped his ability, instantly creating a massive protective barrier. Ino shouted, "Everyone is Gucci." Deok-gu looked relieved, but Seo Jun-ho kept his guard up, eyes scanning for danger. Internally, he was clapping for Ino. Erecting a shield that big in a split second, he thought, "That title, Guardian Knight, is definitely well earned." Sweating bullets, Deok-gu looked up with a worried face. Only demonic humans would pull a stunt this crazy. What the heck is that skeleton summoning? Seo Jun-ho connected the dots immediately. Could it be the bone sorcerer, the psycho behind the massacre in Turkey? That dude's power level was definitely not basic. He figured if the organization wanted the intel, they'd have to share it. Deok-gu realized that scenario was highly probable after hearing him out. Then she went full commander mode. "Listen up, fam, prioritize getting the guests out. But if anyone stays, protect the loot." She pointed at Ino. "Ino, guard the breath of heaven orb, then go hunt down that bone freak." He saluted immediately. "You got it, Captain." She turned to grab her partner. "Snakehead, you help too." "But wait, empty air." Deok-gu growled. "What the heck? Where did that slippery guy go again?" "Same as last time, that guy is impossible." Suddenly a voice startled Deok-gu. "Hold up." A security guard tried to reassure the mob. "I know you're panicking, but keep it chill and move out in an orderly fashion." He yelled, "The shield is up, so everyone is temporarily safe." But the crowd was still chaotic. One participant barked back, "Save my foot!" He screamed, "It's already broken! Where's the safety? Get me out of here! Hurry!" The mob started shoving toward the doors, yelling, "Move it! Don't push, bro!" Meanwhile, Deok-gu stomped the floor, muttering, "These clowns are so annoying." She sighed, charged her hand with mana, and literally punched a hole through the stone wall ahead. After smashing a hole in the wall, she signaled everyone to yeet themselves through the shabby door nearby. Ino ran over, looking stressed. "Yo, this building isn't cheap. Who's paying for that wall?" Deok-gu snapped back. "In a life-or-death situation, being stingy just won't cut it." He chuckled nervously. "Okay, fair point. Wise words. When you write the complaint, don't put my name on it," she said with a dry smile. "That hurts my feelings." Suddenly, wham! A black hole appeared on the wall, and a bullet ripped out, tagging Ino right in the left shoulder. Deok-gu froze, watching the scene unfold in total shock. Ino took the hit and collapsed backward like a sack of potatoes. She screamed with Ino down the protective barrier, cracked and shattered into pixel dust. Deok-gu clenched her teeth, fury blazing in her eyes. "Oh, now I'm mad," Deok-gu spoke up. "I was trying to stall to charge my mana and reinforce the shield." Her face lit up with battle lust as she sneered. "You punks better not get in my way." The Bone Legion charged in boldly. She didn't back down an inch. With a fierce glare, she rushed them, unleashing a tsunami of energy that smashed through the wall and blasted everything outside. The Bone Legion was getting absolutely roasted by Deok-gu's fierce flames. A blinding yellow light pierced the darkness. From afar, a woman watched the scene totally in disbelief. "Impossible," the sniper whispered. "Is that really human ability?" Thoughts of the B-rank Fire Empress, one of the world's strongest players, floated through her mind. That mana awakening was a highlight reel moment. She did not want to face that force head-on. The sniper popped a bubblegum bubble, muttering, "Snipers are meant to snipe. I stay in my lane." Suddenly she saw the chaotic auction house through her scope. Deok-gu was soloing the Bone Legion like a boss. A classic leveling manhwa moment, and right beside Aino was the item Heaven's Breath. Seeing it, the sniper's excitement peaked. Target acquired. A small black hole appeared in her hand, and the auction item slowly emerged from the portal like magic. Smirking, she confirmed, "Gotcha, Heaven's Breath." Suddenly, a beep startled her. She answered her phone fast. "Yo, boss?" The voice asked if she secured the bag. Proudly, she replied, "Who else but me, of course." Her boss signaled, "Good job. Head to extraction point B." She chirped, "Understood." The sniper thought this mission was S-clap, but it was a pity she couldn't take out Seo Jun-ho earlier. Then her eyes went wide when she spotted a figure whispering, "That's him running away. It's Seo Jun-ho." Excitement spread across her face. She raised her gun to aim, smirking. "Lucky you aren't you," she whispered, amused. "It won't hurt much. One bullet is enough to blow your brains out." With that, the sniper fired straight into the black hole at her gun's muzzle. Multiple black holes popped up. One appeared right beside Seo Jun-ho's temple, but he ducked instantly. The sniper gasped. "He missed," she thought. "I literally teleported the bullet to guarantee a hit. He can't possibly dodge them all." Determined, she gritted her teeth. This shot won't miss. 2 more black holes appeared directly over Seo Jun-ho's head. Coldly, he looked up. With a wave of light, a loud boom erupted, knocking the bullets off course. She panicked, shouting, "That's ridiculous!" She clenched her jaw, thinking, even a sniper of my level missed. He's just a rookie. Suddenly, she noticed where he was headed. Energy started surging from the ground. Half of the sniper's body froze instantly. Shocked, she looked back to see a shadowy figure radiating death energy. Seo Jun-ho's face was cold and disdainful. The sniper screamed in fury, You bastard!" "What are you doing?" He walked up calmly. "What else? You're completely frozen." Seo Jun-ho coldly declared, "Your life is worthless now. Tonight you get deleted from this earth." Back inside, the building was totally lit, and I mean literally on fire. Flames were popping off everywhere, and shattered skulls covered the floor. Du-hong was losing her absolute mind, yelling, "It is scorching in here." Fire blazed in her hands as she screamed, "Why is it so freaking hot?" Do-hong tried to chill out. Deep breaths. "Once this mess is over, I'm finna relax at the Arctic." But suddenly a panicked shout killed the vibe. "Yo, princess, we got a major situation over here. The breath of heaven, it is gone, fam. We lost it." Lu Hang jumped like she had seen a ghost. The guy yelled, "Some rat must have swiped it while we were busy throwing hands. We are scanning the crowd for the suspect right now." Lu Hang grit her teeth. "Whoever dared to steal my loot is gonna have to step over my dead body." But suddenly a frantic voice cried out, "Boss, watch out!" Behind them, the squad was getting absolutely wrecked. Lu Hang spun around, sweating bullets, totally confused. Right then, heavy footsteps echoed. Thump, thump, thump. A whole army of skeletons decked out in iron armor rolled up on them. She scowled. What kind of freak show is this? Lu Hang and her crew were completely surrounded by these boneheads. Seeing those black bones gave her the creeps. Lu Hang looked back, thinking, my squad is elite handpicked for their skills. Maybe they are just gassed out from the last fight. That is why they are so weak right now. Suddenly her homie spoke up, dead serious. "Princess, this vibe is super sus." Lu Hang asked, "What is the tea?" He hesitated. "That gear those skeletons are rocking. It looks way too familiar." Lu Hang glanced back, confused. "Spit it out, bro. What do you mean?" He dropped the bomb. 3 years ago. Remember the second floor mission? The one that had everyone shaking. Lu Hang wiped the sweat off her face. "Yeah, those players infiltrated the second floor and ghosted without a trace. So what?" He furrowed his brow, connecting the dots. "So the drip, the fighting style. It is an exact match, fam. Those black skeletons, they are the missing players." The guy insisted. Lu Hang went silent, pure terror written all over her face. So these skeletons were her old allies. Suddenly the demon's plan clicked in her head. "I will ambush the auction and distract Gong Ye while the squad snatches the loot." The goons had followed orders perfectly. "Bet. We will meet at the Cheonho Hotel Room, Point B. Once we secure the bag, lay low and dodge any sweaty players. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho checked the dead sniper." Nothing. Did their boss leave them in the dark, talk about toxic management? Then he hyped himself up. "I gotta read that skeletal wizard's mind." The intel confirmed it. The skeletons crashing the party were the fallen warriors from the Nazot raid. That meant Nazot's disciple, the demon, was pulling the strings. But that coward was hiding way off site, probably surrounded by a million explosive traps. Attacking him head-on would be an instant game over. Seo Jun-ho needed a back door. He spotted a smartwatch on the wrist and grinned. "Gotcha!" At the same time, magic circles lit up around the demon chilling in his lair. He checked the watch screen. Mission complete. But he felt eyes on him. Confused, the demon messaged back, "Where are the goods, bro?" The reply pinged, "Alley beside the hotel." The demon frowned. It ain't Seo Jun-ho, and it ain't the Spirit Gang. So a third party was crashing the party. Annoyed, he snapped his fingers. Poof. Dark smoke carried him straight to the dim alley. He landed soft but froze when he saw a familiar organization mark. He sensed Major Mana nearby. His eyes locked on a trash bin. Sweet do not even have to hunt for it. He flipped the lid open, feeling lucky. Inside was a glowing treasure. The demon grinned. A high-level magic core. The breath of heaven. But then he paused. Wait. Why is this thing ice cold? The energy feels weak. Boom. The fake item exploded in his face. The demon stumbled back, totally confused by the scene. He grimaced, clutching his arm in agony. His arm was frozen solid. He grit his teeth, realizing he got played. A magical freezing trap. How did they track me? I gotta get out of here. Chill out. Literally. Defense first. He unleashed his aura, turning the ground beneath his feet into a soggy mess. Skulls popped out of the mud, followed by a whole squad of skeletons. The demon muttered, I hate wasting mana, but say hello to my little bone army. He smirked, thinking he was safe. Try getting through this. Suddenly a voice roasted him. Not bad, I guess. Seo Jun-ho spoke calmly. Meanwhile, the Frost Queen noted, as long as he is not defenseless, it is fair game. Hearing the voice, the demon whipped around, but he was too slow. Seo Jun-ho lunged, thrusting his sword deep. The demon coughed up a fountain of blood. In his shock, he thought, since when? The demon's brain short-circuited. Seo Jun-ho had timed the cast perfectly from the start. I just got absolutely wrecked. The skeleton legion turned to dust, leaving the bloody demon slumped against the wall. He looked up, wheezing, Seo Jun-ho, you just stood there watching me struggle without saying a word, savage. Then he challenged, have you ever answered the questions of the scrubs you beat? The demon went quiet. Seo Jun-ho swung his sword down cold as ice. You do not get to ask questions, loser. Back at the auction, the image of a skull dissolving appeared. Du-hong's eyes popped out of her head. Someone shouted, yo, the skeletons are turning to dust. She looked up wondering, did the wizard rage quit? Or maybe Seo Jun-ho actually clapped the demon. Suddenly a system interface popped up for Jun-ho. Seo Jun-ho squinted. He leveled up 2 tiers. Whoa, that guy was actually high tier. He realized, if I had not tricked him into that trap, I would have been toast. Then Seo Jun-ho grabbed the demon's head. Time for a history lesson. Visions flooded in. Crowds appeared, voices echoing. Summoning, huh? That is a rare talent. I dig this system. The crowd continued. Haven't seen mana this dope in ages, be grateful, kid. Najad Hollow has his eye on you. The memory played on. You are the squad leader now. The man smirked. We are going to dominate this tower top to bottom. He started explaining the perks of reaching the 2nd floor, but Seo Jun-ho frowned. Error. The system blocked the rest because his skill level was too low. The forced connection snapped. He sighed. Man, the stream cut out at the good part. All the juicy secrets are locked. He eyed the dead demon and thought, I saw enough fragments to know the truth, though. Then Seo Jun-ho cursed under his breath. Freaking scumbags. Rage boiled inside him. Using orphans as weapons. And if the kids cannot handle the training, they get tossed out like trash. That is messed up. They treat these kids like merchandise. Seo Jun-ho clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. He was not done yet. He continued. One player from a model orphanage took down Turkey. I gotta wipe these monsters out before they ruin everything. He thought about Najad Hollow. Is he the big bad wolf from the Shadow's memories? Probably. He wasn't sure how deep the rabbit hole went. He kicked the corpse softly. Hey Najad, did you even care about your students? Probably not. He declared, just wait. I am pulling this whole organization out by the roots and sending them straight to hell. The next morning the sun was shining, but the mood was heavy. De-hong rubbed her temples, totally hungover from stress. Still nothing. Her partner shook his head. Nada. Can't find it. De-hong scowled, wondering, who the heck jacked Heaven's Breath and where did they go? Man, if we kept brawling a little longer, we could have tracked that magic signature down. Suddenly she snapped, yo, what's the time? Someone hollered back, it's 7. 00 in the freaking morning. De-hong facepalmed hard. She was totally over it. She should be snoozing in a plush hotel bed right now. Suddenly, In-ho piped up. Princess, you got a delivery. He handed over a box. Looks like a gift from someone. Du-hong blinked. Huh, a fan. He shrugged. Maybe. Hearing that, she flipped her hair with a cocky grin. Why are they so obsessed with me? I posted notices saying no gifts unless it's a signing event. Meanwhile, In-ho was sweating bullets, looking super sus and mumbling about the contents. Du-hong caught his vibe and frowned. Is it something gross? He panicked. No shot, I checked it first. Then In-ho got real. Honestly, my jaw hit the floor. Inside that box is actual Heaven's Breath. Du-hong's eyes popped out of her skull. She stuttered. No way. Squinting at it, she gasped. Whoa. This looks exactly like the real deal. You can't even spot a flaw, In-ho said, dead serious. It is real. On God. Du-hong's brain short-circuited. She screamed in disbelief. Real how? The Bone Soldier controller stole that ages ago. In-ho nodded calmly. That's why I'm shook. Seeing it in one piece after all that chaos is straight up miraculous. Then he asked, there's a note in English inside. Want to read it? Du-hong snapped, duh. Turns out after clobbering 2 demons and the Bone Mage, the hero snatched Heaven's Breath back. The Bone Mage was left face down in the alley behind Hotel 20. A passing fan just dropped it off. She read the note in silence. Then Du-hong asked, my fan says it's game over now. In-ho nodded. Yep, all clear. She looked baffled. But I didn't do anything. In-ho sighed with relief. It's cool. Thanks to this clutch play, we dodged a huge penalty. Just thinking about losing it was a nightmare. Du-hong slumped back, chilling out. I DK who this guy is, but big ups to him. Then she got serious. Can we track him down? I want to thank him personally. He hesitated. I was curious too, so I looted the Bone Mage's body. In-ho shook his head. But this guy ghosted us completely. Total pro move. He guessed the guy was a high ranker, but his identity was a mystery. Du-hong was stumped. Who is this mystery Chad? I'm dying to know. Suddenly she jumped up, pointing. Hey, you freeze. In-ho grinned. Captain Gong morning. She crossed her arms, looking fierce. Yo, you knucklehead. Du-hong started roasting him immediately. How could you be so lame? How could you leave Seo Jun-ho alone in an emergency like that? Jun-ho looked confused. Seo Jun-ho is me. In-ho was sweating buckets, stuttering. That's what I said yesterday. Du-hong kept grilling him. Last time you pulled the bathroom excuse too. You a serial dipper. If you got power, use it right. She started quoting the ghost's legendary motto. A player's strength exists to protect the peeps. Seo Jun-ho coolly asked, did I say that? Du-hong snapped, what are you, the ghost or something? Suddenly it hit him he's the ghost. At the same time, In-ho panicked internally. Did I say that? Cringe. Back then, interviews were all scripted, so his memory was foggy as heck. She was still lecturing. Next time things go south, don't bail. Protect the innocent. Got it. He bowed, taking the L. I'll remember. My bad about yesterday. Du-hong beamed. Glad you know you messed up. She waved the letter, looking smug. By the way, knucklehead, guess what this is? Seo Jun-ho played dumb. No clue. Du-hong flexed. Nope. A superfan clapped the Bone Captain and the villain last night, then sent me Heaven's Breath as proof. She continued. In-ho says this guy's gotta be ranked 10,000. At least I'm dying to know who it is. In-ho rubbed his chin. Maybe it's a secret code. Du-hong shut that down. No way. I ordered a sweep, but there was zero trace on the necromancer's corpse or the alley. Clean sweep. Even In-ho, a ranker, was clueless. If not a ranker, this guy's a monster. Seo Jun-ho noticed Du-hong's smirk while thinking, wiping traces with magic is all thanks to Skaya's teachings. Du-hong analyzed the English note. This handwriting is looks too natural. Bet he's from an English-speaking country. Then she wondered if it was urgent to find him. Seo Jun-ho smiled internally, thinking, if I wanted you to know, I would have told you, lady. She realized, wait, you're right. Stalking him is kind of rude. Then Du-hong blinked, realizing the auction was over. Wait, why are you still lurking here? Seo Jun-ho kept a poker face. Just picking up my auction wins. Heard you had 'em. She pointed lazily. Yeah, grab 'em from that table over there. He grinned. Thanks. Du-hong asked, heading back to Korea now. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Yep. She admitted, honestly, kinda bummed you're bouncing. Then she shot her shot. So, wanna join our guild? He shut it down instantly. Hard pass. She pouted, then smiled softly. Then the next meeting is the second floor, right? Seo Jun-ho chuckled. Won't take long. She hit a laugh, thinking, guys always talk big. He grinned. Just watch me. Du-hong reached out for a handshake. All right, bet. If you actually hit the second floor in 6 months, I got a special reward for you. Seo Jun-ho asked, and if I flop? She replied coolly, then you follow my rules. The rookie thought, she's still persistent about recruiting me. So obvious. Seo Jun-ho grabbed her hand. Deal. Meanwhile, the staff announced the loot winners. The winner got a recovery necklace and a mystery orb. Seo Jun-ho wondered, what the heck is this thing? My gut is going crazy over it. He thought, can't even appraise it. Pumped magic into it and... Zip. He muttered, is that it boring? But then he squinted. Wait. I felt a tiny vibe shift. I'll stash it and feed it energy daily. Whether it cracks or evolves, something's gonna happen. Seo Jun-ho looked at the last item. Gotcha. A box sat in front of a door on the second floor residential area. A guy bent down to snag it. Reading the label, he frowned. Teleport delivery from floor 1. Who pulled this stunt? But inside he found a note. Take care. I'm coming up in 6 months. Your uncle. The man mumbled the words. He looked up confused. Does uncle plan to act openly under the clear sky? Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho was hauling luggage. Sitting in the car, he was sweating a bit. The driver was Sunday. She smiled, noticing he was zoning out. Something wrong. Startled, he replied, nah, nothing. He scratched his head awkwardly. Just didn't expect you to pick me up. She turned with a gentle smile. As your secretary, it's my job, Mr. Seo Jun-ho. We can go straight to the guild if you want. Suddenly he said, hold up. Seo Jun-ho handed her a package. Got a souvenir for you. Wasn't sure what to get, so I grabbed a book. Hope you dig it. Seeing the gift, she gasped. Is this S of the Gate and a hardcover edition? Seo Jun-ho laughed. Oh, you know this novel. Yo, check this out. I snatched this up because there were only a few left in the bestsellers. Sia's face was glowing like she just won the lottery. She was all like, I've been grinding every single day trying to cop this, but no luck until now. He gave a chill smile. That's awesome. I was low-key worried you'd hate it. Then Seo Jun-ho dropped a pro tip. You should probably crack that open right now while the hype is real. She looked kinda sketch about it since they were on the clock. He caught on quick, asking, you got some urgent business to handle or what? She hesitated, keeping her mouth shut. Seo Jun-ho just leaned back, grinning like a boss. So, what's the big deal? I just got off a flight and I'm totally wrecked. I'm gonna catch some Z's. Just wake me up when it's time to roll to the guild. She was still skeptical, peeking out the window like a nervous wreck. Finally, she stuttered out, sleep well. By the time he woke up, the sky was painting a sunset masterpiece. Deok-gu placed something on the table, looking curious as heck. Is that the fancy stuff I've been cutting back on the booze lately? Then he dropped the news. I hit up Arthur, so I'm heading to the second floor soon. Jun-ho heard that and went, for real? That's sick, Arthur. It's been 25 years, man. Must have been a rough ride for that kid, but he leveled up nicely. Deok-gu let out a heavy sigh, sounding like a tired dad. But ever since he hit the second floor boundary, he hasn't had a chance to link up with you at all. Seo Jun-ho asked, totally shocked. Have you seen the kid lately? He nodded. Yup. Whenever he swings by Earth's region, he always comes to holler at me. He's seriously missing his pops. Then Jun-ho asked, I heard Captain Gong-ha from your team said that invite letter you sent was kinda sus. Deok-gu busted out laughing immediately. Oh, you peeped that? He crossed his arms with a smug grin. I gotta make sure the whole world knows you're my boy, right? Ain't nobody gonna touch a hair on your head. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho got serious with a request. Then help me out with this mission. He continued. I'm hunting for a kindergarten. Deok-gu looked totally lost. A kindergarten for real. Seo Jun-ho lowered his voice to drop the bomb. I uncovered their dirty little secret. Dead silence took over the room. He looked down deeply troubled and asked, Spit it out. Is it true? They snatch up orphans and grind them into monsters. Deok-gu raised an eyebrow. Yeah, but I got zero intel besides it being overseas. Suddenly he slammed his hand on the table and cursed. Those trash bags, they got absolutely no chill. Seo Jun-ho jumped when he saw Deok-gu pouring a drink. Yo, didn't you say you quit? Deok-gu clicked his tongue and shouted, I don't know, man. I need a drink right now. He tossed some ice in the glass. Just hold up a sec. Deok-gu sighed like the weight of the world was on him and put the glass down. Oh snap. Noah called you. Seo Jun-ho was surprised. Noah, calling me? Deok-gu played with his glass. Before you dipped to America, you told him to craft a sword right. It drops tomorrow and he wants to hand-deliver it. Jun-ho thought, with my rep now meeting him, ain't gonna be an issue. My name is big enough to take requests from the association now. Deok-gu suggested. Let's roll out early morning. Seo Jun-ho turned to bounce. Cool. I'm gonna recharge first. He waved with a chill smile. Can't wait to see Noah, huh, kid? Suddenly, Deok-gu's vibe got dark. Now we gotta do whatever it takes to win. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho looked up and realized. It's been 25 years, but the vibe is exactly the same. Standing in front of a rusty old shop, he pushed the door open thinking, guess Noah's grandson is running the show now. Smiling, he thought to himself, I can hear that hammering already. Looks like the kid learned the ropes. Wonder how big that crybaby squad got. Clang, a massive hammer slammed down, echoing like crazy. A jacked arm with tan skin came into view. The buff dude turned around. Who goes there? Jun-ho looked at him surprised. Is this Noah's grandson? What went down in the last 25 years? Banmoa saw the guest and gasped. Yo, you're the player Seo Jun-ho, right? He added, the guild gave me a heads up you were coming. Follow me, boss. He walked ahead, glancing back at a glowing object on the table while showing Jun-ho where to sit. Jun-ho quietly guessed, Mr. Noah's gotta be upstairs. Suddenly a voice barked out. Damn it, the man grumbled in a low tone. Why is it so hard to track you down? Seo Jun-ho grinned when he saw who it was. Long time no see, he smiled. Noah. An image of a grumpy old geezer appeared. Banmoa asked, totally confused. Wait, this ain't your first time meeting? Noah hesitated for a beat. That's facts. He signaled Banmoa to grab some tea for the guest. He looked a bit shook. You know, that thing. Noah suddenly got super serious. Don't make me say it twice. Seo Jun-ho narrowed his eyes. The kid actually listens to you, huh? He just sighed because Seo Jun-ho didn't know the struggle. Once he makes up his mind to ignore you, ain't nobody changing that. Then he pointed to the back. You must have roasted him hard for him to shape up. I saw him hammering earlier. His stamina is actually insane. Noah chuckled. Still got a lot to teach the rookie. Seo Jun-ho laughed at that. Still awkward with the compliments, huh? Seo Jun-ho shrugged with a grin. By the way, ain't you gonna welcome me back? Aren't you hyped? I didn't kick the bucket and came back alive? Noah immediately shouted, I'm thrilled. But then his eyes got all squinty. He grabbed Seo Jun-ho's shoulder and said, I've been insulted enough for one lifetime. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho grinned. Thanks, man. Glad you haven't changed. Noah frowned, confused. Why would you do that? Seo Jun-ho wiped some nervous sweat. How should I know? Noah squinted with curiosity. I heard rumors from the guild, but never the real tea on why you became a player again. Seo Jun-ho raised an eyebrow, no escaping this one. Snap. A burst of energy exploded, dazzling Noah. His eyes went wide in total shock. Noah asked, For real? Is that the Frost Queen's power? Jun-ho spoke calmly, flexing the strength he jacked from the Frost Queen. Can you bring the squad back to life? Seo Jun-ho confirmed. Yeah. That's why I'm grinding to get better. He smiled. After all, we agreed to ride or die together. Plus, we got a contract. Noah studied him for a sec, then dropped a truth bomb. The one I signed with is the Midnight Sun, not some rookie. Seo Jun-ho felt super embarrassed by that roast. Noah quickly busted out laughing. I'm just messing with you. Then he teased. It's been a minute since I saw your goofy face, so I wanted to link up. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho's expression looked even more done. Actually, you didn't call me about the sword right. You just wanted to chill. Noah stood up. That item you wanted from the nameless cactus? It's ready to go. Seo Jun-ho exclaimed. No way. You finished it that fast. Noah walked to the rack. I already forgot about it, but I picked up the hammer just for you. He handed over the blade. And you're gonna wield this sword because of me. That's the promise between us. Seo Jun-ho was caught off guard, but quickly switched to troll mode. So cheesy, dude. You sure I said that cringy stuff? Noah barked back at him. Just check the weapon. Seo Jun-ho pulled it from the sheath. He checked it out, realizing it fit his hand like a glove. For 25 years, Noah never forgot him. Noah continued. Yo, who just hands you some bone shards and expects a weapon crazy. He sat down. I had to mix in some new mats. Check the stats, magic transmission is buffed and durability is way up. Seo Jun-ho replied. Let me take it for a spin. He immediately commanded the system, evaluate. Ding, find the black dragon. Rank special. This thing is a tank, won't dull or rust. Wounds from this bad boy don't heal easy. A resilient hunter can even track an opponent once the blade tastes their blood. Seo Jun-ho read the description feeling hyped on the inside. Now this is what a sword should look like, way better than the trash loot lying around the guild warehouse. He gave props. Your skills are still god tier, just like back in the day. Noah snapped back sharply. Still the same dude, I've leveled up a ton in 25 years. Show some respect to this retired old man who just plays Go to kill time. Seo Jun-ho asked, dumbfounded. Go. You play Go. Yo. Have you ever actually caught a dub against me? Noah gloated, flashing a savage grin. You really think you leveled up? I can still wreck you anytime, kid. Right on cue, Pan slid in with the refreshments announcing, some high-tier tea for the gentleman and his guest. Seo Jun-ho paused the chat, totally locked in. Thanks, fam. Banmoa chimed in. No sweat. But Noah instantly went into protective mode. Yo, that tea is legendary loot. Don't spill a single drop. He took a sip and scoffed. Please. Noah stopped flexing. I've tasted every brew in the game. But the moment the liquid hit his tongue, Seo Jun-ho froze. His taste buds were doing a victory dance. It was god tier. Noah leaned in, eyes twinkling. So hit's different than that trash you usually drink, right? Seo Jun-ho leaned forward, eyes intense. What kind of cheat code tea is this? Noah dodged the question with a mischievous cackle. You think I'd drop that lore so easily, beat me at Go, and maybe I'll spill the beans? Seo Jun-ho smirked, accepting the challenge. Bet. I'm not backing down from a boss fight. Just like that, Noah got fired up and yeeted his pieces onto the board, completely wrecking the strategy. He jumped up shouting, "You're spamming the same opening move again," he teased with a cocky grin. Chill out, old man. I already took the W and I was playing with a handicap. Noah sat back down salty, but impressed. Anyway, ever heard of demi-humans? Seo Jun-ho replied, You mean those mobs with monster legs that kind of look human like snails or goblins? He continued. That was the old patch notes. Ever since the second floor unlocked, the meta on demi-humans completely shifted. The ones we call demi-humans now, they're big-brained. They can actually talk to us. Seo Jun-ho's eyes went wide, totally shook. Hold up, no shot. We can talk to snail demons now. I thought those creeps just made weird noises all day. Noah broke it down. Look, there are still low-level tribes. Not everyone has the speech skill unlocked. You look surprised. Seo Jun-ho asked. But why drop this lore dump all of a sudden? Noah grilled him. I thought you wanted the T stats. He revealed that this Eris T is actually farmed by the goblins themselves. The gears in Seo Jun-ho's head started turning. So, if I grind my way to the second floor, I can find this T, right? Noah sneered. Dream on. If your affinity with the goblin faction isn't maxed out, all the gold in the world won't buy you a sip. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho opened his inventory and sighed. Bummer. Hey, mind checking this loot for me? He pulled out a mysterious orb and asked, You got an ID on this item? Noah rolled his eyes. Bruh, I'm not a sage from the Astral Tower. I don't know everything. He inspected it closely. But this orb definitely gives off goblin vibes. Seo Jun-ho gasped loud and dramatic. How can you tell? Noah kept it brief. I've chilled with the Goblin Elder before. Seo Jun-ho connected the dots instantly. Wait, so you've actually been to the second floor? Noah shook his head. Nah, not really. The old man wasn't about to leak his secrets to a noob. Actually, they came down here. Hearing this, Seo Jun-ho froze his brain buffering. Wait, mobs from the second floor can descend to the lower levels. Noah shot him a warning glare. Keep that on the low, don't go running your mouth. That's level 1 classified intel. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Copy that. Keep going. Goblins are weird like that. They're smart standing right in front of us, but they feel like forces of nature like water, earth, or wind. Just like the energy coming off this orb. Seo Jun-ho held it up, totally mesmerized. So that's the vibe check. This belongs to a goblin for sure. Noah nodded. If you're curious, go find their spawn point. He added, some goblin artifacts run on energy from the tree world. With enough RNG luck, you might find something OP. After the lecture, Seo Jun-ho stood up and bowed. Thanks for the tips. I'll hit up the secretary to see how to find them. Seeing him get up, Noah looked a little bummed out. Leaving already? Noah grumbled, basically acting like a tsundere warning him not to stray too far. Seo Jun-ho thought to himself, man, he always acts tough. Banmoa, seeing Seo Jun-ho head for the exit, called out, Don't catch feelings, he's just grumpy. He handed over a small box. Grandpa sucks at showing emotions. Full. So aware. Seo Jun-ho chuckled. No worries, I speak his language. What's this? Banmoa grinned. It's a gift. Seo Jun-ho looked at the box, confused. You said your grandpa wanted me to have this. He never gives loot to outsiders. He must really rate you. Seo Jun-ho smiled. Tell him I said thanks. Banmoa was about to say something else. Yeah, but... then stopped and waved it off. No biggie. You'll figure it out soon. Seo Jun-ho replied. I'll look into it. On the way back, he strategized with his partner who looked totally lost. Black goblins, she explained. Yeah, those traitors to the tree world. They're monsters that roll in packs. Their gates are a nightmare to raid. Seo Jun-ho shared his intel. If we get lucky, we might snag the legendary Elysia herb in their village, right? She gave him props for the summary. The current Black Goblin Gate is in the primeval forest. You down for the raid? Seo Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, let's focus on the main quest first. She pinged him a notification. You need to see this. The message said the Internal Guild was joining the raid on the Primeval Forest Gate. Jun-ho thought, the Internal Guild. That's the same squad we clashed with during the Fox Fireworks event. This mana recap details the thrilling dynamics of an awakening mana layered with intense system mana battles and leveling mana encounters. X continued, it's not just the guild. Top-tier players from the global server are logging in for this one. Jun-ho jerked back, shouting, wait the entire world. What's the dungeon data? She broke it down. Location Grand Dam Dawn. Objective defeat the Dark Goblin Chief. Restriction. Only players between level 20 and 30 can enter. Also, the raid party is capped at 200 people. Seo Jun-ho's face went pale as he exclaimed, oh my god, it's a battle royale. The scene shifts to a gloomy forest, looking like a horror movie set. Hidden under creepy ancient roots was a wooden shack. Suddenly, crash. Someone yeeted a stale bread plate at the wall, smashing it to bits. A voice sharply questioned. You're telling me the Hound squad got deleted? He raged. Don't cap to me. Your lieutenant over there says it's facts, he added. Not just the Bone Spirit Summoner, all the minions are offline. We can't confirm, but they probably got ganked trying to take out Seo Jun-ho. Sir Sitner clutched his head, cursing under his breath. Damn it, we are in deep trouble. Najat-Hala, who treats his disciples like shiny SSR cards, was already being hunted by the Holy Sword. And now, this fuming, he asked, what's the guild's move? The subordinate stammered. I reported Seo Jun-ho, but I don't think they believe the Hound squad got wiped by a rookie who's only been active for 2 months. Suddenly, a heavy knock at the door froze the room. Shit, Shicha muttered, an uninvited guest. The door swung open and the vibes in the room instantly hit rock bottom. Outside, fake rain poured and thunder cracked like a dramatic entrance effect. Najat walked in and barked, Are you Khan? Both men dropped to their knees instantly. Najat laughed pure villain style. I read the logs. You really think my disciples got owned by Seo Jun-ho? Sin replied, shaking. That's the situation, sir. Even if we don't know the exact play-by-play. Before he could finish, an invisible force choked him out. It slammed him against the back wall, nearly putting a hole in it. Najat's demonic aura crushed Shicha's throat. The old monster growled. Don't know. You think I came here to hear your excuses? Shicha struggled to peel the demonic grip off his face, shouting, I really don't know, but give me a shot, and I'll drag Seo Jun-ho here myself, Najat frowned, thinking it over for a second. Finally, he deactivated his magic and dropped Sinner. Shicha face-planted onto the floor, gasping for air. Najat declared, I'll give you 6 months. You have that long to drag Seo Jun-ho to my feet. Shicha rubbed his bruised neck, panicking. But sir, to bring him to the upper floors to meet you. That guy needs to be at least level 30. He's a total noob. How's he gonna power level like that in 6 months? Najat's voice went ice cold. Don't get it twisted. Thinking it's impossible, that's just a death sentence for your worthless life. Only after Najat warped out did Shicha dare to curse. Damn it all! He turned to his minion eyes wild. Find us a guide now! He screamed, totally losing it. Yo, the guide hooked us up. We rode the space elevator on the low-low, dodging those guild snitches. The lackey was shaking in his boots like, boss, does he know? And the answer was a straight-up yup. Sin was struggling just to sit up, trying to distract Kim Yu-dong. But I'm heading down to the first floor myself. Later, Seo Jun-ho hopped on a jet to Grandham, England. That's where the nasty Dark Goblin Gate was waiting. He checked into a hotel to touch base with Sai. Did you make it to the crib safely? You good, Jun-ho hit back. Yeah, thanks to my pop's secretary, I landed safe and sound. Sai was super curious. The raid isn't for 3 days, fam. Why pull up so early? Jun-ho shrugged. Just planned to crush some minor gates nearby. Just a little warm-up before the big show with 200 players. Sai peeped his serious vibe instantly. What's the tea? Something wrong. But Jun-ho knew the deal. When the system dropped, it changed the whole game. This so-called system plays fair, though. It balances the raid difficulty perfectly. No cheats for players, no advantage for monsters. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. If 200 players enter the difficulty scales to match that squad exactly, that's the secret sauce for leveling up. But Jun-ho was zoning out. He realized carrying 200 noobs while fighting monsters was going to be a nightmare. This raid was going to be sweatier than usual. Before anyone knew it, 3 days flew by. The squad rolled up early, waiting for the dungeon to pop. They were stuck behind a flimsy barrier away from the normies. Mio was eyeing the crowd, soaking up that intense player energy. The hype was real. She was geeking out because all the top-tier players from around the world were here. The drip was insane rare gear you never see back home. Mio turned to Min Yu-dong to flex the view. The captain was looking around like he lost his wallet, totally ghosting her. Captain Min Yu-dong, Mio whispered from behind, teasing him. You're stangirling over Seo Jun-ho again, aren't you? He jumped out of his skin. She totally called him out. Seeing him act all awkward, she kept pushing buttons. You've been waiting ages for this dude, huh? Min Yu-dong tried to play it cool. I mean, what else can I do? Everyone saw Jun-ho go beast mode during the nine-tailed fox raid. He admitted, I was so shook, felt kinda lame for taking the easy road myself. Min Yu-dong tried to sound confident. But this raid, I'm gonna show him my glow-up. Suddenly Mio stood on her tiptoes and shouted, Yo, Captain! She was cheering like a fangirl seeing a celebrity. The legend Seo Jun-ho was right there, just like Mio guessed he signed up for the event. Min Yu-dong shouted, Mr. Seo Jun-ho. He walked up to greet his idol like a true fanboy. Homain di Seo Jun-ho. You're the guy from the nine-tailed fox raid, right? Jun-ho nodded, staying humble. So, you remember me? I'm Captain Min Yu-dong from the guild. He flashed a smile. I heard you had my back after the raid. Thanks, homie. Min Yu-dong shook his head. Nah, we should be thanking you. Anyway, I want to make you an offer. Jun-ho looked confused. An offer? He was listening, not knowing if Jun-ho was rolling with a crew. Min Yu-dong shot his shot. You got a team yet? If not, want to squad up with Guild G for this run? Jun-ho ran the numbers in his head. Guild G wasn't trash. Plus, going solo on this gate was a bad play. He made up his mind instantly. No reason to say no. Min Yu-dong grabbed his hand, hyped up. Awesome. At 11:02 a.m., the Wild Forest gate started glowing. The players were on edge. One dude in a purple jacket was grinning, but everyone else looked stressed. Seo, Jun-ho, Min Yu-dong, and Mio were locked and loaded. They stepped through the portal together. Zap. The four of them spawned in a new world. A lush forest bathed in warm sunlight greeted them. Looking around, Jun-ho was confused. Yo, why did everyone split up? He asked. Don't we need a strategy meeting before we rush in? Min Yu-dong looked surprised and explained fast. Oh, snap, nowadays players use terminal devices, so we don't need to meet up. Jun-ho had literal question marks floating over his head. Terminal devices. Min Yu-dong pulled out a sleek gadget. It lets us chat over a magical network, bro. That's why everyone scattered as soon as we spawned. Mio cracked up laughing. Bro, are you a caveman? Did you time travel from the Stone Age? She was roasting him hard. Jun-ho turned beet red, yelling, Yo, Mio, chill out with the disrespect. Suddenly, Min Yu-dong remembered his manners. My bad. Let me introduce the Guild G squad. He pointed them out. This is Cho Jin-pyo. He's the team's healer. He also records the mission footage so we can review the tape later. Jin-pyo nodded politely. Then Min Yu-dong pointed to the only girl in the group. And she's the spoiler. Mio stepped up to the plate. Seeing is believing, right? Jun-ho was still clueless. She got all up in his personal space. Let me check your vibes. Suddenly, Mio's eyes went wide like saucers. Jun-ho jumped back, totally spooked. He thought she was staring into his soul. Then she screamed, You're absolutely cracked. You almost gave me a heart attack. Mio kept yelling. A solo clear. Are you kidding me? Jun-ho was curious now. Can you predict the future or something? Min Yu-dong nodded. Yup. She can see a target's near future. But the cooldown on that skill is massive. And there's one catch: she has to tell the person exactly what she saw, no cap. Mio grinned like a shark. If I don't tell you, bad things happen. Jun-ho thought about it. Future sight is super rare, like legendary tier. Even in the Dark Ages, less than 10 people had that power. Suddenly she shouted, making Jun-ho flinch. Mio explained her power is just a prediction. She can't see too far, and the future is always changing, so it can be glitchy. Min Yu-dong chimed in. But if you know what's coming, you can move with confidence. Now, it helps us prep defenses and dodge traps. Jun-ho nodded. Facts. Min Yu-dong smiled, eyes narrowing. I've got super strength and Jun-ho's weapon skills are OP. Our squad comp is balanced and solid. Finally, he gave the order. Let's take it slow, fam. We need a spot to camp and set up the Wi-Fi. Jun-ho agreed. 5 hours later, someone hammered a stake into the ground. Min Yu-dong broke it down. Placing this bad boy creates the magical network. Jun-ho was impressed. Suddenly, the map on the screen pinged. This is Team Sony. We're heading east, but it's a ghost town out here. Another voice crackled in. Same with our 3 squads. Did the Dark Elves bail or what? He reported in. Gil from our group is searching the east too. Let us know if you spot any pointy ears. Someone replied. Copy that. Hearing this, Min Yu-dong rubbed his chin, analyzing the intel. Mio had a theory. Nobody has found the Dark Elves yet. Maybe their numbers are super low. While the trio chatted, Seo Jun-ho spoke up. Something feels sus. He broke it down. This map is huge. Just assuming the population is tiny, that's risky. 200 players searching with 0 contact. That's definitely suspicious. Mio played with her hair. Maybe they're hiding because they're scared of us. Jun-ho shook his head like a veteran. Nah. Dark elves are proud creatures. Even if the boss said stay low, they wouldn't let us stomp on their turf without a fight. He turned to Mio with a serious question. Hey, your cooldown is still active, right? When you read my future earlier? Did you see when I was fighting the Dark Elves? Mio looked up, thinking back. I don't know the exact time, but it was pitch black everywhere. So probably at night. The whole squad was shook, staring at Seo Jun-ho like he grew a second head. Silence took over until the big guy finally pondered. Yo, this is wild. He was totally confused. But then Jun-ho pulled up his system window and flashed the digital receipts for everyone to see. Shorty looked flabbergasted. Say what? Jun-ho didn't even blink. Listen up, fam. Dark Elves are gonna crash the party tonight. We can't hunt them now, so we gotta wait. But then Mio raised her hand with a question. If we know they're coming, shouldn't we slide into the others' DMs and warn them? Jun-ho shut that down quick. Nah, that's future talk. They'll just think we're capping anyway. For now, let's just chill and take turns napping. But as the Skykill turned that spooky sunset orange, Jun-ho dropped a bomb. Tonight's gonna be lit, literally. Then total darkness swallowed the world. One black-haired dude was bundled up in a blanket like a burrito, shaking in his boots. It's freezing. What if the elves pull up on us? But the purple-haired player just rolled his eyes. Bruh, chill. Dark elves raiding at night don't make me laugh. Those creeps are just corrupted junkies addicted to world tree juice. They ain't got the skills. They're totally brain dead. They can't even talk to each other. Purple hair laughed like he owned the place. You really think they got the IQ to plan a sophisticated military raid? The squad was like, I guess. But suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over purple hair like the Grim Reaper. He jumped up and slammed his staff down. Yo, who's there? The scared rookie was trembling. Senior. Out of the pitch-black night, a glowing eye popped open. A Yukon-gi stepped out, but purple hair kept his cool. Pfft, whatever. What's the drama? It's just a wolf, he said, pulling back his staff. Relax, homies. They're terrified of fire. Easy peasy. But you could hear his voice cracking. He was totally bluffing. I don't know, man. There's a mob of them, the black-haired kid stuttered. Are you sure they hate fire? He couldn't move a muscle as the beast crept closer, staring right into his soul. Suddenly, purple hair spotted something that made his jaw drop. He froze up, totally glitching out. The rookie waved a hand in front of his face. Up, puzzled Senior. You good? Finally, his brain rebooted. Huh. He spun around and screamed at the top of his lungs. Wake up, everybody, get up now. His face was beet red, screaming like a banshee. Look up, a dark elf was riding that beast like a motorcycle. Meanwhile, our boy Seo Jun-ho popped his eyes open in the corner. Game time. He looked over and there's Mio casually sipping tea like a grandma. Oh, you're up. Go back to sleep, nothing's popping off yet. She was way too chill. Jun-ho wasn't buying it. What about the other squads? Mio checked her watch. Weird. The night guards usually check in every 30 minutes. But the map is radio silent. Dulcei ongatsuwach in the Matrix. Mio frowned at her wrist. 0 bars. Jun-ho stood up, sensing the vibes were off. They aren't gonna call. His blue eyes started glowing like LEDs. He knew the enemies had arrived. Those sneaks, Jun-ho growled. Skill activated. Night Hunter. His senses sharpened to 100%. Boom. He spotted the elves and their mounts camping in the treetops. He smirked. Riding tamed wolves for a stealth raid. Okay, I see you. He drew his sword. Captain Wakey Wakey. Mio jumped up, totally confused. What's the deal? I don't see anything. She looked around blindly. Right then, a giant wolf mouth opened wide behind her, ready for a snack. She whipped around, staring right into those drooling jaws. But swish, Jun-ho's blade flashed and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The elf rider got roasted by a fireburst, screaming his head off. Watching them burn, Jun-ho muttered, Yikes, that's messy. He glanced at the rookie on the floor. Guess I can't borrow the kid's sword today. He told Mio to rally the troops while he stared down the uninvited guests. Yo, we've got company. We are totally surrounded. The second he spoke, the wolf riders charged in like maniacs. They swung their blades, but Jun-ho dodged like he was dancing. Smooth criminal. Slash one swing took out 3 baddies at once, but another elf rushed him. Jun-ho didn't flinch. His right arm glowed, red veins popping, and bam, armor defense activated. A sick glowing shield wrapped around him, pulsing with neon red energy lines. He looked like an absolute tank. The elf tried to stab him, but the sword just bounced off. Clang Jun-ho smirked. Nice try, buddy. That's the power of the Black Dragon lineage. This armor is built different. This gear was light as a feather thanks to weight reduction magic. Plus, it blocked tracking from anyone under rank. Jun-ho slashed the elf in half, feeling absolutely hyped. He was loving this masterpiece, crafted by the legendary pal. He remembered when that kid Shimoku handed over the keys to this sweet ride. Made from the bones of a nameless dragon, Chairman Deok gave it to him with a note saying, Have fun with the black armor. What a massive flex. Jun-ho snapped out of memory lane and faced the mob. I gotta thank that dude later. The dark elves were shook, watching him like hawks afraid to make a move. A wicked smile crossed his face. I can hear you creeping in the bushes. He hatched a plan, let one survive so he can tail it back to the boss. He checked on Mio fighting to protect the squad. To find their hideout without alerting the whole forest trailing a survivor was the only play. He glared at the trees with main character energy. Come on. Just one of you step up, I'll send you packing. Immediately, a gray-haired elf jumped out screaming with a sword. Too slow, Jun-ho sliced him midair before he could even land, blood sprayed everywhere. And the elf looked shocked as his life bar hit 0. All right, just one left to go, Jun-ho said, dripping in enemy blood. He had to move fast before the trail went cold in the pitch-black forest. After wrecked that long-haired creep, he realized something. The clan chief was on a whole different level. But watching them fight gave him some major intel. Rumor had it that goblins eating world tree roots turned into brainless zombies. But this guy, he was actually smart. That's terrifying. Jun-ho crunched the numbers. Even ignoring the chief, 1,000 dark goblins is a serious threat. Plus, those Dark Knight bodyguards are no joke. Jun-ho pushed through the bushes and got back to the squad. They looked totally beat. Minyu turned around. Oh snap, Jun-ho is back. Mei and Jinpyo were wiping blood off their faces. Jun-ho nodded coolly. Yeah, one slipped away, so I had to chase him down. You were right about the night raid. The rookie sighed. I was useless against that wolf, my bad. Jun-ho looked at the pile of dead monsters. Don't sweat it, kid. You survived. The guild had handled their business. Everyone did their job. Then Jun-ho asked the big question. So what's the status on the other camps? Mio looked stressed. 0 contact. If they aren't fighting for their lives right now, they're probably already toast. Jun-ho spun around, eyes blazing. We gotta move, now. Minyu blinked. For what? Jun-ho replied with total conviction. To save their butts. Scene switch. The enemies were absolutely cracked, pinning the squad to the dirt. This blonde baddie was totally helpless under a Yudong's hoof, whispering prayers like it was game over. Yo, somebody save me. I ain't ready to log out yet. But suddenly a spear slammed down with insane force. But wait for it. It missed her and smashed the ground. The impact made her eyes pop out of her skull. The bloody dark elf rider got yeeted off the beast, leaving the Yudong looking confused. and boom. Seo Jun-ho stuck the landing right on top of the monster. That ugly thing was drooling, looking at her like a snack. Then splat monster blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Taking her chance, the girl scrambled away from the giant freak and stuttered when she saw him. Seo Jun-ho. Did you really pull up? Because I screamed. Her crew rushed over to check on their leader. The blonde girl finally sat up, catching her breath. Y'all are safe now. The teammates nodded. Yeah, these legends saved our skins. She bowed deep to Seo Jun-ho, keeping it 100. Seo Jun-ho, you are the straight-up savior of Team Blue 1. He shook his head like it was nothing. Chill with the formalities. How bad did you guys get hit? The blonde girl gritted her teeth, the vibe getting heavy. We lost 6 homies, and it's all my fault. How am I supposed to make up for those lost lives? She couldn't hold it back, shaking and sobbing her eyes out. While Seo Jun-ho's face went dark, Min-young pulled up to the scene. It's already done, Min-young said. We rushed here ASAP. Seo Jun-ho turned around, taking charge. Everyone's here. My squad heads east. Blue 1, you guys book it toward Northram. The blonde girl looked confused about the north. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Groups are still throwing hands with goblins there. Gear up and go help them cut the losses. He started running the numbers in his head like a pro gamer. 500 goblins left in the village and half are already raiding. If we survive the night, this W is ours. As Seo Jun-ho knew the play, all the scattered players had to link up. He ordered everyone to sweep north, grab the stragglers, and then push east for the final boss fight. The blonde girl hesitated, but before she could drop a word, Seo Jun-ho cut her off. Look, I know your squad took a beating, and you're short on numbers to fight Master Kobold, but we gotta keep it moving. If we get caught lacking separately, this whole raid gets wiped. Seo Jun-ho wasn't sugarcoating it. He hit her right in the feels. How are you gonna get payback for your friends like that? Your dreams are gonna vanish like smoke. That woke her up. She steeled herself, thinking about revenge for her fallen crew. She spoke up, eyes blazing. Thanks for the reality check. From now on, Blue 1 follows the orders of the Korean god himself, Seo Jun-ho. Meanwhile, a blue-haired dude was leaning against a tree, totally wrecked. Suddenly, ugh. He screamed as the pain spiked. His leg wound was turning a nasty green. The poison was spreading. He cursed out loud. Damn those black goblins, they poisoned the tips, his yell echoed. Filthy trash. But suddenly, a whole pack of Yudongs pulled up on him at once. One of them growled with glowing blue eyes. The blue-haired player gritted his teeth, barely holding his peace. I'm Team Bravo, baby. A monster jumped out, snarling. He shouted, I'm taking you uglies to hell with me. But before he could pull the trigger, the beast chomped on his arm. Fighting the pain, he jammed the barrel right against its head. Bang, the gunshot rang out, shaking the whole forest. Leaves rained down as his body gave out. Damn it. I ain't got the juice left to lift my gun. The dead beast lay next to him as his vision started glitching out. More monsters were closing in. The blue-haired guy thought, is this really it? Game over for me? He blinked for a second, and suddenly the whole pack turned tail and ran. But they couldn't outrun the sword that sliced one in half. Swish one, clean cut, and heads were rolling. He stared at the scene, totally shook. The guy doing the damage was none other than Seo Jun-ho. He just folded another monster like laundry blood going everywhere. Who is that beast? Just then, a bearded player pushed through the bushes. Yo, you're here? You scared the life out of me. Seeing his face, the blue-haired guy was hyped. Senior. You're alive, I thought we were cooked. The bearded guy grabbed him. Hold tight, thanks to Seo Jun-ho, I made it out in one piece. He's the one who found you too. I'm taking you to the medic, then we regroup. We owe this guy everything. Without him, this raid was a wrap. Seo Jun-ho glared with ice-cold swag, his sword trembling as he wiped monster blood off his face. The bearded guy thought they were goners, but time flew by, and the sun rose. In a chill spot with sturdy tents, Seo Jun-ho and his crew were chowing down in the corner. As he ate, he thought, Level 1 cleared. Easy money. Even though they took hits last night, 150 players were still standing. Seo Jun-ho did the math. The black goblins lost half their army. They wouldn't dare come outside now. They're gonna turtle up, Seo Jun-ho figured. So we gotta rush them. But there was drama, the bearded guy and the blonde girl were shouting at each other. The guy yelled, we gotta move now. But she clapped back. Protecting the squad comes first. We don't have a healer to fix this poison. We're just stalling. Nearby, someone was patching up the blue-haired guy. The bearded dude stood his ground. We need to speedrun this raid so we can get him to the high-level healers. I get your feels, but attacking when nobody's ready is just inting, she argued. We can't wipe the whole raid just for one guy. It makes 0 sense, she insisted. We can't risk throwing the whole mission just because one player is down bad, he shouted back. What did you just say? Seo Jun-ho rubbed his temples, sighing. How am I supposed to carry these troublemakers to a win? Min-young chimed in. What's the play, boss? Seo Jun-ho stepped up to the arguing pair. All right, real talk. Which one of your plans is actually going to work right now? They both turned to look at the goat. Both sides have a point, the bearded guy said. But Seo Jun-ho dropped the bomb. I think rushing them right now is the meta play. The bearded guy pumped his fist. Let's go. But Seo Jun-ho cut in. But listen, everyone has to be ready to sacrifice the whole army just to save one dude. The group gasped. He continued. I ain't saying it's pretty. But we have to strike now because the longer we wait, the harder this boss fight gets. The blonde girl frowned. Where are you getting this intel? Seo Jun-ho replied. It's obvious if you paid attention to how those black demons move. He broke it down. You think camping will save us. After that ambush, you know this forest is hardcore mode. Seo Jun-ho confirmed it. Those demons weren't just wild beasts. They moved like a disciplined army. That means there's a boss unit commanding them. His voice got serious. Something big is out there playing RTS with those demons. It's smart or scary enough to make them listen. That's why the night raid hit different. The orange-haired player raised a hand. Okay, so 500 demons. What about the wolves? Killing one is easy, but a pack... Seo Jun-ho smirked and dropped the mic. Don't sweat it. I cleared the whole map. None left. The group's jaws hit the floor. Say what? Yo, listen up, Seo Jun-ho commanded the room. Remember that last rescue mission? Remember that wolf chasing the guy? That thing was tiny, basically a puppy. Which means... Jun-ho grinned. The black demons are totally broke on manpower sending puppies to do a wolf's job. They can't pull off another massive raid like last night. The crew got hyped spirits lifting instantly, but he cut in. Don't get too comfy. No big raids, sure, but they'll definitely spam us with small attacks. Poison arrows at our tents, hit-and-run tactics. They'll try to starve us, wreck our sleep, and grind our numbers down. He looked up with a deadly serious glare. And right when we think we've won, that's when they'll jump us for real. The blonde player frowned hard. Dang, you make a solid point. He bowed his head in shame. My bad. I was just thinking about the loot, didn't think about us actually dying. The bearded dude waved it off. Nah, my bad too, bro. The vibe finally chilled out and Seo Jun-ho let out a deep breath. Finally, we're acting like a real team. Suddenly, he spun on his heel. Yo, Mio. She looked up from her snacks. So, Jun-ho said, come with me a sec. We're heading deeper into the woods. Mio rubbed her arms nervously. What's the deal? She shivered in the cold air. He asked, can you pop your clairvoyance skill? She nodded. Her big eyes started glowing with magic power. Looks like you found their base. Tomorrow, head east to wipe out the black demons. She saw the future battle. Just like you predicted, their army is running on fumes. Then Mio frowned deeply. But one guy. He's radiating insane dark energy. 5 fully geared knights are guarding him. Jun-ho nodded. That's the clan leader and his elite black demon knights. Got it. I already checked the enemy stats, so that's old news. He nodded thanks. Go spill the tea to the rest of the crew. He had more questions but kept his mouth shut. Mio looked curious. But hey, Seo Jun-ho. She hesitated. What is it? I feel something super icy coming from you. Is that your gear effect? Jun-ho played it cool. Yeah, just a cold enchantment. Go back to camp. I need a sec. Okay, copy that. She walked off. He stood there like a statue lost in thought. Time to wrap up this system recap and get to the real action. Is the chief stronger than the data says Jun-ho summoned a tiny shard of ice debating? Should he bust out the frost energy? The sun started peeking through the forest canopy. Cloak Guy reported in with fresh intel. Recon team found their HQ last night. The deputy chief and the Dark Elf Knight are totally real. The gate guards are basically brain-dead zombies just walking in circles. But inside, Dark Elves are lined up in battle formation, right around the chief's throne. The orange-haired player shouted, we gotta move. If we wait those zombie guards at the gate, we'll set up a formation too. Glasses Guy agreed with Jun-ho. Blitz attack is the only play. We hit them now. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho started stretching his arms silently. No talk, just pure focus. Silence fell over the group. Then he asked, y'all ready? The noobs were shook, but Minwi Dong just smiled. He knows exactly how Jun-ho rolls. Shortly after everyone lined up, Dong Thon reported, minus the 147 injured, we're good to go. Everyone gripped their weapons. Killing intent was skyrocketing. Jun-ho's eyes turned cold as steel. Let's ride. They marched into the gloom. A cold wind howled like a banshee. They stopped before some massive trees. Is this the Dark Elf village? Armor Guy dropped some lore. Dark elves are cursed by the sun. They dig underground bunkers like moles to hide. These are just the guard posts for the tunnels. Junyo stopped at a huge stump with a wide cave mouth. Minui Dong gasped. Only one entrance. The long-haired player was amazed. First time seeing a setup like this. The chief here is a smart cookie, Jun-ho analyzed. One choke point makes defense super easy. But if we can't clear the mobs, we'll never reach the boss. Everyone frowned, sensing the danger. We move in now, he announced. Torches lit up the walls inside like a dungeon crawl. They marched down the long stairs. Suddenly Minwi sensed it. A massive horde, a huge throne sat at the top. The chief sitting pretty guarded by knights below. Their eyes were dead and vacant as they stood in line. Pink hair whispered, man, I thought we'd be fighting in a cramped ant tunnel. The healer gasped. It's a whole stadium down here. That meant an all-out brawl was coming. They counted over 500 dark elves plus the big bat at the end. Looking closer, 5 armored knights stood guard. The lazy-looking dark elf on the throne looked down like they were bugs. The players were sweating bullets. Suddenly, Jun-ho's voice rang out. Yo, this is great, isn't it? No traps, just a straight-up brawl. He grinned. Straightforward attacks work best here. Let's drop them one by one. Brown hair cried out, Seo Jun-ho, are you crazy? But Jun-ho didn't care. A tribe chief this rich, gotta have elixirs right. That magic word changed everything, the crowd gasped. Elixirs, the legendary revival potions, Jun-ho smirked. And usually loot gets shared based on battle contribution, right? Well, I'm just saying, silence, then chaos. Someone screamed, charge Iron Blade Squad, smash through. He glanced around, feeling the hype build. The dark elves stood like statues below. Just then, boom. A loud noise made the enemy snap to attention. Whitehair gritted his teeth as the raid team hit like a hurricane, swords swinging, blood spraying everywhere. The epic system battle starts now, but the dark elves hit back hard. blocking strikes with confidence and laughing like maniacs. Steel clashed against steel in a wild symphony of violence. Seo Jun-ho's aura exploded. Slash, one head flies instantly. Slice, another body cut in two. He was a whirlwind of death, making the players behind him scream in shock. What the heck? How is he that fast? Muttered the brown-haired swordsman. I heard he's a total newbie, Blackhair groaned. Dang, this is my limit, I can't keep up. On the flank, Minwi Dong was tanking hard with his shield. Suddenly, a mob swarmed him, trying to blindside the tank. Whoosh! A sword slash wiped them all out instantly. Minwi looked horrified as Jun-ho appeared. Captain Minwi, it gets hairy from here. You should fall back. Minwi gasped for breath. Is he seriously going solo? That's suicide. But Minwi replied coldly. I'm used to doing reckless stuff like this. His answer left Jun-ho's jaw on the floor. Watching that lone figure's back, Minwi whispered, I know. Wanting to fight on your level is just greedy right now. He looked sad but determined. The path ahead is still long. Minwi turned away but added, next time I won't be dead weight. Hearing this, Seo Jun-ho glanced back. He stared at that distant figure, thoughtful, then smiled. Already looking forward to it. Huh. Suddenly, long, slender legs stepped into his view. Seo Jun-ho looked up. It's the Dark Elf Sea Knight team, he noted. Yo, Black Knights. You guys look way tougher than those scrawny goblin scrubs, huh? Seo Jun-ho powered up his armor. Yo, check the fit sharp claws and a blazing red sword. Okay, calm down, edgelord. These black demonic knights used to be high-tier elven guards before they totally flopped. They got the skills plus soul powers. Basically, they were invincible back in the day. But Seo Jun-ho, he's looking at them like, bruh, you're washed. He hits them with the facts. Without your sugar daddy soul contracts, you're getting folded. My guy is confident he can solo the whole lobby. His ego is through the roof. Elven Kane goes full rage quit mode, screaming and swinging, but Jun-ho hits the dodge button perfectly. The ground gets wrecked, but the main character is just chilling. Dust everywhere, the Dark Knight is sweating hard, trying to lock on. Jun-ho moves like water, barely trying his eyes, already scouting the next play. Suddenly the Dark Elf pulls a spin move, energy explodes, ripping up the floor and sending rocks flying. Okay, that actually looked kinda cool, not gonna lie. Kunio knows one tap from that sword equals game over. But instead of being scared, he's grinning like he just pulled a rare card. He is absolutely hyped. Enemy swings down, but Jun-ho is faster. Swoosh clean cut. Dark Elven's arm goes flying. Bro is shook. He starts screaming like a banshee. The arm hits the floor and Jun-ho steps up, literally stomping on the dude's foot. Disrespect level 100 sword ready. He looks him in the eye like, where do you think you're going? Bam, two blades right through the chest. It's a fountain of red. The other mobs just stand there buffering, completely stunned. Jun-ho shrugs, looking totally bored. Can't even dodge, that's an L. He wipes his hands like clap. But hold up, someone is screaming in the backline. The squad is struggling. Blue shirt guy gets skewered. Jun-ho sees it and sighs. These noobs really need a carry, huh? Thwack. He fires an arrow to save the day. Brown-haired girl takes a hit and drops. Minwi Dong goes into panic mode, shouting for a medic. Yo, who's down? We need heal stat. The healer screams back. Hold your horses. I'm busy keeping this guy alive. It's chaos, bodies everywhere, and Minyu is losing his mind. Too many mobs, he yells. It's a mosh pit out here. Hat guy starts crunching numbers like a nerd. It's a 1v4 situation, guys. Correction, it's 100 of us versus 500 of them, and they're rotating players to save energy. That's cheating. Middle-aged dude is sweating buckets. We clapped 100, but we're gonna gas out. They need to keep pushing or it's wraps. Suddenly a growl echoes from behind. Even the Dark Elves look spooked. Hat guy notices them looking around nervously. The hunters become the hunted, you love to see it. They start booking it, screaming and running away. Middle-aged guy is confused. Are they rage quitting? Why are they retreating? Turns out the big bad is wrecking his own team. Friendly fire is on. He's slicing through Dark Elves like butter just to get to Jun-ho Savage. Middle-aged guy drops his jaw. Bro is griefing his own teammates. Then he sees it. The elite knight is chasing Jun-ho through the crowd. Oh snap, Hat guy realizes the play. Jun-ho is kiting the boss into the mobs to break their formation. That's 200 IQ gameplay. He's not just setting a trap, he's feeding them to the beast. Middle-aged guy gets salty. Man, in here I thought I was the MVP today. Minyu Dong yells, stop crying, who cares about kill counts, we survive or we die. He goes full leader mode. Push now, wipe them out. The whole squad rushes in swords, swinging magic, blasting. Jun-ho watches the chaos and smirks. Hard work, but hey, it pays the bills. Clang a sneak attack from behind. Jun-ho blocks it with his forearm like a boss. He looks at the attacker. Bro really still chasing me. You're obsessed with me, it's kinda cringe. Jun-ho's eyes go cold. Alright, playtime's over. Let's send you to the respawn screen. Up on the throne, the dark demon looks annoyed. He's watching his minions get farmed and he is not happy. Pathetic. You guys used to be gods. Look at you now. All he hears is screaming. To him, they aren't elves anymore, just ugly buggy glitches. Their glory days deleted history. Junyo finishes off his guy's splat. Blood everywhere. He looks around the messy battlefield. Okay, that was a lot of mobs. Even for me. The dark demon screams, losing his cool. Get these pests out of my face. Even nature spirits hate bugs, I guess. Wow, racist against your own kind, Jun-ho taunts him. You know you look just like them, right? The boss stands up, grabbing his sword. That's it. You're done. Less talking, more dying human. Jun-ho grips his blade, smiling like a maniac. Bring it on, you edgelord wannabe. The vibe checks are failing, deadly intent everywhere. The demon raises his sword and Jun-ho freezes. Wait. I know that stance. It's the legendary elven-style harnessing nature glowing blue. That's Zenus's moveset. Jun-ho recognizes the original mechanics immediately. But that's locked to pure nature spirits. How's a corrupted dark elf using it? Before he can think, Zoop the demon teleports. Boom. A massive overhead slash. Jun-ho raises his guard just in time. Steel crashes against steel, sparks flying like fireworks. The demon pushes down with insane force. Jun-ho grits his teeth and shoves him back. They separate, but Jun-ho's arm is vibrating. That hit was heavy. He modded the skill. It's the original style but hacked for a dark spirit body. A perfect fusion of system mana and physical buffs. Jun-ho grins. He's downloaded the pattern. Oh ho, rhythm game time. The dark spirit sneers. You fight with your mouth, kid. The demon dives in. Jun-ho blocks K-Blom flames everywhere. Then a horizontal slash comes flying in. Jun-ho has to duck or lose his head. Debris is raining down. Jun-ho coughs up blood damage taken, but suddenly a shadow moves above. Spidey senses tingling. Gotcha. Jun-ho locks into the beat. Up down slash. He counters perfectly. Direct hit on the boss. Let's go. The demon stumbles back, bleeding purple gore. Jun-ho analyzes the stats. Fast, yes. Strong, yes. But compared to the lore, he's kinda nerfed. The boss is panting, running out of juice. Meanwhile, his minions are getting wrecked left and right. 1/1 kill. The raid is almost over. The dark spirit looked around, talking smack about his own crew like, my tribe was full of simps following a loser leader like me until they croaked. He started tripping on nostalgia, wishing he could hit undo on his past mistakes. Dark memories flooded in. He screamed, yo, you short-lived fools, you want that wish. Fight 1,000 ops and win first. He let out a desperate roar in this classic mana awakening moment. The dark spirit's scream was total despair fuel. He was like, mercy is for the weak. I'm the only one allowed to catch dubs here. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho felt the vibes get weird. The enemy's aura switched up, and boom, he speed blitzed right in front of Jun-ho's face. Jun-ho was shook, eyes wide, totally caught lacking. The spirit's blade skewered his chest and yeeted him into a tree. So hard sparks flew and the bark turned to toast. Jun-ho got peppered with rock shrapnel, coughing up straight ketchup. But then, a shadow flashed above, and his gamer instincts kicked in just in time to duck a nasty slash. He was looking rough, covered in scratches, exactly the brutal grind he expected. Jun-ho confirmed that the insane power he saw in the Dark Elf's flashbacks was 100% real. Jun-ho ducked by a hair to avoid the knockout blow. His body was wrecked, but this pain. Yeah, he recognized this vibe. Jun-ho knew this was that terrifying boss-level energy from the memories, a key system mechanic. He pulled a strap from his sleeve and started kiting the enemy blasting shots while backing up. Another golden flash zoomed by. The dark spirit spawned right in front of him, pressing the blade hard, screaming, "You think you can cheese this fight?" Blue and violet energies crashed like a supernova, sending shockwaves everywhere. They were locked in a sweaty struggle, smashing the terrain to bits around them. Jun-ho's legs were trembling and sliding back. Gritting his teeth, he thought, the Black Dragon buff is letting me tank this, but I can't keep hiding my true power much longer. It was a pivotal moment in this leveling sequence. Jun-ho looked around and realized the whole lobby was watching him with their jaws on the floor. While he was distracted, the dark spirit hit him with a cheap sidekick that Jun-ho couldn't block. He got ragdolled into a cliff face, shattering the rock and collapsing in a pile of debris. The cracks in the stone were massive. Jun-ho looked down, yikes, ribs showing through torn skin. Smoke cleared and the dark spirit was standing there, sword ready to finish the job. His armored hands shook on the ground as he hyped himself up. "Get up, bro. You gotta stand." The enemy closed the gap, raising his sword. No need to hold back now. Suddenly, thick chains snagged the blade. The squad pulled up to restrain the boss. Turns out Min Yu-dong was shot, calling everyone to support our boy Jun-ho. Players with long hair signaled and started blasting. A brunette player yelled, "Full send!" Jun-ho watched the scene totally speechless as Jin Pyo slid in beside him. "Your ribs are toast, man. Healing takes 30 minutes. A healer stepped up. "I got you." Another sat down. "My stats are trash, but it's better than zero." Jun-ho was startled by their words. Jin Pyo replied, "Even from the backline we saw the whole play, taking down the knights and 1v1ing the clan leader. You're the carry, giving us hope. Even the gray-haired players admit a noob with less than 3 wins shouldn't be this cracked. Honestly, we're terrified just attacking to save face. But look." They scanned the area. Enemy forces were down to about 100 mobs. That's why we could peel off to help. We just gotta drop the boss to clear the dungeon. Everyone was sweating to hold the black demon. Seeing this, Jun-ho jumped up. Jin Pyo shouted, "Yo, your neck is broken." Jun-ho grabbed his sword hilt, forcing a grin. "I just need you guys to cover me like Goku charging a spirit bomb for 10 minutes. Purple energy flared. The raid team split up. Some clutched the chains restraining the black demon's blade, while others dived on him, or DPS'd from the back. Everyone was redlining, 10 minutes on the clock. The gray-haired player stared, finally realizing who they were dealing with. Looking at the demon, he thought, wait, Jun-ho is the real cunning monster here. He was trading blows with the clan leader earlier. If he's holding on, we actually have a shot at winning this raid, if we just survive 10 minutes. Suddenly the vibe shifted. A player screamed, "Back up!" Another yelled, "Watch out!" Min Yu-dong looked over just as the black demon snapped the chains and blasted everyone away with an AoE attack. Min Yu-dong caught a white-haired player midair. "Thanks, my bad," he said. "I'm betting my whole life on this run. That demon is dangerous, but we just need to buy a few seconds. Even if I get clapped today, I'm keeping my pride." The white-haired player yelled to rally the squad, "Kill him." The black demon's face twisted in pure toxic rage. You pests stick like leeches. They charged again. The demon stood still, swinging his sword to drop 2 players. He dodged a sniper shot and thought, why am I nerfing myself? Get the wounded to the safe zone. A blonde tank raised his shield, shouting, push forward. Gritting his teeth, he thought, gotta drop him fast. Am I rushing the play? Even the black demon didn't get why they weren't scared. The purple glow behind them was bleaching into blinding white. Meanwhile, Jun-ho finished patching his wounds. His expression sharpened, and the black demon spotted him through the mob, pausing for a sec. The demon's grip tightened, veins bulging like road maps. The blonde player calculated less than 3 minutes left. We can hold, but a green sword slash instantly deleted 2 of his comrades. The terrified player looked over just as they dropped. A black-haired player got slashed across the chest, and someone's weapon-shattered RNG was not on their side. Blood everywhere. The blonde player's face dropped. He realized the raid wasn't over yet. The black demon was on a rampage. This level 1 boss was strong as an entire army. Even if 100 elites died, it wouldn't matter as long as this guy was still breathing. A player hugged his head, trembling, unable to watch the squad get wiped. Another struggled to stand. Just as despair hit max levels, Jun-ho's voice cut through the noise. Yo, free dumpling face, you done causing chaos yet? The black demon's eyes flashed. Jun-ho strolled forward and straightened his back. Good work, fam. Thanks, everyone. Leave this clown to me. The black-haired player panicked. You good? The brunette chimed in. Let's jump him together. Jun-ho dabbed. I'm Gucci. You guys handle the minions. I got a plan and my stats are hidden now. The black demon raised his sword to the sky, gritting his teeth. You trash, I'm deleting all of you. Suddenly, purple light exploded from Seo Jun-ho dust, and rocks went airborne, blinding everyone. Min Yudong shouted, totally stressed. Jun-ho, chill out. The smoke cleared. And in the middle of the crater, a purple orb stood totally still. The lobby was stunned. What the heck is that? Someone slammed the orb. Is this the boss's skill? Chayo Chayin, Jun-ho, you alive? Sounds came from inside. Min Yudong looked up. It was Seo Jun-ho's voice echoing out. That is definitely not my loadout. Yeah, I'm trapped seriously, he frowned. Is he caught in a bug? Min Yudong freaked out. Break that trap from the outside. Jun-ho listened closely. Thank God the squad trusted him. The black demon finally piped up, totally freaking out. Yo, what is the deal with this barrier? He suddenly realized he wasn't alone. Bro, are you seriously hiding your true power level? Seo Jun-ho just smirked. Chill out. I literally just showed you 1 skill. What is the drama? I am sitting on a whole stockpile of hidden heat. Suddenly, snowflakes started drifting down, dumping massive energy onto him. The glow was so blinding you would need shades just to look at it. Even the big bad boss looked confused beneath him. The floor turned to solid ice, and his sword got totally frosted over. What the heck is this? Black demon shouted. Then his spidey senses started tingling hard. He looked up and saw these gnarly ice daggers diving straight for his face. Not to mention they were wrapped in a creepy dark vibe. Jun-ho's voice cut through the air. You know how bosses unlock new hacks when they respawn? Dark energy mixed with ice spikes, he asked. Welcome to Phase 2, baby. This is the real deal. Jun-ho casually leaned back, resting a hand on the sword chilling on his shoulder. Whenever you monsters look down on us humans, you end up looking stupid like this. Black demon breathed out a puff of cold mist, stuttering, you. Then boom, flashback time to before the raid started. We were back in the corridor with infinite doors. A loud voice echoed, Yo, Jun-ho! Shimoku came running up panting. You done grinding already? That was crazy fast. You good man. You literally just woke up from a 25-year nap. Jun-ho ignored him and mashed the button for the elevator. Cut the chatter. I gotta test out this sick new move, Bone Chill. He paused, then replied, Dude, your build was perfected in the Twilight era. You're still trying to upgrade. Jun-ho sighed. Y'all got it twisted. I'm still full of glitches and bugs. Shimoku was totally speechless. Finally, he gave up. Alright, fine. So what is the game plan for this Bone Chill skill? Jun-ho held up 3 fingers like a professor. First off, I'm breaking it down into a 3-step combo. He started explaining. Step 1 is field control, like when I trapped Black Demon in that freezer, he said. I terraform the map with ice to gain an advantage, drain their stamina bar, and clap them when they slip up. Yunho tapped his chest with his sharp nails. Step 2 is tanking. I buff my armor defense with ice layers. It is a safety net for when my dodge rolls fail and I gotta eat a hit. Eyeing his ice spikes, he finished. And finally, huge DPS increase by infusing attacks with Bone Chill. Back in the fight, those icicles launched at Black Demon all at once. The demon dodged like a pro, and the spikes smashed the frozen floor into glitter. Jun-ho did not even blink. He just casually drew his blade like he owned the place. Nightwatch style burns mana like crazy, but wrapping solid objects in Bone Chill's super efficient. Black Demon batted away the ice chunks thinking, this kid fights like a demon lord. Why hide that flex? Jun-ho shrugged. I got my reasons, bro. Did you not sandbag your power level too? Black Demon got defensive. My power just toasts souls and borrows glitchy spirits for a sec. It is on a long cooldown. His skills were super mysterious. This is dangerous. He swung his sword with a massive energy burst, but against Jun-ho, it was like throwing a pebble at a tank. Totally useless. The boss stared him down while Jun-ho did some mental math. He guessed 10 minutes. Nah. 5 minutes is plenty, Jun-ho declared. Black Demon tilted his head confused. 5 minutes for what kid? Hearing that, Jun-ho flashed a wicked grin. Time to send you to the respawn screen. The ice under his feet started cracking like crazy. The black demon just lost it, laughing his head off. He mocked, "You are hilarious. You really think I am that weak?" But then dark energy started pouring off Jun-ho. "Do not get it twisted, buddy. I am actually giving you props." Shadowy energy swallowed his whole body, leaving only his eyes glowing like headlights. "I respect you enough to go full try-hard mode and end this in 5 minutes." Watching the scene, Dark Demon's jaw dropped. "Is that Jun-ho's sword pressure?" He panicked for a sec. "Wait, is that sword aura?" Then he tried to hype himself back up. "Nah, no way. Real sword aura at mastery level would be blazing way hotter. This kid is just pumping his weird demon juice into the blade." He was sure Jun-ho's mana pool was too low for the real deal. But the vibes coming off that sword were terrifying. Dark Demon screamed, "What kind of broken cheat code skill is that?" Jun-ho grinned. "Oh, this little trick." He flashed back about 27 or 29 years. "I was fighting this absolute unit of a boss called the Armored Turtle. Its shell was so buffed even sword aura could not scratch it. I was desperate, man. I really thought it was game over right there." Jun-ho dug his heels in. "Facing death made me so mad. In that rage, I ditched the sword aura and unlocked this memory." Jun-ho's body fueled the blade with dark energy, clashing the essence of night against the world. A mocking laugh echoed out from somewhere. "Not bad, kid. Out of all the chaotic, messy skills I have seen, that one is definitely S tier. But Darkness Yang style, Ramad Kali." Jun-ho remembered naming it back then with a goofy smile. He swung the sword again, and suddenly the path to victory blew wide open. He unleashed a double combo Elder Sword Smash into life and dance. The forces crashed together, and Dark Demon's eyes bugged out. Layers of ice exploded everywhere. The boss face planted onto the frozen ground. Blood trickled from his mouth. Jun-ho's 5-minute speedrun was dead on. The sword was already buried deep in the demon's chest. Junyo asked, "Any last words, or are we done here?" Dark Demon pointed weakly at his neck. "Just kill me." Jun-ho popped open his system menu. "Fine, I will delete you, but answer one question first." Junyo pulled out a rock-looking thing. "You know what this drop is?" Dark Demon gasped. "Is that a spirit seed? Does that mean a spirit is going to spawn soon?" Hearing this, Jun-ho sat down crisscross applesauce. "Wait, a spirit seed, seriously," the demon explained. "Wherever the world's mana is concentrated, a spirit gets born." Dark Demon ripped a necklace off and tossed it to Jun-ho. "It is not much, but that bead has ancient tree energy. Pump mana into the egg with that, and it will hatch." Jun-ho looked intrigued. Jun-ho got greedy. "That is it. No legendary sword, no epic loot." The Dark Demon looked like he wanted to cry. "I cannot believe I got wrecked by a greedy human like you. Stop whining. If you are broke, just say so." Jun-ho stood up and ripped his sword out. The demon whispered a final prayer. "O mighty world tree, if you are listening." He thought about the glory days. "Just let me fade out fast. Save my poor minions." The scene abruptly cut to a dark alleyway where someone was screaming, "Who is there? Is it you?" A kid got yeeted against a wall covered in blood and looking terrified. The attacker stomped on the boy's chest. "Who the heck are you supposed to be? You know whose turf this is." Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jun-ho stood in silence. The Dark Demon leader was officially down for the count. He stared at the egg in his hand. "Is this legit?" He remembered that signing a contract with a spirit meant unlocking OP skills with 0 mana cost. "I used to be so jealous of guys with infinite mana," he admitted. But then his face lit up like a kid at Christmas. "So now I can finally get my own spirit contract, right?" He grinned ear to ear, holding the egg in one hand and the necklace in the other. "Spirits only bond with those who can handle the juice. This is definitely a dark spirit egg." Even though he was beat up, Jun-ho daydreamed about chilling with a cool little spirit. It was going to be totally different this time. "Let's go." Jun-ho crushed the dark elf's necklace in his fist. Bam! A dazzling blue light exploded out. He could feel the faint pulsing energy of the forest waking up. Seo Jun-ho turned back to the mystery egg. If he pumped his mana into this bad boy and combined the two, the cracks on the shell would glow like a neon sign. Thrilled, he watched closely, waiting for the drop. Outside the barrier, the squad was low-key panicking. Jin Pyo voiced the stress. The dark elves were toast, so why hadn't our player Seo Jun-ho respawned yet? He worried something glitched out, and not knowing the situation inside was a total vibe killer. Suddenly, a system window popped up like a jump scare. Everyone froze. The orange-haired player stared eyes wide as anime saucers. She stammered out the notification. "You have breached the ancient forest gate." "Wait, what?" "So me mighty success." Cheers erupted instantly. Player Seo Jun-ho clapped the enemy. "We can finally go home." The brown-haired dude grinned like an idiot. "I seriously thought it was game over against that chief." "Real talk, we're only alive because Jun-ho carried us." The player next to him nodded. "No cap. It's insane he could go toe-to-toe with the tribe chief solo." Min Yudong kept his eyes on the prize. He spotted the glitch, the barriers dropping. Then Seo Jun-ho walked out looking like the main character at the end of an arc. But his face was dark. He looked totally wrecked compared to his usual cool self. Concerned, the whole squad rushed him. Seo Jun-ho, the pink-haired girl, moved in to support him. "You look beat, you good, bro." He waved them off like a boss. Seo Jun-ho replied, "I'm straight." He walked past them, a total lone wolf. To be fair, everyone else was running on empty too. The pink-haired guest saw that Seo Jun-ho wasn't dying, but he definitely needed a health potion. Min Yudong watched him leave, wondering just how sweaty that boss fight was to drain him like that. The next day, the sky was HD quality, and the airplane cruised high above. The screen flashed, "Mission complete." But Jun-ho just wearily slapped it off. "MVP status is exhausting, you feel me?" He sighed deep. "Fame is fleeting, man." Gazing out the window, Seo Jun-ho muttered, I just pray the dark spirit hatching from this egg isn't a total greed monster. I have never resented the Frost Queen before. Speaking of the devil. The Frost Queen looked dazed, smushing her face against the window. She breathed on the glass and said, "Yo, human tech is actually wild. Flying without mana, that's some black magic," Seo Jun-ho snapped. "Hey, zip it. I'm trying to have a monologue here," she clapped back instantly. "I'm the one talking. You're just brooding silently. What's your deal?" Internally. Seo Jun-ho was freaking out. This chipified spirit used to be the monster who froze his squad and terrorized the server. How did the raid boss become his pet? He literally sent her to the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, the Frost Queen was rambling about how cars are obsolete now that she can fly. "I guess I gave you enough time to buffer," he reminded her. "Bruh, I told you to hush." She spun around with zero chill. "Hey, were you eavesdropping on my internal narration again?" Seo Jun-ho groaned, clutching his head. Where did this gremlin even spawn from? The Frost Queen crossed her arms and flexed. "I'm the best match for your mana, deal with it. We're basically soulmates because of your Frostbone stats." Seo Jun-ho was not having it. "Don't make me laugh. I've been a Shadow main for 5 years. I've only used Frostbone skills for like 3 months. She stayed cool as a cucumber." "Doesn't matter. The spirit from the egg was me. So stop being salty and just sign the contract already." Seo Jun-ho raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Sign it after the mess you made." He was ready to throw hands verbally. The Frost Queen looked confused. What exactly did she do to make him so pressed? Suddenly he looked ready to rage. "You really don't know." She bit her lips, sweating a little. "You're stammering," he pointed out. She started racking her brain for which crime he meant. She paused. "Oh, right. Freezing the entire Pacific Ocean." The Frost Queen gasped. "Wait, so you actually feel bad for the sushi, you're mad about the fish?" Cold sweat trickled down his face. "Freezing the ocean wrecked the climate, you psycho." He thought maybe global warming will eventually fix the temps. She thought to herself, whatever, that's irrelevant. But there was still that brutal thing she did. "You froze me and my homies." The Frost Queen couldn't take the heat and argued back. "You know that was just a persona, right? I didn't freeze them. Heck, I can use my powers to thaw them out," she replied with full confidence. "So technically I'm innocent. Honestly, I feel bad for them too." Realizing she sounded Seuss, she laughed awkwardly. "Such a hassle. Anyway, look at the view." He turned sharply, ignoring the distraction, and started texting on his watch. Seo Jun-ho hit up his boy Deok. Then he asked her, "Think about what crimes the Frost Queen committed. Go. We're chill, so why bring this up?" Seo Jun-ho pressed him. "Hurry up, fam. I'm losing my mind here." He listed the damage to the 5 heroes. "What else?" Deok replied, "IDK man probably a lot." Unnoticed by Seo Jun-ho, the Frost Queen popped up behind him. "Is that a smartphone that response time is lit?" He side-eyed her. "Yeah, it's useful." Then he got down to business. "So what's the buff? What do I get if I sign?" She smirked arrogantly. "I'll be your personal guide and sensei." Hearing this, Seo Jun-ho paused, then turned on her. "I admit you're OP, but you still took the L against me." The Frost Queen rubbed her chin. "Actually, you only won because I was nerfed. I lost my powers." Surprised he said nerfed. "What are you on about? Where do you even buy those meds?" She looked confused. "Meds. I'm not a pharmacist." The Frost Queen explained. "This body was once the queen of the Niflheim Ice Kingdom. I ruled all the ice in the server, I swear on my life, no cap." Now Seo Jun-ho was actually shook. Thinking this was a serious wizard oath, he asked, "So you really were nerfed?" "How bad?" She responded. "I was running at about 1%. The moment she said that, Seo Jun-ho exploded. 1% stop trolling, you swore on your life." The Frost Queen shook her head. "Oathing too much kills the vibe. It ruins my queenly drip." He sighed, headache incoming. "She's actually crazy enough to swear that." "Fine, let's sign, but I got conditions." Seo Jun-ho laid down the law. "If you try to grief me or my friends, the contract is void. Instantly." The Frost Queen nodded. "Duh." She popped a magic circle. "Spirit and contractor are soulmates. Friendly fire is turned off by default." Still, Seo Jun-ho's mind was a mess. Was this a galaxy brain move or a throw? But he had no choice. He wasn't swole enough to solo a 1-star gate yet. He bit his lip until it bled. "But with this power, I'll be ready." He slapped his bloody hand onto the glowing circle. He was determined to grind XP with the Frost Queen's power. The following day at the association gym, Seo Jun-ho and the Frost Queen were in a massive hall. She sighed. "Yo, this map is boring." He answered, "It's a training room genius." Seo Jun-ho pulled up a system screen for a stat check. The Frost Queen got nosy. "What you doing?" He didn't hide it. "Testing out the loot from the last raid." A ring and bracelet spawned on Seo Jun-ho's hand. The ring was radiating pure energy. Seo Jun-ho clenched his fist. "If I equip this, my magic stats are going to hit 100. I could speedrun a 1-star gate easy," the Frost Queen commented. "With that drip, you actually look kind of strong." He glared. "Didn't ask. Time to see what I can really do." She paused. "Wait, aren't you the one who knows my stats better than anyone?" Seo Jun-ho argued back. "You're a spirit now, the meta has changed." Hearing that, the Frost Queen paused for a beat, calculating her next move. "I'm picking up what you're putting down," she said before dropping a serious reminder. "But don't forget, you're the one who signed the dotted line with me. Since you inked the contract, you should know exactly how overpowered I really am. That's the only way my benefits kick in." She raised her tiny hand, and a spooky greenish-white aura started to flare up. The room temperature plunged as that familiar bone-chilling ice power manifested. Even the ceiling froze over instantly. Jun-ho stood there totally shook. Cold sweat rolled down his face as he thought, man, it feels like my actual heart is being put on ice. Junho had a flashback to the intense pressure he felt when he first raided the Frost Queen's dungeon. But just as the vibe got heavy, the power faded, and the Frost Queen rolled up her sleeves and vanished into thin air. He looked around confused. Yo, what are you doing now? She lowered her head ignoring him, then stubbornly turned her back. It was like dealing with a moody teenager who just lost interest in a game. Junho's mind was full of question marks, totally clueless. The Frost Queen finally spoke up blunt as ever. I'm just not in the mood to flex my powers right now. Junho snapped back. Are you trolling me? But she just kept talking. Once something grabs my curiosity, my attention span for everything else hits zero. Junho frowned, messing up his hair in frustration. But all he could do was let out a heavy sigh. He switched tactics. Fine then. What's got you so hyped up? The Frost Queen flashed her signature grin and answered, I want to check out the human world. Boom. The scene instantly shifted to a busy downtown street packed with skyscrapers. Some random guy was holding a low-tier certificate, trashing it as total garbage loot. It was just the usual background noise of the city people complaining about their stats and grinding conditions. On the main road, traffic was backed up while pedestrians flooded the crosswalks. The Frost Queen zipped around in circles, totally buzzed. Whoa, who owns that massive castle over there? Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, that's just an apartment complex, not a fortress. She pointed at a passing vehicle. What is that strange metal carriage? He replied deadpan. It's a car. She wouldn't stop yapping, staring intensely at everyone's smartphones like they were magic artifacts. Junho was losing patience, fast gritting his teeth. This is so annoying. Then a thought hit him. Wait, why can't other people see you? She got all sulky. I'm flying around making all this noise, but I'm invisible to these NPCs. So boring. She perked up. If you want, I can toggle my visibility on. Junho shook his head frantically. Nope. Definitely not right now. Suddenly, she went quiet. Junho looked confused. The spirit contract was getting weirder by the second. She pointed excitedly at a black cat, screaming, What is the name of that magnificent beast? Junho raised an eyebrow. You mean the stray cat? Before he could finish, she zoomed forward. Hey, stray cat. Let Big Sis give you some head pats. Junho tried to warn her. Even though the cat couldn't see her, its golden hunter eyes sensed her spiritual pressure. It tilted its head, waiting for the prey to get close. The second she got in range, chomp, it bit her, shocking the Frost Queen into a tailspin. Not stopping there, the cat unleashed a fury of swipes. The queen screamed, dodging for her life. She rocketed upward to safety. Why is it acting so savage? The cat kept swiping at the air. She crash-landed onto Junho's hat, wheezing. How did those fierce monsters even get into the city? You can't just leave a cruel beast like that roaming the streets. Junho laughed and explained, it only attacks things smaller than itself. He chuckled heartily while the Frost Queen looked completely bamboozled. Junho scooped up the cat and instantly it turned into a purring softie. Cats only show their cute side to the alpha in the room. The Frost Queen's jaw dropped, staring in disbelief. She snapped back angrily. How annoying, take me back to the training room. I'm going to show you my true power level. While petting the cat, he replied, sure if you really want to. The two headed back to their private dojo. The air was thick with anticipation as they locked eyes. The Frost Queen started swinging her arms, focusing hard. Etch this power into your memory. Junho smirked back. I'm ready whenever you are. As he spoke, a magic circle lit up beneath him. Around the rim, dozens of razor-sharp spears materialized out of thin air. Suddenly, those spears launched upward. A thin, icy veil formed in midair, instantly morphing into a jagged frost pillar. It was a textbook display of system mana manipulation. She didn't stop there. A whole cluster of ice weapons spawned in the corner, swords, shields, guardians, an entire arsenal. It was honestly impressive. The room was overflowing with high-tier weaponry. He was confident he could solo a battlefield with this gear. Still, Junho kept his poker face, which made the Frost Queen explode. What? You only have not bad to say. She was fuming. Look closer. I'll prove that even if I'm nerfed after awakening, my power is still god tier. He confidently shot back. Everything you just spawned is stuff I can already craft myself. The Frost Queen refused to accept the roast. Nonsense. You did not just say that. Suddenly an ice weapon swooped past Junho, giving him a haircut. It startled him, but he analyzed the ice arms. Secretly, he admitted they were masterpiece quality delicate, but maximized for efficiency. It was unbelievable she made these in seconds. Honestly, with his current stats, he couldn't compete with that speed. But he kept his cool and said, my answer stands. Give me time and I can grind to this level too. I just need to level up. Junho added, what I'm hoping you can show me is a skill tree beyond my current limits. The Frost Queen tapped her chin, thinking. Something you can't do, huh? A light bulb went off in her head. She spun around, asking, could you be talking about this? Junho followed her gaze. When he saw it, his jaw hit the floor in total shock. Proudly, she sat cross-legged while he shouted, that's it, that is the meta. Junho couldn't keep it down and yelled, this is exactly the cheat code I wanted. Meanwhile, President Deok-gu was working upstairs. Deok-gu muttered, sounds like he's training hard down there. But the shock was about to hit him too. Back in the room, Junho asked, okay, but do you know what the Frost Queen actually looks like? That question grabbed her attention. She stared at him, confused. He exclaimed, only 5 heroes in history have ever seen her. More precisely, he was the only one in the squad who had actually met the boss face to face. Junho was surprised she didn't know. Really, then there's no issue. Deok-gu walked in curious. What issue? Jun-ho asked. She can reveal her true form now. Deok-gu was seeing question marks. Who are you talking to, bro? Before he could finish, the Frost Queen manifested, making Deok-gu's eyes pop out of his head. He screamed and dove behind a chair. Ghost monster. What the heck is that thing? Oh, she flew over to roast you clueless noob. Is this thing really your friend? Jun-ho replied. Sorry, but yeah, I'm with you on that. Deok-gu fired back. Any man would freak out if a demon popped up out of nowhere. The Frost Queen angrily repeated. Something like that, she growled. How dare you call me a thing? You've got guts mortal. Deok-gu turned pale, trembling in his boots. Jun-ho stepped in. All right, chill out. Stay away from my homie. You haven't forgotten the terms of our contract, right? The Frost Queen finally zipped it, stepping back. Still salty, she puffed out her cheeks like a chipmunk. If he insults me again, even if he's your boy, I'm throwing hands. Jun-ho sighed and warned Deok-gu. Listen up. The Queen here sees everyone on Earth as NPCs beneath her, so watch your mouth. Deok-gu stammered, still overwhelmed. The Queen? Wait, if she's the Queen? Maybe he's just hallucinating. Okay, stay calm. Deok-gu stared at the floating spirit. First of all, that's the Frost Queen. He frowned, looking at the tiny figure perched on Jun-ho's shoulder. Jun-ho repeated the lore about the awakened spirit egg he snagged at the Las Vegas auction and hatched with help from the tribe chief in the primeval forest. Deok-gu confirmed. So the loot egg hatched into the Frost Queen. Finally, he nodded. I kinda get it. You hate the Frost Queen the most. As long as she's cool, I don't have to do anything. Junho said. She's gonna help me power level. She's crazy strong. Surprised, Jun-ho asked. Really? What level is she right now? Deok-gu explained that spirit levels depend on their strength, ranging from lower tiers to supreme ranks. Spirits usually announce their rank themselves. Hearing this, Jun-ho turned to her. Yo, what's your level anyway? But the Frost Queen stayed silent, then awkwardly looked away. Suspicious. Yeah, she's supposed to be god tier, but something felt mad sus. The Frost Queen clapped back instantly. Yo, watch your mouth, peasant. Don't ask dumb questions. Deok-gu, on the other hand, dude looked like a total NPC. He shrugged. I mean, she looks like a scrub-tier fairy, but she ain't scared of your aura at all. Bottom line, this kid is cracked. Next time I'm hitting a gate with some real heat. Jun-ho just rubbed his chin. The ones I cleared were already sweaty enough, though. Wait, you want even more danger? Deok-gu froze, a crazy thought hitting him. Bro, are you seriously gonna solo a 1-star gate? Jun-ho nodded. The forest gate was 1 star, right? I've leveled up big time since then. I can totally solo that difficulty now. He tapped his watch like a boss. If you say you're ready, you're ready. But Earth only has 3 of those bad boys left. Deok-gu started listing them off. South America. China. Then he just stopped dead. He stared at the screen like it grew legs. Yo, you good? You having a mental breakdown or something? Jun-ho blinked, totally confused. Huh. If I have PTSD, it's literally your fault. The Frost Queen just tilted her head, clueless. Then, Jun-ho dropped the bomb. The next target is Base C in Antarctica, the Winter Castle Gate. Later, Jun-ho crashed at his crib. It was pitch black outside, lights out inside. Then Deok-gu's voice blasted through the phone. Press conference is at 2 o'clock tomorrow. My secretary's gonna swoop you up. Copy that. Jun-ho cracked open a cold soda, sipping while side-eyeing the Queen. You ain't gonna grub on anything, she puffed out her chest. I am a fairy and noble being who doesn't need basic human chow. She kept gazing out the window like a dramatic movie character. Jun-ho smirked. For real, sweet saves me cash on groceries. He set down his drink. But you let me ask you something real quick. You know anything about the dimensional elevator? That thing is literally the source code of this messed up world. Jun-ho's eyes got serious. If I crack that mystery, maybe I can beat this game for good. She went quiet, staring at the city lights. I got nothing. Zero clue. Jun-ho got up shouting. Hey, you were a floor master, stop capping and spill the tea. The Frost Queen spun around. I really don't know. I swear on my icy soul, she sighed. I did know the secrets once, but after you wrecked me, my hard drive got wiped. If I try to think about it, it's just blank static. Jun-ho sighed. Damn. The system really formatted her brain. That is cold-blooded. The Queen floated closer. Don't be a sad sack. Even without those memories. I'm still a genius, so I'll carry you later. Jun-ho nodded. Fair point. But hold up, I got one more question. Usually fairies mooch mana off their master. But I don't feel any drain. Where's your juice coming from? She floated closer, looking annoyed. Are you for real? How can one human be this dense? We run off our master's mental stats, not mana. If your brain power tanks, I turn into a useless paperweight. If you burn out, I get yeeted back to the spirit world. Jun-ho mulled it over. Makes sense. No way you get unlimited power without a price tag. Exactly like the stunt I pulled earlier. But listen, even with your talent, if you want to fight for real, you need a month of grinding. A whole month. Jun-ho grinned. Watch me, I'll prove you wrong by the full moon. Time skip. The big day arrived. At a skyscraper downtown, a knuckle rapped on the door. Come on in. It was showtime. But the sight inside totally threw the secretary off. Jun-ho was already dripping in style. Crisp shirt, sharp pants, tie on point. He shot her a cool look. She walked in stunned. Whoa, no pajamas today. I brought a suit, but you beat me to it. Jun-ho chuckled. Hey, I clean up nice sometimes. He threw on his blazer and popped the cuffs. Check the fit. Looking fresh. She couldn't even speak, just gave a thumbs up. All right, let's roll. A bit later, the venue was absolutely mobbed. Lenses locked onto the stage. The press was buzzing like angry bees. One reporter whistled. Yo, check this turnout. It's only been 3 months, but the crowd doubled. The girl next to him nodded. Well, duh. His leveling speed is glitched here. A dude with black hair jumped in. I was there when he cleared the East Sea Gate. The aura coming off him straight up suffocating. He's a monster same league as the top rankers. The reporter lowered his voice. If he said he was soloing a 1-star gate today, I wouldn't even blink. The other reporters gasped. A silver-haired guy laughed. Bro, you're tripping. That's suicide. Another reporter scoffed. Stop glazing the guy, man. Hey, I'm just spitting facts. Suddenly, click-clack. Shiny dress shoes hit the stage. Spotlights killed the darkness. Every jaw dropped. Jun-ho stood there in a bespoke suit looking like a movie star. Wait, where's his hunter gear? Flash, flash, flash. The room turned into a strobe light show. The MC grabbed the mic. We're starting now. Next question. Is Seo Jun-ho attempting the trial cave? Jun-ho nodded coolly. Bet on it. Clearing my schedule as we speak. The room went dead silent. The cynical reporter's brain stalled. That's the rookie grinder gate. But for a speedrunner like Jun-ho skipping, it would be a massive waste of XP. She knew the deal. The trial cave up in the Tibet mountains. It's a gauntlet run stage after stage. Beat a level, get a choice. Double down and keep going, or cash out and leave. It's the only dungeon where you can rage quit safely. But thanks to the system, the rewards are top secret. No spoilers allowed. If everyone's thirsty to clear it, the loot must be insane. She typed furiously on her tablet. This was gold. She hit publish, just as Jun-ho spoke again. Oh, and after the cave, I'm taking down the Winter Castle gate. Boom! Everyone forgot how to breathe. Win. Winter. The cameras went nuclear. Did he just say the freaking Winter Castle? A reporter screamed the context. That's one of the 3 Unconquered Gates' legendary hell mode. It's a nightmare that's been haunting humanity. They jumped up desperate. Are you serious, the Winter Castle? Jun-ho didn't even blink. Yes. Conference over. By sunset, his jet was already piercing the clouds. You'll check the headlines. A massive alert popped up. Seo Jun-ho's next target is the 1-star Winter Castle gate. The internet went wild, asking if our boy was rushing into a suicide mission. But Jun-ho. He declared he's storming the trial cave. Can he actually top Kim Young's legendary 9th level record? Man, Seo Jun-ho was just chillin', resting his head on his hand like a bored king. He scrolled through the news, watching the updates flood in like a tsunami. Even the Frost Queen was sweating bullets. She asked, Yo, are you good? Everyone thinks attacking the trial cave is way too premature. But Jun-ho dropped some knowledge. Listen, the entry requirement is level 25 to 30. However, he smirked. There's a hidden condition the noobs don't know about. Jun-ho broke it down. The bigger the level gap you overcome, the crazier the loot drops. The difficulty stays the same, but the rewards, infinite. Check this out, he explained. If a low-level player clears a high-tier gate, the system blesses them with way better rewards than a high-level player doing the exact same run. Click the Queen finally got it. Aha. So that's actually a total win-win situation. But Jun-ho cut in. That hack only works if the system lets you enter the gate a second time. I'm seriously considering it because usually once you snag the rewards, you're banned from re-entering. But here's the kicker, I cleared that dungeon back when I was technically a ghost. Jun-ho stared out at the dazzling Sky Island afternoon. He had already dominated that cave and claimed the rewards 25 years ago. But now, his stats have been wiped clean. It's a total hard reset. So, I might just be able to finesse the system and enter a second time. Later, his private jet touched down on a VIP rooftop. He stepped out coat in hand, looking like a boss against the sparkling city lights. Determination locked in. Bet, I'm taking this challenge down. Seo Jun-ho's mind flashed back to his frozen comrades. He was doing this to bring the squad back together. His eyes blazed with ambition, seeing his past self right there in the reflection. Bearing the identity of Spectre, he smiled at his history, ready to level up and surpass his own legend. Suddenly, Jun-ho hollered, Yo, Frost Queen! What's good? I need you to whip me into shape. The Queen froze, mid-air, totally shook. She zoomed in closer, realizing he was serious. Wait, you're asking me to be your mentor? Jun-ho shrugged. I mean, your ice control is cracked compared to mine. Learning from the OG wouldn't be a total waste. The Frost Queen puffed up, shouting, So I'm basically your master now. She was loving it, blushing with pure ego. Fine, as a noble lord, I will personally guide you. Lead on, peasant. Jun-ho felt a bit done with her attitude. I ain't your servant or your disciple, but thanks for the help. The Queen got serious, though. Don't think this will be a walk in the park. You gotta grind hard. Bring it on, he replied. I'm ready for the heat. Meanwhile, back at the Winter Castle gate, the massive structure stood tall. Inside, 4 of Jun-ho's legendary teammates were still trapped in eternal ice. They were frozen statues, unable to move an inch. On the cold ground sat a bottle of wine and 5 glasses waiting for a toast that never happened. The tragic night of October 14th. Cut to the next morning, the association training room looked like a blizzard hit it. Ice blocks littered the floor and frozen swords stuck out of the ground like a graveyard of failed attempts. Bang, a sword shattered into pieces, clang. Another loud clash echoed as Jun-ho slammed his blade into the frozen floor with pure frustration. The dude was dripping sweat, totally gassed out. He was exhausted and his sword was caked in frost. He looked up at the Queen floating above. How's that run, Queen? She pursed her lips, then gave a rare nod of approval. Finally, you did something not totally embarrassing. This is getting spicy. 2 weeks ago, she was analyzing, and now, you're juggling 2 elements. One is darkness, and the other is my ice. Jun-ho looked confused. Why are you lecturing me like I don't know this? She sighed, disappointed. You think too simply, dummy, to use an attribute. You gotta understand it on a spiritual level. The deeper the understanding, the sicker the technique. She held up a tiny finger. Pop quiz. What is the true essence of darkness energy? He blinked, processing. Darkness energy. It's violence, pride, apathy, and pure hate. The Frost Queen nodded, satisfied with the answer. And ice energy. Jun-ho answered without skipping a beat. Just that cold chill. Her face fell. Wrong. She started explaining like a teacher. Listen up, ice is cold, calm, and way more classy than other energies. It's the ultimate comprehensive energy. He nodded. Got it. So it's balanced. Exactly, she chirped. Darkness, fire, and wind are all about that DPS life, but have trash defense. Water and earth tanks with no damage. The Frost Queen floated closer to Jun-ho. That's why ice users used to dominate the solo queue in the arena back in the day, she smirked. Can you guess why? He flashed back to when she first spawned the ice weapon room. Time for school, she announced. I'll teach you how to wield the cold. Snap, the Frost Queen flicked her fingers. Before he could blink, she crafted a gorgeous razor-sharp sword out of thin air. Jun-ho whistled. Okay, that is a seriously sharp blade. She beamed. Behold the cherished sword of the Ice Nation. Make a replica, she ordered. Then I'll teach you. Jun-ho panicked. Hold up. I signed up for combat training, not arts and crafts. I don't want to be a blacksmith. The Queen kicked back on her ice throne like a boss. A true master excels at everything. If you can't handle this, class is dismissed. Jun-ho's jaw dropped. Bro, that's so unfair. She ignored his whining completely. Fast forward a bit, Jun-ho stood there gripping a makeshift ice sword, sighing in relief. All right, is this one legit? He raised it up. Let me see. She leaned in, squinted, and crack. She snapped it like a twig. Trash, she declared. Jun-ho screamed internally. Again, she yelled back. Blade isn't sharp enough. Balance is whack. You call this a replica of a national treasure. It's an insult. Jun-ho's face turned red, veins popping. He hung his head, voice raspy. That's the 50th one you broke. Despite the salt, Jun-ho sat down to grind again, grumbling about how frustrating this was. But secretly, the Frost Queen was actually shook. Impressive. 34 minutes in, and he hit 64% synchronization. It reminded her of his power from 28 years ago. Is this guy even human? She worried she was creating a monster, but she smiled. She watched his progress in silence, then pointed out a tiny flaw. Right there. The blade tilt is off by 5 degrees. She was nitpicking, but she was having a blast. This was actually fun for her. Moments later, she stared at his latest creation. Okay, this one? It ain't bad. She stuttered, trying to keep her cool. Jun-ho scratched his head. I gave it my all, fam. Do I pass? She seemed to ponder. Then smash. She kicked the sword into pieces again. Jun-ho lost his mind. Why though? She giggled mischievously. Oh, that sword was pretty good. I only broke it because you look funny when you're mad. Seeing his soul leave his body, she flew over and patted his head. She saw the massive dark circles under his eyes. All right, that's a wrap on weapon training. You've been grinding for 2 days straight. Go catch some Z's before you collapse. She promised the real combat training would start after his nap. But Jun-ho looked at her like she was sus. You capping. You just want to hurt me again, don't you? She snapped back. Keep talking, and I'll change my mind. Hearing that, he pointed a finger. Then his body just gave up. He hit the floor, murmuring, Don't bail on me. He was out cold before he finished the sentence. The Queen conjured a thick blanket and tucked him in. Talented and stubborn, she whispered. The gods really played favorites with this one. She just wanted to be strong enough to protect her crew this time. The next morning, a massive eagle screamed across the clear blue sky of Sky Island, wings spread wide, ready for the next arc. Welcome to the roof of the world, folks. The Tibetan Plateau was popping with tourists today. Boom. The entrance to the challenge cave just materialized. And check out Jampa sticking his tongue out. Yo, S-rank player. Seo Jun-ho is in the house. I'm Jampa, the boss of this zone. Welcome to the grind, the challenge cave. And chill fam, sticking out the tongue is just how they say sup in Tibet. He made sure to drop that knowledge early. The player association gave Jampa a heads up while the Frost Queen was yapping away in the background. Look at that, he's literally making faces at you. But Jampa didn't even blink. He just kept rolling with the script. So you want to flex your skills in the challenge cave. You think you're tough enough. Right on cue, a holographic screen popped up flashing the Hall of Fame. It was the leaderboard of legends who crushed this dungeon. Seo Jun-ho took a peek and realized something wild. For 25 years, nobody has touched his high score. The king stays king. The specs dropped on the screen. Entry level 25 to 30. No squad limit, no round limit. Straight up infinite difficulty mode unlocked. Jampa dropped the truth bomb. Nobody knows what kind of nightmare fuel is waiting inside. Standing in the breeze like a total NPC, he threw out some blessings for a safe run. And then wham. The massive maw of the cave opened right in front of them. Seo Jun-ho and the Frost Queen dove into the abyss darkness, swallowing them whole. Suddenly, a giant glowing gate lit up the void. Jun-ho looked up, feeling all the feels. Damn, it's been 25 years. No hesitation, baby. Seo Jun-ho stepped up like a boss. Let's roll. The Frost Queen was right on his heels. But then, snap, a bolt of lightning tore through the air out of nowhere. Boom. Thunder crashed as they touched the gate, scaring the living daylights out of them. A glitchy error message flashed red. Second entry detected. Authorization required. Seo Jun-ho froze. Say what? Even the Frost Queen was left speechless, totally shook. Before they could even reboot their brains, electricity went haywire. Dust was swirling like a mosh pit. And straight ahead, a massive black door looming in the giant chamber. Out steps a dude looking sharp in a suit and a tall hat. He tipped his hat with some swagger and introduced himself. I'm Gray, the manager of the first-level spatial elevator. Nice to meet you. Jun-ho's jaw dropped. Manager of level 1, does that make this guy a literal god? Gray adjusted his hat and laughed it off. Nah, fam. I'm just a humble servant running the show down here. Jun-ho was confused. Managing the first level basically means running Earth right. That's god-tier status. Gray nodded. True, but I only control the stuff on this specific floor. I'm talking gates and monsters level 1 stuff. Even I have limits, he added. Then he smiled, genuinely hyped. It's been a hot minute since I saw an OG Yo Seo Jun-ho. Welcome back to the party. The shock was real on their faces. Seo Jun-ho took a beat before replying. Thanks. The Frost Queen was still rebooting. Hold up, you know who I am. Gray just chuckled. Of course. You're the Queen of Niflheim, the supreme ice boss herself. Intrigued, Jun-ho cut in. So what's the deal with this place? Meanwhile, Frost Queen was tripping. How did this guy have her stats? This is a virtual zone I whipped up, Gray explained. He flipped open a thick book like he was checking receipts. See, we got a tiny problem. He started reading the timestamp. 28 years, 7 months, 16 days, and 32 minutes ago. You already crushed the challenge cave, didn't you? Seo Jun-ho? The book had him caught in 4K pick ID number name, everything. Gray pressed him. You know the rules, homie? You can't loot the same dungeon twice. Changing your handle doesn't change your soul. Seo Jun-ho raised a hand. But what if I don't have any of that loot left? Gray looked confused. Say what now? Jun-ho kept it 100. I got 0 rewards left for my last run. Hearing that, Gray dipped his head, thinking hard, then snapped his eyes up to check if Jun-ho was capping. Instantly, the vibe in the room got heavy. A massive pressure crushed down on them. Seo Jun-ho grit his teeth. Is this that manager power you were bragging about? Gray spoke up. Since you're broke, Jun-ho cut in. Technically, the rules say I can enter. Gray held up a finger. That call is mine to make. Tap his cane hit the floor like a gavel. It ain't about breaking laws, he explained. It's about fairness. You already know the cheat codes. Letting you back in isn't fair to the noobs. Seo Jun-ho just stood there cool as a cucumber. Then crank up the difficulty. If it's harder for me, that makes it fair, right? Gray's face went dark mode. You sure you can handle that heat? Seo Jun-ho didn't blink. I'm ready to rock. Even Gray was intrigued. Can't tell if you're playing me or you're for real. Snap. Gray clicked his fingers. All right, you're entertaining me, so I'll allow it. The world started warping around them. Seo Jun-ho stayed on guard as Gray turned to bounce. Good luck, kid. Suddenly, the Frost Queen yelled out, Hold up! The door was already sliding open. You know way too much about me, she shouted. Tell me why my memory is wiped. Gray glanced back over his shoulder. Who knows, my lips are sealed. And with a cheeky grin, he vanished into thin air. The trippy space faded, bringing them back to the cave. Seo Jun-ho took a deep breath. Smell that damp air? We are definitely back in the trial cave. Frost Queen pouted. That guy is harder to read than a broken tablet. Jun-ho looked at her. So you really lost your memories? She puffed her cheeks, totally annoyed. That's why I feel so weak, I remember nothing about these floors. Still, she looked on the bright side. At least the ride here was first class. Ping. The screen flashed a welcome message for player Seo Jun-ho. Jun-ho grinned. Showtime. Glad that went smoother than I thought. Definitely a plane, not a blimp. His eyes sharpened, locking in. The screen text shifted. Level 1 magic challenge initiating. Use magic to smash the shadows. Seo Jun-ho checked his gear. Ready to rumble? Frost Queen scoffed with confidence. Please, isn't this tutorial mode? A blue aura enveloped him. Game start instantly. Seo Jun-ho's sword danced, slashing through the air. He obliterated the magical shadows like he was swatting flies. Just a warm-up. System announcement. Magic challenge cleared. The Frost Queen rolled her eyes. Not bad, but I would have done it in a heartbeat. Jun-ho frowned. Quit flexing. The system chimed in. Proceed to gravity challenge, say go or stop. He didn't hesitate. Level 2. Let's get it. Rumble. The floor shook violently, freaking them both out. She gasped. What kind of twisted game is this? Suddenly, Jun-ho's knees buckled. The gravity cranked up, turning his body into lead. It's like double gravity, he grunted. Frost Queen panicked. If this is level 2, what about the other 8? The ground started cracking under the pressure. This was straight up torture. Suddenly, whoosh, Seo Jun-ho started floating midair. Hey, I'm Featherlight. She shot him a look. You're not going to waste this training arc, are you? You won't get a gym this intense ever again. You gotta grind. But Jun-ho was just drifting away like a balloon. Hey, where do you think you're going? I don't know if this is easy, but bam! Before he could finish, gravity body slammed him into the dirt. The earth shattered. This sucks, he groaned. Even the Frost Queen was losing it. Jun-ho's arms were shaking like jelly, barely holding him up, but he grit his teeth. I ain't quitting yet. She thought for a sec and smirked. Okay then, try running a lap. Jun-ho complained. Easy for you to say. He staggered forward, lost his balance, and face-planted again. Drenched in sweat, he collapsed like a wet noodle. He looked up with dark circles under his eyes, totally fried. Yo, how much did they buff this difficulty? Frost Queen patted his head. Good boy. Well done. The system popped up. Say go to continue or stop to cash out. Jun-ho shot up like a zombie coming back to life. Go! She looked worried. Dude, you look wrecked. Rest is for the weak, he panted. I'm finishing this in one run. He knew the logic, the harder the grind, the sweeter the loot. If I survive this, I'm getting a legendary drop for sure. Frost Queen tilted her head, asking, Yo, what's the next level, boss? Jun-ho didn't sugarcoat it. The Shadow Challenge. His gaze turned icy cold. We're dealing with illusions, fam. Last time I went absolutely feral saving my homie from monsters. He clenched his jaw knuckles white on his sword hilt. I gotta remember, those shadows. They ain't my real parents. Jun-ho launched himself into the air, slicing through a beast. After half a day of grinding, the wave finally ended. He glanced at Frost Queen, betting everything that the next round was another mind game. His intense glare totally threw her off. While Frost Queen looked confused, Jun-ho was low-key hoping for an appearance. The snow started floating up and he knew the drill. But nothing comes easy in this game. Jun-ho pushed himself up while Frost Queen watched totally on edge. Jun-ho reached for his blade. The snow began morphing into 4 familiar figures. It was Mio's image sharpening first. Then Jun-ho saw the others lock in. The squad was back, and their voices echoed like a nightmare. You really gonna survive out here solo, you traitor? Jun-ho figured they'd say something toxic, gripping his sword tight. Yeah, whatever. He stood there like a stone, letting the fake versions of his crew trash-talk him. Why'd you ditch us, bro? Jun-ho kept his cool while the angry voices screamed traitor in his face. Skaya scowled, yelling her lungs out. Frost Queen stepped up trying to play peacekeeper. Don't listen to that noise. But Jun-ho cut her off. Chill, I know they're just glitches in the Matrix, he scowled. Even at the bitter end, those clowns always tried to make me crack a smile. Jun-ho flashed back to that tragic moment. They all knew it was game over back then. He raised his sword, fury exploding in his chest. I won't let some fake copies disrespect their memory. Ramadat stood there radiating pure destruction and infinite regen. Skaya was the MVP of magic, switching between offense and defense, while Gilberto and Mio provided that god-tier ranged support. And you could flash step with a sword before anyone blinked. Jun-ho knew trying to solo the whole squad was straight suicide. He looked at Frost Queen. Can you crowd control Skaya and Ramadat? She nodded. I got you, but it's gonna drain your spirit bar like crazy. Jun-ho didn't even hesitate. Do it. She wondered how long the hold would last. Maybe 30 seconds, she guessed. He smirked, confident as ever. 30. That's an eternity for me. The plan blitzed Gilberto and Mio first. They were glass cannons with weak defense. Jun-ho charged. Frost Queen unleashed her power hands, glowing as she shouted, Arise, my icy minions! Wake up from the dirt and wreck these enemies! The quiet ice cracked like thunder, assembling into massive hulking warriors. Skaya yelled out, Incoming! Everyone scatter! What? Awakens. She whipped out her staff. The bear warriors rushed the team, but Skaya popped a magic circle, blocking them with a glowing shield. Suddenly, Jun-ho felt the debuff hitting him hard. He gritted his teeth. Dang, my mana is tanking fast. Then boom! A giant foot slammed down, shaking the whole map. While Jun-ho was stunned, Ramadat rushed him, weapon ready to smash. The big guy swung a massive fiery arm, screaming, Game over, kid! Frost Queen panicked, yelling, Freeze! A blast of arctic wind shot past Jun-ho and slammed into Ramadat, turning him into a giant popsicle. She shouted, Don't worry about me. Just do your thing. Jun-ho hyped her up. Nice play. Just hold that line. But right then, an attack exploded near his boots. It was Gilberto the sniper. He pulled his hat down low. Next shot's a headshot. Jun-ho smirked, analyzing the threat. Even for a fake, that bullet felt way too real. He saw a crater blown into the ground. One hit would be an instant KO. Gilberto's finger was on the trigger, aim, locked dead on Jun-ho. Glitch move. Jun-ho vanished from the scope. Gilberto shouted, Where'd he go? Before he could react, dark energy swirled around him, swallowing him whole. He realized too late he was trapped. The darkness faded, revealing Jun-ho right behind him. Savage strike. He swung his sword down. Gilberto yelled as his hat flew off, collapsing to the floor. Jun-ho mentally fist-pumped. Whoa. Didn't think I'd land that combo twice. With the sniper down, the next target was locked. Mio screamed, You dare delete my comrades. Jun-ho watched her silent and cold. He called out to her softly. She glared back, eyes burning with rage. Jun-ho remembered she was the server's top swordswoman. Only a noob would challenge her skills. But Mio screamed, You're paying with your life for this! She rushed him like a berserker. Jun-ho gritted his teeth, calculating. Her mental state was shaky after seeing Gilberto drop. That was his opening. Mio drew her blade mid-charge. She went for a horizontal slash, lethal intent. Jun-ho gripped his hilt, waiting for that split-second frame advantage. He swung back, aiming for the counter. Mio took the hit and stumbled, dropping to one knee on the ice, while Jun-ho stood tall. She clutched her chest, voice shaking. How could you do this to the fam? As she spoke, her body dissolved into light. Jun-ho's eyes sharpened, brow furrowing. This entire challenge was straight-up nightmare fuel. Meanwhile, the ice warriors were cracking apart, but Skaya's shield. That thing was still at 100% HP. The ice-trapping Ramadat was shattering, sending Frost Queen into a total panic. His hand broke free. From way back, Jun-ho heard the sound of trouble. Terrified, he spun around. That sound. It meant the tank was loose. Ramadat stepped through the dust, shaking off ice shards like dandruff. He opened his mouth and mocked, "You really thought some chilly handcuffs would hold a beast like me?" Frost Queen nearly lost it. "A scam contract, I can't hold him anymore." Skaya shoved her mace forward, blue light flashing, and boom, the ice warriors shattered instantly. Shards flew everywhere, sending Frost Queen shrinking back in fear. A massive ice block crashed down, smashing the floor. Frost Queen curled up, waiting for the end. But then Jun-ho's voice rang out like a hero. "Thanks for the assist, Queen." Hearing that, she snapped her head up. Jun-ho had his shield up, guarding both of them, grinning like a maniac. "You did good, kid." But Ramadat, eyes blazing red, charged in like a freight train. He threw a haymaker at Jun-ho, who tanked the fiery punch with his shield. Ramadat pressed his overwhelming strength, shouting, "Yo, kid, I'm just getting warmed up. You really think you can dodge me forever?" From the backline, Skaya pulled up, staff glowing as she summoned a storm of magic circles. Ramadat shouted while Skaya cast her spells, scolding him. "You idiot! I told you to stay in formation." Spells rained down on Jun-ho, forcing him to jump around like a rabbit. Jun-ho panted, "Damn, their synergy is too clean." It was the ultimate broken combo. He glanced at the hulking Ramadat perfect defense paired with Skaya's infinite range. Jun-ho closed his eyes to strategize. He had to go full try-hard mode to beat this duo. Energy surged through his veins. Jun-ho muttered a buff spell, fortifying his stats. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. Game on. Jun-ho swung his sword, a decisive strike, catching Ramadat lacking. But the big guy just marveled at the wound. "Whoa, you actually cut through my chest armor." Even with a gash, he stayed chill, weirdly amused by the pain. His rugged hand balled into a fist. "Is that all you got?" Ramadat unleashed a blazing punch, and Jun-ho barely sidestepped the heat. Gritting his teeth, Jun-ho retreated. His attack was useless. The enemy's HP regen was insanely fast. Meanwhile, Skaya locked on. "I'm not missing this time," she declared. Jun-ho dashed the other way, Skaya's magic chasing him like a homing missile. Everywhere it hit, rocks shattered, and the map got destroyed. Jun-ho kept running, brain working overtime. Spamming attacks wouldn't work on Ramadat's endless healing factor. Standard tactics were trash here. He had to bait Ramadat into attacking him. Watching Jun-ho run, Ramadat growled in frustration. "How long you gonna kite me, bro? I'm getting bored. Let's finish this." His face twisted with pure saltiness as he roared, "You cocky little punk!" But before the echo faded, Seo Jun-ho glitched out of existence and spawned right in Rahmad Kali's face, staring him down like a hawk. He let Rahmad land a gut check that felt like a literal cannonball ripping through his abs. Jun-ho coughed up a fountain of red pain, flashing like a warning light. This guy was a total raid boss, tanking everything and dishing out massive damage. But Jun-ho knew this was his one-shot opportunity. While Rahmad was stuck in his punch animation, Jun-ho clapped back with a heavy hit of his own. But the big guy just sneered, totally unbothered. "Nice try, kid, but you're barely scratching the paint. At least you're keeping me entertained." A creepy smirk spread on his mug. "Wrong answer." Jun-ho slowly pulled his blade, shouting, "I'm the main character here, and I'm ending this." In his head, this was just how the script played out. Zero hesitation, he drove his steel straight into Ramad's chest. The giant looked shook, spitting fresh blood as his health bar hit zero. Jun-ho watched as the mountain of a man crashed to the floor. Seeing her teammate get wrecked, Skaya Killerland let out a scream, but froze like her controller disconnected. Her brows bunched up, eyes popping out in total disbelief. Jun-ho murmured, "Now it's just the mage left." She was barely standing, looking like she was running on 1 HP. Out of the 4 fighters, she was the last one standing. Her eyes rolled back, glowing white. "I'm gonna delete you. I swear on my life." The Frost Queen zoomed over, dropping a warning. "Contractor, that killing intent is a major red flag." Jun-ho nodded, knowing this was the final boss phase. "I know to take down the Raging Sky, I gotta dump every ounce of mana I have left." Jun-ho whipped out his ultimate weapon, the Reaper's Scythe. He knew to bust through her 7-layer shield, he needed something that broke the game rules. And that cheat code was pure darkness, and the grudge it carried. They clashed like titans, the danger meter maxing out as Jun-ho gasped for air, running on fumes. This scythe was draining his mana bar like crazy, but he had no other play. He swung the Reaper at Skaya, dead set on taking the W. She stood there stunned, taking the hit straight to the face. Her magic spiraled up and looped back to Jun-ho, who absorbed it all into his blade for a combo attack. This was the peak of the mana battle. He slammed the sword down without lagging, then stared hard at the illusion in front of him. Relief washed over him as he realized she was just a ghost data file. Her avatar started fading out. Jun-ho whispered to himself, "Man, if that was the real Skaya, I would have been clapped instantly." But the illusion of Skaya started crying real tears. Jun-ho whispered, "We're gonna keep waiting for you, fam." Finally, she despawned completely, leaving nothing but a puff of blue smoke. The system immediately popped up a notification window. "You crushed the ghost challenge, but we ain't done yet. If you want to keep grinding to the next level, say advance." Frost Queen hovered nearby, pouting like a brat. Even though he cleared the stage, the vibes were still heavy. The system spammed the message again. "If you want to continue, say the magic word." Jun-ho groaned. "Skip the dialogue, just advance." With a savage look in his eyes, he suddenly went limp. His eyelids fluttered, and the last thing he saw was a blurry Frost Queen. She was shaking him like a rag doll, yelling, "Wake up, dummy. The contract is fake." He finally cracked his eyes open, looking like a zombie with those dark circles. Frost Queen let out a huge sigh. "Bro, you were knocked out for 30 hours straight." "I thought you secured the win," Jun-ho mumbled. "Slept less than I thought. Figured I'd be out for 2 days." She crossed her arms, sassy as ever. "That scythe move is OP. but the recoil is nasty. He nodded. Even if it's just a simulation, I looted 5 heroic spirits. The grind was totally worth it. Frost Queen was curious. How many boss rushes are left? He cracked his neck bones, popping. No clue on the number. He added, but knowing the devs, it won't stop at level 10. The manager patched the difficulty, so it's all RNG now. She frowned. 6 more insane levels. Jun-ho guessed that the deeper they went into the dungeon, the more toxic it would get. So far, these levels weren't exactly a walk in the park. How much longer can I keep this up? Seeing him doubt himself, Frost Queen looked worried. You good, fam? Meanwhile, Jun-ho opened the shop menu and ordered some survival gear. While throwing on a fresh shirt, he listened to her yap. Those enemies were my old squad. Haven't seen them in ages. Jun-ho replied. They were just NPCs, not the real deal. Suddenly, he scratched his head, feeling a bit bummed. Didn't get to see my parents this time, though. Hearing this, Frost Queen asked, totally shocked. Huh. Why would your parents spawn in the illusion? Jun-ho answered flatly. Ask the system devs. They've been game over for a long time, right? The info hit her like a stun spell, freezing her in place. She trembled and looked down. My bad. Seriously. He replied, chill as ice. It's cool. It didn't happen yesterday. Frost Queen floated over and tapped his shoulder. Even the Ice Queen had a heart. My parents were deleted when I was 6, so I know that feel. Her words caught him off guard, his mouth hanging open a bit. After a beat, he finally spoke up. The saying, bad luck comes in waves, felt real as they walked up to the bright gate, the entrance to the safe zone. Standing in the damp cave, Jun-ho shouted, start the 4th challenge, let's go. The system replied, loading assets. Instantly, the level 4 prompt flashed on the screen. Insomnia egg warning. Starting this quest bans you from sleeping for 10 days, he yelled to start the timer. A countdown appeared showing 240 hours. The clock started ticking. 249 hours, 59 minutes left. Level 4. Insomnia egg is live. Junho sat on a giant ice block looking miserable, staring at the HUD. Time remaining 219 hours. When the clock ticked down a bit more, Frost Queen muttered, over 20 hours gone, you still holding it together? He replied, stats are stable. Frost Queen handed him a snack. Your hunger bar must be low. Eat this. But he waved it off. Nah, being hungry keeps me from crashing. She suggested, how about a cold shower buff? 60 more hours dragged by as Jun-ho sat there, brain-empty face on his knees. Frost Queen hovered close, nagging him. Contractor, don't you dare log off. He mumbled, yeah, but didn't lift his head. His eyes looked like raccoon rings from the fatigue. This ice pack is the only thing keeping me online. She cast a spell. Got it. A splash of freezing water hit his face instantly. By then, 98 hours had passed, leaving 142 hours on the clock. Junho slammed his head against a rock to reset his brain, staring at his reflection like it was a stranger. Feeling totally psychotic, his only thought was, I need to hit the hay. He side-eyed a soft mattress nearby. If I could just take a hot bath and lay down, maybe catch some Z's. Just as his eyelids started to shut, Frost Queen's voice blared like an alarm. Contractor, are you AFK while washing your face? Jun-ho shook his head violently. No way! She crossed her arms, watching him like a hawk as the timer showed only 24 hours left. Frost Queen hyped him up. Push through last 24 hours. Jun-ho nodded slowly, his brain buffering. Wait, remind me. What's the loot for this quest? After clearing level 9, she reminded him, Hero's Will and stats plus 10. Junho thought of Mio and Hilberto. That was a legendary reward worth all this suffering. This time I gotta reach level 9 no cap. Images of his squad flashed in his mind, fueling his drive to carry the team. Jun-ho muttered like a madman. I promise I'm gonna save the whole crew. Frost Queen shouted, Contractor, you look like you just rebooted. Jun-ho blinked, panicked, spinning around. Did I crash? Was I sleeping? Safe. See about sleeping. She pointed at the screen and shook her head. Nope, look. The timer hit 0, mission accomplished. Jun-ho sat there totally stunned. His jaw dropped before he flopped sideways onto the ground. I caught the dub, he whispered. Frost Queen nodded. Yep, GG. Finally, a wave of victory washed over him as he checked out. Just then, the system chimed in with that sweet notification sound. You have completed the Insomnia Egg Challenge. Then came the usual prompt. Pass confirmed. To keep the grind going, say continue. To take the loot and bail, say stop. The next level, the taste trial. Seo Jun-ho took a long pause, weighing his options. Continue. He knew this run was just getting started. I'll keep pushing after a quick breather. The next trials were brutal, pushing human senses to the breaking point. Taste, smell, sight, and hearing. The system nagged him again. Say, continue to ball, or stop to cash out. Seo Jun-ho scanned the message. Except for touch, every single sense was about to get wrecked. Next up, the silence challenge. He sat there meditating, sweat dripping off him like a broken faucet. Eyes closed, the chaos and the stillness mashed together into dead silence. If the first 2 challenges were a combo, it meant new trials were spawning right now. He frowned while his mind fought the mental storm. I'm clearing this no cap. Next to him, Frost Queen was doodling something on the floor. It looked like a tic-tac-toe game of eat or don't eat. Seo Jun-ho shook his head amused. Check her out. I taught her some system code and now she's hyped. But then reality hit. The next boss. The Void. This is where most players rage quit. Seo Jun-ho knew the void was straight up primal fear. Total darkness. No senses. Without the big five, humans turn into weaklings real quick. Without a diamond tier mindset, the abyss swallows you whole. Jun-ho remembered the past. He'd been here before. Suddenly ding. You have passed the void challenge. The prompt flashed again. Say continue to roll or stop to leave. But then a twist. Level 9 void and level 10. Time were happening at the exact same time. Jun-ho blinked. Say what now? The system started spamming red alerts. Exit immediately. If you fail, your existence gets deleted. Even Jun-ho was sweating. The void was already nightmare fuel. And now add time to the mix. Trapped in endless nothingness, feeling nothing, not even the clock ticking. He bit his lip, but he didn't fold. He scratched a message on the floor for Frost Queen. I'll be back. Determined, Jun-ho was betting the house on this gate. It was his only shot at the W. Frost Queen, nodded, flashing a confident smile. Good luck, contractor. Don't trip. I'll be waiting right here. His eyes circled with dark rings, gleamed with main character energy. I got this. Boom. The system initiated levels 9 and 10. Jun-ho braced himself, hand on the ground, as dark energy exploded. He got swallowed by the shadow. Couldn't feel a thing. Not his strength, not his shield, not even his own ego. He frowned in the emptiness. I am Seo Jun-ho, he shouted internally. And I'm clearing this level. Time moves forward, and so do I. But for real, he had lost all track of time in there. Neither time nor his own life felt real. He flashed back to standing at the gate, wondering how he ended up in this mess. He needed to speedrun mastery of the ice skill. Was he being too greedy? Jun-ho knew the risks. It was just like last time. The system announced the infinite challenge and time challenge were a package deal. He wanted to scream. Why was he so obsessed? But deep down he knew the answer. He wanted power. Seo Jun-ho accepted the grind. Even if it meant game over, he chose this path. He was hyped up on confidence. If he survived the cave, he'd do whatever it took to win. Jun-ho gritted his teeth and mentally yelled, I ain't dying in this dump. His eyes rolled back, turning completely white. I am Seo Jun-ho. I am the main character. Meanwhile, outside, Frost Queen was on babysitting duty. Suddenly, his fingers twitched. His eyes snapped open. She cheered like a cheerleader. He's back. Finally. Yo, how long was I out? Frost Queen replied, 10 days. He sat up fast. That damn cave. Felt like a month in there. Only 10 days, he rubbed his chin, but something felt off with their contract. Frost Queen sensed it too. You feel different. Jun-ho looked around. Nah, nothing serious. Just a power nap. He stood up. Closing his eyes, he felt weightless. Let's check the stats. Powerful energy flooded his veins. He looked down, jaw-dropping. Magic loss rate 0%. Even in his prime, it was 3%. He ran the numbers. He was now matching Skya the magic genius with perfect control. Curious, Jun-ho drew his sword. He planted his feet, eyes sharp. He swung the blade with everything he had. The slash cracked the cave walls like an eggshell, sending rocks crashing down. Dust clouded the room. When it settled, the cave looked twice as big. Frost Queen nodded, impressed. Okay, your aura is definitely swole now. He nodded. Perfection. Then the system dinged. Infinite and time challenges cleared. It started calculating the loot. Jun-ho was ecstatic, waiting for that legendary drop. But nothing. He tapped the screen aggressively. Yo, system? You glitching? Where's my stuff? Why is it lagging? Frost Queen poked the screen too. Zap. A spark flew out. The system was salty. Don't rush me, still doing the math. Gray, the admin, chimed in. Understood. Frost Queen realized something. If the manager is involved, the rewards must be absolutely god tier. Finally, the text scrolled. Title, Bringer of Ice. Spring Assistant, Breaker of Limits. Intuition Mastery. Skill, Rank. B, no greater than Hero Insight. Power plus 20. Agility plus 20. Magic plus 20. He literally doubled his stats from the last level up. Suddenly he remembered something. Before entering, he asked to crank up the difficulty. Harder trials meant sweeter loot, right? The cave rewards effort. Gray knew this would happen. Was that admin clever or just trolling? Probably a bit of both. Jun-ho leaned back. Gray totally set him up for success. And check this new title, the Timebreaker. Awarded to those who shatter their limits. The buff, every level up grants a random stat point. Insane. He looked at Frost Queen. Pinch me, chomp. Ow, okay, that hurt. So, this isn't a dream. Jun-ho did the math. A 1-point boost sounds small, but by level 130, that's 100 free stat points. That is true progression. He imagined himself standing on a mountain peak while every other player was stuck in the mud way down below. The gap was only going to get wider. Frost Queen rolled her eyes at his monologue. Contractor, quit flexing and let's go. I'm bored. Jun-ho turned around. Yeah, let's dip before I go crazy. Walking to the gate, he felt lucky despite the delay. Bingo was born in the wrong era, he joked. Frost Queen sighed. You're speaking gibberish again. Outside, the guard was stressing out. It had been a month. Was he dead? Suddenly, boom. A heavy pressure wave hit the crowd. Jaws hit the floor. The guard pointed, shaking. Master look. The leaderboard updated. Seo Jun-ho level 10. First place. Everyone else was left in the dust. He checked the leaderboard, thinking a new legend was born. The names dropped and the stats were popping off. Seo Jun-ho was absolutely crushing it at level 10. 2 others were tied for second at level 9. We were hawk-eyeing Shin Hyun and Kim Woo-dong like crazy. But meanwhile, in a sketchy residential zone, kids were playing tag, while a cloaked figure vibed checked a random house. The dude walked up calm as a cucumber and knocked. The door flew open instantly. Proteus bowed down like a servant. "Honored to welcome the Lord to our humble crib." The man replied, "Long time no see, Zur. Yeah, this place looks totally dead." He chuckled darkly, because this wasn't a social call. "We're prepping for the second coming of the Celestial Demon." That news hit Zur like a truck. Celestial Demon. He shouted for Torres. With kids playing right there, Zur snapped, "Yo, how dare you drop his name around the runts?" Torres just smirked and snapped his fingers. "Chill out. Watch them freeze like soulless puppets right now. Not a single brat can escape my control." The scene went dead silent. The children lined up like robot soldiers. He said, "Feast your eyes on this." Zur frowned hard. The kids looked terrifying, but Torres was all smiles. "They're training to become straight-up demons, just like you, Lord Zur." Another snap echoed, and the kids bounced back to play mode. Then he swung the wide door open. "Step inside." Fast forward to the next day under a crisp blue sky, Rome, Italy. The place was dripping with tourists taking selfies. Frost Queen was hyping him up. "Look, contractor. They're praising you on TV. Seo Jun-ho, shut it down. Focus. Don't get distracted. We're here to hunt down and smash paradise. Let's hit the busy spots where To usually shows up." She asked, "Do we seriously have to search a foreign country?" Jun-ho nodded. "It's the only way to figure out who this clown really is." Seo Jun-ho sighed. "No other choice." Flashback to a few days ago. Deok-gu looked like he saw a ghost. "Heavens, my precious Seo Jun-ho is here." Jun-ho backed up, totally creeped out. "What's your deal?" "That's scary, bro." Deok-gu stepped closer. "Come here, let me hug you, son. After that dungeon trial, funding is raining on us if you aren't precious who is— Why did you call me Deok-gu?" The mood shifted instantly. Deok-gu cleared his throat. "Last time I dug into that orphanage you found in Paris." That statement caught Seo Jun-ho off guard. Deok-gu explained that demonic necromancer raided an auction in the ruins. Tons of kids were being farmed to become demons. He clicked a button on the remote. Couldn't pin the exact location, but I found some juicy clues. A photo of Torres popped up on the screen. Deok-gu introduced him as a former level 2 player who retired ages ago. Jun-ho frowned. Torres was smooth for a while, but his power tanked, so he quit. Pretty standard stuff. But his behavior after retiring— that's where it gets weird. Deok-gu clicked the remote again. The next photo showed Torres leading a squad of kids. Jun-ho wondered, who are they? Deok-gu replied, kids captured by investigators purely by chance. Locals spotted him near Rome, but his crib totally off the grid. Occasionally he drags kids to the city center. That's the only lead we got. But something smells fishy here. The kids Torres drags around, the faces keep changing. Jun-ho frowned, sensing the danger. If he's linked to the orphanage, isn't that too obvious? Deok-gu nodded. I was stuck on that too. So I dug through every crime report in Rome. He pulled up a chart. Take a look at these stats. Since Torres started showing up in the city, disappearances have been reported every single week. Seo Jun-ho thought it over. This definitely needs a serious deep dive. Deok-gu added, he only hits the busy district once every 2 months and that deadline is coming up fast. Finding Torres is priority number 1. Back in reality, Jun-ho sat by a fountain finding absolutely nothing. Frost Queen tried to cheer him up. It's day 1. Don't be a downer. Let's wrap it up and crash. Seo Jun-ho glanced up. Yeah, sounds like a plan. They strolled around chatting casually. Suddenly a kid with a hat pulled low bumped right into Seo Jun-ho. Ah, my bad, the kid mumbled. Jun-ho sighed, then snatched the boy's wrist. The boy struggled, instantly yelling, Yo, what's your problem? Seo Jun-ho replied, What's my problem? Hand over the loot you just lifted. The boy froze, totally busted. This was Mao. Seo Jun-ho's watch dropped out of his pocket. Mao looked annoyed. Tish thought you were an easy mark. What are you staring at? Want an apology? No, I'm serious. I'm debating whether to drag you to the cops or not. That thought horrified Mao. Jun-ho leaned in close. You part of some gang or what? Mao shouted back. So what if I am? Jun-ho nodded. All right then. While we're at it, you know this area. The boy got defensive. Cut to Mao inhaling food while Seo Jun-ho watched, enjoying the chaotic vibe. Jun-ho chuckled. Slow down, kid, or you'll bust a gut. Suddenly, Mao stopped eating. Jun-ho asked, Still hungry? Mao shook his head. Nah, I'm stuffed. He quietly hugged the bread. It's just me who's full. Hearing this, Jun-ho didn't hesitate. Yo, waiter, pack up everything on the menu for me. How many people in your crew? Mao answered obediently. 16. Jun-ho told the waiter. 16 portions to go. Mao looked shy. Jun-ho probed further. What about parents? No. Kids like me live together in a warehouse. Jun-ho thought aloud. No adults watching you, so it's basically an unlicensed orphanage. Mao suddenly remembered something. Oh, a priest visits once a month. Jun-ho was curious. A priest? Mao wasn't clear, but it was probably a bishop from the Vatican. He says he'll wash our sins and take us to heaven. Jun-ho was shook. Heaven? Mao continued. The priest says we get school fresh clothes and 3 meals a day there. But then he sighed. I don't want to go to heaven. Mao's distrust gave Jun-ho a chilling realization. He murmured, That gut feeling. That's what you feel when you're standing in front of true evil. Jun-ho asked, Have you met the kids who left? Mao nodded. Haven't seen him, but the priest brings letters. They seem to be living the dream. Jun-ho smiled, relieved on the surface. Must be good people then. When does this priest come back? Mao replied. In about 2 days. Why do you want to meet him? Jun-ho cooked up a story instantly. Actually, I have a little brother I lost track of ages ago. Hoping I can get help finding him. Frost Queen whispered. That's a bold-faced lie. But Mao bought it. If it's for that, I'll hook you up with the priest. Jun-ho instructed. Let me know the second he shows. I'll make sure you get paid fat stacks. Mao nodded. You got it. Time skipped to evening at the Vatican. The Grand Cathedral was looking massive and imposing. A priest walked down the hall with a lamp. This was Pope Francis XII. An unexpected visitor arrived at midnight. Francis looked into the shadows. Who goes there? The figure shifted smoothly, revealing a face that made the old man gasp. Are you, Francis? The young man wasn't sure as he spoke. The shadow demon Seo Jun-ho was wearing his signature mask. The man rushed over. I heard you were recovering from injuries, Jun-ho replied. Just lying down makes me tired. Great to see you after 25 years. Francis was genuinely hyped. I never expected to see you again. The old man's prayer seemed to pierce the sky. He bowed deep. We are living the good life in this peaceful world forged by the 5 heroes. Seo Jun-ho stayed serious but felt the awkwardness. No way, don't bow. I just did my job. Suddenly he remembered the real reason for crashing this holy place. Francis had answers. Francis was pressing for answers. Yo, do you know of an orphanage called Heaven? Jun-ho looked totally lost. He shook his head. Heaven, nah, never heard of it. But then a memory sparked. Didn't Marco mention something about the Vatican? Jun-ho realized even the holy places might be running a scam. Rage flared up in his chest like wildfire. These fakers dressing up as priests just to kidnap kids. They were no better than straight-up villains. Disgusted, he turned to Bounce. Is that how it is? Well, if I don't know, I don't know. Sorry, Francis. Can't help you. Jun-ho threw one leg over the windowsill to leave, but then ping. He remembered something crucial. Yo, heads up, Francis. A massive fire might pop off near Rome in a few days. Better have those fire trucks on standby. Francis blinked. A fire. But Jun-ho didn't stick around to chat. All right, catch you later, Francis shouted after him, but the dude was already gone. By the time Francis hit the window, Jun-ho had vanished into thin air. He always dips like a ninja cut to Marco's family crib, an old-school house hidden deep in the woods. Marco was being a total mom, saying, make sure you eat good. Okay. Junyo stepped out briefly. I'll be right back. The little ones saluted obediently. Yes, sir. Inside the house, Jun-ho stretched his limbs like a cat and sighed. Man, crashing here is the best. Feels absolutely awesome. Watching this, the young man frowned. Bro, you have a place to stay. Why are you crashing on our floor? Jun-ho shrugged it off. Why not? It's comfy, it's fun, and the kiddos are super cute. Jun-ho snatched off his glasses. Since we're both heading out, let's roll together. Marco hesitated. For real. But Jun-ho flashed $1 million smile. Today, I'm counting on you, my #1 guide. They hit the rainy forest path side by side. Following close behind, the Frost Queen suddenly piped up. Contractor! The kid was moving with crazy light footsteps. Jun-ho nodded in agreement. Yeah, I clocked that too. He slapped on his mask and shades to go incognito. Junyo couldn't hold back the curiosity. Hey, you trying to become a player or something? Marco flinched like he'd been tased. He blushed hard and spun around. Whoa. How did you know that? Are you a player too? Jun-ho grinned with pure swagger. At my level, I can tell just by looking at someone's walk. Marco coughed to hide the awkwardness and finally fessed up. Yeah, okay. I'm training to go pro. Junyo warned him it wasn't a walk in the park, but the kid had fire in his eyes. We don't have parents to watch our backs. Marco thought about the little rugrats back home. This is the only way I can protect my family, he said seriously. Plus, the priest told me there's a player training camp in Paradise, and he'd hook me up. That info hit Jun-ho like a ton of bricks. A player training camp. Even the Frost Queen heard that sketchiness. Contractor? Jun-ho nodded internally. Yep, that's definitely a trap to lure in talented kids. Marco kept yapping. When the priest comes, I'm gonna go to Paradise to learn. Once I get that certificate, I can hit the gates and stack that paper. He was hyped. Someday, I'll be a legend, like the Frost Queen. Jun-ho paused, deadpan. Isn't she like super dead? Just pretend you don't remember that part. Marco laughed it off nervously. Look, I've been through a lot, okay? Honestly, never even met her. Seeing the kid pout, Jun-ho just sighed. This kid, man. They arrived at a narrow alley where rain was still dripping from the eaves. Marco pointed ahead. That way leads to the priest's church. But suddenly he froze in his tracks and went silent. He was staring at a girl walking away. Marco shouted, Anna! Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. Anna, who's that? Marco explained loudly. She's family. 2 months ago she left for Paradise. Junho's eagle eyes scanned them instantly. He started crunching the numbers using her arrival date as a reference point. There had been non-stop reports of disappearances for a whole week straight. Junho pulled up the image Shindu sent and compared them side by side. Bingo. He got serious. Found it. Meanwhile, Marco lost his cool and went sprinting over. By Anna Munchen. Watching this scene, Torres asked, Anna, is this kid a friend of yours? She answered with eyes as empty as a doll's. He is the leader of my family from before. Torres ordered everyone to play nice. Anna nodded. Yes. Slowly the life returned to her eyes and she hugged him. Marco. It's been so long. The boy was thrilled. Anna, have you been doing well? Torres put on his fake nice guy mask. Hello, Marco. I've heard so much about you. Marco stuttered. Hello, sir. Torres pressed on. Did you leave the siblings and come alone? Suddenly Jun-ho's voice sliced through the air like a blade. Finally caught you! He grabbed Marco, feigning anger. Hey kid, finish talking properly before you bolt. I thought I lost you. Torres smiled calmly, but his eyes were calculating. And who might this be? Torres wondered to himself. Sunglasses and a mask, is he hiding his face on purpose? Jun-ho scratched his head and let out a goofy laugh. Oh right, my bad, forgot to introduce myself. I'm a traveler named Sonny. This kid here is my guide. Torres lowered his guard just a smidge. So you're Sonny, I'm Torres. He extended a hand. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, pleasure's all mine. But Jun-ho's grip was like an iron vice dominating the handshake. Torres frowned. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he messing with me? He squeezed back. Your grip is strong. Are you a gamer? Jun-ho scratched his head shyly. How did you know I'm a level 27 player? Hearing this, Torres ground his teeth. Level 27. Definitely one of those annoying pests I'd rather avoid. While Torres was plotting, Jun-ho turned to Marco. Hey, are you from the Garden of Eden? This shook Torres to his core, but Marco just nodded innocently. Yeah, I've met that man and the pastor before. Torres cut in fast. Wait! He looked puzzled and dangerous. You said you're a traveler. How do you know about the Garden of Eden? His brow furrowed menacingly. Actually, Jun-ho suddenly spun around and burst into fake tears. I'm looking for my long-lost brother from 15 years ago. The Frost Queen rolled her eyes. Here we go again. But Torres seemed to buy the act. Jun-ho kept rambling. I've been searching everywhere for news about my bro and heard about this Garden of Eden place. So, pretty please, can I see the list of people who've been there? The man found a slick excuse to refuse. Unfortunately, our orphanage doesn't have any children older than 15. Suddenly, Torres had a dark thought. No, if I let this guy go, he might leak info about the garden to the outside world. So he pivoted. No problem. Actually, let's all go there together. Torres figured keeping an eye on him was safer. I'm glad to help you. Anna looked at Marco too. You're coming, right? Marco nodded vigorously. Sure, everyone's been missing you back home. Jun-ho played his role to perfection. Oh, Torres, thank you so much. They arrived at a lavish church complex. The place was massive. Marco was blushing with excitement. Is all this really the Garden of Eden's campus? Torres laughed loudly. Yes, it's quite large, isn't it? He approached a woman with flaming red hair. Hello, director. She nodded back. Greetings, teacher. This lady was the boss of the orphanage. They acted casual, just passing by. But as they split up, Torres whispered a command. Check if anyone is sneaking behind us. The director obeyed, heading straight to lock the large gate and secure the massive building. Jun-ho, playing the curious tourist, asked, Is this building for living? He was told it held rooms, classrooms, and the chapel. Then Torres pointed to a nearby door. This lecture hall is where the kids train to become players. Marco peeked inside eagerly. But what he saw was chilling kids holding swords, drilling with eyes so empty they looked like zombies. Torres suggested, Let's go take a closer look. As he walked, a goon whispered that the coast was clear. Torres replied coldly, Thank you. Suddenly, he clapped his hands loud enough to echo. All right, I just had a brilliant idea. He called Sonny over. All eyes turned to him. Torres' vibe shifted. He looked dangerous now, like a high-level predator. Can you teach some moves to the juniors? The kids have been waiting eagerly. Before Jun-ho could even answer, Torres boomed out to the room. All right, listen up. Today I've invited a current player named Sonny to join us. Jun-ho scratched his head, acting all shy. As someone with experience, he wants to teach you younger ones a few tricks. The assistant teachers circled in. The principal led the way, followed by a squad of kids gripping real swords. Facing Jun-ho and Marco was a mob of adults and armed children. Marco gently tugged his hand, whispering, Hey, why does this feel so strange? Jun-ho smirked. Kid, you're actually quite perceptive. Yo, check the eyes. Every single kid was glowing red like they were possessed. Even the principal's squad was rocking those creepy fiery peepers. Maka jumped back, screaming, Their eyes! Look at their eyes! Shaking like a leaf, she looked to Torres for answers. The guy just sneered. Peep those eyes closely. That's the receipt proving they're demon beasts now. Mask off, truth out. He looked straight up demonic, talking about the Garden of Eden. He asked, Did you feed those kids demon blood? Torres didn't even cap. You saw it yourself. Nobody turns into a beast without the juice. He went full psycho mode. They said no at first, so I smoked a few as an example. The rest drank it up real quick while crying. Hearing that, Mal's soul just shattered. He hit the dirt, gasping for air. Tears were flowing as he looked over at his little siblings, Anna and Lin. His little bros, Leo and Du-hong too. He realized he had zero clue what went down. They fought back crying, but he was the one who forced them to go. Maka ground her teeth, screaming, You're worse than a rabid animal! He threw a haymaker, but the principal blocked it instantly, letting Torres watch her land a punch right in Marco's gut. Marco's face twisted up in pain. Bam! He coughed up fresh blood and dropped like a sack of potatoes, totally unable to fight back. Torres just pointed and laughed at the poor kid. Total disrespect. Mecca was shaking all over, but she forced herself up, fist trembling. You dirtbags, she yelled with everything she had. One day the Shadow Guardian is going to make you pay. Torres just sighed. If you said that 25 years ago, maybe I'd be scared. He was chill. But that guy's history. Nobody fears a ghost anymore. Nobody even saw Seo Jun-ho stepping up. Marco was losing hope again, tears blinding him. Jun-ho stood tall in front of him, letting his shades hit the floor. Real players keep moving even when they lose everything. A phantom mask materialized in Seo Jun-ho's hand. It was about to go down. If you want to face a boss-level threat, you gotta grip your weapon tight. He slapped the mask on. You ain't a player yet, kid, so this time I got your back. Boom, the Shadow Guardian had arrived. Maka was dazed, staring at the guy's back. Why was he wearing that legendary mask? It felt like a dream. Why would a legend save a nobody like her? But if it was real? Marco cried out, Please save my brothers and sisters. Torres wasn't buying it. He turned to his goons, laughing. Is that supposed to be the Shadow Demon? The black-haired dude cracked up. Makes sense. This guy Sonny stepped up like he was in a movie, pointing at Seo Jun-ho's chest. If you're the real deal, my head comes off in 5 seconds, right? He clapped back instantly. I don't need 5 seconds. The beast panicked. What, you cocky brat? A sword slashed out in a blink. The beast's red eyes flickered and went dead. He dropped to his knees, drained. Seo Jun-ho just walked past him like he was nothing. The principal's group dropped their jaws. What the heck? They screamed in horror. It's the Shadow Guardian that's real power. Torres backed into a corner barking orders. Don't just stand there gawking. Get him. Kill him. The squad rushed in. Torres gritted his teeth. Is it really him? The Shadow Demon? He started tapping his watch like crazy. Nah, probably just a copycat with mad skills. But he played me acting like a normie this whole time. That was dangerous. But if he's got that Demon Palace sword, this is bad news. On the battlefield, a whole army of demon soldiers charged straight at them. Seo Jun-ho stood there cool as ice. He raised a hand and snap. A beast rose from the shadows growling like a monster truck, and it wasn't solo. The shadows hunted the soldiers down. The bad guys turned to run. The gray-haired demon was losing it. One snap and he wrecked us. No way! Forget fighting fallback. They scattered trying to dodge the shadow beasts. Seo Jun-ho watched looking bored. Are they calling for backup or just running? What a waste. He stood there sensing the vibe. Their power was up since 25 years ago, but his training stats 0% loss, baby. My power has no ceiling right now. A demon in white tried to dip, but Seo Jun-ho just stood in the corner, eyes sharp, watching everything go down. Torres was shaking in his boots. The so-called demon hunter looked totally beaten. The legend of the 100 demons. It was real. Dang it, you useless idiots! He turned to the small fries. Go get him. He needed time for Labirin to show up. The goons forced the kids to rush at Seo Jun-ho. Seo Jun-ho saw them using kids as meat shields. Back off, he roared. I'm warning you. He blasted power upwards, shaking the whole area. Screams filled the air. The darkness swallowed everything up. Torres was scared speechless. He didn't think Seo Jun-ho would go that hard. The dude was ruthless. Damn it, I knew they were trash. Torres sprinted like a maniac, praying for that bastard Labirin to arrive. He was running for his life. Suddenly Torres tripped hard. He slammed into the ground. I can't fall here. He sat up panicking, not realizing his leg was drenched in red. He looked back and, whoa, his foot was gone, severed clean off. He screamed his head off while Seo Jun-ho walked up slowly like a reaper. I got a question, Seo Jun-ho said, looking down. Ever think about how those kids felt when you forced them? Torres nodded fast. Yeah, totally. Oh really? Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho unleashed a wave of dark energy. Black blades whipped out, slicing him up. Now, if you die, it's fair game. Torres coughed up a fountain of blood, begging for help. But a shadow hand appeared right behind him. He grabbed Torres' head and smashed it into the dirt. He ripped his mask off, shouting, Give back the lives you stole. Flashback time. Back in the day, Torres was hyped on that demon blood. If I get this power, I can crush everyone who looked down on me. He stared at the blood like it was gold. Finally my turn. His face was twisted with greed. Back in reality, Seo Jun-ho and the Frost Queen were checking the system screen. Seo Jun-ho dropped the truth bomb. You didn't grind for skills. You just got jealous and turned into a monster. The Frost Queen looked over. So was his sob story, the injustice you talked about. Seo Jun-ho shook his head. Nah. He pointed at the screen. I'm using the confession skill on this dirtbag. It rips info straight from the dead. Pretty sick ability. Seo Jun-ho hit start. If he's a manager for the Garden of Eden, he's got the T on the Demon Guild. The memories started rolling. It showed kids playing happily, and some creepy dude with sideburns watching them from a window. Seo Jun-ho and the Frost Queen were creeping in the shadows, peeping on a serious flashback. The mystery man glanced back, dropping the heavy question. So you're Torres, the head honcho of the Garden of Eden. Torres hit the dirt, kneeling instantly. Yeah, that's me. The guy turned, strutting forward with major attitude. Solid, Torres replied. Weird images started flickering on the screen. The guy smirked. I gotta admit, your mind control skills are actually pretty lit. That power is the reason for all the drama, like second-level players vanishing and that whole town disaster. But Torres started sweating bullets, shaking like a leaf, because he sensed a massive threat level radiating from this dude. Suddenly the guy with the Wolverine sideburns reached out like he was snatching a snack. He chilled him out, saying, Don't trip, I just want to taste your ability. I'm Chef Beard Sandbaby. A golden glowing orb popped right into his hand. He tossed it into his mouth like popcorn. After chewing on the power, Beard Sand nodded. Okay, that's a spicy flavor. I see why people hype this up. With my stash of ingredients, I could totally cook this up myself. He looked down at the terrified Torres, who was thanking him for not killing him. Thanks, nah, thank you. I got the recipe now. Since you gave me the goods, let me spill the tea on why the Garden of Eden really exists. Outside, the sun was setting, casting long shadows as his crusty voice echoed. Listen, a 5-star meal needs top-tier ingredients. We're talking fresh demons, not frozen junk. Beard San looked out at the yard with disgust. You think those trashy little brats running around can become OP demons just by chugging some blood get real. You feed them demon blood, and the best you get is a half-baked knockoff, he said, explaining why this place only cranked out 5 decent bloodlines in 24 years. Total flop. The garden wasn't supposed to make generic mobs. Flashback to 24 years ago, the demons were lurking in the shadows, terrified that the 5 legendary heroes would wake up from the ice and wreck them. That ice squad had them shaking in their boots. So the big boss came up with a plan: build the Garden of Eden. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "We need juice, serious power." He was talking about the ultimate strength those 5 heroes had. The kind of overwhelming power that makes you wet your pants. The leaders swore they'd get the strongest attribute and build their own nocturnal demon. Torres was shook in the memory. Wait, so the whole point of this place was to clone a second nocturnal demon? Beard San was like, bingo. He broke it down. This place is just a factory to farm kids who awaken as demons. Raw materials, nothing else. I take those ingredients, mix them up, and use my gourmet skills to cook up powers just like the nocturnal demon. Beard San looked hyped. If we get even half that guy's power, we're talking about the strongest monster ever created. He mentioned failures like Esva and Vincent. Yeah, we made some clones, but they were hot garbage. Then Beard San dropped a new idea. But now that the real nocturnal demon is back in the game, we can do this the easy way. His eyes got super creepy. I'm heading back to floor 2 to wait for that guy. Everything's falling into place perfectly. I can't wait for the showdown. Back in reality at the church, Jun-ho snapped out of it. Torres' body was leaking dark energy. Jun-ho's hands were shaking. The reason they tortured all those kids. Seo Jun-ho grabbed his face, mind blown. It was all to build a copycat of him, a second nocturnal demon. He stood in front of the cracked wall, staring at the screen, mumbling. You're telling me they kidnapped and mutated all those innocent kids just to make a second Seo Jun-ho? As he said it, his heart just sank. Junyo remembered the kids drinking that nasty blood. Thousands of them forcibly turned into ghouls. He pictured them getting drilled by demon masters and clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. It was all because of him. Furious, Seo Jun-ho yeeted his dark mask onto the ground, smashing it into a million pieces. Frost Queen floated over trying to chill him out. Champion, stop, this ain't your fault. He hesitated. I know. But... Seo Jun-ho grabbed his face, grinding his teeth. I can't stop feeling guilty. Once a player goes ghoul, there's no reset button. They're gone forever. I know that better than anyone. Visions of innocent kids twisting into monsters replayed in his head. Seo Jun-ho swore right then and there to end this nightmare cycle personally. The scene cut back to the training room. Mo was shaking everyone like a frantic alarm clock. Anna, Leo! Get up, yo, wake up! He grabbed Leo. Why is everyone passed out? Come on. Just then, Seo Jun-ho kicked the big door open and walked in. Mo shouted, Thank God big bro Jun-ho carry Anna. But nobody else moved. Yo, did they have brain damage or something? We gotta get them to the ER stat. Then it hit her. Tears started flowing like a waterfall. Right. The ghoul blood. We gotta drain it out. Seo Jun-ho stood there silent, holding back the feels, his voice shaking. Even if we drain it, do you think they'll ever be normal again? Mo couldn't stop crying, looking up with puppy dog eyes, begging, Please, just save my fam. Jun-ho could only pat her head, apologizing. Sorry, kid. He explained softly that it was a no-go. I get how you feel, but this is why society dumps ghouls in the trash. Seo Jun-ho dropped the hard truth. If a normal human drinks that junk, 2 things happen. They die, or they go full monster mode. Suddenly a voice shouted, Brother! They whipped around. Mo screamed, Anna, you good. The other kids were waking up too. Big bro, she cried, looking super happy. Leo, me too. Is everyone okay? Mo hugged Anna tight. Thank heavens I thought you were goner, she whispered. But wait. Something was sus. Anna's eyes were bloodshot and creepy as heck. I love you so much, Mo. But why do I want to eat you? She spread her hand, revealing razor-sharp claws, ready to slice him up. Before Mo could process the betrayal, Anna lunged. But a strong hand grabbed Mo's collar. Yoink Seo Jun-ho yanked him out of the way, dodging the swipe. He knew the deal ghouls are violent, bloodthirsty killing machines by nature. Driven by the instinct to murder, he looked at Anna's twisted, vein-popping face. Those who drank the blood were transforming. Seo Jun-ho frowned, feeling totally helpless and sorry for them. Dark energy swirled around Anna as she went berserk. A black shadow popped up and suddenly ding. The system announced it detected a tiny bit of demonic energy. Seo Jun-ho froze. Wait, what did the system just say? I can use Night Watch Guard skills to absorb dark energy? He started thinking. So I can suck up this dark energy like eating ice cream for a sore throat. But right then, Anna was wrapped in dark chains, screaming in pain, trapped in the circle. Seo Jun-ho was still skeptical. No way. I've never heard of a watchguard with that kind of hack. Suddenly he remembered what Master A said, if you give ghoul blood to a non-human, they only go half-demon. He shook his head. Then Jun-ho realized, since they aren't fully human, the mutation isn't complete. There's still a chance to save these kids. A small pair of legs stepped up behind him. Someone called out his name. Junho spun around. It was little Mo trying to look tough. No matter what goes down, let me handle my siblings. He looked at the kids with empty eyes. I'll send them to heaven myself. And then this happened? But Junho didn't rush. He asked, "You serious, kid? That memory's gonna haunt you forever." Mo gripped his pants, yelling player. Tears were falling like rain. Holding on to everything and pushing forward. That's the lesson you taught me. He was trying to be just like Junho and the Frost Queen. They both smiled, impressed, and patted his head. So cool, the Queen chimed in. Seriously cool. Mo was confused like, huh. Seo Jun-ho firmly said, "Real players don't cry over spilt milk. You're gonna be a legend, kid." But then he turned back, adding, "But since you're still a short stack, don't carry the weight of the world just yet." Classic system, manhwa vibes are right there. Seo Jun-ho swung his arm toward Anna, locking her down as a sphere of dark energy exploded into existence. Meanwhile, in a room where the clock struck 10 o'clock, Sharp, a villain, slowly propped himself up. "Yo, what time is it?" He checked his wrist and literally screamed. "What, I've been knocked out for 17 hours straight." Man, that's enough time to binge a whole season of anime. The guy held his face super salty. Damn, that chase with Kim Young was way harder than I thought. I'm gonna pay him back double for this L. Suddenly his smartwatch lit up with a DM. "Pull up to the hall. Got something to show you." Immediately the dude started growling like a rabid dog. "Torres, you snake, he doesn't even know where we are. The audacity of this guy ordering me around. If this is a waste of time, he's actual dead meat. I'll delete him myself." He changed his drip, shoved his hands in his pockets, and stomped down to the training room. But when he saw the scene, he flinched. He frowned hard, sensing bad vibes immediately. "Yo, what the hell is going on here?" The crew was packing up equipment like the party was over. He looked around for the demonic beast, but it had ghosted the place. He gritted his teeth, wondering what kind of mess he just walked into. The next morning at the Vatican, the fancy ancient palace was looking majestic as ever. But the guards, they were sweating bullets, staring nervously in one direction. Seo Jun-ho was chilling on a bench with his mask on while Marco looked like he was about to pass out from fear. Jun-ho whispered, "Eyes on you, bro." Then he added, "Ignore the haters. If you roll with me, you gotta get used to the clout." That was the cool front he put up. But inside, Seo Jun-ho was deep in thought. The theory makes sense, but the vibes here are way more depressing than 25 years ago. Just then, a servant pulled up and dropped the news that they finished screening 217 rescued kids. Marco clasped his hands, praying to the RNG gods for a good result. The servant bowed and dropped the mic. All kids tested negative for demon blood. He thanked Jun-ho for bringing hope to their trash situation. Marco was hyped, jaw on the floor, cheeks bright red. Suddenly, the big boss, Pope Francis, appeared out of nowhere. Was he finally going to show some gratitude for saving hundreds of lives? Francis spoke up. "If you're cool with it, I want to blast this news to the public and warn them about these demons." Seo Jun-ho nodded. "Do your thing, fam." Then he added, "But since I did you a solid, I got a request." Francis looked curious. "What do you need?" Jun-ho didn't hesitate. "The girl I brought here. Anna. She's still knocked out, but she's coming with me." At that moment, all the little ones were resting in the VIP ward. Jun-ho explained the deal. These kids had no parents, no guardians. That's exactly why they were targeted. You want to know why this happens in holy cities? Because the church dropped the ball on protecting them. You realize that, right? Francis nodded solemnly. "Facts. That's on us." Then to Marco's shock, the Pope actually owned it. He announced the church would take full responsibility. Marco was so moved he started leaking tears. "For real?" Jun-ho patted his back. "Yo, Marco, you hear that? If you take the church's scholarship, you won't have to grind so hard anymore." Marco started bawling his eyes out. Jun-ho leaned in, teasing him. "Crying again, bruh, you're a grown man and you've been weeping all day." Marco panicked, totally embarrassed. He yelled, "I ain't crying. Some dust just flew into my eye, all right. My eyes are just sweating. Get off my back." Francis and the squad just laughed at him. Then came the goodbye scene. Marco wiped his face and got serious. "From now on, I'm gonna level up and become a pro player and your loyal follower." He was rambling on, but Jun-ho cut him off mid-sentence. "Sorry, kid. I don't do minions," he said, cold as ice. Marco's eyes started watering again immediately, but before he could cry, a big hand rested on his head. Jun-ho smiled, eyes crinkling. "I don't take underlings, but I do accept teammates. My standards are legendary tier, though. So if you want to be in the squad, you gotta grind insane hours." Hearing that, Marco powered up instantly. "Yes, sir. Let's go." As the Vatican castle faded into the background, breaking news hit the internet a few days later. An orphanage in Rome was actually a hidden XP farm for demonic beasts. All the victims from the Garden of Eden were saved. And the best part? The illegal ring was smashed by one of the legendary 5 heroes. The villain was watching the news and screamed in rage. "Seo Jun-ho, that guy ruined the whole plan." He grabbed his head, stressing out. "Damn it. If I had just woken up on time, I would have clapped Seo Jun-ho already. That guy is slippery like an eel." He lost his temper and smashed the screen to pieces. "Just you wait. I let you slide this time, but once I deal with that traitor, you are finished, kid." The next day, back at the Korean Players Association, someone bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, King Seo Jun-ho." Seo Jun-ho nodded coolly behind his mask. "Thanks for the hard work." Suddenly, loud noises from the balcony caught his ear. "Yo, why is it so rowdy out there?" Curious, he walked toward the noise. He stepped out, squinting at the sun. And boom. The first thing he saw was a massive banner with his face on it, plus huge balloons and a welcome back ribbon. Down below, a massive crowd was throwing a party for his return. He stood there quietly watching the sea of fans. A kid on his dad's shoulders spotted him and yelled, "Yo, look! It's Seo Jun-ho!" The crowd erupted. "It's really him! The legend is back!" Jun-ho stood there wide-eyed and totally confused. President Shim Deok-gu appeared out of nowhere. Police said there were like 500,000 people down there. Jun-ho asked, "What is happening right now?" Deok-gu looked at him like, "Bruh, really?" He explained, "They all pulled up just to get a glimpse of you." Seo Jun-ho listened, staring at the hyped-up faces. The fans were just grateful their hero had respawned. Chunyo went silent, unsure how to react to all this love. A coordinator stepped in. "Mr. Seo, I'll escort you inside." Everyone was buzzing with excitement. "Thank you for coming back." A guy with spiky hair shouted, "You the GOAT, Seo Jun-ho." Jun-ho walked down the path, his eyes sharpening as he thought to himself, "Someday, I want my old squad to see a view like this." Deok-gu leaned in. "By the way, I set up that press conference you asked for." Jun-ho looked puzzled. "Just a hunch. But this conference isn't just about announcing you're teaming up with the association, is it?" Deok-gu asked how he felt and took off his own mask. Jun-ho got serious. "Deok-gu, remember when I first awakened?" Deok-gu frowned. "When you first woke up, the world was chill back then. You guys were holding it down? I thought we'd finally get that peaceful ending we wanted." Seo Jun-ho clutched his mask. "Yeah, but looking closer, that was a lie. While the 5 heroes were AFK, the fiends started running wild, bullying the weak. 25 years ago, they weren't this bold." Deok-gu replied, "That's because the 5 heroes were born to stop them. But now you're carrying that burden solo." Jun-ho nodded. "I know my stats aren't what they used to be. At first I thought if I just got my strength back and revived my homies it'd be enough." He choked up a little. "But reality is harsh, man. The villains don't even take breaks anymore. That's why they made monsters like me, to stand against the darkness." As soon as he finished, Deok-gu flinched, then shouted, unable to hold it back, "Are you seriously trying to do this all over again?" Deok-gu got real with him. "Seo Jun-ho, listen. You know why the big guilds in the 9 heavens don't want to be the next Seo Jun-ho? Because the leader draws all the aggro— Listen up. Being a hero isn't all glitz and glam. You're a magnet for trouble. If you step back into the spotlight, everyone puts their hopes and their hate right on your shoulders. Fail them when they need you. Prepare to get roasted by a hurricane of criticism." Seo Jun-ho's mind replayed the old days like a 4K movie. His squad calling out his name. He just smirked back then. "Sorry I'm late, guys." But deep down, he knew. They did their part. It's their turn to sleep now. He let out a heavy sigh. "Man, I didn't sign up for this heavy lifting. This right here. This is that peak leveling struggle. The weight of the crown is heavy, folks, especially in a system universe. This brutal. But here's the kicker. I am the last man standing. Everyone else is gone. My skills are a bit rusty, but I have still got that main character clout." Then boom, the Frost Queen pops up. "A fake contract, humph. You have got guts, kid. I will give you that." Jun-ho just bowed his head like, yeah. Looking back, it was a total mess. No happy endings there. Just the faces of those orphans and the burning rage of Mao Shimoku haunting his dreams. Like seriously, can't a guy catch a break? Someone finally walked up and slapped his shoulder. "Don't be a wimp. Do what you gotta do." "So what is the move now, boss?" Even with doubts clouding his mind, he made the call. "Crank that volume to the max. Make sure everyone on the second floor hears Seo Jun-ho's voice." Time skipped forward, and boom. It is press conference day. The main event is live. The place was packed tighter than a subway car at rush hour, reporters everywhere, including that 4-eyed squad captain looking dead serious. Fanboys and fangirls who worshipped Jun-ho were all over the place. In-ho was rocking those dark shades like a celebrity. The big shots, oh yeah. The vice presidents and captains of the Secret Six were in the house. Top-tier rankers filled the room. You could smell the tension a throwdown was brewing. Seeing his silent neighbor, he poked the princess. "Hey, you good?" Da-hong just lost it. She was geeking out, laughing like a maniac because she was seeing a real-life legend. In-ho was stressing out, crying, "Yo, chill, keep it together." The host grabbed the mic. Heads up, Spectre and Chairman Deok-gu are entering the building. The doors swung open, and there he was, Seo Jun-ho, dripping with that icy cool main character energy. He strutted straight to his throne. Deok-gu trailed behind like a bodyguard. Flash cameras went crazy. He snagged the mic, and Deok-gu dropped the beat. "This press conference is officially live. One question only. Make it count." Hands shot up faster than a rocket. He pointed at one lucky guy. "You. Go." The reporter stood up. "Yo. Everyone knows Spectre has been a popsicle for almost 24 years. Is this fake news? Some conspiracy theory?" Then he dropped the bomb. "Can you prove right now that you are actually the real deal?" The curly-haired dude who interviewed him before was like, "Is this guy tripping?" Another reporter whispered, "Prove it, is he insane?" But Jun-ho, he didn't even flinch. Stone cold. He just slapped his hand on the table and stood up. "Bet. I will draw my blade if you want to show." Schwing. He unleashed the sword. The pressure in the room hit like a gravity hammer. The glasses-wearing captain gasped, "Holy smokes, light sword." The pink-haired captain's jaw hit the floor. The blue-haired captain was vibing, totally hyped up. 25 years on ice and he has still got that god-tier power. Jun-ho sheathed the blade like a boss. The reporter stuttered, Thank you, sir." Another guy asked, "After the mayhem in Rome, what's the plan?" "You jumping back into the fight." Jun-ho paused for dramatic effect. "Honestly, I wanted to kick back and retire." He stood tall, facing the blinding flashes. "When I woke up, my buddy told me, this peace exists because we bled for it. I felt proud, you know. I actually teared up thinking the world didn't need me anymore. He thought about the kids in Rome. But seeing the hell that went down now vacation is over. Visions of those kids replayed in his head. His voice boomed through the hall. Did you all know in 24 years nearly 6,000 kids got snatched by those monsters? The room erupted. 6,000. No way. Jun-ho didn't let up. It happened because nobody gave a damn. We could have stopped it if people actually paid attention. He clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Players Guild squad up. We are ending this. He swore those demons would never rise again. Even Da-hong and In-ho looked shook. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Even the cameraman forgot to breathe. Jun-ho spoke up one last time. Listen closely. This is streaming everywhere right now. Everyone is watching. Even those demons hiding in the dark. We are live on the big screens, baby. This was history in the making. A legendary moment for the system era. He dropped the mic with one line, "We are back." After dropping that bombshell, Jun-ho crashed on his sofa at home. He scrolled through his phone, chill as a cucumber. The news was blowing up. Rookie Jun-ho praised by Spectre, white. Headlines screamed, "Spectre is fully healed, is that fair?" Then silence fell over the internet as the legend demanded total cooperation from every guild. The comments section was on fire. 99 plus notifications. Spectre is the GOAT. Thousands of level 100 demons. For no sweat for him. He will slap those demons into next week. Everyone was shook when that radiant sword came out. They were wondering if his magic was still OP. Spoiler it is. Jun-ho smirked. Mission accomplished. I got their attention. Suddenly, screech. The Frost Queen yelled, "Contractor!" Startling the life out of him. "What is the damage?" She pointed a tiny finger at the television. "I finished Season 1. Start Season 2, right now." He grabbed the remote, trying not to lose it. "I literally taught you this. Why are you yelling at me instead of doing it yourself?" But the Queen just demanded, "Contractor. Fake contractor, I am parched. Fetch me my afternoon tea." Jun-ho snapped back. "Do I look like a butler?" She immediately hit him with the puppy dog eyes. "Pretty please. Contractor." He folded. Yeah. Serving you is the joy of my life." He poured tea like a defeated demon king. How is he letting this tiny thing boss him around? He handed the cup to the hypebeast Queen. Now time for his own drink. "This is the stuff we chug when we are thirsty." She looked at it, eyes sparkling. "What is this potion? It looks so sparkly and fresh." Jun-ho looked away, hiding a smirk. "Try it." He was waiting for the chaos. Sip. Bam. She started zooming around the room like a pinball crashing into walls. Jun-ho just watched the fireworks. Totally soaked, she turned back looking dead serious. "Contractor, this potion attacked me. It is making you laugh." Jun-ho laughed until he cried. He held up the soda. "It is carbonated, Your Highness. Guess you can't handle the fizz." She finally got it. She clenched her tiny fists, grinding her teeth. "I will have my revenge on this bubbly nemesis." Jun-ho checked the time. "All right, I gotta bounce for a bit. You stay here and binge watch." "Cool." Frost Queen acted all high and mighty. Blushing, she sat up straight. "Benevolence is a queen's duty. I shall forgive your insolence this time." Jun-ho thought, "She is so easy." He dipped out, hitting the button for the 7th floor. Seo Jun-ho slapped the elevator button, vibing with his new power. "Yo, after wrecking those gnarly demons in the heavens, I hit level 29. My magic stats are looking absolutely juice." He grinned, feeling like a boss. Finally, time to unseal the OG moves and show him how it's done. But right then, buzz. His wrist gadget blew up with a call from Shim Deok-gu. Jun-ho picked up. "Yo, what's the sitch?" On the flip side, Deok-gu was panic mode. "Where you at, bro?" Jun-ho shrugged. "Me heading to the grind station." "Why?" He paused, sensing the vibe. "Wait, you need me there, like right now." And it wasn't just a solo chat. Deok-gu sounded stressed. "Dude, the whole squad is here. Every captain from the Big Six wants a piece of you." Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. "The Big Six. Why are they thirsty for me all of a sudden?" He had to ask. "Is this about the Shadow Demon drama?" Deok-gu sighed. "Nope. They're here for Seo Jun-ho, the rising star." Twist Jun-ho blinked, genuinely shook. They wanted the rookie, not the legend flashback time. He remembered their faces at the press conference. Those high-tier players showed up way too fast, like they were speedrunning the event. They weren't just early. They were practically camping the spawn point. Jun-ho realized these guys had been lurking on the first floor, desperate to draft him before anyone else could. Thinking it over, he asked, "Can't you just kick him out?" Deok-gu rubbed his temples, totally done. "I wish, but these guys are violent toddlers. They'd rather burn the toy than let someone else play with it." Jun-ho smirked. If they wanted to play hardball, he was game. "All right, if they're going to be like that, I've got a little scheme to finesse the whole lot of them." Meanwhile, the captains were sitting in the lounge looking dead serious. Then, stomp, Jun-ho strutted in with main character energy. Sup what wind blew the mighty captains into this dusty old dump. The pink-haired Queen Gongjuha crossed her arms. "Cut the sass. We're here to recruit the beast who ranked first in the challenge dungeon. Name your price." Jun-ho glanced around. "And the rest of you?" The glasses guy nodded. "Same goal." Jun-ho hit him with a casual shrug. "Sorry, fam. I'm loyal. Can't switch teams right now. Personal reasons." The green-haired captain tried to flex his wallet. "If it's the contract fee, don't trip. Our guild holds the bag. We'll pay whatever it takes." Jun-ho shook his head, smiling like he held all the aces. He slammed a blade onto the table. Clank. Money isn't the issue. They stared at the weapon totally confused. Wait, isn't that... The green-haired guy's eyes bugged out. That was the Dark Demon's legendary gear from the Antarctic raid. Jun-ho leaned in. I'm sure you recognize this bad boy. The Spectre gave it to me himself. Since he declared war on the ghouls, he needed a hype man on the second floor. He's got an ego see, and he picked yours truly to be his official representative. The curly-haired captain looked like he'd seen a ghost. Dark Demon building an army. No way. Even Deok-gu's jaw hit the floor. He didn't know his bro was playing 4D chess like this. Gong Ju-ha started calculating immediately. If we ride with the Dark Demon's crew, our public image goes to the moon. We have to get this guy on our side no matter what. Jun-ho held up 3 fingers. The boss has 3 rules. Rule number 1. No playing favorites. I stay linked with the association to keep things fair. Rule number 2. Any guild that signs the treaty gets that premium intel. We're talking exclusive cheats and influence on the second floor. Big moves only. Rule number 3. You gotta feed the Dark Demon info when he asks. Quid pro quo. You scratch his back, he makes you famous. Simple as that. Gong Ju-ha realized they were trapped. It didn't matter what Jun-ho proposed. They had to say yes, just to get that sweet, sweet Spectre clout. Ever since that press conference, the public had been roasting the guilds for being greedy cowards. Ju-ha knew the score. The Dark Demon held the leash, and they were just barking. Suddenly the captains got cold feet. I agree, but I gotta ask my guild leader first. Classic stall tactic. They were sweating bullets. Mission accomplished. Jun-ho waved them off like a boss. Cool, hit my line when you decide. I got places to be. Peace out. He walked out, leaving them stunned. Left in the dust, the green-haired captain sighed. Damn. We came to recruit a rookie and ended up getting played by a legend. We got absolutely finessed. He was certain of one thing. As long as Jun-ho was the Dark Demon's proxy, he was untouchable. Wait. Does this mean the Spectre thinks this kid could be the next hero-tier fighter? Gong Ju-ha nodded, looking serious. Real recognize real. The Dark Demon always had a crazy eye for talent. He sees a diamond where we see a rock. She remembered Gilberto Grimm. Everyone thought he was trashed here with his D-rank skill, but only the Dark Demon saw the god-tier sniper hiding inside. As Jun-ho cruised down the corridor, a voice shouted from behind. Yo, Seo Jun-ho. He spun around. It was Gong Ju-ha looking way less intimidating than before. Captain Gong? Jun-ho grinned. She scratched her head, acting all shy. Emotional exit back there, huh? Didn't think we'd link up again so soon. Next time is on the second floor, right? Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, won't be long now. Then he teased her. Hey, don't think you get special treatment just 'cause we're buds. Business is business. She turned beet red. No way, I'm not looking for a free ride. She fidgeted, looking down. I just gotta ask. Are you actually tight with the Dark Demon? Jun-ho rubbed his chin, smirking. Tight? Oh yeah. We're way closer than just business partners. Her eyes went wide. You've met him face to face, like outside of the press conference. Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, we hang out. I know the guy pretty well. It was like the Frost Queen blew a trumpet in his ear. Ju-ha bowed 90 degrees. Please, when you see him again, can you get his autograph? I'm begging you. Jun-ho was floored. An autograph. Seriously. Sure, I'll ask. Ju-ha's eyes sparkled like anime special effects. Really? You're the best? She went full fangirl mode. Make it out to my precious fan and ask him to draw a little heart. Jun-ho's cringe-o-meter maxed out. A heart, the Dark Demon, that's kinda sus, isn't it? I don't care. Even if he says no, I'll die happy. Jun-ho sighed, defeated by her stan energy. All right. I'll see what I can do. I'll keep it in my treasure vault forever. She zoomed off, waving goodbye. Jun-ho looked down at the poster in his hand. A great man, huh? She's simping for me and doesn't even know it. A bit later, Jun-ho finally hit the training room. Time to lock in. He pulled up his system window, checking the gains. Level 29 baby title Springbringer. Strength, stamina, speed, all numbers going brr. My magic stat is 143. Looking juicy? Once I step onto the second floor, it's game on. I'll use the Dark Demon's rep to control the public, but I need that sweet intel from the Big Six to crush the dungeons. Jun-ho stretched his hands, feeling the mana hum. To clear the next stage, I gotta remix my old school skills. Can't just spam the same moves. But I rushed the magic earlier, so my control is a bit sloppy. The fix. Only one way. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with determination. A montage of pure sweaty grinding. Let's get it. Under the blazing glare of the overhead lights, heavy-duty bars cast long shadows across the room. Seo Jun-ho and the Frost Queen stood center stage, radiating pure determination. He muttered under his breath, psyching himself up to generate 10 level 100 3D avatars. Digital illusions flickered into existence, popping up one by one. The Queen tilted her head, asking, Yo, what kind of hardcore training is this? Jun-ho smirked, just making sure I can still spam the skills from my past life like a pro. He didn't waste a second before hitting phase 2. The illusion's legs materialized out of thin air, and instantly a kick came flying at his head. But Jun-ho was already moving, leaning back with a smooth dodge. Moving like a phantom, he unleashed a shockwave toward the illusion. In a blink, his hand clamped onto its shoulder. Frost Queen hovered nearby, watching the magic and melee combo strike home before the hologram glitched and faded away. Jun-ho broke it down. It packs a punch, but man, it drains my mana bar instantly. Right now, I'm running on empty, so I can't spam it. He thought back to his old strategy precision control, toggling his power only when absolutely necessary. It's either a steady stream or a quick burst, he mused. but the lag time is real. Frost Queen raised a brow. So what's the master plan, genius? Jun-ho grinned. I whipped up a little cheat code to bypass the glitch. Magic control, mental grit, and laser focus. Skaya taught me the basics. If you lack even one, the whole technique crumbles. It's all about visualizing the mana flowing through your internal circuitry. Jun-ho recited the steps, feeling his energy channels lighting up like a Christmas tree. He clenched his fists and a massive surge of mana roared through his veins. His eyes narrowed sharply. It was time to crank the power level to max. Boom! Jun-ho threw a straight punch, and an invisible cannonball of force blasted out. The Frost Queen yelped, throwing up a shield as debris flew. When the dust settled, a massive crater scarred the training floor. Whoa! She gasped, zipping down to check on him. Jun-ho, that was insane, but he just stood there frozen. Hey, why are you lagging? Hello! He was trembling, muscles locked up tight, but he held his ground. A moment later, the reboot finished, and Jun-ho snapped out of it. That's the aftershock. My stats are boosted, but my brain's processor speed can't keep up, he explained breathlessly. Basically, I'm suffering from serious brain lag. Frost Queen looked impressed. That's a wild technique. Jun-ho gripped his shaking hands. Even a pro like me can only keep this overdrive mode running for 10 minutes tops. I gotta grind until this becomes second nature in a real fight. With a roar, he respawned the 3D figures. The illusions flickered back online, and Jun-ho dropped into a combat stance round 2. Let's go. Flash forward 1 week to the Korean Players Guild. The Frost Queen was struggling to hold a thermometer twice her size, screaming at the top of her lungs. You're overheating, you idiot. Your body temp is hitting the danger zone. Jun-ho ignored her, swinging a heavy kick into a training dummy. Bam, rocks and debris exploded everywhere as the dummy shattered into confetti. Frustrated, he shouted back, Damn it, quit nagging me. I already told you I'm spamming Bone Shield to cool down. But the heat was getting to him and his voice kept rising. I'm trying okay, but the reinforcement buff is glitchy as hell. Trying to layer Bone Shield on top of it makes the controls basically impossible. He vented his rage on another dummy, smashing it to dust. As the debris vanished, Jun-ho finally paused, panting. He knew the truth. No matter how hard he grinded, he was months away from using this combo in a real raid. Frost Queen looked at him puzzled. Is that really what you think? She stared at him blankly. Suddenly Jun-ho caught a vibe. Wait, do you know a cheat code I don't? She flashed a blindingly bright smile and nodded. Yep, but I ain't telling. She hovered smugly. You're my contractor, right? Don't you think you should figure it out yourself? Jun-ho snapped, veins popping. I don't need you pulling my strings, you stingy little pint-sized pest. He looked around the wrecked training room and clicked his tongue. Whatever. With this level of power, I think I'm finally ready for the field. It's showtime. Jun-ho tapped his smartwatch, dialing up his connect. Yo, Secretary Cha. Yeah, it's me. I need a warp gate stat. Cha responded instantly. Copy that. What's the drop zone and ETA, sir? Jun-ho kept it brief and cool. Tomorrow. Drop me at the Winter Castle Gate. We're going to Antarctica. Next day, Antarctica. A frozen wasteland where snow stretched to infinity. The wind howled like a banshee. Jun-ho stood bundled up while the guild official beside him was shivering so hard his teeth chattered. We're here. Jun-ho looked back, shaking his head. Bro told you to bring a parka. The official stuttered nose, dripping. I just came to drop you off. I'm out of here. A warp gate shimmered into existence. Good luck. As the guy vanished through the portal, Frost Queen couldn't help but roast him. What a wuss. This weather is perfect. Why is he running? Jun-ho barked back, shivering. Are you kidding me? Even with my cold resistance buffs, I'm freezing my butt off out here. The thick snow crunched loudly under his boots, sharp ice cracking with every step. He marched forward, hands jammed deep in his pockets to save warmth with Frosty trailing behind. Suddenly Jun-ho stopped dead. He gazed up at the massive structure ahead. So, this is the legendary Winter Castle Gate. System Gate. A holographic interface popped up in his vision. Requirements, level 80 entry cap. Party size 30. Objective defeat the dungeon leader. Difficulty rating brutal. This thing is no joke, Jun-ho muttered. Even level 2 elites get chewed up and spit out here. Frost Queen floated closer. You need a minute to hype yourself up. Nah, Jun-ho replied, stepping forward. I was born ready. Step by step, he walked into the swirling vortex. The light inside was blinding, a flashbang to the face, forcing him to shield his eyes. When his vision cleared, he saw a nightmare of sharp ice pillars crisscrossing the path. Objective is to kill the boss, he mumbled. But, where's the actual castle? Frost Queen pointed a tiny finger northwest. He leaned in as she rested on his shoulder. Yo, you recognize this place? She puffed out her chest. Obviously, this is the realm of Niflheim. In the distance, towering spires of ice pierced the sky, a majestic, glittering fortress that looked straight out of a high-budget fantasy movie. Welcome, she announced, to the land I used to rule. Jun-ho scanned the epic scenery, jaw-dropping. For real, this is Niflheim. She nodded regally. 100% my turf, but I don't get how the gate is still active when I already rage-quit this place. Guess we'll find out when we raid it, Jun-ho said, curiosity piqued. More importantly, you got any intel on the castle layout's mob spawns? She looked confused. Intel? You know who's running the show now. How many guards secret loot rooms? Frost Queen snapped, offended. Are you seriously asking me to leak classified national secrets? Jun-ho gave a sly, manipulative smirk. Wow, I'm hurt. I thought we were partners. Our destinies are bound forever. Remember, ride or die. She wasn't expecting the guilt trip. Frost Queen shrieked, flustered. Okay, fine, I'll tell you. Just stop using that creepy voice, it's gross. Jun-ho exhaled, satisfied. See, should have just spilled the beans earlier. She flew back, keeping her distance. Remember the gate where you first found me? Jun-ho nodded. The Queen's Nest. Vividly, like I could ever forget that trauma. Why, she explained. The final labyrinth is there. My original plan was to summon all my knights to that spot for a last stand. Jun-ho paused. Wait, so the knights we wrecked on the first floor weren't the whole army? She shook her head. Nope. That was just the appetizer. I couldn't warp the entire Niflheim force there. Jun-ho's eyes widened. So that means... Frost Queen cut in. If my memory serves, the Imperial faction had about 27,000 troops, though the numbers probably dropped a bit since I left. 27,000. Are you insane? Jun-ho muttered. That's an army, not a dungeon party. She shrugged. Relax. The only real threat here is probably Kid. Jun-ho blinked. Kid, who's that? Kid Braun. My most loyal knight and leader of the Imperial faction. She dropped the bombshell. They call him the Sword of the Kingdom, and real talk, aside from me, he's the deadliest warrior we have. Still, I gotta know. Just how OP is this guy? The Frost Queen didn't answer right away. She just held up one finger, leaving Seo Jun-ho totally lost. What's that supposed to mean? He frowned hard. You saying I'd only last 1 hour? Nope. Wait, 10 minutes. 1 minute. She shut him down cold. With just one finger. Kiss could wreck a noob like you. Listen up, contractor. My knight is on a whole other level. Seo Jun-ho scratched his cheek. Doesn't that mean he's even stronger than you? Boom. The Frost Queen exploded. How many times do I gotta say it? You only met me when I was nerfed to 0. Hearing that, he totally relaxed. All right, chill out. I guess I don't have to stress then. Seo Jun-ho walked over to open the castle gates. I bet this Lord Kiss is just as weak as you are. Let's roll. Walking toward the first room, he figured it was the throne room. Isn't the royal color usually red? Looking at the banner, the Frost Queen replied, Every country's got their own style. In my kingdom, white is the color of the crown. They kept moving. She started explaining, This zone is the Hall of Knights. It's run by the strongest knight of the electric faction, Kiss Braun. His castle is basically the Holy Land for knights. Rumor has it, anyone who walks down this red carpet becomes a legendary warrior. The Queen added that wannabe knights come to the electric faction to test their limits. Seo Jun-ho wondered how that worked. She crossed her arms and smirked. It's called the Knight's Proof. She dropped the bomb. Behind that door is a massive hall with 100 knights waiting. You gotta duel every single one to prove you're legit. He bowed his head, muttering, For real. Seo Jun-ho grabbed his head and screamed at the ceiling. Why are you telling me this now? That's the gate I gotta get through. She patted his head gently. Chill out. We aren't going in yet. Seo Jun-ho forced a painful laugh. You really should have told me sooner. At this point, even the Frost Queen looked unsure. Honestly, even I don't know exactly how many knights are in there. But she tried to hype him up a little. But listen, in the Knight's Proof, you duel them one-on-one within a time limit. It's not like they're all gonna jump you at once. Seo Jun-ho scratched his head, still panicking. Getting scared before I even start is lame, right? Either way, I gotta beat them all. But the Frost Queen cut him off. Nope. Once you defeat the electric faction knights and take command, who do you think is left standing? He started stretching his limbs. All right then. 100 against 1, including Lord Kiss. Seo Jun-ho put his hand on the giant door, using every ounce of strength to push it. The door finally cracked open. Immediately, a squad of knights came into view. Gleaming swords were scattered all over the floor. Seo Jun-ho stared down countless knights standing tall. The scene was absolutely insane. 100 knights lined up perfectly, all facing the door like they were waiting for the next challenger. Seeing this, Seo Jun-ho wondered. They look frozen. Are you sure these guys are even alive? The Frost Queen shook her head. I have no clue. I can't sense any life from them. Suddenly, slam. The massive door shut behind them, startling them both. The knights started to move. Their iron grips tightened on their hilts, slowly drawing their blades, and then swinging them out, ready for war. The room instantly filled with battle aura swords were drawn. Seo Jun-ho pulled his own blade. Damn, it's starting already. Just then, heavy armored boots stomped up the steps. A figure marched down the red carpet, climbed the platform, and glared down at them. The knight bellowed, Spectre Simus from the Ice Legion commands you. He barked out, State your purpose, stranger. Just as Seo Jun-ho was about to answer. I'm here to... Suddenly, the Frost Queen shouted, Fake contract. She urged him to show his knightly proof, telling him to say he's here to prove his knightly spirit. He blinked in surprise. Huh, the Frost Queen insisted. No matter what happens, you won't lose if you say that. She grew impatient. Just say it. Hurry up. Seo Jun-ho replied, Got it. Let's do this. Up above, Spectre Simus was losing his patience. I'll ask you once more. What is your purpose here? He warned darkly. If you don't answer now, you will be executed as an intruder. Seo Jun-ho sighed. I'm here to... The Frost Queen was vibrating with excitement. Suddenly he straightened up, pounding his chest to prove his knightly spirit. But his words seemed to tick off Spectre Simus, who gritted his teeth in fury. Outside the magnificent palace, peace seemed absolute. The scene shifted to a spot inside the castle grounds. Seo Jun-ho and the Frost Queen were sitting on the floor lighting a fire. He sat cross-legged munching on stale bread doing the math. 3 months since I stepped through those gates. Seo Jun-ho flashed back to his face-off with Spectre Simus and the 100 Knights. A knight had shouted to halt. All the knights had immediately clasped their weapons, standing in a solemn posture. It totally startled him. Why the sudden formality? The Frost Queen just watched with excitement, waiting for it. Spectre Simus stepped forward. 100 knights will test the honor of your sword. The battle will not end until one side lays down their arms and surrenders. He commanded loudly, the first knight stepping up. The knight boomed, I am Phi, Knight of Niflheim. Phi swung his sword down, signaling the start. Seeing this, Seo Jun-ho grinned with excitement. This is going to be fun. So, this is knight style. Seo Jun-ho shouted, getting straight to the point. I like it. He gripped his hilt tight and ripped his blade out. Instantly he charged with his greatsword. Fierce and blazing steel clashed against steel. He thought to himself, none of these knights are weaklings. If they were players, they'd be at least level 100. As they danced in battle, Seo Jun-ho stayed sharp, watching every move. Even though they didn't have special powers like players, their combat skills were near perfect. He kept attacking, downloading each knight's unique techniques. Honestly, they might be even more dangerous than actual players. Back to reality. Seo Jun-ho's muscles were screaming in pain as he stubbornly nibbled on his dry bread. He looked totally wrecked. He never imagined the radiant sword skill could be so versatile. The Frost Queen asked, confused, what do you mean? Seo Jun-ho explained how players usually just spam one type of aura. They pump energy into the blade to make a flame-like aura. But the Knights of the Winter Palace, they use spinning light like a drill tip. Some even shape it like spears. Basically, they use tons of light energy variations. Suddenly he got curious. Does Niflheim have player systems too? She shrugged. Of course not. Seo Jun-ho realized, that means we can't check their stats or anything. The Frost Queen nodded. He added, Knights don't have cheat codes or skills. They reach high ranks through grinding physical training and magic their whole lives. Truly persistent. She asked the fake contractor. Do you understand why your weapon acts that way when you use the radiant sword? Seo Jun-ho reached out. It's not that deep. To light up the blade, I just pour some energy into the sword and wrap it around the metal. But the Frost Queen knew better. Knights aren't bound by their weapons. The most important thing is the pride in their hearts. Knights find a weapon they master, then shape the light energy to match their fighting style perfectly. Seo Jun-ho gazed at the small window, mumbling. Must be nice for them. Thanks to my master-level weapon mastery, I can use anything. I just picked the sword because it's familiar. I never really thought about which weapon actually suits me best. He was puzzled. I can't be like them since I already have my own radiant sword style, right? The Frost Queen fired back immediately. Of course not, she explained with a metaphor. You're like a bottle filled with pure water. What happens if you add something else to it? Seo Jun-ho answered. It changes color. The Frost Queen raised her finger excitedly. Exactly. You can still use it to hold anything you want. That is your current state contractor. He slammed his hand on his thigh. All right, that's going to be the target for this gate, she asked curiously. The target? Jun-ho made up his mind. He would master the weapons and create a brand new radiant sword. That's how he spent 3 grueling months. And now, it was time to face the challenge again. He stepped up and kicked open that massive palace door like he owned the place. The second Seo Jun-ho walked in, the system went crazy. Alert. The Wandering Knight is here. Get ready to rumble. The knight was gripping his sword tight, raising it high for a vibe check. He screamed, come get some... Then he just stood there, menacingly reading the wind like a pro. Jun-ho dipped his head, cool as ice. He thought, I ain't the same noob I was yesterday. Boom. He swung back. Their swords crashed with explosive force, sending dust flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, that giant sword was toasted with cracks. Jun-ho walked out totally unscathed. But inside he was shaking. He thought, man, I barely grounded that shockwave. It stung like crazy, but he stomped the ground and launched himself up. I totally stole that move. It's mine now. Jun-ho came down with a savage slash. A massive sword aura blasted straight at Phi. The crowd gasped. Yo, that's Phi's signature move. Damn, this kid copies skills fast. Jun-ho smirked, looking cheeky. Sharing is caring, right, bro? Clang. Another brutal exchange, but the fatigue hit him hard, and he collapsed to the floor, totally gassed. Suddenly a dude walked up. It was the Wandering Knight saying, you got skills, kid. Jun-ho turned around, and whoa, it was the legendary Spectre Simus. Simus reached out a hand, super chill. What's the name, young blood? Jun-ho slowly lifted his arm and dapped him up. Seo Jun-ho. Remember it. Simus nodded like, respect. Seo Jun-ho? Sick name. I won't forget it. He admitted Jun-ho was the most savage rookie he'd ever seen. Then he slapped a shiny badge into Jun-ho's hand. What's this loot? Jun-ho asked. An honor badge, Simus explained. Proof that you've got the spirit of a real warrior. Then he dropped the bombshell. Holders of this badge get a VIP meeting with the castle lord. Jun-ho clenched his fist, pumped up. Phi waved a silent goodbye. Game respects game. Later, guys, Jun-ho waved to the night crew. Thanks for the warm-up. He spun around and headed back to that heavy door. He stepped into the next chamber, and whoa, the vibe check failed instantly. The pressure in here was heavy enough to crush bones. Jun-ho frowned. Yo, something wicked is definitely in here. He looked up at the massive throne. Dark aura was leaking off Kiss Bremen, the castle lord, hiding in the shadows. But the Frost Queen. She was tearing up seeing her old knight. She shouted at the boss, look at that killer intent, Kiss is still a beast. She hyped him up. The strongest warrior in Niflheim. No caps on me. Jun-ho and the queen stood there while Kiss stood up to size them up. She whispered, "This guy is the goat of the realm. This is gonna be tough." Kiss opened one eye. Creepy. "He looks just as OP as the rumors say." Kiss pulled his sword. Frost Queen gasped. He knows you're a player." That glare was straight up murder. Jun-ho nodded. "Figured. Let's dance then." Kiss spun his sword like a helicopter. Jun-ho drew his blade. Kiss's eyes were glowing like LEDs. It's go time. They charged. Boom! Metal screamed against metal sword. Auras were flying everywhere like fireworks. Jun-ho pulled back for a heavy swing. Gritting his teeth, he went dual-wield mode. He threw two swords and lunged. Kiss's eyes flashed. He dodged everything like he was in the Matrix. 0 scratches. Jun-ho was getting salty. Damn it. Every attack was blocked with 0 effort. Jun-ho stood there muttering. Magic power started surging from his feet like rocket fuel. Frost Queen panicked. "Hey, don't use that glitchy skill." Jun-ho cut her off. "I gotta go all out. How long can I hold this boost?" She checked the stats. 1 minute and 2 seconds. That's it. He gritted his teeth. Plenty of time. "Start the countdown." He grabbed his spear and charged. He was spamming attacks, every angle, every position. But Kiss was a brick wall. Jun-ho tried to crush him with the spear, but Kiss countered with raw power. Suddenly, Jun-ho's spidey senses tingled danger. Boom! A massive energy blast exploded. Smoke and dust blinded everything. Frost Queen screamed, "Contractor!" The smoke cleared. Jun-ho was pinned to the wall. He looked at his spear. It was totally wrecked. The gear difference was unfair, but Jun-ho moved fast, dropping to the ground. He swapped to a sword instantly. Kiss was stalking him, stepping closer, menacingly. Suddenly, a creepy bone cage surrounded them. Jun-ho covered his nose. "What's this funky smell?" "It's the arsenic bone skill," Queen warned. "Nasty stuff." "This barrier is a trap," she yelled. Jun-ho's vision blurred. He couldn't see Kiss at all, defending against invisible attacks. That's impossible. He looked around furious. He couldn't see past 1 meter. The Queen counted down. 42. 41. 40. Jun-ho gripped his sword until his knuckles turned white. Time was the real enemy now. He cut the magic boost. Trapped in the bone cage, blind as a bat. He felt a burning gaze on his neck. Where is he? Suddenly Kiss teleported behind him. Slash. Jun-ho ducked just in time. The energy blade shaved a few hairs off his head. He backflipped to safety. Jun-ho charged again. Not missing this time. He whacked Kiss's armor, nothing. Then Kiss's giant hand grabbed his throat. Shucks. Ak! Jun-ho spat blood. Bam! Kiss slammed him into the wall. A giant sword came down to skewer him. Jun-ho tilted his head at the last microsecond. Even Kiss was shook by those reflexes. Frost Queen popped up screaming, "Take this!" She launched an ice attack straight at the boss. Kiss spun and leaped back. He dodged the ice shards like a pro. He glared at them. Jun-ho struggled to stand up. Damn. Can't let him keep comboing me. He straightened up, magic swirling around him. "Why not ambush him?" Queen asked. "Nah," Jun-ho said. "He'd smell me coming a mile away." He chugged a potion and poured it on his wound. Jun-ho was sweating bullets. This is the worst-case scenario for real. His brain was foggy from the cooldown. He glared at the bone wall and the smoke. Outmatched in stats and terrain, Kiss really stacked the deck. Jun-ho muttered, "Time to flip the script." Kiss stood still, analyzing the fog. He was hunting Jun-ho inside the barrier. The pressure was suffocating. He was close. Suddenly Kiss saw a shadow. "Found you!" He lunged and swung, swish. Jun-ho vanished into thin air. Kiss looked confused. "What the?" Suddenly his sword froze over the ground beneath him, turned into an ice rink. It was a trap, but a simple trap shouldn't work on a boss, right? Jun-ho's voice cut through the fog. "You ever see a frostbone being made? It's simple science, bro. Steam plus cold equals ice." Kiss's eyes widened. Droplets were freezing instantly. Kiss panicked. "I gotta back up now," Seo Jun-ho screamed. "Too little too late, bro." As Keith tried to swing, Jun-ho charged in and boom, the whole room got flash frozen. The blade turned into a popsicle and Keith himself was iced solid. Jun-ho stared down the frozen night, his grip on the hilt tight enough to crush steel. Meanwhile, the Frost Queen just stood there silent as the grave waiting for the beat to drop. Wham! Jun-ho lunged, burying his sword deep into Keith's icy chest. The ice started cracking like crazy, but Jun-ho frowned. No shot. The blade was stuck tight inside the dude. He stared blankly. This guy wasn't dead yet. Suddenly, Keith turned his frozen gaze toward the Frost Queen. Jun-ho nudged her like, "Yo, he's calling you, aren't you gonna step up?" But the Queen hesitated. "I ain't worthy," she whispered. Real talk, she felt guilty. A queen is supposed to protect her squad, but she couldn't save the knights of the Winter Castle. What's the play here? Jun-ho wondered. The Queen gently touched Keith's frozen armor, murmuring, "Remember this defeat." Then she just broke down crying with no reply. Right in the feels, man. Ding, the system finally chimed in. Winter Castle mission cleared. But wait, there's more. It dropped a sweet loot item, the weapon storage key. Let's go. HP, fully restored, check. Stats boosted, double check. He even completed the hidden Knight's Glory mission, and his weapon mastery leveled up. Jun-ho grinned at the screen. That's that main character luck. The payout was insane. He guessed staying here for 3 months was actually worth the grind. He thought, thanks to that glory mission, my stats are absolutely jacked now. Everything was coming up roses until, "Contractor, your laugh is cringe," the Queen snapped. "Let's move." "What's the loot?" Jun-ho was hyped. "Bet let's hit the weapon storage." He jammed the key in and creaked, the massive doors swung open, kicking up dust. inside a candy shop of lethal steel. The system welcomed him to the legendary Winter Castle Armory. Then came the buzzkill. Warning, you can only pick one toy before getting teleported out. Jun-ho literally jumped. Are you kidding me? One look at all this drip I have to leave behind? Frost Queen smirked. Why so salty? Looks like the Grey Manager is still stalking you. Jun-ho scratched his head annoyed. Man, that obsession is seriously creeping me out. He scanned the room one more time. He needed something better than his Black Dragon spear. He grabbed a wicked-looking polearm and gave it a test swing. Whoosh! Is this the one? The info popped up. Unique item Executioner's Spear. Special ability. Nasty critical hits that leave unhealable wounds. Ouch. It was light as a feather too, but the real kicker was the Blood Pact enchantment. Every time it tastes enemy blood, the user gets healed. Jun-ho's jaw dropped. Blood Pact? Seriously? I didn't think it'd be this broken. Frost Queen raised an eyebrow. You vibe with this weapon. He nodded furiously. Heck yeah. With that passive effect, I can fight a whole army and keep my health full. She crossed her arms. Cool. So that's the pick, let's dip then. The gate's about to close. Jun-ho didn't need to be told twice. As they headed down the stairs, Jun-ho froze. He spotted a painting on the wall he missed earlier. There was a dusty footprint near it, but the art, sheesh, what a beauty. But then his eyes went wide. Hold up. He squinted at the canvas. The fit the hair. Ain't that familiar? He remembered the queen saying this used to be her turf. Yo, Frost Queen, is this you in the portrait? She blushed hard. I think so, Jun-ho teased. Come on, take off the mask, then let's see the face reveal. Shut your mouth, her voice echoed through the castle. Quit the nonsense and leave. Next thing he knew, zap, he was back at the Korean Players Guild getting healed up. It was Jun-ho getting patched up. Thanks, Doc, he said. The guy stood up shaking his head. No problem, man. You really put in the work. Real talk. You look like you were stranded on a desert island for a year. Jun-ho lifted his scruffy head. Is it that bad? Do I really look that crusty? The guy just tilted his head. Doesn't matter how you look, at least you survived. But the crowd was buzzing. Everyone was whispering, eyeing that man and the girl next to him like they were celebrities. He cleared 3 gates in just 3 months. Is he even human? The gossip was hot. Secretary Cha stepped in. You're beat. I'll take you home so you can crash. They walked out, leaving the noise behind. Cha looked down, feeling guilty. My bad, Jun-ho. I should have taken you somewhere more chill. Jun-ho shook his head with a grin. Don't sweat it, Secretary Cha. I've been ghosting everyone for 3 months, so the drama makes sense. Suddenly, she stopped walking. It's actually pretty bad, she admitted. While you were grinding, the haters came out. Sponsors are demanding refunds and calling us scams. It's a mess. The government and the guild are on the ropes. I feel useless. She looked at him. Right now, Jun-ho, you're the only one carrying our reputation on your back. She crossed her arms. If they don't trust us, we're done. But Jun-ho cut her off sharp. Secretary Cha, listen. Our reputation isn't the point here. We don't need to care about what the haters say. Cha spun around, shocked. You're not bothered, even after they flipped on us so fast. She looked defeated. If I were you, I'd rage quit. Why fight for these ungrateful people? Jun-ho replied, There's one thing you don't get about me, Cha. I never fought for the clout or the applause. He thought of his teammates. I fight for my own goals. Sorry if that's not the hero speech you wanted to hear. Cha thought for a second. No. I think you're right. I've been too hard on myself. I should have lived for myself sooner, but I just can't do it yet. I still feel like a fool. Hearing that, Jun-ho gave a warm smile. Hey, you're allowed to be a dummy sometimes. Keeps life interesting. Cha blinked. Excuse me. She let out a laugh, pretending to pout. Well, if I'm a dummy, maybe I'm too dumb to forward your messages to the boss. Jun-ho looked confused. Wait, don't do me like that. Later, she waved and bounced. He hurried after her. Wait, Secretary Cha, hold on. Meanwhile, outside a certain office. Knock knock. Come in. The door opened. What's the sitch? The subordinate reported. Boss, we just got a ping from Night Demon. The man laughed. Ha. He's been calculating for 3 months. Still curious, huh? Okay, what's the word? This is Captain Shim reporting. The lackey read the text. He wants intel on the demons, and he wants it sent within 30 minutes. Shim ordered. Send him everything below medium security. The lackey hesitated. Sir, won't he see through that I bet Night Demon sent this request to every guild out there? I even saw members from Green 6 in the elevator. Shim lowered his head, thinking. So, his plan is to pit the guilds against each other. It's a competition. He's testing who's willing to cooperate. Based on the info we provide, Night Demon will pick his partner. And I want that to be us. Depending on what he gets, he'll have all the guilds under his thumb. Shim placed his hands on the stack of papers. The power dynamic had shifted. Finally, Shim made the call. Forget medium security. Send him everything, including the top secret files. The subordinate nodded. Yes, sir. Shim smiled with satisfaction. Checkmate. I gotta show these dokebi clowns who's boss. I'll make them realize my potential is off the charts. Once I'm done, I'll be the only player they ever want to link up with. Back in his room, Seo Jun-ho shot off a text. Yo, send me everything I asked for. You got 30 minutes on the clock. Jun-ho kept his eyes glued to his watch, counting down the seconds. He basically made a high-stakes bet with the Big Six, using the Guildmaster's own shady tricks against them. Total power move. Right on cue, his watch dinged with that sweet notification sound. He looked down, a savage grin spreading across his face. Man, these big-shot organizations don't play around with time. He did the math and hyped himself up. He didn't even have to wait the full 30 minutes. Boom. The message popped up on the screen. This is Tenet regarding your request. We represent the famous Deok-gu mercenary guild. It was go time. Skimming through the data, Jun-ho chuckled like a mastermind. See the problem with smart people. They always overthink it and get super suspicious. He figured that during his 3 months chilling at the palace, the Big Six probably agreed to gatekeep information from him. They had plenty of time to plot. But what happens when a little competition steps into the ring? They started tripping over themselves to spill the tea just to get on his good side. Jun-ho was absolutely buzzing. He just scored top-tier intel that money can't even buy. Even the Big Six got played. Looks like they still have a lot of leveling up to do. Suddenly he thought of the Frost Queen. But Jun-ho was already locked in. I'm hitting up the second floor of the frontier in 10 days. My squad needs to be ready to roll. His desk was cluttered with books and a poster of Deok-gu. First things first, I gotta memorize all this data the Big Six dropped. Then he paused, scratching his head. Wait, why does it feel like I'm the only one grinding here? Right next to him, the Frost Queen was just vibing, munching on cookies like a snack queen. Feeling his salty stare, she spun around fast. What's good, Jun-ho? Jun-ho gritted his teeth. She's literally having a party while I'm doing all the heavy lifting. But the Frost Queen put on her serious face and yelled, I am absorbing modern culture. Respect the process, Jun-ho deadpanned. Bro, she is definitely just playing hooky. Jun-ho started calculating the grind. It's gonna take me at least 4 days to speed read all this. On the table lay a cheat sheet about the Monster Hunters Guild. Deok-gu, the engine behind the Ruben Empire's power. He read up on Tenet City surveys and the history of the Rodin religion. The Galaxian forces fighting monsters on the edge. The Labyrinth. The most bourgeois noble families, and the celestial aristocrats. He also researched the massive Ruben Empire. The only empire holding it down on the frontier, basically most of the second floor was under their thumb. The Big Six spent 25 years camping in every corner of that empire. Right now, there are 3 major squads running the show. Jun-ho started listing them off. First up, Tenet 9-8 and Deok-gu. They're tight with the royals. They're all about that palace life gathering power from the inside. They've got the most nobles in their pocket. Next up is the noble class. Labyrinth and the Celestial crew fighting for turf in the other regions. And the third faction, the Galactic Church. They control the Solar Cathedral, the Empire's main religion. Plus, there's a new mercenary guild that split off from the main 3. They're hustling in multiple fields right now. Jun-ho imagined the second floor of the Frontier Tower. It was like a whole new expansion pack he hadn't played yet. He was actually getting hyped to see what the vibes were like. Cut to Deok-gu's office where the man was drowning in paperwork. A knock echoed on the door. Yo, come on in. The door swung open fast and someone marched right up to his desk, making him look up in surprise. Deok-gu blinked. Miss Cha, why are you just standing there being all quiet? He wondered what the drama was. Cha reached into her pocket. I'm here because we need to have a serious talk. She slammed a letter down on the desk. Deok-gu glanced at it. She didn't hesitate. This is my resignation letter. I'm out. Deok-gu was shook. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing, was it? Can I ask why? Cha crossed her hands calmly. Do you remember my first day here? Deok-gu nodded. Of course, fam. Flashback time. Years ago, there was a legendary healer in Tron, a district on the second floor. Everyone called her the Saint. She spent her whole life saving scrubs and pros alike. But when she hit rock bottom, nobody helped her, except for one absolute unit. That saint was Cha, and her savior, Deok-gu himself. She never forgot that kindness. I respect you just as much as I respect the Nether Demon. You were the only one who had my back when I was down bad. But then she thought about Jun-ho's words. I want to keep working here, really. But after chopping it up with Seo Jun-ho, I remembered who I am. She placed a hand over her heart and shouted out the passion that used to fuel her soul. Hearing that Deok-gu could only smile. Congratulations. He was genuinely happy for her. Finally, she found her own lane again. Cha bowed. Thanks, boss. Can I return this magic ring on my last day? Deok-gu nodded. For sure. But then his tone switched up. Welcome back. Cha Seun, the legendary player, had reawakened. But a few moments later, Deok-gu's face went dark as he got some crazy news. Wait, you made the Big Six fight amongst themselves. Jun-ho snapped his fingers like a boss. Yup. And here's all the loot I gathered from the chaos. Deok-gu couldn't believe his eyes. How did you even pull that off, you mad lad? Jun-ho threw the info up on the screen. Deok-gu stared at it, intense as heck. Then he let out a deep sigh, feeling a bit salty. Man, I thought our guild was catching up. But we've still got a long way to go. Jun-ho just grinned. Hey, isn't that just extra motivation? Deok-gu nodded. Facts. One day we're gonna surpass them all. But then he wondered. So what has our guild actually been doing on the second floor? Jun-ho broke it down. Recruiting players and fixing our info network. We've been expanding our turf in the frontier. Deok-gu knew the struggle was real. It's hard to catch up to dudes who have been grinding there for 25 years. They control all the prime loot spots while we're stuck in the noob zones. Then Jun-ho asked something wild. What if the guild plays a major role in a huge battle? Deok-gu stood up tall. You think that's easy? I'm trying my best here. Who knows? Jun-ho shrugged. Then he dropped the bomb on Deok-gu. I'm heading to the second floor in 1 week. Deok-gu's eyes popped out of his head, but he eventually nodded. All right, he muttered, feeling low-key guilty. I feel bad, man. If our guild had more clout, we could carry you better on the second floor. Jun-ho wasn't hearing that nonsense. Bro, you've already saved me 1,000,000 times. He remembered everything Deok-gu did. Thanks to him, Jun-ho got a fresh identity and got his player status verified instantly. Plus the gear, the crib, and everything else. Jun-ho smiled. I couldn't ask for a better homie. Deok-gu covered his eyes as manly tears streamed down his face. Thanks, man. Meanwhile, early morning at a zoo in India, amidst the crowd of tourists. A little boy with starry eyes was zooming around screaming, "Look, a tiger!" Behind him, his dad was carrying a younger sibling laughing. Yo, slow down, kiddo, don't trip. But in a quiet corner, a young girl was watching the whole scene silently. Standing by the lion's cage, her eyes shimmering with sadness. Nissa gripped a necklace tight in her hand. An older woman walked up and smiled. Nissa, why don't you get closer? Go check it out. Looking at the pendant with a photo of her and her dad. Nissa whispered, I'm good. Standing here is enough. Hearing this, the woman looked at her with pure love. She sighed softly and sat down next to her. Nissa, I feel you. She paused. I know your dad is always watching over us, even if we can't see him anymore. The girl's eyes started to water. The woman hugged Nissa tight. Your dad is definitely watching, no doubt about it. She let go and patted Nissa's head. He would totally want you to be living your best life. Suddenly, Nissa reached out and touched the woman's face. Squinting into the morning sun, she smiled. I think Dad would want you to be happy too, Grandma. Nissa's eyes went wide as she pictured her dad in her mind. The woman held Nissa's hand, smiling through the tears. Of course, sweetie. Nissa grabbed the little girl's hand and said, All right, let's bounce, Grandma. Yeah, that night at the Players Guild. Jun-ho looked surprised. Wait, is that Secretary She was totally caught off guard. She jumped and stuttered. Oh snap, it's Seo Jun-ho. Yo, so at that moment, Seo Jun-ho slid up like a ghost, all concerned, like, Yo, why you still grinding at this ungodly hour? Shawty froze up, her voice shaken like a leaf. Oh, just, helping the big boss sort some paperwork. Junho wasn't vibing with that answer. Seriously, why is he working you like a dog? Imma, have a word with him. She just let out this awkward little laugh in the quiet hallway. Junho let out a heavy sigh. Whatever, it's mad late. You better bounce. Go home. She flashed a 1,000,000-watt smile. You got it. Have a totally awesome evening, Mr. Seo. He watched her dip into the shadows, but then bam. The door behind him swung open like it was possessed. It was Chairman Shim Deok-gu peeking his head out. You still lurking, Junho. But Junho's face went dark mode as he spun around. Yo, did you really make your secretary pull an all-nighter? Shim was shook, suddenly remembering Junho's desperate plea from earlier. Please keep my past on the low-low. Shim pushed the awkwardness away, sliding a hand into his pocket like he was reaching for a wallet. Forget about that drama for a sec. Almost forgot to drop this on you. He held out a piece of colored paper. Junho eyed it like it was a trap before grabbing it. What's the deal with this? Shim grinned. It's the address for Arthur's crib. A face flashed in his mind. Jubis. Wait, so Seo Jun-ho is Jubis's kid? Shim nodded like a sage. You gotta find him, bro. Help him get his act together. Junho shifted, looking mad uncomfortable and staring at the wall. You think he even remembers a scrub like me? The elevator dinged as it hit the floor. Shim spun around quick fast. Hold up, I got questions. You planning to roll up on him looking like a grim reaper? The doors slid shut on Shim's panicked face. Junho just smirked, glancing back. Imma, chew on that later. Peace out. The whole building was glowing softly like a beacon in the dead of night. Mask on stealth mode activated. Junho stepped out and scoped the area cautiously. Man, my stomach is growling like a beast. Gotta grab some grub later. Cool as a cucumber, he strolled away into the darkness. But he wasn't alone. High up in the dark, a cape fluttered in the night breeze. Glowing red eyes locked onto him like laser sights. Tch. Found you. The stalker ground his teeth. Took you long enough to show your face, Seo Jun-ho. Meanwhile, our boy Jun-ho was walking out the supermarket clutching a bag of snacks. The cashier yelled out, Thanks for shopping, come again. He pulled his mask down and boom, a fluffy white cat with anime eyes appeared. Just a stray. It rubbed on his leg, but Jun-ho sighed. Sorry, kitty, no treats for you today. I'm broke. The cat looked at him with pure judgment and strutted off. Jun-ho muttered, Dang, that cat's got sass level 100. Suddenly, his spidey senses started tingling from way downtown. He squinted at a dark alleyway. Yo, someone was standing right there. Junho's eyes popped, heart hammering against his ribs. He almost missed that guy's presence entirely. That wasn't just a creeper. That was a high-level player. The stranger spoke up. Let's take this somewhere private. He whipped out a bow, ready to throw hands. I know you don't want a scene here. Junho frowned, staying silent. The tension was thick enough to cut. Suddenly, Junho called it out. Final Horizon. Isn't that a sniper's legendary weapon? A sword started manifesting in Junho's hand as he sneered. You're a ranged fighter, but you pulled up right in my face. Big mistake, buddy. The archer saw actually looked impressed. Sorry to burst your bubble. Oh, you know my rep, that saves time. He raised the bow cocky as hell. Mistake my judgment is never off, fam. But that logic only works if our skill levels are close. With that sword pointed an arrow straight at the sky. Junho's jaw hit the floor, eyes wide. Flashbacks hit him memories from the supermarket and Shim's warning echoing in his brain. Come quietly while I'm being nice. Jun-ho stood there stunned as the archer gritted his teeth threateningly. Unless you want everyone in this neighborhood deleted. Zap. Just like that, they warped to a clearing deep in the woods. Seo clenched his fist. Props to you for not running away like a chicken. You got real guts. Shadows danced over his icy face. He held up 2 fingers. Since you're brave, I'll give you 2 options. Choose wisely. Option 1. Wear these magic sealing cuffs and come with me. Jun-ho narrowed his eyes, a little smirk playing on his lips. Hard pass. What's behind door number 2? Seo's grin turned savage dark energy exploding around him. I chop off your legs and drag you along like a dog. His pupils glowed with terrifying golden light. Jun-ho's mind raced. The pressure was insane, just his aura felt heavy as lead. Seo stood there with his magic-infused bow, the tension skyrocketing in this epic awakening battle scene. This is that classic MANHWA moment where things go from 0 to 100 real quick. And this guy, he's a level 100 monster named Seo. Thinking this, Jun-ho suddenly spoke up. Then let me make a 3rd option. Seo looked confused as Jun-ho gripped his sword tight, pointing it cold. We're behind the mountain now, right? This spot makes a perfect grave for you. That triggered Seo veins popped teeth ground. You arrogant little punk. He spun, drew his bowstring, and an arrow materialized instantly. You got a wild imagination. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, 3 arrows, screaming with red magical power, blasted toward Jun-ho. Clang clang steel flashed in the dark night. Jun-ho spun his sword, dancing to deflect all 3 shots. Seo's eyes bugged out in disbelief as the shattered arrows tinkled to the ground. The smoke cleared, and Jun-ho was standing there totally chill. Seo couldn't compute. How the heck did a low-level noob block a level 100 attack? Seeing the guy frozen, Jun-ho tossed out a casual roast. You find that hard to swallow, huh? He squinted, acting like it was no biggie. Level 30 blocking level 100, crazy, right? But hey, glitches happen in the Matrix. I'm just built different. Seo took a breath, regaining his cool. Okay, my bad. I guess I underestimated the guy who soloed the first floor. He gritted his teeth, realizing this kid was in a league of his own. No rookie should be this cracked. If he hits the 2nd floor, he's gonna be unstoppable. The more Seo thought about it, the more fire blazed in his eyes. Hunyo's aura was surging now. Could this kid actually rival the legendary 9 origins one day? Seo squeezed his bow until his knuckles turned white. Honestly, I pity you. Magic crackled down his arm as he pulled the string tight. This is the end of the road for you. Fire magic gathered in his palm. I'm gonna rip you to shreds. Fissure arrow. Whoosh. A storm of magic arrows unleashed. Jun-ho was shook, barely leaping up in time to dodge the barrage. But wait, Jun-ho's pupils shrank in terror. Did those things just pull a U-turn? He looked up. The arrows were zigzagging like heat-seeking missiles, creating a cage of death. He's remote controlling them with mana. Seeing Jun-ho hesitate, Seo went full maniac mode. Welcome to my sea of arrows. A massive bolt ripped through the wind, slamming into the ground where Jun-ho just was kaboom. A massive crater scarred the earth. Cold sweat dripped down Jun-ho's face. That destruction came from just one arrow. The air was thick with magic. It wasn't just steering. Seo's mana had saturated the whole zone. There was nowhere to hide. Jun-ho was literally swimming in a death trap trapped in the sea of arrows. If I get pinned down, it's game over. Suddenly, blue aura exploded around Jun-ho. He cranked his speed up to the max. High above Killerland, the sky was screaming red. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed. Jun-ho's eyes went ice cold as he frowned. He didn't flinch. He just swung his blade and sent a massive, brilliant slash tearing through the air. Exnor's eyes bugged out, pupils shrinking in terror. He watched his mana-infused arrow get closer to Jun-ho's blade with pure worry. That wasn't just a stick. It was packed with explosive magical power. Bam! At the same time, Jun-ho unleashed a combo of precise strikes, slicing through that arrow's sea like butter. Exnor stood there looking stupid. He was getting beat by a level 30 player. No way. The battlefield turned into a dusty mess of chaos. Exnor yelled out, "Okay, real talk, I'm actually pretty shocked you dodged that. Not bad, kid." He sized Jun-ho up, magical energy blazing around him like a bonfire. Exnor did a silent check. This guy ain't no luck-driven rookie. Good thing I caught him now. He's gonna take everything I've got to put down. Thinking this, he grinned like a maniac, eyes popping out of his skull. Boom. His magical power flared up again, wild and hungry. Exnor growled, looking ready to feast. Sheesh no, he growled harshly. I'm done playing nice. A massive wave of mana exploded outwards, swallowing the entire ground before vanishing into thin air. Spooky stuff. The pressure dropped and Jun-ho paused. What the heck is going on? The chaotic energy just went silent. Way too silent. It felt like the calm before a hurricane. Exnor's face got super grim. He pulled out a single arrow this time. You should feel honored, kid. He gripped that bow like he was trying to crush it. Exnor pulled back with serious force. Time to say, night-night for real. As he shouted, his mana twisted into the shape of a giant roaring dragon. He let it fly. The mana dragon ripped through the sky jaws open, screaming straight for Jun-ho's head. Jun-ho didn't run. He took it head on. Boom, an explosion rocked the ground. Exnor started grinning, but then his jaw hit the floor. Wait, what? Disbelief washed over him. The red fire was gone, replaced by a bone-chilling frost and snowflakes dancing in the wind. Exnor was totally lost. What is this magic? Frozen mana circulation. Suddenly, Jun-ho stepped out of the shadows, draped in a cloak of pure darkness. His mana flared up, wrapping him in a dense, heavy veil. Cold sweat dripped down Exnor's face. He was grinding his teeth, totally freaking out. Watching the mana shift, he finally panicked. A player rocking 2 attributes. That's cheating, bro. His eyes were huge. Jun-ho was hiding his true power all along ice shards and the shadow attribute that shouldn't even be possible. It fit this guy perfectly. A deep voice echoed from the frost. If it was just skill, I'd want you to feel this chill. Exnor's mighty dragon trapped firm in the ice like a popsicle. Junho smirked, looking terrifyingly cool. At this rate, I have no choice. His eyes gleamed with icy murder. Guess I have to punch your ticket to the afterlife now. He frowned, ready to end Exnor right there. The red boy's eyes flashed with rage. Exnor, he sneered. I didn't think you'd be this chill. Fine, I'll pry that mouth open myself. Saying this, he opened his inventory and a fresh arrow materialized in his palm. Suddenly, swirling vortexes popped up in the air, an entire firing squad locking on target. Exnor spread his arms like he owned the place. Leave this to me. Invisible bows materialized, launching blazing red arrows straight up into the sky. End your life with this chaos arrow storm. Junho lowered his head, gathering his strength. His aura surged. He was ready to clap back. Waiting any longer meant death. He had to close the gap and slice Exnor's throat before the rain came down. He stomped the ground and launched himself forward. I'm getting close and finishing this. Junho tore through the air like a bullet. Exnor waved his hand, unleashing the entire arrow hell at once, jumping right into the death trap, The crowd watched intently. Exnor couldn't hide his hype. One step into this arrow storm and you'll be nothing but shredded cheese. But before he could finish, his eyes popped. Junho was flying toward the center of the storm at insane speed. What the heck? Junho was smiling. Why was he confusingly happy? Why are you smiling? Exnor thought. Junho was just waiting for this exact moment. Without hesitation, his body dissolved into a swirl of black mist and poof, he vanished. Out of nowhere, Junho materialized right behind Exnor. Once he knew he had the shot, the tension spiked. Dark aura exploded around Junho as he spun and shouted, "Shadow dance!" Sensing the bad vibes, Exnor whipped around, eyes wide. It was Junho. Suddenly, he was right in his face. No time to react. Junho slashed his sword directly at the man, then swung down again. But Junho looked confused. How did this guy react so fast all of a sudden? Clang-sharp claws burst out of Exnor's hand, blocking the blade with a nasty metallic screech. Junho jumped back, gasping for air. You gotta be kidding me, he thought. That's a healing factor cut him, and he just stitches himself back together. Thinking about the healing cuts, Junho figured it out. This dude definitely chugged some demon blood. But a human body can't handle that raw power. Most people water it down, Junho analyzed. But some psychos want the full power and drink the pure concentrated stuff. The wild image of Exnor clicked. Usually that kills you instantly, but the few who survive, they reincarnate as demons themselves. On the ground, Exnor stepped forward slowly as his claws vanished. Lucky for me, Junho thought. He didn't use that earlier, so it must have a cooldown limit. He walked through the demon energy arrows loaded behind him. I made a promise, kid. This time I'm really sending you to the other world. He pressed his bleeding hand to the ground. Junho spotted a weakness. Suddenly Junho quipped, "The other world. We just met. What a pity." The demonic power flared up like crazy. Exnor lowered his voice. Of course, put on these magic seal cuffs and I might let you live. Junho thought for a second, then let out a cold, mocking laugh. Shut your trap, you bastard. Exnor was so ticked off he almost laughed. He tapped his own neck. You want to kill me? Come aim right here. Got it. His feet trembled, but Junho stomped down hard, launching himself into the air again. Instantly, a wall of arrows shot out to meet him. In the center, Exnor stood there, arms crossed like a boss. Looks like you really don't care about living, huh? Arrows pierced Junho's body, but he ignored them and kept charging, slicing every single one. His head throbbed with pain. Thwack, an arrow buried itself in his calf. Red blood sprayed everywhere. Junho gritted his teeth and ripped that sucker right out. Focus, he told himself. The arrows were thinning out. Junho swung his sword in beautiful waves, shattering everything in his path. Stay locked in, Junho. Seeing this, Exnor's face went ghost pale. He clenched his teeth. Did you break all my arrows? His fist shook at his side. He knew it, his stamina was hitting rock bottom. Yo, did this clown really think he could stop the main character with just that? Seo Jun-ho looked up, rushing through that arrow storm like a bulldozer. Go die! The cold light in his eyes blazed with savage intensity. Slice and dice, baby. A flurry of flashes lit up the air, wrecking every single arrow in sight. Seo Jun-ho gritted his teeth, stepping right into the danger zone, the enemy's blade just inches from his neck. The baddie finally reacted. Exor charged in, eyes popping out of his skull, swinging wildly at empty air. You crazy psycho, he screamed, clamping his hand around Seo Jun-ho's throat in a death grip. He squeezed tight, forcing Junho to cough up gross black blood. The dude was hyping himself up, shouting, Finally I won! G! But joke's on him. Junho's body suddenly exploded into black smoke. The smoke swirled and formed the real Seo Jun-ho right behind him, whispering like a ghost. That was just a shadow, you fool. The villain's bloodshot eyes went wide as dark, creepy smoke wrapped around him. Slash one clean hit across the chest, blood sprayed like a fountain. Schechner's eyes bugged out as he collapsed, coughing up his life points while the shadow smoke trailed off Junho like a legendary cape. The villain's face twisted in agony as he struggled to stand. How is this possible? He turned his head only to catch the icy, merciless glare of Seo Jun-ho staring him down. Jun-ho commanded, "Dinner time, clean up this mess." Boom. He summoned the spirit demons. Black energy exploded out, forming two glowing-eyed shadow beasts. Schechner flinched, absolutely terrified. "I get it now," the villain screamed, seeing Jun-ho wrapped in that dense demonic aura. The ghostly silhouette merged with him. "You're the night demon, the enemy of all demonkind." His eyes bulged as he pointed a trembling finger. "You bastard! You fooled everyone! What's your real game?" Seo Jun-ho looked down with a stone-cold poker face. "My purpose?" He dropped his voice to a scary whisper. "A dead man walking doesn't need the deets." His face was emotionless, cold as ice. "Talking about my goals to a no-name scrub like you? Yeah, I don't think so." The demonic aura flared up like wildfire. Invisible knives charged forward, shredding the villain's body in a horror show. His screams echoed through the mountains like a banshee. And silence. Just a thick pool of blood left on the ground. Meanwhile, on TV, a drama was playing where a crying boy and girl hugged. The lost puppy was actually my long-lost brother. Talk about a plot twist. The Frost Queen was totally hooked, reaching for popcorn. "I miss you, brother." "Me too, I'll never leave again." She munched away, completely glued to the screen. Suddenly her hand froze. She flipped the popcorn box like a total diva. "This fake contractor has no right to interrupt my show. When does this soap opera end?" Back to the action, Seo Jun-ho stood silently in the creepy mist. The smoke cleared to reveal a stark white skull. He looked down and thought, "Schechner, you idiot." Judging by that arrogant face, Jun-ho guessed the guy planned to solo him. He probably got chased by the holy sword on the first floor and ran here to hide. Classic villain blunder. But the more he thought about it, the more confusing it got. Jun-ho frowned, looking perplexed. If the holy sword was chasing this guy, wouldn't Jun-ho get tangled up in the drama too? He scratched his head, shrugging it off. Whatever. I couldn't get much info from his memories, but it's better than nothing. We ball. He saw a flashback of dudes in black cloaks at a spooky castle, the demon servant church on the second floor. The info from the villain's memories matched the guild records perfectly. Seo Jun-ho nodded, thinking this intel was enough to tackle the second floor. Suddenly, ding, a status window popped up showing a confession from Servant C. At first, he was sus. Then he shouted, "Yo, I can see hidden stuff now." But immediately the system warned him that memory reading was on cooldown. Talk about a nerf. He waved his hand, grumbling. "Figures. Nothing comes easy in this game." Spotting the heavenly edge bow on the ground, he bent down. "Finders keepers, I'll take this loot and head back." Freeze frame. His whole body locked up. Holding the bow, he felt a massive pressure crushing him from above. He looked up as a shadowy figure stepped out of the dust. Dramatic entrance alert. Are they here already? The dust settled, and no way. It was Kim Yu-dong, the seventh son of the Holy Sword. Seo Jun-ho couldn't hide his shock. In the memories, this guy was on the second floor. How did he speedrun to this spot? That's insane. Yu-dong instantly drew his sword, looking ready to brawl. "Bet you didn't expect me, huh?" Jun-ho stood there stunned. Yu-dong's voice rang out. "I lost the scent upstairs, so I had to take the scenic route to find you." He stood tall, looking all righteous. "But you still stink like a villain. That demon stench is radiating off you. I won't let you escape this time, Schechner." Hearing that name, Seo Jun-ho was speechless. He looked at the bow in his hands and facepalms internally. Awkward. He thinks I'm the bad guy because I'm holding his weapon. Jun-ho frantically waved his hand. "Yo, dude, chill, big misunderstanding." But before he could finish, Shing Yu-dong attacked. The blade flashed past Jun-ho, leaving him shook. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. That was way too close. Yu-dong shouted, "Save the lies! I'm not falling for your cunning tricks again!" Yu-dong's face went dark, holy aura exploding around him. "I don't make the same mistake twice." Jun-ho gripped the bow, feeling uneasy. "Okay, this guy has zero chill and isn't listening. Damn, this is a drag, but I have no choice." Jun-ho took a deep breath and shouted, "Listen, bro, I already wrecked that thug." Yu-dong looked skeptical. "Is he babbling lies again?" Jun-ho stood firm. "Let me prove it to you." He tapped his smartwatch to make a call. The watch spoke up. "Who is this?" while Jun-ho looked helpless. The ground was totally cracked from the fight. Jun-ho glanced around. "Yeah, this place is trashed. No safe spot here." Yu-dong listened to the voice on the line. "Oh, I see." He nodded, finally getting it. "Understood. The guild confirms it." Jun-ho looked at him like, "Finally, bro." Then Yu-dong did a full 90-degree bow. "My bad. I am so sorry for doubting you." Seo Jun-ho was stunned by the sudden politeness and waved his hands. "Whoa, chill. It's cool, man. If I were you, I'd have done the same." But Yu-dong insisted. "No, I must compensate you. Come here for a sec." He poured a strange liquid on Jun-ho's small scratch. The wound vanished instantly. Jun-ho was wide-eyed. Yu-dong explained, "Just a little elixir. He said it helps heal wounds like it was nothing." Jun-ho touched his cheek, amazed. "Bro, you used a legendary elixir on a paper cut." Yu-dong shook his head. "Don't sweat it." A literal halo appeared over his head. "I'm just taking responsibility." Jun-ho couldn't believe it. Do honest Boy Scouts like this still exist? Then Yu-dong got curious. He stepped closer and asked, "Hey, I know you're strong, Seo Jun-ho. You break records, but how does a level 30 scrub clear the Klex dungeon?" Jun-ho smirked. "I'll spill the tea on how I beat the boss, but I got one condition. If you agree to my terms, I'll tell you." Yu-dong nodded fast. "Deal. Say it." So Jun-ho started explaining his strat. Standing up, he dropped the bomb. "Report this as Kim Yu-dong's kill, not mine. Keep my skills on the down low." He added, "And hey, Sword Saint, You owe me one all right. Bro didn't even hesitate. He was straight up like, I got your back. But then Yudong gave him the death stare. Just one thing, if you ever go rogue and start hurting people, I'm taking you down. Seo Jun-ho flashed a chill smile, promising he'd never break bad. Then boom. He unleashed his ice magic, freezing the whole place solid. The Spectre's secret was finally out. We're on the same team now, his eyes seemed to say. Check this out. Yudong was shook. He watched Jun-ho target the dungeon's weak point with total precision. Even S-rank skills looked weak compared to this. Jun-ho dropped a truth bomb. This is the key the association used to hide me and boost me to the 3rd floor. He let out a helpless sigh. Crazy you understand this, man. But you keep this on the down low from the fiends. Yudong drew his blade. You already know I will. Whoosh! He slashed the air 3 times, making Jun-ho flinch. I know the deal, Yudong said. Suddenly, the giant ice block behind Jun-ho shattered into glitter. Sheathing his sword like a boss, Yudong grinned. Yo, Jun-ho, I just clapped that boss Cal sign like an hour ago. Jun-ho nodded wearily. Yeah, I heard. Outside was pitch black, but city lights flickered nearby. Jun-ho stumbled inside, totally drained. Shower. Sleep. Now. Then, bam. A giant Frost Queen face popped up. Gah! You trying to give me a heart attack? Jun-ho yelled. Frost Queen wasn't having it. Do you have any idea what time it is? Jun-ho checked the clock. 1 in the morning, she snapped. Thought you were just chilling with the homies. Jun-ho kicked off his kicks and trudged upstairs. I was. But drama happened. Frost Queen looked confused. Next time curfew is early? Jun-ho scratched his head. All right. But then she spotted something sus. Dude was covered in scratches. You look wrecked, she whispered. Jun-ho ignored her, raiding the fridge. What went down? She pressed. He cracked a beer. Just a little tussle. Frost Queen floated over, munching popcorn like it was a movie. Spill the tea. Who was it? Jun-ho sighed. Ran into this gnarly ghoul. He's a ghoul, Jun-ho explained, popping the tab on his drink. But this guy, he was way stronger than that scrub we fought before. Frost Queen's eyes went wide. Wait, hold up. I thought you were with friends. Jun-ho tilted his head back, downing the cold brew. I was. Said bye to the squad, left the store, and boom, ran right into him. Jun-ho suddenly paused. Frost Queen tilted her head. Yo, what's wrong? Jun-ho looked super serious. The world is huge, man. There are monsters out there way tougher than I thought. Giant ice spikes flashed in his memory. Ever since he broke out of the ice, he's been rushing to save his OG crew. He remembered the gloomy castle and seeing Yudong standing tall. Meeting Yudong was a wake-up call. Players have leveled up like crazy over the last 25 years. The 2nd floor is just the warm-up zone. Now I get why they call them the 9 heavens, Jun-ho thought. Yudong's sword skills were straight up god tier, remembering that Jun-ho got all shy. Oh, can I get your digits? Yudong was chill about it. For sure. Jun-ho smiled. That guy is a total saint. Frost Queen squinted at him. Why'd you stop talking? You're leaving me on a cliffhanger here. Jun-ho looked down. It's nothing. He clenched his fist tight. I just gotta grind harder. A circle of lights appeared in his mind. There were 8 other legends as cracked as Yudong out there, and one of them is the main villain. Demon King Nazar. That dude is bad news master of the dark arts. The bone-cursed sorcerer who sent that chain demon after me. An image of a mountain rising from the sea flashed by. Since Jun-ho knew the 1st floor, he got cocky. I thought I was good, but the 2nd floor is a whole new beast. Suddenly, Frost Queen patted his head. Listen up. Jun-ho looked up stunned. You're gonna crush it, she smiled warmly. You always do right. Jun-ho blushed, totally caught off guard. Whoa, where's this coming from? Why are you being so nice? Frost Queen sighed. 'Cause you look like a sad puppy. Jun-ho puffed out his chest. Pff, obviously I'll win. I'm the living legend, baby. Frost Queen facepalmed. And the ego returns. Suddenly Jun-ho looked up. Oh snap, I gotta bounce early tomorrow. Really? What's the plan? Asked the queen. Jun-ho smirked. Got some homies I need to say peace out to before we hit the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, back at base, a lady was screaming at Yudong. Answer me, dummy, Yudong finally mumbled. What? She spun around. Did you forget the mission? Or did the sun fry your brain after just a few months? No way I forgot, Yudong said firmly. She narrowed her eyes. Right, the Saint Clan never forgets. So, she held out her hand. Hand it over. Where's the skybow? Yudong looked at the floor and stayed zip-lipped. Chu slammed her chest. Ugh, so frustrating. You beat the chain demon, right? It's all over the news. Yudong nodded. Yeah, I clapped him. So where's the loot? She yelled. That was the whole point. Don't tell me he was too strong. Yudong crossed his arms, flexing slightly. Not even close. His aura was tiny. I could have crushed him like a bug whenever I wanted. He remembered walking up slowly and seeing Jun-ho standing there holding the bow. Rookie player Seo Jun-ho had actually finished the boss. Yudong thought, since he got the final hit, the loot belongs to him. That's just fair. Plus, I made a bet with him, Yudong told himself. Out loud, he admitted, I just got a little reckless. He looked serious, acting like he took the boss out before reaching the bow. Chu's face turned beet red. Oh, Mr. Perfect Knight, she mocked. She lost it. You keep making these mistakes. Did you get hit in the head or something? Yudong stayed chill. Nah, I'm good. Chu grabbed her head, groaning. Great, this mission is a total flop. Nothing we can do now. I'll report it myself, Yudong said coldly. My bad. Chu snapped, "Stop apologizing, I'm sick of hearing it." Then she paused. "What's the real reason? Stop capping." Yudong looked down and gave a soft smile. "I understand now." Chu gasped. "What the heck, I've never seen you smile like that." Lu Hang dropped his voice to a whisper, keeping the suspense high. "I might have missed out on the heavenly bow, but I snagged something way better." Chi's eyes popped open, totally suspicious. "All right, spit it out. What is it?" Lu Hong just stared out the window like a dramatic movie character. The room was dead silent under the bright Killerland sky. Sunlight blasted through the glass, spotlighting the white birds cruising by outside. With a mysterious smirk, Lu Hang dropped 2 words that changed everything. The future. The next morning, the sun hit the massive building like a spotlight. The doors swung open and Seo Jun-ho made his entrance. He paused, letting out a shaky breath as the scene hit him. His squad was right there, still frozen like statues in a museum. Jun-ho whispered, "Yo guys, long time no see." Then he locked eyes with the holographic status window. Jun-ho muttered, "Same old glitch, huh?" The system alert flashed in his face. Unseal failed. Mana points too low. Jun-ho shoved his hands in his pockets and stepped closer, trying to play it cool. "I can't say nothing's changed, but hey, we're making baby steps here." He spun around to face the Frost Queen, making her jump. "Am I right, or am I right?" The Frost Queen hesitated, knowing he wasn't wrong. Jun-ho tilted his head, looking confused. "What's the vibe shift? Why the long face?" Then it clicked. Was she tripping on guilt? Her lips pressed into a thin line. Cold sweat was practically raining off her. Jun-ho sighed, shaking his head as he looked back at his crew. "Just tell me they're still breathing and we're good." The Frost Queen looked up, totally lost for words. Staring at the girl's frozen face, the Frost Queen finally snapped back. "Of course they're alive. But to break the seal, we need to level up majorly." That was all Jun-ho needed to hear. Bet," he said, staring at them for one last second before turning around with zero hesitation. "Let's roll." As he walked away, the Frost Queen couldn't hide her curiosity. "We are really about to ditch Earth. Shouldn't we hang around a bit longer?" Jun-ho replied with zero emotion. "Nope. No point." The floor still had patches of frost, and his voice echoed in the empty hall. "I've seen enough for Daidog and Noah." Jun-ho lowered his head deep in thought. "I can't do them dirty like that." He flashed back to the good old days, the whole squad feasting and laughing. He muttered softly, "Not until I can look them in the eye properly. We can wait a little longer." He cracked a gentle smile, promising it wouldn't be a forever thing. Soon the plane's engines roared and they took off, leaving the city and his memories in the rearview mirror. Later on at the Pacific Artificial Island, Jun-ho finally touched down. He stretched his limbs out, groaning. Man, he almost missed this flight entirely. He thought back to playing Go with Noah, telling the old man he had a plane to catch. But Noah kept pleading, 5 more minutes. Jun-ho complained, "Why drag me here just to play board games for 7 hours? That dude's stamina is a cheat code." Just as he placed a stone, Noah had dropped some wisdom. "I'll hold down the fort and stay healthy, just waiting for you to come back." He gave Jun-ho that look. "If it's you, I know you'll crush it anywhere." Suddenly the Frost Queen came zooming over, hype levels at max. "Is this really an island made by humans?" Jun-ho stayed chill. "Yup, all built with human tech, baby." The Frost Queen was geeking out over Earth's technology. They stood in front of a massive structure and Jun-ho grinned. "Looks like we found the space elevator." The Frost Queen peeked behind him, whispering, "I feel like we're being watched by literally everyone." Jun-ho didn't even blink. Totally predicted that. Suddenly a voice cut through the noise. "Player Seo Jun-ho, right?" A guard stepped up holding a clipboard. "The guild let me know you were dropping by. I'll give you the grand tour. Listen up. The second floor is serious business." A hologram of a flag popped up. "Once you step onto the second floor of Frontier, you are in the Lun Empire's turf. The nobles there have crazy power, so do not, I repeat, do not start beef with them." The image switched to a shady guy in a black hat surrounded by treasure looking like a total villain. "Also, Frontier is crawling with demon races, so watch your back. They love preying on weak players." The guard leaned in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Keep your head on a swivel and don't trust strangers." Jun-ho nodded. "Got it. Loud and clear. Thanks, fam." The guard gestured toward the elevator. "Good luck out there, Seo Jun-ho." Following the guard's lead, Jun-ho stepped into the pod. It was way tighter than he thought, barely fitting 12 people. He scanned the inside and punched the button. Just gotta hit floor 2. The elevator jerked into motion, startling them both. Suddenly they were hanging in midair, high above the ground. The Frost Queen couldn't help but ask, "Shouldn't this whole thing be glass?" Jun-ho tilted his head up. "Check that out up there." The Frost Queen squinted. "What am I looking at?" There were tons of elevators just like theirs. The Frost Queen gasped. "Seriously? That many elevators?" Jun-ho smirked. "That's how humans dodge the guild's nosy surveillance to get to the second floor." Bam! The elevator slammed to a halt. The screen flashed floor 2. The doors slid open and Seo Jun-ho was absolutely floored by the view. A brightly lit village stretched out and a system window popped up. "Welcome to the Frontier Floor 2. Title effect spring opener activated. All stats boosted by 30. Jun-ho let out a cheer. The buff kicked in instantly. He looked around, grinning like a kid in a candy store. This is the Gilberto Green Empire's second floor. It didn't look like Earth at all. It was like stepping into a fantasy RPG. Jun-ho clenched his fist, feeling the magic juice surging through his veins. The mana density here was insane, way more potent than back on Earth. Off in the distance, people started gossiping. An orange-haired player raised an eyebrow. "What's up with that guy?" Jun-ho smiled at the horizon. She should totally try this. He kept his thoughts to himself. Maybe all the noobs from floor 1 act like this. No need to pressure the guy to join their squad. Suddenly a voice from behind started grumbling. What the heck, man, I'm swamped. Too busy. The orange-haired player spun around. Yo, Senior is back. The black-haired player glanced over. You're already here. Why is it so loud today? When did it turn into a zoo? The orange-haired player shrugged. Beats me. The black-haired guy's eyes went wide. He stared at Seo Jun-ho, barely believing his eyes. Wait, is that actually Seo Jun-ho? The player. He checked out the group, whispering nearby. Director, we're on the 2nd floor now. He realized every single person here was a guild scout. Suddenly the orange-haired player got shoved aside. The black-haired player stepped up, eyes blazing. We have to recruit that guy to our guild like yesterday. Suddenly an elbow flew out of nowhere. A girl coolly emerged from the back. Not happening, she stated, cutting in line. I'm the one who scouted him first. The orange-haired girl trailed behind her as Du-hong smiled and walked right up to Seo Jun-ho. If anyone is taking him home, it's me. Standing in the spotlight, Seo Jun-ho threw his arms wide and shouted, Frontier is awesome. The magic energy here is so thick, I love it. The Frost Queen looked ready to die of embarrassment. Everyone probably thought he was just a tourist here to hike a mountain. Jun-ho grinned, unbothered. So what, I'm just soaking it in. The Frost Queen whispered a frantic warning. Stop acting like a weirdo in public. You look like a reckless kid. Jun-ho suddenly clocked Du-hong approaching. Wait a sec. That face rings a bell. The Frost Queen followed his gaze and realized it too. Isn't that Captain Gong? Over on the other side, Du-hong was getting radioed. Captain, we have a situation. Requesting permission to bounce. Nearby, Jun-ho waved like a maniac. Over here, Du-hong turned around. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Pokerface. As she rushed over, she threw a little shade. Oh, bummer. If you came 2 days earlier, I would have won the bet. Jun-ho shrugged, keeping it playful. Sorry, but I'm allergic to losing too. Moving to her side, Du-hong finally asked the big question. You don't have any issues with the translation spell, do you? Vita already spilled the tea on the situation. Seo Jun-ho rubbed his chin deep in thought. I just ran my theory by the captain. Hearing that, Du-hong grinned and pointed down the street. Follow me, rookie. I'll give you the grand tour. You down for some coffee? A steaming delicious brew hit the table. Du-hong dropped the info. This cafe is VIP, only nobles exclusively. It's the perfect spot to keep things on the down low. Seo Jun-ho gripped his straw, totally confused. Wait, is Captain Gong actually a noble? Du-hong replied. He's a half-baron with 0 territory, but... yeah, technically he's got that blue blood status. Taking a sip, Seo Jun-ho mumbled. So if I didn't roll with you, I'd be kicked to the curb, huh? Du-hong answered casually. Obviously. So how's the brew? Seo Jun-ho nodded in approval. It's legit, but this isn't just a regular Americano, right? Du-hong smiled, resting her chin on her hand, dropping the bombshell that they were on a 90-day timer. Sunlight bounced off the walls as Du-hong added, If you grind hard on missions, the insurance guild will hook you up with an official ID card. Seo Jun-ho gasped. No way for real. Du-hong stood up. You done, let's bounce. She flashed a gentle smile. One last tip and listen up. Watch your back around other players, got it. Understood. Seo Jun-ho played it cool. Hey, Captain. Ever wonder what would have happened if they failed to close the gate 30 years ago? Seo Jun-ho looked up, imagining the absolute chaos if monsters had flooded through. I'm not sure, but it definitely wouldn't be a pretty picture. Du-hong suddenly got serious. Here in Fran, that nightmare actually happened. Flashbacks of 1,000-year-old giant monsters flooded her mind. Gates used to pop open everywhere above us. Giant birds blocking out the sun. They treated humans like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Humanity couldn't stop the invasion, and civilization was almost totally deleted. Even now, memories of a kingdom drowning in blood haunt this place. Du-hong hesitated. Even though time passed and the gates in Fran vanished, some monsters clones of those original nightmares are still lurking around. Seo Jun-ho sipped his coffee, pondering the heavy vibes. A world that had already faced the apocalypse once. Du-hong's cheeks turned pink as she whispered, By the way, got that favor I asked for. Seo Jun-ho's eyes went wide as he pulled out a book, totally shocking Du-hong. She grabbed it, hugging it tight like a fangirl, nearly crying tears of joy. Thank you so much, I'm strictly obsessed with this night demon story. Look, there's even a heart doodle. Seo Jun-ho smiled helpless, but glad she dug it. Suddenly, Du-hong handed him something. Here, take this. Since you won that bet, hold this W. Holding a sealed envelope, Seo Jun-ho shook his head. This isn't a love letter, is it? Du-hong corrected him instantly. It's a letter of recommendation, dummy. She added with a grin. With this, you can score a dinner with the Viscount of Hoso in the Malia territory. Seo Jun-ho was shook. Dining with Viscount Sirius. The Frost Queen listened from above, hearing Du-hong wonder aloud. It's just dinner, but if the Viscount vibes with you, who knows, you might snag a quest. Seo Jun-ho got curious. A mission? Like in a video game, Du-hong nodded. Exactly. Helping locals equals fat rewards. That's why everyone tries to schmooze the nobles. The payout is insane. 2 spatial gates flashed in her mind as Du-hong added, Teleport gates are the cheat code to travel between cities. Oh, wait. You can't use those yet. Seo Jun-ho's face went pale. Why am I locked out? Du-hong didn't elaborate much. Check your status window, noob. Looking down, Seo Jun-ho assessed his stats. Various boosts were up by 30%. Seeing the tag that said visitor, he couldn't help but shout, What does visitor mean? Du-hong explained, every player landing here starts with visitor status. You're allowed to crash here for 90 days. Sunshine spilled over the walls as Du-hong continued. If you diligently complete tasks, the guild grants you an ID card to prove you're legit. Seo Jun-ho went, wow. Du-hong stood up. Drink's done, let's roll. Walking ahead, she smiled gently. One last thing, you probably heard this, but watch your six around other players, okay? Understand? Seo Jun-ho replied with swagger. I'm not the type to get backstabbed anyway. Du-hong handed him some gear. Just be super careful, fam. Also, here's a map of the Empire and a guidebook specially crafted for our guild homies. As she blended into the crowd, Du-hong said, consider this a gift from your senior. Seo Jun-ho actually felt worried. Is she really going to be okay walking out like that? Hearing his concern, Du-hong just smiled without answering. Grind hard. Next time I'll bring you something way more expensive. After she dipped the Frost Queen's side behind him. Interesting girl, huh? Totally acts like a fox. Seo Jun-ho groaned. What the heck are you yapping about? He rubbed his chin. So what if she's a fox? Foxes are basically cousins to dogs and cats, right? The Frost Queen rolled her eyes, bored out of her mind. You really don't get women. Jeez, she asked. So what's the game plan? Seo Jun-ho suggested. This city is called William, right? I'm gonna set up base camp here, so I need a crib. Hearing this, the Frost Queen excitedly pointed to a massive bougie building in the distance. How about that spot across the way? I've been eyeing it for a hot minute. Seo Jun-ho thumbed behind him. Nah, we're hitting the other side. The Frost Queen looked in that direction. The second she saw it, she blurted out. Isn't that place just a rundown dump? Seo Jun-ho threw his head back proudly. Even the name is kinda edgy. Looking into the distance, he got serious. I need the intel everyone is trading about raw materials. The Frost Queen didn't give up. Then shouldn't there be more people at the fancy place? Seo Jun-ho repeated firmly. Raw materials. That's the mission. Raw materials. In a dark alley, a guy was cornered against the wall. Nowhere to run. Falling to the ground, he stared at the looming figure shaking like a leaf. I got nothing, man. What do you want from me? The henchman overheard and replied firmly. Want what you dare come to Frontier with zero strength? The voice overhead boomed, catching the eye of Mr. Fly. Mr. Fly was the real boss here. The victim was confused. Fly spoke decisively, grinding his boot into the guy's face. Yep, that's my target. Sounds of fists and kicks echoed through the alley. Later, Fly turned and walked away. It's too hot for this. Let's count the loot. Counting gold coins, he grinned like a maniac. 30 gold coins. Nice haul. Money only drops when you break things first. Fly showed a pleased smile. Surely new players are just loot pinatas waiting to be popped. The next day at a worn-out restaurant with a grimy sign, Seo Jun-ho's tall figure pushed open the door. He entered with the Frost Queen, who was still buzzing. This place is crawling with shady contracts. Suddenly he got a flashback. The vibe was exactly like starting in a beginner village inn. Seo Jun-ho scratched his head and scanned the room. Inside, players from Earth mixed with local adventurers. He realized you could spot the players because they were the only ones truly living it up. The Frost Queen asked, how are you planning to farm information? Seo Jun-ho smiled confidently. I got a strategy. The server handed him a menu. What's the order, boss? Seo Jun-ho replied. Give me the best dish in the house, a bottle of wine and a cup of tea. He added, actually make it lamb 2 beers and black tea. The server agreed. Sure thing, coming right up. 2 scar-faced dudes glanced over, eyeing him like prey. The server announced the total was 51 coins payment up front. At that moment, Seo Jun-ho remembered Du-hong's tip to treat 1 coin like $1. He started calculating, stroking his chin. 100 silver coins made 1 silver bar. 100 silver bars, Seo Jun-ho thought. 51 coins. He reached into his pouch and dumped out a pile of gold coins, asking, is this enough? The Frost Queen was stunned, jaw-dropping as gold kept spilling onto the table. The server quickly warned, sir, this is gold, not silver. Even Seo Jun-ho was shook. Oh, my bad. First time here, still figuring out the currency. The server took just 1 gold coin. I'll take 1 and bring you the change. Also, bro, don't flash that stack around. Thieves are gonna try to farm you. He put the gold away, smiling. I'll keep that in mind. Seo Jun-ho remembered he got 1,000 gold from Deok-gu before arriving. He was loaded. The Frost Queen gave major side-eye, calling out the bluff. Fake news, you're just flexing your cash, aren't you? Jun-ho shook his head casually. Nah, fam. Captain Gong already broke down the pricing for me. Seo Jun-ho winked, adding a little sting. But hey, mosquitoes always swarm where the money's at. Suddenly, a brown-haired goon stood up looking for a fight. Bam! The thug slammed the table, trying to look tough. Yo, player. We need to have a little chat. He jabbed a thumb at his own chest. I'ma keep it a buck with you. I'm real interested in your wallet, he sneered. Let's take this outside. The air grew heavy with MANHWA stepped out and started shaking like a leaf, but Seo Jun-ho stone-cold chill. He analyzed the situation, thinking, so this guy's the big bad wolf of the boarding house, huh? Even Frost Queen knew this dude was bad news for a rookie. But while everyone else panicked, Jun-ho just shrugged. Cool. Lead the way, tough guy. The thug smirked. Boss was right, players are totally clueless. Once they hit the dark alley, the thug's mask dropped. He clenched his teeth, ready to rumble. His eyes went ice cold. Jun-ho caught a kick, swept the guy's leg, and smashed a boot into another dude's gut. POW. An elbow strike dropped the third guy instantly. Screams filled the alley. The brown-haired thug pressed against the wall jaw on the floor. He screamed, what the heck? This guy isn't just strong, he's a monster. Wham! A fist stopped his yapping mid-sentence. Jun-ho stared him down as the fist hovered inches from his face. We done? The thug whimpered. Yes, sir, Jun-ho commanded. On your knees. The thug hesitated, confused. Jun-ho didn't explain, he just started the countdown of doom. 10, 9, 8. Before he hit 7, the guy was kissing the dirt at Jun-ho's feet. Frost Queen scoffed. Pathetic. They're soft as marshmallows. Jun-ho nodded. Right. Spill the tea. Tell me everything, including where your boss is hiding. Boss's location, the thug stammered. I ain't a snitch, but one death stare from Jun-ho and he cracked like an egg. Okay, I'll talk. He's at the casino. Cut to the gambling den crowded loud and thick with smoke. Jun-ho coughed, waving his hand through the haze. Is this a casino or a chimney? The thug's voice trembled as he explained. My boss Fly runs these streets. He's got his hands in all the entertainment joints. He deals with the nobles, so he knows way more than grunts like me. Jun-ho's eyes narrowed. The vibe here was way more dangerous than the boarding house. He didn't hesitate. Jun-ho pulled up a chair. You mind if I crash this party? The gambler Fivu looked shocked. Huh, never seen your mug around here before. Fresh off the boat, Jun-ho quipped. The gambler cackled. Fresh meat at the casino, bold move, kid. But be warned, the stakes here are sky high. I got stacks, Jun-ho replied, cool as a cucumber. Cards hit the table. Fivu stared him down while the muscle beside him started twitching with impatience. The thug frowned. What's the holdup? Fivu just smirked, thinking, this scrub is totally a rookie. Easy pickings. An hour later, still going. Fivu, the self-proclaimed gambling god, was feeling himself. He thought, I'm already up 300 chips. I can't lose. Is this kid a hustler? Jun-ho's face was intense. But secretly, the Frost Queen was hovering, whispering the cheat codes in his ear. 2 pairs versus a 4. Jun-ho went all in. Watching from the shadows, Boss Fly was impressed. The kid's got skills, or maybe just beginner's luck. Never seen Fivu get wrecked like this. Fly's curiosity piqued. Who is this guy? His goons whispered, he's got to be a pro shark. Fly scowled. Skill. No, he's cheating. Nobody messes with my money. He snapped his fingers. Bring him to me. The dealer looked terrified. The dealer thought, I'm dead if I don't fix this. He shot a look at the cardmaster. The signal was given, reshuffling the deck. Suddenly Frost Queen yelled, Scam alert! He's doing a second deal! She pouted. They're rigging the game, even the dealer is in on it. Jun-ho smirked. Knew it. Took them long enough. He slammed his hand down. I'm out. Fivu panicked. What, you're quitting now? Bro, just a few more rounds. Jun-ho stood up. Nah, I won too much. I'm scared I'll lose it all if I stay. He played the innocent act perfectly. Suddenly a goon blocked his path. Hold up, big spender. He leaned in close. Our boss wants to buy you a drink. Upstairs. Now. Frost Queen lounged on Jun-ho's head like a cat. That's the big bad boss, right? Jun-ho grinned. All right, lead the way. The henchman led them down a hallway. This is the VIP lounge. Nobles only. Frost Queen looked around nervously. It's super creepy in here. Watch your back. A deep voice boomed from the shadows. Welcome. Jun-ho snapped his head toward the sound. Fly stood with his back turned, acting all mysterious. Gamblers always try to cheat in my house. Know why I let them? He turned slowly. Because I always get my money back. Fly smirked. And you're quite the celebrity player. Jun-ho was surprised this guy did his homework. Jun-ho sat down, flanked by 2 hulking bodyguards. Fly waved a paper. Seo Jun-ho, level 30. You've made quite a name for yourself lately. Jun-ho leaned back. Stalker much? Fly chuckled darkly. Information flows to me like water. That's why you should watch your step. Players come in here with their fancy skills thinking they're slick. Fly's voice dropped to a growl. But nobody steals from me. Crunch. He crushed the paper in his fist. I own this city's nightlife. The nobles are my friends. You. Fly sneered. You're just a tourist. A nobody. You can't fight the system. Am I right? Jun-ho reached into his pocket. A weapon? Nope. He flicked a poker chip into the air. Here's the deal, Jun-ho said, dumping his winnings on the table. I'll give back every cent I won today. In exchange, you sell me info on the nobles. Fly's jaw dropped. Excuse me. He shook with rage. You steal my money, give it back, and expect a favor. Taking it from your corpse is cheaper. Jun-ho sighed. I tried the nice way. Guess we're doing this the hard way. Shing 2 goons drew swords. Jun-ho cracked his knuckles. Should have taken the deal, buddy. Four Eyes swung his blade with a manic grin. Jun-ho sidestepped the slash effortlessly and launched a palm strike. Bam! Jun-ho's hand clamped over the guy's face like a vice. The goon froze, terror flooding his eyes, realizing he messed with the wrong player. Jun-ho grabbed the four-eyed goon and literally yeeted him across the room. Bam! The guy hit the wall like a fly on a windshield. Then Jun-ho slammed him onto the table right in front of Fly. Both of them were shook by his skills. Our boy lifted his foot, ready to curb stomp the glasses. Guy into the shadow realm. You idiots! What are you doing? Fly screamed. The minion scrambled away like a cockroach, causing his buddy to crash and totally wreck the table. Yo, what's this clown doing? Jun-ho shouted, getting annoyed. He casually bent down and started scooping up the poker chips from the floor like he was cleaning up after a party. When Jun-ho looked up, 2 lackeys were already standing there, swords out ready to throw hands. But Jun-ho, he just grabbed a chip, juiced it with magic, and with a wicked grin started flicking them like bullets. Ping-ping right in their faces. The goons were screaming, getting absolutely wrecked by plastic chips. Jun-ho sighed. Man, some people only listen after they catch a beating. Suddenly, Fly popped up behind him, strap in hand, shouting, "Freeze, punk!" Jun-ho turned around, looking totally unimpressed. A gun really, bro. Fly nodded, sweating bullets. Yeah, this is the piece all the players love using. But inside, Fly was already panicking and ordered everyone to bail. Tell me about the nobles and I won't end you, Jun-ho offered casually. But Fly barked back. You think I'm gonna snitch just like that? The dude was losing his mind. I gave you a chance to walk away, man, Jun-ho whispered. His magic flowed out like a silent snake. Fly blinked and suddenly poof. The gun in his hands was gone. He shrieked, "Say what?" In a blink, Jun-ho was twirling the pistol like a toy. Fly stood there with his jaw on the floor, looking like he just saw a ghost. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this guy only level 3? That's Cap. Fly was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, desperately trying to figure out how to not get deleted from existence right then and there. Even though he was sweating buckets, Fly tried to act tough. Yo, you pull that trigger, you're done for. This isn't your beef. But Jun-ho just shrugged. Do I look like I care? Fly's arm was shaking uncontrollably. Was this psycho actually gonna blast him? Would he really die like a scrub here? Jun-ho started spinning the cylinder, looking way too comfortable with that iron. Fly threw his hands up, surrendering. Okay, I'll talk, I'll spill everything, just don't shoot. But bang. A gunshot ripped through the room, shaking the whole building to its foundation. Fly squeezed his eyes shut, shaking like crazy. He peeked open one eye and saw the bullet flying straight at his face, but snap. Jun-ho caught that slug between 2 fingers like it was nothing. See, we could have just vibed from the start. Jun-ho smirked. Fly was a total mess, stuttering and unable to chill. Cut to the next morning, Jun-ho's back at his crib looking fresh and holding a book. Good grind this week, everyone. Thanks to you, I got all the tea on the 2nd floor, Jun-ho announced cheerfully. He told the 2 hostages they were free to bounce. The brown-haired goon looked suspicious. For real? You letting us go? His face lit up. You ain't trolling, right? Jun-ho's voice dropped an octave. Don't make me repeat myself, homie. Those dudes bolted out the door shouting later, like their pants were on fire. Frost Queen floated out looking relieved. Finally some peace and quiet. Now let's use that intel to level up. Jun-ho rubbed his chin. Step 1. He declared, it's mission time. The dynamic duo headed to the big bulletin board where all the other players were gathered to check the quests. What looks good, I need to practice my hunting skills, Jun-ho mused. Frost Queen scanned the board like a pro. Finally, Jun-ho grabbed a yellow paper. Bingo Werewolf Hunt D rank difficulty. Let's get it. The mission bag, 50 wolves on the western plains. The loot, silver copper, and 50 honor points. Not bad for a warm-up. Jun-ho turned and marched out like a boss. That hunting contest is in 10 days. I gotta hit level 50 before then, or I'm toast. Jun-ho hyped himself up. But Frost Queen yanked his hair. Yo, slow your roll. You're speed-running this contract way too hard. Chill. I can't chill, Jun-ho argued. And why you complaining? You can literally fly. She just face-planted on his head, groaning. I'm suffering here. Jun-ho could only sigh at the drama. He walked faster, making Frost Queen slide off his head. Hey, I said wait up, you maniac, she screamed. Okay, my bad. Jun-ho laughed, totally unaware they had eyes on them. From the shadows, a creep was watching. Hey, fresh meat just hit the 2nd floor. 2 stalkers trailed Jun-ho into the forest. Suddenly, Jun-ho spotted tracks. Whip-tailed wolf. Nasty business. Frost Queen eyed the massive paw prints. These look huge. Jun-ho crouched down, grabbing a tuft of fur. If these beasts are this big, imagine how swole the boss monster is. This is gonna be fun. Didn't that lady say we gotta clear the mist to see the path? Jun-ho asked. Yeah. He nodded to himself. Right now, I have 0 clue where their turf actually starts. Frost Queen noticed his hype and grinned. Jun-ho scratched his head. Earth monsters ain't built like this. This is the perfect chance to test how tough these frontier beasts really are. Keep your guard up, rookie, she warned. Suddenly, Jun-ho shouted, Yo, hold up! He spotted them. The whip-tailed wolves stepped out of the fog. Ha! It's throwdown time, baby. Jun-ho drew his blade as the pack surrounded him. Check out their tails, he told Frost Queen. They look like actual whips. She rolled her eyes. That's why they're named that genius. Jun-ho didn't hesitate. He rushed in. Let's dance. He struck the first wolf, making it yelp. But mid-attack he realized, okay, I see why players skip this quest. These things are actually buff. He got knocked back, but stood his ground. I wanted to play around, but that one over there is charging. He swung his sword in a massive arc, creating a circle of steel. Change of plans, you all die now, he shouted. The wolves screamed as his blade connected, and Jun-ho laughed like a maniac, leaping high into the air. These beasts were the perfect XP farm to get used to the difficulty spike. Meanwhile, the stalkers were watching from a distance. Yo, isn't that Seo Jun-ho? He's right there. It's just the 4 of us against 1 rookie. Why are we waiting? One bandit asked. His teammate looked confused. Wait, you don't know who Jun-ho is? You living under a rock? That kid is the super rookie from the 1st floor. They say his potential rivals, the legendary Kim Woo-on. The scar-faced bandit actually gasped. For real, that's terrifying. The redhead jumped in. Relax, bros. He just got to the 2nd floor. He's like rank 30 max. I'm rank 70 plus. Look at that sword. That thing is worth hundreds of gold coins easily. Here's the play, the leader schemed. We jump him. Total ambush. I'll walk up acting friendly, catch him off guard. Then you guys rush him and we secure the bag. The other 3 frowned. Why does he get the easy job? But greed took over. If that sword is worth that much bank, we're set for life. Let's rob this kid blind. Back in the fight, Jun-ho was wrecking house. Wolves were flying everywhere. Moments later, he stood with his boot on a wolf's head, catching his breath. Once I cash this in, my honor points go up. Frost Queen floated over. Didn't that foxy girl say you get perks for high honor? Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. Why do you keep calling Commander Gong a fox? She's legit. Whatever. Anyway, grinding solo missions is too slow for honor, she explained. You get way more clout for catching criminals, she sighed. You're relying too much on luck, kid. Junyo scratched his head. Hey, sometimes you just need one lucky break. Suddenly, Frost Queen sensed the bandits. She smirked. Well, looks like your wish just came true, lucky boy. Huh. What are you talking about? Jun-ho asked. Someone's been stalking you this whole time. You blind? Jun-ho gasped, totally clueless. No way. Maybe they're my fans. Frost Queen looked at him like he was an alien. How does your brain even function? But Jun-ho was vibing. They must be super fans to follow me into a monster zone. I bet they want an autograph. He flashed a $1 million grin, eyes sparkling with mischief. Fan service time, do you guys have a pen and paper? The three teammates stood there totally shook. Is this guy for real? Seo Jun-ho leaned in oozing confidence. Got a camera, come on, I'll even throw in a selfie. The Frost Queen rolled her eyes hard. Ugh, stop playing with your food. Just sign the fake contracts and be done with it. But Jun-ho was having too much fun. Want a special message? Maybe to my biggest fan? The thug pretended to think sweating bullets. Sure. Something like Lucky Bamboo would be great. Suddenly a dazzling blade materialized out of thin air behind Jun-ho. The redhead crept up like a shadow. Nice acting, fake fan! The Frost Queen screamed, losing her cool. It's a trap, you idiot. A total setup. Can't you see they're plotting against us? Relax, your highness. Of course I know. She let out a dry laugh. Since when? Jun-ho let out a heavy sigh, looking absolutely bored with their performance. Do they think I'm blind, or just stupid? He scoffed at their audacity. Am I really being underestimated this badly? The blue-haired goon froze, realizing the vibe had shifted. Wait. What just happened? He tripped over the carcass of a whip-tailed wolf. Holy crap, how many mobs did he farm? I thought he was just ranked 30. Trying to play it cool, the goon reached out a shaking hand. Hey man, mind if I shake your hand? Seo Jun-ho nodded, playing along. Sure thing, buddy. He didn't waste a second. But honestly, you think a 4-man party is enough? The thug blinked, panic rising in his chest. Huh, what are you talking about? Jun-ho leaned in closer, voice dropping an octave. I mean enough to take down a boss like me. Before the sentence ended, Frost consumed the man's arm. Ah! He screamed, grinding his teeth in pain as the ice bit deep. Cover's blown. You'd need a 40-man raid team to even scratch me. Sensing the raid was failing, Scarface charged with his blade. Damn it, die! Jun-ho's hand glowed with faint blue magic, but instead of a spell, wham! He backhanded the guy right across the face with the force of a truck. Blood sprayed as Scarface got yeeted across the clearing, but his grip on the fake contract didn't loosen. Cold energy spread rapidly from the paper, turning him into a human popsicle. Blue hair panicked, summoning raging flames. Screw this fake contract, get off me! He unleashed a firestorm, but Jun-ho was too smooth. He yanked the frozen guy in front as a meat shield. The mage's eyes bulged. No way. The fire blast collided with his own teammate. Smoke and steam exploded. Jun-ho burst through the cloud, closing the gap instantly. His massive hand reached out like the claw of death. The mage looked like he'd seen a ghost. Jun-ho crushed his face in his palm. The guy could only gurgle nonsense. Sorry, Jun-ho ignored the plea, twisting his body sharply. Snap. The mage went silent. Meanwhile, Scarface tried to crawl away. Mercy, please. I didn't sign up for this. Don't kill me. Jun-ho didn't even look back. He just cast a simple ice spell. Scarface turned eyes wide with terror. Sharp icicles rained down like daggers. Game over. He collapsed in a bed of crystal shards. The Frost Queen hovered over him. You know, capturing them alive yields better loot. Jun-ho shrugged coldly. They asked for it. Then his face lit up like a kid on Christmas. Yo, check out my honor points. They just went through the roof. It was self-defense, right? She sighed, face-palming mentally. Unbelievable. It was like dumping ice water on his parade. Your fake awakening act is getting a bit too convincing. A badge labeled gun hung on the door. Seo Jun-ho strutted into the tavern. The guild staffer looked up startled. Then recognition dawned on his face. Wait a second. Aren't you the rookie who took that case this morning? Jun-ho nodded, grinning. That's me, baby. The staffer was confused. Already, why are you back so fast? Bam. Jun-ho slammed the loot onto the counter with a heavy thud. The guy's jaw dropped. Is that wolf skin? And it's pristine. He inspected the goods, trembling. One-shot kill. You must have mad skills to keep the drop quality this high. Then the staffer remembered something. What's your IGN again? Seo Jun-ho. The name hit the room like a bomb. The staffer jumped up, knocking his chair over. The Seo Jun-ho, the guy who cracked the kidnapping ring. You're a legend, the savior of Julian. Jun-ho smirked internally. Dang, is my rep really that high? The staffer was practically vibrating with excitement. I'm your biggest fan. I'll make sure you get the elite quests from now on. Only the best for you. The player named Seo Jun-ho winked. Appreciate it, boss. He pushed the door open, feeling like a king. Catch you later. Ding system notification time. Honor points increased by 550. Nice, that clears the quota. No need to grind the quest board for a while. The Frost Queen floated beside him. So, how did it feel being back on the front lines? The fake contract incident was still on her mind. He grinned like a maniac. Honestly, it felt awesome. Just like playing a top-tier game. She nodded, understanding. I knew it. You're addicted to the thrill of the raid. Suddenly her eyes narrowed. Incoming NPC interaction. Jun-ho spotted the commotion in the distance. It was Hakan looking desperate. Please, I'm begging you. Fly grew impatient and swung a fist at the air. Beat it, old man, I said no. The man shouted, veins popping. How many times do I have to say it? I work alone. Smack out of nowhere, someone slapped Fly upside the head. He spun around, furious. Who's the wise guy? Are you stupid? Oh, snap. Boss. Seo Jun-ho glared, hands in pockets. Causing a scene again. Fly flinched, terrified. Beep, boss, it's not what it looks like. He pointed an accusing finger. This guy is being impossible. Me, annoying him. Nah, he's the one spamming me with requests. He wants me to do a suicide mission. Jun-ho glanced at Hakan, curious. What's the deal with him? His aura, it's heavy. He's no amateur. Jun-ho was intrigued. What's he asking for? Fly scratched his head awkwardly. It's complicated. Maybe we should take this to the office. Too much heat out here. Back at the table, Fly made the intros. This old-timer is Hakan, ex-mercenary legend. Hakan grunted. I'm not retired yet. Yeah. And this is Seo Jun-ho, a player. Looks like a normie, but he's brokenly strong. Hakan raised an eyebrow. Stronger than you? Fly laughed nervously. Dude, the power gap is insane. Describing it would take a whole library. He's at least 3 times my stats. Jun-ho cut in, smirking. Is that on paper anyway, Hakan? I hear you've got a quest for us. Hakan nodded solemnly. Yes, I need a carry. Fly interrupted. He's trying to raid a dungeon at his age. It's madness. He wants me to storm the place with him. Why would I risk my neck? Jun-ho rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Dungeons mean loot. Rare drops from boss monsters fetch a high price on the market. He turned to the old man. Got any intel on this dungeon? Hakan nodded. It's the lair of the super thief. Seraphim. Hakan's eyes grew distant. Back in the day, my wife and I raided that place. We found an ancient tablet. It spoke of a 5-colored goddess statue, a legendary item said to grant perfect health to the owner. We spent years hunting for it. It was supposed to be our retirement fund. But then, tragedy struck. My wife got sick. Really sick. A hidden tumor. By the time we found it, it was stage 4. Inoperable. Untreatable. That statue isn't just loot anymore. It's her only hope. I have to find it even if I die trying. Hakan clenched his fists, voice trembling. We finally got a lead. The statue is buried deep in Seraphim's dungeon. I tried soloing it. Impossible. The mobs were too much. Fly sighed, looking guilty. Look, old man, I feel for you. But I can't walk into a death trap. I get it. But I just can't. Silence hung in the air. Then Seo Jun-ho set his teacup down. Clink. I'm in. I'll take the quest. Fly jumped. What? Jun-ho stood up. We roll out at dawn. Hakan's voice cracked with emotion. Seriously. Thank you. I just need to find a sitter for my wife. Fly stepped up immediately. Go rest, Hakan. I'll handle the caretaking. It's the least I can do. Hakan was deeply moved. Thank you. Meanwhile, Jun-ho was deep in thought. For Jun-ho, it wasn't just about the loot. Honor points were the real currency here. Being a hero paid better than grinding gold. But deep down, he just couldn't walk away from someone in need. The sun had barely risen when they arrived. Hakan announced, Here we are. Seraphim's dungeon. He shivered, recalling the past. Last time, it was a monster house. Jun-ho cracked his knuckles. What are we dealing with? How many level 60 elites? Hakan warned. And they get stronger the deeper we go. Blood kobolds. Red fur, massive hitboxes, and twice the size of normal ones. He confirmed the target. It's a nest of monsters. The squad didn't hold back. They went full send, diving headfirst without worrying about taking damage. Suddenly, Hakan, his total stealth mode activated. He dropped the lamp and raised his bow, locking onto a target like a sniper. Double tap. He fired 2 shots instantly. One pierced the chest. The other nailed the head of a blood kobold. The beast shuddered, realizing it was under attack. Seo Jun-ho hyped him up. Nice shot, old-timer. Hakan grinned with confidence. You know it. That's 30 years of grinding right there. It was a solid start, but they couldn't chill yet. Hakan's nose twitched. He could literally smell the nasty mobs nearby. Hakan crept forward, observing the area. This vibe is off, he thought. Doesn't feel like a tomb. Just a creepy cave. Maybe this raid will be easy. But suddenly rocks started floating. Hakan gasped. Don't tell me. Is that an earthquake? Seo Jun-ho shook his head. Nah, that ain't nature, bro. The two went back to back, ready for a brawl. Hakan shouted over the noise. We triggered something massive. Tremors this bad. That's a level 10 threat minimum. Jun-ho gripped his spear game face on. Didn't matter how many showed up, he was ready to wreck them. Suddenly, an army of blood kobolds materialized from the shadows. Jaws wide, drooling, and radiating pure murderous intent. The aggro was real. The kobolds cornered them, flashing nasty teeth. Hakan did a quick head count and panicked. Yo, there's at least 50 of them. Seo Jun-ho analyzed the situation instantly. They were camping us. Kobolds have insane senses. They tracked the scent perfectly. Hakan's face went pale. In that moment, a flashback of his sick wife Sophia hit him hard. She was weak, bedridden. He couldn't die here. We can't wipe this mob, Hakan screamed, his voice cracking. Jun-ho, skirt, get out of here now. He went full hero mode. Come back with a guild you trust. Find the statue and save my wife Sophia. The old man struggled to stand, practically begging. It was a desperate final request, but Seo Jun-ho, he wasn't having it. I ain't doing that for you, old man. A confident smirk spread across his face. You're gonna deliver that loot to her yourself. Trust me, she wants to see you, not me. Hakan flinched, shocked by the audacity. Seizing the moment Seo Jun-ho swung his blade, it was showtime. Boom. 3. Blood kobolds dropped, instantly blasted by magic. The rest of the pack went berserk, roaring in fury. Seo Jun-ho loved it. He charged in, spinning and stabbing a kobold so fast the thing died before it even knew it was hit. What the heck? Hakan shouted, watching in disbelief. Seo Jun-ho wasn't limping anymore. He was dancing around the enemies. 2 kobolds tried to flank him, but Jun-ho's voice rang out cold as ice. I told you, he said, oozing main character energy. Numbers don't mean a thing to me. He gripped his weapon, ready to unleash hell. In a flash, he raised his blade, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. Watch this. His brain moved at light speed. 2 in front, 1 on the left. Before the thought even finished, he sliced through the monster without a shred of hesitation. The scene was terrifying but totally epic. Hakan watched with pride and fear. 3 on the right. Jun-ho's axe sang through the air. Whoosh, critical hit. He cleaved the monster in half in a split second. Dust flew everywhere when it settled. Only Seo Jun-ho was left standing amidst the wrecked monsters. The Frost Queen popped up, loving every second of this power-leveling session. She cheered. Just as I calculated, you're crushing it. Seo Jun-ho grinned back, feeling the gains. All that training was totally worth it. Hakan stood there rubbing his eyes. Was this kid for real? Hakan's mind was blown. 30 years as a merc, and I've never seen a carry this hard. This kid fights like a level 80 pro. He shook off the shock and found his voice again. If you weren't here, I'd be Monster Chow right now. Jun-ho beamed with pride at the praise. You're a beast, kid, Hakan admitted. Jun-ho laughed. You look too healthy to be talking about dying, old man. Their banter echoed in the empty cave. Jun-ho threw the respect right back. You're pretty clutch with that crossbow, too. Come on, let's clear this dungeon together. Hearing that, Hakan burst into happy laughter. Thanks for the invite. They pushed deeper into the cave, and soon enough the boss room, the monster's lair, caught their attention. Hakan followed Jun-ho's lead, stepping carefully. I don't smell the enemies anymore, he whispered. Looking into the dark, Hakan suddenly dropped a massive death flag. After this mission, I'm retiring to live the good life with Sophia. Seo Jun-ho flinched hard. Whoa, hold up, he warned softly. Let's save the retirement speech for after we survive the raid, okay? I've never seen anyone say that line and make it out alive. Jun-ho suddenly froze his foot, hit something weird. Hakan shrugged casually. All right, let's just pretend I didn't say anything. Stop! Jun-ho screamed, panic in his voice. Watch your steps, seriously. The view in front of them made both Jun-ho and the Frost Queen freeze in pure horror. A massive pit opened up, filled with insane spikes pointing up like a jagged death trap. Skeletons were impaled everywhere. Jun-ho stared at a skull down below and stammered, Is this a trap room? Hakan recovered his cool instantly. He looked serious. Listen, kid. You're strong, but that makes you cocky. High stats don't save you from being careless and falling into pits like this. Seo Jun-ho let out a long sigh. He knew the old man was right. Never let your guard down in a dungeon, Hakan lectured. Jun-ho thought about it and had to admit the veteran's advice was solid gold. Without you, I would have been totally wrecked, Jun-ho admitted. The old man looked at him with satisfied eyes. See, this old dog still has some new tricks. Suddenly, the Frost Queen started freaking out. She panicked. Watch out, it's a fake out. There's another trap right under your foot. Hakan crouched by the tripwire, analyzing the setup. The dungeon boss is nasty. Double traps. Seriously. Lucky for us, trap disarmament is my specialty. Hakan grinned. He looked up. You want to learn how to do this? Jun-ho didn't hesitate. If you're teaching, I'm learning. He was genuinely hyped. Teach me the ways, Sensei. Hakan nodded calmly. Simple. You just gotta memorize the mechanics. He pointed to 2 rusty nails and started the tutorial. Look, if we rig the trap this way, even if the rope snaps, the nail holds the trigger, get it? Just as Jun-ho looked up to check, Hakan cut the rope below. Snap. A massive axe slammed down heavily nearby. Whoa! Jun-ho jumped back, eyes wide. Hakan looked up, cool as a cucumber. See, it stopped. Jun-ho was speechless for a second, then his gamer brain kicked in. So disarming is just doing the opposite of setting it. Bingo. Hakan praised him. You got a sharp mind, kid. A light bulb went off in Seo Jun-ho's head. Wait. If I combine this trap logic with my ice skills, that would be absolutely broken. They kept moving through the dungeon. Not long after Hakan put his hand on a heavy door. Lantern in one hand, he leaned in and stepped into the unknown. Suddenly, Hakan's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. Finally! He shouted, pure joy in his voice. He stared at the glowing object ahead, shaking with excitement. The 5-colored goddess statue. We did it? We actually did it? There, it was the angel statue sitting on top of a pile of gold loot. Seo Jun-ho gave him a fist bump emotionally. Great job, Hakan. But then he went back to his cool, stoic mode. Hakan shook his head. No way, kid. This is all thanks to you. Jun-ho hoped the legends were true for Sophia's sake. But his gut feeling, it was screaming. Things are never this simple in a dungeon, he thought. He frowned, scanning the room. No way it's this easy. There's a catch. I just know it. Hakan was mesmerized by the statue practically crying. He started whispering to the air. Sophia, if only you could see this. The statue stood on a black coffin surrounded by gold. Hakan couldn't hold it back anymore, shouting to the heavens. I'm coming home, Sophia. I'm bringing the cure. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho's eyes snapped open. Danger sense tingling off the charts. He gripped his weapon and sprinted toward Hakan, shouting in pure panic. So, move, Hakan. But the old man was too stunned to react, totally unaware of the shadow lurking right behind him. Seo Jun-ho roared. There's a monster right there. Seo Jun-ho didn't wait for a reply. He launched himself forward, thrusting his spear with everything he had at the hidden beast. But the monster was fast. It dodged the attack with terrifying skill. The beast stomped the yard with a roar that shook the concrete. A massive wolf demon stood there, eyes dripping with pure killing intent. It was the Ironblood Cob, a nasty fused demon level 83, and leaking blood aura. Jun-ho knew this thing was someone's twisted science project. Jun-ho wasn't fazed, though. He smirked and shouted, "Come get some stupid..." Then he dashed in like a bolt of lightning, ready to throw hands. Is the Fiend Association pulling strings here? The second his blade bit into flesh, that iron-blooded mutt howled in agony. The beast caught the blade with its bloody mitts like sticky syrup. Jun-ho gritted his teeth, gave a disgust face, and ripped his weapon free just as a system window popped up. Bleeding and blood throttle activated. The monster looked ready to rage, but the system wasn't done. Stamina, mana, and recovery just skyrocketed by 600%. Jun-ho whipped out his handgun with zero chill. Muzzle flash lit up his eyes as he popped shots right into its chest, grinning like a total devil. He unleashed a full clip of lead. The glowing bullets lit up the wolf's ugly mug. It tried to swipe him, but Jun-ho was bobbing and weaving like a pro boxer. He eyed the monster, trying to aggro him. Jun-ho's face got serious as he thought, "Oh, you want to throw hands up close?" His fist clenched tight. Bet, let's dance. He caught it with a nasty hook to the jaw, jumped sky high and delivered a kick that sent the beast crashing into the dirt. Jun-ho looked down, unimpressed. You're tankier than you look, huh? He dove in with a flurry of kicks, mounted the monster, and prepped a shadow fist finisher. The monster's face got absolutely wrecked, but Jun-ho didn't let up. He was mashing that wolf's head until it was practically glued to the floor. Jun-ho roared, "Let's see your HP bar drop." His fist came down like thunder, smashing the skull. He screamed, "How long you gonna last, tough guy?" He kept grinding its face into the pavement until the eyes glazed over. Seo Jun-ho stumbled up, totally gassed out and barely staying on his feet. Hakan ran over, panicking. "Yo, Jun-ho, you good?" Jun-ho just flopped on the ground, spreading his arms as his armor dissolved into mist. He cracked a joke. Stats are not, a monster's a monster. Suddenly, Hakan started shouting, his body burning up like a human torch. "What the heck?" The Frost Queen floated up, smirking like she knew something. Jun-ho waved it off. Gucci happens all the time. Then ding, system notification. Level up achieved. Hakan was still stressing, helping Jun-ho sit. "Drink some water, bro." Jun-ho flashed a bright smile. "Thanks, homie." He gulped the water down and dropped some wisdom. Forget the mobs, taking out the boss gives way more XP and loot anyway. The system board lit up +3 to all stats, nice. He looked at Hakan. "Yo, go claim that lord's treasure. It's all yours." Hakan froze. "Wait, for real." Hakan stood up, staring at the golden glow. He was shaking. The legendary loot was finally within grabbing range. Hakan grinned at the goddess statue. "You take the rest, man. This statue is the only drop I need." Jun-ho looked at the pile. "If you insist." Suddenly a jewel popped up. A gem. Jun-ho grabbed it and told the system to run a quick scan. Info-loaded spirit gem. Basically a protein bar for spirits. Jun-ho got hyped and called out, "Yo, Frost Queen, found some snacks for you. We get back, you're eating this." She crossed her legs in midair, total diva mode. "Pass." "I don't want it." Jun-ho was confused. "But it's for gains, you'll get buff." She scoffed. "I'm a queen, not a rock-eater who eats stones, you weirdo. I survive on tea and classiness." Hakan interrupted the comedy routine. "We got the goods, wanna bounce?" Jun-ho nodded, but kept thinking. If she's that picky, how do I level her up? Later, back at Hakan's crib under the twilight. Sophia was in bed, glowing with holy vibes. She held the statue Hakan secured. Turns out the multicolored heavenly god statue wasn't just a myth, it was the real deal. Sophia smiled, whispering to Hakan about the holy light inside. Hakan was over the moon. "That's right, babe. We're back to the good old days." She spoke from the soul. "Thank you, my love." Meanwhile, Jun-ho and Fly were posted up at the door, watching the wholesome scene. Jun-ho grinned, teasing the mercenary. "You really dropped some serious coin on her recovery, huh?" Fly looked confused. "Huh. I saw you hired caretakers and bought top-tier herbs. Didn't know you had a soft side." Fly scratched his face, acting all awkward. "Well, they helped me out back in the day. Just paying my debts." Hakan walked over to Jun-ho, voice soft. "Look, Jun-ho, my wife's health bar is actually filling up. The legend was legit. She's weak, but happy." Sophia looked at Jun-ho with pure gratitude. "I can't thank you enough for saving our lives." Hakan bowed low. "You're our savior." Jun-ho waved his hand, smiling. "Chill with the bowing. We're party members, right?" Hakan blushed. "I'll treat you to a feast later." Jun-ho laughed. "I'm holding you to that, just take care of your lady." As they walked away, Jun-ho glanced back at the cottage. "Yo, Fly, Be real with me. Your bank account is hurting, isn't it? Yeah. Merc work pays, but the medicine drained me. Suddenly, Jun-ho shoved a heavy bag of cash into his hands. Take it. Fly laughed. Is this my cut? Jun-ho shook his head. Nah, it's for Hakan and his wife. Make sure they're good. And don't snitch that it came from me. Fly grabbed the bag but looked suspicious. Okay. But why are you flexing so hard for us? Jun-ho just shrugged. No big reason. You guys seem like solid people, I just want you to win. Then he smirked. Why you think I'm trying to scam you? The sun set over the empire. Fly laughed. Doubt you nah. When it comes to cash, you're the most legit guy I know. Night fell. Jun-ho was half asleep when the system board started spamming him. Residents of Galen think you're the GOAT. Reputation, plus 10. 10 grocery stores are now your fans. Reputation, plus 5. The captain regrets ghosting you. Reputation, plus 10. He was famous. Seo Jun-ho was totally trippin'. What in the world is happening? He sat on his bed, eyes glued to the system board as the data stream went wild. Seo Jun-ho, level 43, title Pioneer, strength 157, stamina 160, agility 157, magic 189, reputation 170. He rubbed his chin, muttering to the empty room. Looks like my street cred shot up thanks to yesterday's chaos. A sly grin spread across his face. Overnight, his reputation had smashed past 1,000. That was the golden ticket to the noble tier shop. He immediately slammed a cake onto the table and shouted, Yo, Frost Queen, I got a special snack for you. Hearing the call of sugar, the Frost Queen floated over to vibe with the cake. Hovering in midair, she peeped his expression, smiling suspiciously. What is this? The contractor looks way too happy today. What's the catch? Seo Jun-ho kept his cool. Forget the rep points. It's time to focus on the real grind, leveling up. The Frost Queen grabbed a plate and took a bite, eyes lighting up. Not bad, contractor. Not bad at all. She munched away, making happy little noises. Seo Jun-ho teased her with a fake smile. Why the weird face? Does it taste trash? The Frost Queen grabbed her cheeks, an aura of pure hype exploding around her. No, it is absolute perfection. Seo Jun-ho let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Oh, thank God. Suddenly she hopped onto the table, hyping up the fluffy cake and fresh fruit. This is delicious, contractor. Seeing the little diva so happy, Seo Jun-ho laughed inside. Yeah, eat up. He couldn't help but remember the secret ingredient. He had crushed a dungeon gem into powder and sprinkled it on top. Expensive, but effective. While he thought there was no other way to please such a picky eater, the Frost Queen stuffed her face, shouting, Finally, you understand my refined taste. Seo Jun-ho silently high-fived himself. Calculated. He turned back to the system board to check the patch notes. Time to do some recon on monsters that use magic power. If there's any intel on the community boards, I gotta find it. But then Seo Jun-ho gasped. Why is everything locked down? The bulletin board. The news board. All grayed out. He grabbed a cup of water, realizing the grim reality. Man, I need more method points to unlock this stuff. The Frost Queen heard his whispers and asked, Contractor, what are these method points? Between bites of cake, he broke it down. It's short for player points. Digital cash for the second floor. We stack them up through community posts and theory crafting, he sighed. There's a ton of ways to farm reputation and points up here. Seo Jun-ho stared at the board brain working overtime. But I can't spend all day posting on forums just to farm currency. Scene switch. Gong Ju-ha was chilling on her sofa, legs crossed. A notification pinged. Hello, this is Gong Ju-ha. She smiled, picking up the call. Hello, sir. How can I help you? He kept it polite. Sorry to bug you, but can I ask a favor? She kept the friendly vibe. Of course. What's up? Jun-ho got straight to the point. I need to farm method points fast. You got any pro tips? Cut back to Jun-ho's room. He was still scrolling through the system, listening to Ju-ha's voice. If it were me, I'd hit up the video board, she said. He repeated it. The video board. Ironically, the system was already highlighting his monster hunting clips. Yeah, hunting vids and boss raids are trending right now. More views equal more points. He nodded, getting the picture. So, I can level up and get rich at the same time. Thanks for the intel, Ju-ha politely asked. Anything else? That's when he threw the curveball. Have you ever heard of monsters using high-level magic? Silence on the other end. She sat up, totally shook. A monster using high-tier magic, sorry, never heard of it. She didn't sound like she was lying. Why ask that all of a sudden? Seo Jun-ho played it off. Just curious. Thanks for the help. He hung up and shot a look at the Frost Queen. Looks like even Captain Gong is clueless. The Queen pointed a finger at him, scolding. You gullible contractor. Maybe she's just playing dumb. She crossed her arms, confused by his reaction. I'm not ruling that out. He sipped his coffee, explaining his theory to the floating spirit. The big 6 guilds might know, but they could be keeping a lid on it. His expression turned icy cold. But honestly, I think the big 6, including Captain Gong, are actually in the dark on this one. Seo Jun-ho thought back to the monster he fought in the dungeon 25 years ago. Since the borders opened, nobody had reported magic-using beasts. There was only one explanation. These things were a new spawn. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho stood up, looking out at the gloomy weather. He whispered to the Frost Queen, We can't waste another second. Boom. Lightning tore through the sky. She looked at him. You mean we're going hunting right now? Seo Jun-ho nodded. Yeah. The rain means it's going to be a restless night. His voice dropped an octave, full of resolve. I need to get stronger, fast. Cut to the hunting grounds near Julin. Seo Jun-ho marched into the dense forest. Remember the plan. This time we tag team, the Frost Queen's voice chirped happily. I've been waiting for this. He glanced at her, teasing. So think you can solo the swamp slime mission? The Frost Queen pointed at herself, offended. Me do all the work. Seo Jun-ho's voice was calm, but firm. Exactly. A challenge flickered in his eyes. Let's see what kind of power you're packing. Her reply echoed in the air. Oh, challenge accepted. Several slimes bobbed on the murky water. Do you need anything from the black market? She paused, thinking hard. What do I need? She floated closer. A guardian's power runs on the contractor's mental mana. Just stay focused and don't pass out on me. A smirk tugged at his lips. If that's all, consider it done. She sat down on his shoulder, ready for action. Anyway, contractor, watch closely. This is my hunting style. A terrifying chill started to radiate from her small body. It's about to get snowy in here. They were surrounded by a horde of creepy, crawling slimes. Seo Jun-ho scanned the mob. First time seeing this many swamp slimes. It's kinda gross, not gonna lie. He flicked his finger. Snap. Frost Queen, you good? Don't underestimate me. Whoosh. The entire swamp instantly turned into a frozen wasteland. Even the slimes turned into statues. The freezing wind howled, locking everything in stasis. Seo Jun-ho watched in awe as the Frost Queen clapped her hands, her smile blinding. But wait, there's more. Massive ice blocks materialized and crushed the monsters flat. Dusting off her hands, she asked proudly, "That is the power of a guardian." How about that? He looked at the destruction, slightly annoyed. Impressive, but way too messy. He reminded her of the objective. We need 100 whole cores, not slime smoothies. She scratched her cheek, laughing awkwardly. Right, the cores. She quickly recovered her vibe. Okay, next spot. Let's show them our real moves. Seo Jun-ho added a warning. And don't smash the loot this time. The hunt continued, tension rising with every step deeper into the swamp. A silent army of slimes trailed behind them. Perched on Seo Jun-ho's head, the Frost Queen smiled and snapped her fingers again. Watch and learn, boy. In a heartbeat, the mob froze solid. This time she summoned sharp ice arrows. Crack. The arrows pierced the enemies with surgical precision and flew back into her quiver. Seo Jun-ho gathered the pristine shards, amazed. She cleared the whole map perfectly. His lips curved up. This was true power. Her ice spear game was tight, fast, and accurate. But our main character wasn't totally sold. He dropped some truth bombs, saying the projectile speed was still dragging a bit. Peeping the wrecked slimes scattered on the floor, the Frost Queen looked kinda bummed out, like she felt totally useless in the fight. Seo Jun-ho wasn't having that sad vibe. He poked her cheek and hyped her up. Don't trip, shorty. Your support skills are actually cracked. From now on, you're on official backup duty. Then he dropped a new strat. What about the ice golem? He couldn't check its stats during the last brawl because things got too chaotic. That idea instantly fixed her mood. Its power level actually, legit boom. Huge chunks of ice materialized out of nowhere. Staring at the massive unit in front of him, Jun-ho whispered, "Dang, that boy is thick." He had to ask the big questions. Can these icy heavy hitters move on their own? Like, do they have a brain? The Frost Queen snapped back with the answer. They got 0 IQ, basically just moving rocks. She giggled, dropping the knowledge. In a real scrap, the boss has to drive them manually like a remote control car. Hunyo gave her a skeptical look. Can you really multitask spells and pilot the golem? She puffed up her chest, flexing her title. Excuse me, I am the Frost Queen of Niflheim. I put the whole world on ice. Being a spirit now is a downgrade, but I still got it. Jun-ho smirked, throwing down the gauntlet. Bet. Let's go clap some slimes and see what you got. The grind didn't stop until the sun started dipping. Golden hour hit the swamp, while jagged ice spikes erupted from the dirt like crazy. They filled a jar with glowing slime cores. 100% completion. The loot was secured. Jun-ho flopped on the ground, dishing out the props. Good work, Queenie. But she looked deep in her feelings. Like she said the golems were dumb as bricks. If only they had the smarts of a kindergartner, they'd be OP. The ice giant melted away as he spoke. Today's training was a total win, way better than expected. Now she could tank and fight alongside her summons. Jun-ho's eyes flashed with a scheming light. He needed to prep his loadout before hitting the city. She tilted her head, all confused. Isn't grinding levels enough? He stood up like a boss in the sunset. That was plan A. But since you popped off today, I'm switching lanes. I got a new target locked in. The Sun Cup tournament. A cocky grin spread across his face, lighting up his eyes. I was gonna aim for a participation trophy just to get noticed. But now, I'm gonna wreck everyone and take the crown. His mind was already drifting back to town. First step hit level 50 while training the Golem squad. Suddenly the Queen's eyes sparkled at the mention of snacks. Yo, does that mean donuts today? Hard work deserves a sugar rush, right? He headed for the door, shutting that down. You shove your face. I gotta link up with someone. She didn't even care, waving him off. Stay safe or whatever. She stuffed her cheeks like a chipmunk. This tastes way better than last time. Little did she know Jun-ho had spiked it with double the spirit stones. Junyo cruised through the city checking his notes. He was hunting for Kinney, one of Fly's debtors. She wasn't just broke. She was an alchemist. This girl was legendary for crafting god-tier elixirs that no one on Earth could match. Players basically worshipped these potion masters as apothecaries. He scanned the intel, trying to jog his memory. A fallen noble turned genius alchemist. Her rep was so insane even Jun-ho was curious. Jill. A city hiding plenty of secrets. He didn't have all the deets, but this smelled like a golden ticket. He pulled up to a creepy antique house and froze. Is this really the spot? He looked around the sketchy crib. It looked less like a home and more like a haunted house from a horror movie. He tried the bell, but that thing was busted ages ago. So he started banging on the gate. Yo, anybody home? Finally, a voice shouted from inside. He kept yelling until a curtain moved upstairs. Bingo, she's in there, and she looked totally annoyed. She didn't say a word, so Jun-ho just waved like a goofball. The rusty gate creaked open, revealing a lady with an empty wine bottle. Who the heck are you? She leaned back, looking hungover and lazy. What's the deal? Why are you stalking me? Jun-ho didn't skip a beat and kept it smooth. I swung by Fly's spot before coming here. Hearing that name, she groaned. Ugh, what a headache. But then she raised an eyebrow, interested. Just come in, but look, I'm broke. I can't pay the interest. Jun-ho put his hands in his pockets, chill as ice. Relax, I ain't here to break your kneecaps for cash. She froze, putting down her bottle. Actually, I can wipe your entire debt. He dropped her nickname to get her attention. The sharp alchemist. Junho took a seat on a dusty chair, grinning. I need your brain, not your money. I heard your alchemy game is S tier. She flopped down and shut him down instantly. Hard pass. I'm exhausted. Even with the rejection, Junho kept his cool. She didn't even listen to the offer before downing the last drop of wine. You ain't here for basic health potions, are you? Alchemists aren't factories. Before she could finish her rant, he whipped out a glowing yellow orb. We're artists, Junho cut through the noise, showing off the goods. It was the core of the mystical flamehorn. Super rare loot that nobody can get. He smirked, knowing he had the leverage. I need a potion made from this bad boy. Seeing her face, he teased her. Unless you can't handle it. She knocked over her wineglass in shock. Usually I don't fall for cheap taunts, but seeing that legendary item, her eyes practically caught fire. I can't let that slide. She pointed at the orb, deadly serious. You want a custom brew with that, don't you? He tapped his temple. Yep. Something to juice up my magic stats. Is that too hard for you? She crossed her legs and grinned like a shark. I never said I couldn't do it. The core reflected in her safety goggles. But it's gonna cost you. Big time. Clear my debt plus 50 gold coins. She grabbed the core with tweezers, whispering. Not bad at all. She marched toward the basement. Come back in 5 days. The cellar door slammed shut, leaving only her voice echoing. 5 days is all I need. He stared at the door, doing the math. That potion would boost him straight to level 50. Cut to the Frost Queen, passed out cold. He walked over and ruthlessly yanked the blanket off her. Wakey, wakey. She jumped up, totally salty about the rude awakening. Junho didn't care about her mood. Keep eating cake and sleeping and you'll turn into a chubby ghost. He just shrugged off her glare. Seriously, lay off the snacks or you're gonna get hefty. But the Frost Queen wasn't stressing about her complexion anymore. Right then, Junho dropped the bomb with zero chill. It's time to hunt. Shorty was shook and her bad mood hit the brakes. Say what? She asked in disbelief. Who goes grinding at midnight, bro? He just scratched his head, flashing that mysterious main character smirk, and boom, we're talking face to face with a massive bear looking for a snack. Junho was looking dead serious, bending down to tighten his gear. Listen up, Queenie. Our targets for the next 3 days are... He laid it out slow and steady. Objective 1. We hit level 50. No sleep till we ding. Objective 2. We gotta sync up our combat rhythm perfectly. Hearing that the Frost Queen's ears perked up immediately, she was definitely intrigued by the hustle. For the last one, he grinned like he had a secret cheat code. We seek methods by going viral on the community video board. She blinked, totally confused. Huh. A video. The logic just wasn't clicking for her. But wait, wouldn't live streaming spill the beans on his secret OP skills? Junho was way ahead of her. Chill. I'm keeping the ultimate moves in the vault for the first video. So, we're... never roaring. Seeing the beast roar like a freight train, Seo Jun-ho calmly instructed, That's why you're on camera duty. The monster lunged with razor claws, but flash a streak of silver steel pierced right through its body. 1 shot, 1 kill. The blade buried deep and the beast dropped instantly. Junho whipped around to his camerawoman. Did you catch that epic moment? She hovered over, floating like a lazy balloon, and replied, Check the replay yourself. Junho watched the clip, nodding like, Not bad. But Queenie. She started roasting him immediately for being a lame content creator. You call that content, you gotta give the viewers drama. Even if it's fake, you need to make them feel something. Junho didn't get mad, though. He knew she was spitting facts. You're right. The entertainment value is basically 0, he admitted. But don't trip, I've got a master plan brewing. She pointed at the monster's corpse, fuming. You one-shotted the poor guy. How is that a strategy? That's just bullying. Junho shrugged helplessly. Hey, slaying is literally all I know. Frost Queen kept ranting, throwing pure shade at his director skills. We'll never get likes with this trash footage. But suddenly, the vibe shifted. A terrifying presence overshadowed her complaints. All right, pause the drama, monster incoming. We'll fix the vlog later. She nodded, shifting into battle mode. Content creation comes second, survival comes first. The beast's eyes flared up and a roar shook the forest floor. Its pupils turned a blinding gold total boss mode activation. You ready? A freezing aura exploded from the Frost Queen. Let's wreck this thing. The Thunder Emperor beast charged straight at them. Crackling with lightning energy, the beast aimed to fry Seo Jun-ho in a single strike. She screamed, her whole body glowing like a supernova. The key was synchronization. Jun-ho gritted his teeth, eyes locked on the target. Just read my mind. In a split second, he vanished, glitching in and out of reality with god-tier speed. His sword slashed in a deadly blur. But the Thunder Emperor wasn't a scrub. It kept coming. It caught Jun-ho off guard, but bam. An ice shield materialized instantly. Talk about perfect timing. Using the opening, she rained down a barrage of ice arrows, pinpointing its weak spot. The monster didn't stand a chance game over baby. The beast's growls faded into nothing. The wind rustled the grass as Frost Queen bragged, 4 seconds flat and I didn't even burn any mana. Absolute perfection. Seo Jun-ho scratched his head, looking bummed. Still too fast for a viral hit. We need a boss monster for real drama. Suddenly a light bulb went off over Queenie's head. I got it. We need a collab? She grinned like a Cheshire cat. Let's watch videos others upload and steal their ideas. Jun-ho looked like he just discovered fire. That is, actually genius. He sat by a rock scrolling through the virtual interface. Forums are dead right now. Wait. A notification pinged on the regional channel. I can tap into the local feed to see who's active. Okay, system hack successful. He pulled up the video board. Suddenly a frantic voice blasted through the speakers. SOS, anyone nearby? We're getting swarmed by bugs. Help. Please help. Suddenly a red flare tore through the quiet night sky. Seo Jun-ho narrowed his eyes, tracking the light. Is that legit? Or are we walking into a player-killer trap? But Frost Queen was vibrating with excitement. Who cares? That's content. She pointed at the sky, grinning ear to ear. That's our stage. A heroic rescue is exactly what the algorithm wants. Let's go. Meanwhile, this poor guy Form was running on fumes, face twisted in panic. Oh snap. The Thunder Emperor's eyes glowed, a demonic blue jaws, unhinged like a nightmare ready to swallow him whole. It wasn't just one, a whole pack was on their heels. The group sprinted for their lives. One guy screamed, "They're glued to us, these things just won't quit." He looked at his teammate holding the flare gun. "Pop it, we need backup now." She was shaking, asking, "You think anyone will come?" Boom, the signal shot up into the darkness. Another squad pinged the chat. "We're on the hunt, heads up." Meanwhile, deep in the woods, Seo Jun-ho stood there, looking cool with hands in his pockets, while Frost Queen floated overhead like a drone. They watched the signal light up the clouds. Back at the chaos, Form barely ducked a claw swipe. He looked back, terror in his eyes. "Yo, you hear that?" Depp asked. Suddenly 2 beasts lunged, but then a deep, calm voice cut through the noise right next to them. "Saw the flare on the feed," the voice said casually. "But you guys are pretty far out." The group kept running, lungs burning. "It's gonna take me about 15 minutes to get there," the voice added. Their jaws dropped. 15 minutes were dead meat. Form panted, screaming back, "We won't last 5. The mysterious voice stayed ice cold. "Then meet me at the rendezvous point. The supply drop zone, I can make it there in 7 if I sprint. Run like hell." The monster behind them wasn't waiting, its blue eyes flashing with murder. The beast struck claws, met shield with a heavy crunch. Form groaned, muscles screaming as he held the line. He turned to his squad, yelling, "Don't give up!" He kept tanking the hits, shield trembling. His voice cracked but stayed strong. "We are surviving this night." Forrest stood behind the shield, staring down the beast's razor-sharp claws. His buddy grabbed him, cursing under his breath. "Chill out, man." He gripped his weapon knuckles, white eyes blazing with desperation. Form thrust his spear, a desperate gambit, but it only scratched the hide. Rookie mistake. The beast countered, instantly slashing him across the chest. Critical hit. He shrieked in pain. His squad screamed his name, panic setting in. They swung wildly to keep the beasts back, cursing. "Get off him, you ugly mutts." Form was gasping, blood leaking, barely blocking the next hit. He hissed through his teeth, stumbling back. But his crew was solid. They weren't leaving a homie behind. You fool, the Thunder Emperor saw an opening and lunged for the kill. Form's pupils shrank. This was the end. But suddenly, a shadow leaped from nowhere, blade flashing. Form froze, staring at his savior, the guy from the flare signal. His teammates were shaking, totally spent. They were on death's door until this moment. Form was on his knees, while Seo Jun-ho stood there, dagger in hand. He casually adjusted his collar, dropped a smooth smile, and his deep voice echoed. "Need a hand with that escape." "Oh, Flash." The camera blinked. Yes. Frost Queen was circling him with the camcorder, hyping him up. Now that is an entrance Oscar-worthy performance contractor. Let's rewind the tape a few minutes. Jun-ho looks up at the flare popping off in Sky Killerland. Frost Queen's voice echoes, "Yo, we're saving them right. If we pull up when they're totally cooked and rescue them, our views are gonna go to the moon. Plus, the rewards will be insane. This is some big brain mana insight right here." Seo Jun-ho looked up and wondered, "But why would a pro hunter like Seo Jun-ho be struggling on a night hunt that doesn't add up?" She answered her own question immediately. "Maybe they're recruiting players just to jump them." She floated in the air, pointing at the signal. "That's gotta be the only reason, right?" Her sweet voice rang out under the spooky lights of the kill zone. "Even if this rescue mission is a trap, we can just clap those hunters ourselves." Seo Jun-ho grinned with pure confidence. "Either way, it's a win for us." He hyped up Frost Queen. "You're the real mastermind behind this operation." Flash forward to now the Thunder Emperor swings it, raises a paw to guard its face, while Jun-ho, clutching his knife, thinks fast. "I can't leak too much of my power on the livestream." His face got serious as he calculated the odds, but he knew he couldn't look like a total noob either. He had to balance his drip carefully. Frost Queen suddenly turned into a film director holding a clapperboard and stroking her chin. "What about fighting them with just a knife? That would be peak content." "Give it a shot." Jun-ho gripped the handle tight and stared down the beast. He stayed in character and replied, "You got it, director." Two of the teammates dragged their buddy to safety while the other held the line. His voice was calm and collected. Usually players don't go hunting with just a shank. There's zero benefit, only risk. The beast swung at him in a rage. But if I solo a bear with only a knife, the viewers are going to lose their minds. He dodged the strike like a ghost, spun around, and buried the knife deep into the Thunder Emperor's gut. Seo Jun-ho ripped the blade out, hopped up and slashed it again. After the cut, he stuck the landing perfectly still, gripping the knife like a boss. Blood sprayed from the monster's wound. Frost Queen was flying around with the camera catching every angle and warned him, "Another fake contract scrub is incoming." He glanced over and smirked. "Then let's roll." Two more Thunder Emperors roared over their fallen homie. Form's group stared in total shock. Who is this guy? Even standing in front of a giant monster, Seo Jun-ho had zero fear. He spun once. I showed them the speed. Now it's time to show the power. He charged in. The beast's eyes glowed with savage hate, flashing sharp teeth as it growled. Seo Jun-ho swung claws and knife blades crashed together. His feet were planted like roots as he thrust the knife straight at the beast. Boom. He stabbed right through its claw. His voice boomed with pride. "Only a few of my boys can hit this hard." His knife sliced clean through the sharp claws, sending blood flying. "But they can't do it with style like me." The beast growled, looking at its severed claw in disbelief. Spotting the opening, Seo Jun-ho gripped the handle tighter, eyes cold. "There's your weak spot." He slashed fiercely at the Thunder Emperor's neck, taking its head clean off. Seo Jun-ho caught the bear's head midair like a trophy while blood went everywhere. Form's teammates were shook. The Thunder Emperor was down for the count, and Seo Jun-ho just smiled, wiping the blade on his sleeve. Frost Queen hovered, pointing at the two fleeing monsters across the way. "Those fakes are bailing. They're running away." He spoke with total indifference. "Let 'em go. We're done here." He glanced at the pretty girl walking up, who softly said, "Sorry for the mess." "Thank you so much." They looked dirty and wrecked, but Form wrapped an arm around his teammate that Jun-ho had helped. He whispered to his friend, or maybe to himself. "I sent the SOS, but I didn't think anyone would actually pull up." Suddenly it clicked. His voice went up curious. Seo Jun-ho smiled brightly. "Yep, that's me." Form put a hand on his chest and bowed. "Respect." His two comrades smiled warmly. "Truly an honor, man. I've been following your nightly feats and cheering for you." The teammate nearby added, "Me too, bro. Even though it's late, grats on hitting rank 1 in the trial dungeon. A screen popped up in front of the female teammate. She said gently, "Oh right. We can't ignore that you risked your life for us." Her fingers flew across the screen. "We're gathering everyone's methods and sending them to you." Seo Jun-ho looked down surprised. Ding, a notification popped up. "An anonymous person has gifted you 100 methods." Frost Queen's eyes lit up with joy while Jun-ho rested his chin impressed. Wow. Form got real with him. "When I first hit the second floor, grinding for methods was the hardest part. I really wanted to give you more, but..." He hesitated. "Later, when you start climbing the ranks, I'm definitely smashing that recommend button for you." Looking at the Thunder Emperor's head on the ground, Seo Jun-ho's deep voice was warm. "I'm not doing this for the loot, but hey, I'll take it." Under the starry sky of the kill zone, he sat on the Thunder Emperor's back chatting with her. "Never thought I'd get paid in methods." Frost Queen scratched her ear and agreed. "They really are good people." A notification popped on the screen. Recording paused. Excited, he hit the triangle button to see if her camera skills were legit. She flew beside him, giggling behind her hand, leaning in to peek at the screen. "I'll watch," he exclaimed, reviewing the footage of himself looking cold with the knife ready to claim the boss's head. A message appeared at the bottom, "Edit. This function lets you modify the video quick and easy. Time to make this viral." Muttering to himself, he started chopping up the footage like a pro. Frost Queen knelt beside him, watching every move. "This is the money shot, fix the lighting here, and throw some slow motion effects right there." Seo Jun-ho hyped himself up. "Anyone watching this would think I'm a Hollywood editor." He tapped the title box. "All right, heroine, you decide the title." She sat cross-legged, thinking hard. Suddenly a light bulb went off. How about The Return of the Dark Knight? He shut it down instantly. No way. Too cringe. She buzzed around him, throwing out ideas. "Oh wow, I just thought of something way better." He ignored her noise. "Fine, let's keep it simple." A title appeared above the video. "For testing purposes," Frost Queen shouted in protest. "Why did you name it that?" Once Seo Jun-ho finished the upload, he started teasing her again. She was acting less like a queen and more like a kid. Suddenly, flashback to training. The Thunder Emperor frowned, growling and showing teeth. Jun-ho grabbed its leg and pinned its back, slamming it into the dirt. An ice sword pierced its body. That surprised him. He leaned back, looking up at the creature, and slipped a hand into his pocket. "Okay, Frost Queen, I see you." "Well done." She hovered in the air, arms crossed and proud. "Heroine is leveling up." He analyzed the play. Of the 3 plans we made, freezing the Thunder Emperor mid-attack was the play. Those claws were inches away. 2 plans down. Synchronization at level 50. She leaned on his shoulders, suddenly remembering something. "When are you going to check the comments on the test video?" He sat on a rock hand on the screen. "Right. You want a snack first, or you want to see the results?" She passed on the food. She needed to know. "Let's watch the video first. I'm super curious about Heroine's results." Frost Queen stared at the screen intensely while Seo Jun-ho navigated. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise. "Of course it's not real-time ranking." The video showed 175,985 views and 4,870 likes. His voice shook. "Wait, is that good? Did we just blow up? Meh." it's pretty mid. Frost Queen nodded in agreement. Totally. But honestly, most other videos are flopping with barely a few hundred views. They both leaned in close. The points racking up on the screen had her voice trembling with hype. You bagged nearly 3,000 points, right? The screen flashed 1,760 points received, and get this, donation methods totaled 1,153, kaching. She hopped around like a joyful bunny, even conjured an ice trophy to flex. We are definitely big time now. He shared her vibe eyes glued to the monitor. Check the comments section, fam. Text lines started popping up on the display. Yo, is that Seo Jun-ho the Dark Knight? Dude is totally milking his fame. Okay, but his movement is like butter. Freaking unbelievable. This guy is the GOAT absolutely cracked. He is seriously built different. Hitting number 1 on the Magic leaderboard isn't just RNG, right? BTW, anyone got the ID on him? Gotta be at least level 50 to wreck shop like that. Slapping dungeon bears like they're low-level goblins. He's level 50 now, maybe even 80. The 2 Seo Jun-ho members were still locked in. His fingers swiped lightly, scanning the fan wars below. They've been back less than a year, and they're breaking the internet, climbing the real-time rankings with just one vid. Is he actually that OP? Pfft. Classic system manual highlight. I could do that. Why'd the last 2 monsters get deleted off screen? Frost Queen spawned a bowl of popcorn out of thin air, munching happily while reading the salty drama. Looks like he's still stuck in amateur hour. Weird, though nobody can actually catch him. Seo Jun-ho tapped his index finger on his forehead, deep in thought over the chat log. Guess I missed a spot. Next time I'm taking the mic. Ha. Rocking Noah's workshop gear and a golden handheld cannon. Isn't that just pay to win at his level? So, if you had Noah's armor, you think you could pull that off? He read the hate comments in silence. Anyone could do that. Frost Queen sat on his shoulder knees, pulled up. Humans really be tripping over nothing. Earthlings always beefing over trivial stuff. Huh, zero self-respect. Suddenly he dropped a bomb. Siri. The vibe shifted instantly. He turned dangerously intense, making her gasp and jump back. Looks like I gotta show him real skills in the Comet tournament. His voice dropped an octave. So nobody can doubt me ever again. The screen showed Seo Jun-ho in demon mode, sword in hand, absolutely cooking in a fight scene. In another room, the 2 Duhong members watched Jaws on the floor. Amazing. Picking me as his agent was a big brain move, huh? She let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, I won't be treated like a clown. But then a thought hit her. Wait, what about Snake? Did Seo Jun-ho get boosted by him? In-ho looked confused at the random question. Huh, why that's out of nowhere. She watched the combat footage closely. I saw every move, but that sword technique, it's kinda sus. Looks familiar. He thought for a second. Well, if you want to learn, you grind swordsmanship. Why would you just pick up a technique skill? She leaned forward with a confident smirk. Facts. I guess you're right. The 2 Duhong members stayed glued to the screen. The monster Ra-hung appeared. Sharp claws, glowing eyes, showing off jagged teeth like a nightmare. Besides, he asked how to get that technique a few days ago. Her voice was soft but sure. Nothing to worry about now. On screen, Seo Jun-ho reached out his hand. Boom. Real-time ranking check 4th place. Meanwhile, a hand rested on a skull. In a dark, creepy vibe check. Nazet sat on his throne like a boss skull armrests and all. Below him, a hooded minion reported in. Nazet, I found Seo Jun-ho's spawn point at the inn. The minion asked respectfully. Should I drag him here? Sharp gaze. Deep thought. Low voice. Nah, this place isn't ready. Still sitting, he gave orders to the shadow standing before him. City is crawling with snitches. Just camp him. We move when he slips up. The minion gave a small nod. Roger that. Understood. Watching his vid. His stats look decent. A hint of hesitation in his voice. A level 90 should be enough to clap him. But the Lord squeezed the skull-tight crunch. Silence. The minion spoke up again. Just in case, I'll tag along. After thinking it over, the order came down. Fine. Squad up. Both of you. The minion's red eyes flashed under the hood. So the whole crew goes. Those red eyes blazed with fury. The Lord slammed the point home. That rat escaped us 3 times. 3. Flashback 3. Dead men crossed his mind. His voice was ice cold. Kwang Shishner was your boss. So you better avenge him properly, you hear? The subordinate in the shadows bowed, voice distorted. Thank you, sir. Nazet rested his chin on his hand, closing his eyes. Half his face in sunlight, half in total darkness. The minion's voice echoed one last time. But if he somehow survives this time, the image of Seo Jun-ho flashed in Nazet's mind. He opened one eye, glowing bright red in the dark, menacing energy overload. Nazet laughed like a maniac. Then I'll handle him myself. Morning sun hit the window. New day, new grind. Frost Queen was still knocked out on her tiny mattress, ignoring the morning light completely. Seo Jun-ho looked at her sleeping on a pile of toilet paper. Man, I gotta buy her a real bed. Can't believe she's using TP as a mattress. My bad. He stepped out of the room. All right, time for Seo Jun-ho to shine. Hands on hips, looking up. Let's go hunt the Primarch. He looked at the long line ahead and sighed. Damn it. This queue is infinite. Players were chatting about the loot. Heard if we carry hard enough, we meet the nobles. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed him out. Yo, look over there. Isn't that him? The guy from the viral combat video? All eyes snapped to Seo Jun-ho instantly. Whispers exploded everywhere. The man topping the search charts, Seo Jun-ho, the Dark Knight. He walked forward, ignoring the celebrity gossip. Currently the hottest rookie in the game. The plaza was packed, literally overflowing. Not just players, but adventurers too. The news board updated the head count instantly. As expected, the board was popping off with event info. Need more intel. Gotta exchange updates. But for quest details, this board is clutch. Form heard the buzz and looked up in surprise. He walked right up to Seo Jun-ho. Hold up. You player Seo Jun-ho. Jun-ho kept a poker face. That's me. Hearing that Seo Jun-ho turned on the charm. Wow, what a crazy coincidence. Haha. I'm MC captain of the guard team. The knights won't shut up about you. Form smiled, giving a thumbs up. With your skills, you're gonna carry this hunt. Don't waste time loitering here. Come with me. I'll intro you to the commander. Seo Jun-ho accepted the VIP pass instantly. Thanks, man. Form stepped aside. Right this way. They headed straight for the arena. Weber was already on stage. Players below were whispering like crazy. So, the entrance exam is happening here. Form led him to the meeting spot. He patted his shoulder. Commander Fia. This is the pro player I met. Say hello. It was Commander Fivia of the Night Squad. Seo Jun-ho bowed respectfully. It's an honor. I'm player Seo Jun-ho. Fivia looked surprised but curious. You look pretty buff. He stepped closer, sizing up Jun-ho's power level. What level you rocking, bro? He pointed a finger at himself. I'm sitting at level 50. Fee tried to sound cool, but deep down he was salty. Level 50 ain't exactly top-tier material. Fee broke it down for the new guy. Look, the Lord ain't trying to see a bloodbath today. We gotta vet the skills first, so nobody dies a pointless death. Quality control, you know. He thumbed toward the peanut gallery. Yo, Seo Jun-ho, go chill on the bench for a sec. Jun-ho didn't argue, moving to the stands like a ghost. Just step up when your number's called. Up ahead, a bunch of tin cans were whispering about the competition. We're up against Ilian's Knights. Those dudes are legit scary. Seo Jun-ho rubbed his chin eyes, sparking. Let's see if the bite matches the bark. On the stage, Fee stepped up fully decked out in shiny armor like he was the main character. Witness me, I am Adventurer Fee from the Melbourne territory. His opponent Wire stepped up looking bored. I'm Wire, a knight. He saw Fee's gear and raised an eyebrow at his own weapon. You sure you're cool fighting against a wooden sword? Wire didn't wait for an answer. He swung the wooden stick to warm up and started dancing. Fee charged in like a raging bull, kicking up a massive dust storm. Here I come. Boom! The spear thrust straight at Wire, packing enough force to shatter a rock. But that wooden sword, not even a scratch. Fee's face twisted, totally shook. How was that stick not kindling? His jaw hit the floor. The spear was inches from Wire's face. Not bad spirit, Wire smirked. Then whack! He slapped the spear right out of Fee's hands before he could blink. Before Fee could even process the loss, the wooden blade was pressed against his throat. Eliminated, Wire said ice cold. The crowd next to Jun-ho gasped. That speed was ungodly. Seo Jun-ho sat there, mouth hanging open. Is the difficulty setting broken? Feels like a level 30 wall. Fee did the walk of shame off the stage. Is this really the standard for frontline fodder? Suddenly a mountain of a man stood up in front of Jun-ho. It was Deok-gu. I am player Deok-gu, he bellowed. Every head in the stadium snapped around to look. Eyes widened in recognition. Wait, isn't that... Wire looked surprised. The old man. He's still kicking. He noticed Deok-gu's empty hands. You fighting raw. No weapon. None needed. Deok-gu replied, solid as a rock. All right then, Wire shrugged. Let's rock. Seo Jun-ho leaned forward, analyzing every pixel of this matchup from the stands. Deok-gu clenched his fists until the knuckles turned white. Channeling that inner beast, he exploded off his heels, launching a haymaker straight at Wire's wooden blade. He pulled the punch back and reloaded instantly. Wire actually had to backstep to dodge the pressure. Deok-gu was grinding his teeth, looking like he wanted to send Wire to the Shadow Realm right now. Wire leaned back, dodging like he was in the Matrix. The crowd started whispering, the toxicity rising. Isn't that the famous talentless guy? The eternal noob? Yeah, started at 16 and hasn't leveled up since. Wire ducked another swing effortlessly. The trash talk got louder. Dude trained for decades just to be mid. Zero skills. Bam! Wire drove a knee straight into Deok-gu's gut. The crowd kept running their mouths, bringing up the MC. Hard work is a joke compared to talent. Just look at Seo Jun-ho. Jun-ho shot to the top instantly. They laughed, pointing fingers. Why does this old dude even try? I heard he's doing it for revenge or something. Deok-gu hit the dirt face, twisted in agony. Ghouls. His family got wiped by them. He gasped for air, drowning in grief. Seo Jun-ho heard the whispers. Revenge. Ghouls. It all clicked. But Deok-gu stood up, bleeding and beaten but not broken. He threw another punch, screaming out his soul. The man was dripping sweat, running on pure rage. I don't care. He was stubborn as a mule, ignoring all logic. Fine. Wire sighed. 3 days. City Hall Square before dawn. Don't be late. Deok-gu bowed, panting. Thank you, sir. Seo Jun-ho squinted, wondering why his heart felt heavy. Why do I care? Then he remembered. Deok-gu. The free spirit who lost his wife and became a hunter just to protect his kid. Everyone clowning him for being D-rank now. But in the future, he becomes one of the world's top 5. Jun-ho connected the dots. This is his origin story. But right now, Jun-ho analyzed. He's trash compared to the pros. If talent was 0 to 10, Deok-gu is a 0.5. Jun-ho walked past him as the announcer shouted, "Next victim, step up." The murmurs made Deok-gu look back. "Yo, ain't that the thunderstorm guy? The viral video dude. It's him. I knew he'd show up." The opponent introduced himself again. "I'm Wire, a knight." Jun-ho kept it short. "Let's dance." The player trembled as Wire swung his sword. Deok-gu watched, eyes glued to the stage. Seo Jun-ho closed the distance slow and menacing. "Lock in." His brows furrowed. He raised the wooden sword, and Wire dodged left, predictable. "Gotcha." In a blink, Jun-ho snatched the opponent's collar. With a burst of raw power, he shoved the knight backward. Wire hit the ground, face red with total embarrassment. "Enough, you pass," a voice boomed, saving the knight's pride. Jun-ho let out a breath. Easy money. He looked at the official. "So, plaza in 3 days. You bet. See you there." Deok-gu smiled, closing his eyes. Jun-ho glanced back one last time. Scene switch. Gentle sunlight hit the room where the Frost Queen was napping. Wakey, wakey. Frost Queen sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Ugh, is it morning already?" Jun-ho grinned. "How's the new crib?" She stretched like a cat. Not impressed. Just a bed. Seriously, I'm a queen." Jun-ho chuckled. "Better than the ice block, right?" Ping, a system notification popped up on the screen about Deok-gu. "Sole survivor. Family wiped by demons." The text was brutal. Seo Jun-ho frowned, reading the stats. He worked so hard, but his ranking was still stuck in the mud. Why hasn't he leveled up in 16 years? Frost Queen peeked at the screen. Looks like a hopeless case." Jun-ho admitted. "That's the guy I saw at the test." She looked curious. "Do these idiots realize that mocking someone for trying their best is trash behavior?" Jun-ho nodded. "Facts. True warriors respect the grind. Let's check the build. Level 50. Title Springbringer. Stats power 174. Magic power. Almost 1200 reputation is popping too. Hunting like a maniac paid off." Jun-ho did the math. "Once my magic power hits 200, I might just stand a chance." The goal awakened his frozen squad. His eyes burned with fire. Knock knock. Someone was at the door. He opened it up. "Took you long enough? You good?" "You look like a zombie," Jun-ho asked. "Making this was hell." Zasha groaned. "But is it done? Please. I'm a genius alchemist. Of course it's done. This bad boy will boost your mental stats. A literal brainroid." She handed it over. "But be careful. The ingredients you gave me, too OP. Don't chug it. Your brain might fry." Did Jun-ho listen? Nope. Gulp. He downed it like water, ignoring the red flags. Power up or bust. Instantly his face went ghost white. Gasp. The bottle smashed on the floor. Zasha freaked out. "Bro, are you crazy? I told you to sip it." She tried to touch him but recoiled. Hiss. Even his skin was burning hot. "You're gonna cook yourself alive." Frost Queen was putting in overtime, pumping mana to cool him down like a portable AC. The place ahead looked like a total war zone, and all she could hear was someone wheezing hard in the silence. Deok-gu groaned, feeling like he had one foot in the grave. "Yo. Is it brick outside or just me?" He suddenly remembered. "Right. Did I just get knocked out by a rock?" He had to bail. Deok-gu mustered every ounce of strength to escape. After a while, he clawed his way back to the surface like a zombie. The moment he popped out, he started coughing up dust. "Dang, it's freezing!" he yelled out. "Yo, anybody else still breathing out here?" Frost Queen watched Deok-gu sweating bullets while other players started popping out of the rubble like whack-a-moles. He looked up, totally sus. Wait, didn't the landslide wipe everyone? Suddenly a sharp noise pierced the air from the hill. 2 bodies dropped right in front of him. Jump scare alert. Deok-gu stared at the corpses, realizing some absolute maniac must have been throwing hands nearby. I gotta join the party." Deok-gu pushed himself up, beast mode activated. The closer he got, the louder the sounds of an epic beatdown became. He crested the hill and saw a mountain of monster bodies. Seo Jun-ho was down there relentlessly battling the mob solo. Deok-gu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull in disbelief. Player Seo Jun-ho was on a rampage, swinging his sword with godlike power and slicing a bloodthirsty spider in half. He didn't even pause before rocking another monster's jaw. Those things were howling for mercy. The more he fought, the more Jun-ho's eyes glowed with icy rage. Deok-gu stood there totally flabbergasted. "No shot. Has he been holding it down all by himself?" he whispered, completely shook. Deok-gu gripped his weapon tight. Suddenly, a sneaky, bloodthirsty spider tried to jump Jun-ho from behind. A scream rang out. Player Seo. Jun-ho was caught slipping. Deok-gu dashed in like a linebacker and decked the spider. He pinned that ugly thing down and started raining punches relentlessly. Jun-ho glanced over, smirking. "Good looks, bro." Deok-gu smiled back. "Nah, thank you for holding the line like a boss." Seo Jun-ho sighed, looking wiped out. "What about the rest of the squad? Did the other players make it?" Deok-gu stammered. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. "You ugly spiders trying to pull a fast one, planning to Zerg rush us, huh?" The rest of the crew finally started climbing up. When they saw the scene, their jaws hit the floor. One guy clapped all those monsters solo. He stood there like a statue surrounded by hundreds of dead spiders. "Loot is great, but you gotta survive to spend it." The other players approached, totally amazed. "That dude is built different. He's way stronger than the whole attack team combined. Man, that guy is cracked. Meanwhile, I'm caked in mud and probably gonna skip dinner." Someone grumbled in disbelief. "Wait a sec. Are those even more bloodthirsty spiders pulling up? Perfect time to grind some XP. Hey, quit acting scary and stick close to the tank. Don't make me laugh." You're the one who needs a babysitter. Don't drag me down. Seo Jun-ho sighed deeply at their yapping. Gear up, boys. They charged forward as one unit. On the other side, the bloodthirsty spiders went full feral mode. The leader shouted, "Attack team, follow my lead, wipe them out immediately." The brawl got nasty fast. One spider actually started giving orders to the front line. Deep in the swarm, a red-eyed creeper watched as two spiders opened their mouths to charge up a beam attack. But before they could fire, two warriors sliced their heads clean off. Not on my watch. A deafening explosion shook Seo Jun-ho. Thanks, almost got ganked by those spiders, he said. Deok-gu chuckled. Please, even if I chilled, you would have reacted in time. Clenching his fists, Deok-gu said, You better get going. Seo Jun-ho looked confused. Go where? Deok-gu answered like a boss. To the Spider Lord's lair, obviously. I have every right to KS the boss first. Seo Jun-ho nodded. We'll handle the trash mobs here. Saying that he sprinted ahead, Frost Queen floated by his ear asking, Yo, how's the headache? You must have burned a lot of mana waking those sleepyheads. Seo Jun-ho smiled faintly. I'm chill. That fancy medicine hits different. Hearing this, she laughed heartily. Anyway, eyes on the prize, I still have to roast you later. He thought quietly that even though he didn't want to try hard, her words got him hyped to finish this fight. A noise turned heads, and the others looked back smiling. All eyes were glued to Seo Jun-ho. He remembered the gaze cast from the hilltop. Finally out of your little dog cage, huh? The bloodthirsty spider growled. This thing was fully armored. The Lord leapt into the stratosphere and slammed down like a meteor right where Jun-ho stood roaring in rage. Seo Jun-ho raised his sword ready to dance. The Spider Lord charged like a freight train. Jun-ho bent slightly, blocking the massive blow with just one hand. Using the momentum, he swung back fiercely, putting a crack in the Lord's armor. The monster didn't even flinch. Seo Jun-ho pressed on, spamming attacks relentlessly. The Spider Lord crossed its arms to tank the hits, then swiped with its claws. Jun-ho weaved the attack and delivered a nasty kick right to the Lord's face. Seo Jun-ho frowned, sensing a vibe shift. He flipped backward to dodge a power blow, creating distance. He furrowed his brows, analyzing the enemy pattern. Channeling power into his legs, he dashed in and grabbed the Lord's fur tight, winding up a strike. The creature growled, knowing it was about to get wrecked. As Seo Jun-ho plunged his sword into the Lord's dome, the pain made it go berserk. But Jun-ho gritted his teeth, tanking the immense pressure radiating off the beast. Roaring at the sky, it violently yeeted Seo Jun-ho away. The nearby fighters turned to look at the commotion. Jun-ho's eyes sharpened as he scanned the area. He was boxed in by walls on all four sides. The Spider Lord surged forward, dripping with killing intent. Jun-ho wondered, how did a single mage widow pull off a landslide this massive? He realized this being wielded magic. But the energy felt way darker than normal mana. The Lord's eyes flashed as it opened its foul mouth and lunged. After a quick check, Jun-ho noticed his magic sword was dissolving. The buff was fading fast. He needed to land one critical hit to end this. Readying his stance, Jun-ho backpedaled, dodging strikes left and right. A direct punch came flying in, but he slipped it easily, narrowing his eyes as he looked up at the beast. He swung horizontally to parry, but the boss charged again, unyielding. The ground shattered beneath its force. Seo Jun-ho moved like the wind. In a flash, he was airborne right above the Spider Lord. The monster cast a spell, launching a barrage of rocks straight at Jun-ho's face. Focusing all his strength into the short sword, Jun-ho slammed down. Boom! The explosion flattened the Spider Lord, but the shockwave sent Jun-ho flying hard into the stone wall. Ignoring the pain, Jun-ho's eyes blazed with determination. The Lord lunged with a desperate punch. Jun-ho shut his eyes, bracing as the fist nearly grazed his handsome face. Suddenly, he moved like water to dodge, using the momentum. Seo Jun-ho slipped behind it like a ghost and plunged his sword deep into its back. The Lord growled and turned eyes wide with terror. Jun-ho poured every ounce of strength into one final legendary strike. After a moment, the monster charred black and collapsed in a heap. The surrounding walls began to crumble. Frost Queen rushed over worried. You good? I told you not to go try-hard mode. Seo Jun-ho stood firm. Frost Queen watched him, totally vibe-checked and confused. Yo, what's the holdup? She knew he had the Blood Widow Lord's skills on lock, but last time, total fail. But right now, Seo Jun-ho reached out and memories flooded in like a glitch in the Matrix. The Blood Widow Lord wasn't just some random mob. It was born to be the Alpha. That beast expanded its turf daily, swallowing other tribes and building a straight-up spider empire. It was peaceful, until human voices crashed the party. No way another Alpha exists. Two figures stepped up, radiating main character energy. Their eyes locked like predators ready to throw down. Cue the tragic backstory music. The flashback snapped shut, leaving Seo Jun-ho in deep thought. He closed his eyes, locking onto his target while the system chimed in with that sweet mana recap sound. His mind flashed with images of a savage demon on a rampage. Realization hit him like a truck. These monsters were way above his pay grade. Even stronger than the Conser. The demon snarled, I ain't got all day. The half-masked creep flashed a crimson gem. Look at this beauty pup, your favorite snack. Bam! He slammed the stone down with zero chill eyes, cold as ice. I'm jamming this right into your heart so you never forget me. The Blood Widow Lord's body convulsed, shaking like an earthquake. It bit down and let out a roar that shook the heavens, eyes glowing red. It was fully possessed by the dark side. Boom. Awakening complete. It bowed down like a loyal servant. Watching from the shadows, a ghoul whispered, Is that really a Blood Widow Lord? Another ghoul chimed in, Yo, looks like we skipped the tutorial and went straight to the boss fight. His squad panicked. The other teams are crushing it, we gotta step up our game. Hearing this, the Blood Widow Lord's eyes blazed with pure fury. Why are they all up in my business trying to sabotage me? The leader hissed. Keep this on the down low. Don't let the guild master find out. How's the experiment? The half-masked ghoul tapped the monster's nose. Its stats are through the roof, no berserk mode, and its IQ just leveled up. He barked an order. Listen up. You know Jillian Castle. Go wreck that fortress. No time limit, just go full beast mode. The memory faded, leaving Seo Jun-ho frowning hard. A secret lab manipulating magic stones. This wasn't just random. It was still in beta testing. If they perfect this tech, they'll be mass-producing monsters that can wipe out entire guilds. Jun-ho looked at the defeated spider corpse and swore a silent oath. I gotta get stronger. Fast. Just as Jun-ho stood up, Frost Queen pointed an accusatory finger. Cut, that was garbage. Jun-ho blinked confused. What, I nailed it. Boring, zero flavor, she scolded. Where's the drama? You gotta sell it. Wipe some sweat, stumble a bit, lean against the wall like a tragic hero. Jun-ho looked helpless. But I'm not even sweating. Then fake it, she yelled. Cast a heat buff. Hurry. As the dust settled, Jun-ho sighed. Fine. Anything for the aesthetic. Whoosh. Because of his acting, someone in the crowd squinted through the sunset. Yo, check it out. Heads turned. Why'd it go silent? What's the vibe? Deok-gu narrowed his eyes. Is the raid over? Everyone held their breath staring at the dust cloud. Who took the W? Did Seo Jun-ho survive? Suddenly a silhouette emerged, panting heavy for dramatic effect. The crowd gasped. Who is that? Wait. Is the dust revealing the glorious face of Seo Jun-ho? The moment they saw his face, the crowd went nuclear. Seo Jun-ho. They screamed his name, hearts exploding with relief and trust. That nervous kid from earlier, tears were streaming down his face as he screamed his lungs out. The mob rushed forward like a tidal wave. We won, Seo Jun-ho, you legend. Seo Jun-ho. A fan ran up, phone out. Bro, did you get that on camera? Another guy shouted, edit that footage and post it to the forums ASAP, we going viral. Next time you're at the guild, drinks are on me. Another survivor cried out, thanks to the Black Knight, I'm still breathing. I usually hate players, but you're the GOAT. Deok-gu supported Jun-ho as he grinned, soaking up the love. Ha. Thanks, guys. Seeing Jun-ho looking wrecked, a fan worried. He looks totally drained. Jun-ho heard that and thought, perfect. Deok-gu whispered, you good? Jun-ho winked. Just soaking it in. Winning feels awesome. Feeling the genuine love from the crowd, he realized. Back in the day, he had to be a stone-cold statue. Showing weakness back then, it would have caused a global panic. But now, under this warm sunset, he finally understood it was okay to lean on his squad. A hand reached out to shake his. Thank you, player Seo Jun-ho. Because you stepped up, 497 people get to go home today. Fivia stepped up, saluting. On behalf of my troops, mad respect. Jun-ho shook hands firmly. I'm just glad the survival count is high. You carried this raid, she said. You're top tier. The captain wants a word with you. Jun-ho smirked. I'll be ready. Up in the tree, Frost Queen watched and sighed. Later, Seo Jun-ho. Catch you on the flip side. As they walked, Fivia turned to him, eyes wide. Joining this party was the best decision of my life. Jun-ho caught the vibe and smiled. You leveled up quite a bit too, huh? He sounded genuinely surprised for the recap. Not really, but watching you work, that was a masterclass. He nodded, accepting the truth. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Chasing raw power alone. That's a rookie mistake. Fivia handed him a slip of paper with a serious look. Here's my contact info. You ever need backup, call me? Seo Jun-ho took it, locking eyes. Count on it. And hey, you're gonna be a beast one day. He walked away, leaving Fivia looking determined. Classic leveling vibes. Haha. I'm gonna grind hard to meet those expectations. I won't forget this lesson. Mind and body training starts now. Suddenly, Frost Queen popped up behind Jun-ho, summoning her spirit form. Jun-ho looked defeated. Let me guess. Lecture time. She smirked. Can I nag my favorite servant? Her voice got serious. You ain't a lone hero anymore. Stop trying to sacrifice yourself like some martyr. Jun-ho flopped onto the bed, eyes shut, bracing for the earful. Don't you get it? When you hurt yourself, you hurt the people who care about you. If my knight pulls a stunt like that again, I'm stripping your title, punishing you for real. Jun-ho didn't reply, so she poked him. Hello. You listening? Earth to Jun-ho. She pointed a tiny finger. From now on, run everything by me first. Seo Jun-ho turned away, groaning. Okay, sheesh, I got it. Suddenly, he peeked one eye open when he heard her voice soften. I was really worried, you idiot. The annoyance melted away. He sat up, giving her a gentle smile. I promise. From now on, I'll play it safe, all right? She huffed, still salty. You better mean it. She froze mid-rant, totally glitching out. Even though she was a high-tier spirit, his poker face didn't crack as a random flash of light exploded from the Frost Queen. Yo, what gives? What is this bling-bling light? Seo Jun-ho's eyes popped out of his head. He checked the status window boom. It was the evolution phase. Frost Queen blinked, totally lost. Wait, is this the morning routine at Jun-ho's crib? He was casually brushing his grill, looking at her floating in the tub like a rubber ducky. Hey, did you get a little bigger? She pouted, her pride hurt. As if I am still delightfully petite. Jun-ho wasn't buying it, though. Nah, no way. He yeeted her into the air like Simba teasing, Look at you, you're huge now! She kicked and screamed, absolutely livid. Unhand me, peasant. I am the Queen of Niflheim, not your toy. He smirked at her royal attitude and dropped the truth bomb. Queen nah fam, you're my spirit now. And guess what you evolved into? A bottom-tier scrub. Listen up, the power rankings go lowest, mid, high, and supreme. 5 levels total. The higher the rank, the more juice you got. Frost Queen wouldn't make eye contact, mumbling super quiet. I was supreme rank phase 2, actually. Seo Jun-ho looked at her like, you serious right now? She put on her game face and doubled down on the lie. I am the first spirit ever to hit that godly tier, recognize. Then she zoomed off before he could roast her, leaving him asking, wait, what was that? Watching her speed away, Jun-ho just chuckled helplessly. Supreme rank phase 2. She's inventing tiers now. Don't sweat it, kid. You'll grind your way to the top eventually. Time flew by under the clear skies of Gilead. Suddenly, a fancy ride rolled up, and a voice boomed from inside. The big boss wants to see you. Jun-ho freshened up and nudged the Frost Queen. You want to roll with... But she was glued to her tablet. I'm in the zone right now. She was studying the Blood Cobra raid footage like a pro gamer. I can't break my focus streak. I'm staying. Jun-ho gave a thumbs up. Cool, do your thing, the driver asked as Jun-ho stepped out. You ready to rock? He kept it chill. Let's bounce. Next thing you know, he's flanked by guards at the mansion. The soldier knocked. Boss player Seo Jun-ho is in the house. A voice echoed, send him in. As Jun-ho stepped into the VIP zone, the interrogation began. So you're the MVP everyone's talking about. Before him stood the female knight Phobia guarding the big man. I am the Viscount, the shot caller of the city. Phobia eyed him down. I've been tracking your stats since the remote tests. The Viscount let out a hearty laugh. Bwahaha. Most noobs wet themselves in this room, but you're built different. Suddenly, a maid crashed the party, screaming, Lord, the young master is crashing. Critical condition. Jun-ho frowned. Vibe check failed. The Viscount panicked, shouting, Say what? He bolted out the door instantly. Sorry, gotta run. I have an emergency. Phobia gave Jun-ho the cold shoulder. Bad timing, player. Looks like today ain't your day. Make yourself scarce. Jun-ho didn't budge. Commander, let me see the patient. Phobia paused, confused. Excuse me. Jun-ho explained. This might be a glitch only a player can fix. She caved, but warned him. Fine, but look from a distance. Don't touch anything. Jun-ho nodded. Copy that. Inside, the Viscount was losing it over his sick son. Why is he getting worse? He yelled. I thought his HP was stable. Priest Han stood there looking awkward. Well, that's true. He stammered, explaining the crisis. His temperature spiked out of nowhere. We tried spamming holy heals, but it's not working. The Viscount looked defeated. So we're hopeless. Han started sweating bullets. Sorry, my level is too low for this. The father nearly collapsed from grief. This can't be real. Han tried to catch the falling lord. Phobia and Jun-ho rushed in. Priest, do something, save him. I'm trying. Han scrambled, rushing to the bed, but the kid's health bar was dropping fast. Jun-ho calmly walked up to the patient. Phobia barked. Back off, I said look, don't touch. Jun-ho ignored the noise, analyzing the kid's status. This is bad. He placed a hand on the boy's forehead. Everyone has mana. Even this kid. He closed his eyes to sync up. Bingo. The mana flow was a total mess, tangled up in his subconscious like cheap headphones. Instead of flowing smoothly, the energy was clogging up, forming a dangerous mana bomb right in the poor kid's chest. Phobia gasped as Jun-ho spoke. I can feel the blockage inside him. Trust me, I'm not bluffing. I can drain that mana buildup right now. Phobia scoffed in disbelief. You're tripping. Even the high priests can't fix this. But Jun-ho stood his ground. I said I can feel it. I'm not playing games, he said seriously. I can break that sphere apart. The guard wasn't buying it. Stop talking nonsense. Even the Sun Cathedral failed. Jun-ho smirked confidently. But am I just a normal player? Phobia grit her teeth. Damn it. How do you plan to do it? Skill issue, he quipped. Phobia gripped her blade. One wrong move and I take your head. Jun-ho just pulled up a chair. Relax. He grabbed the kid's hand, feeling the dark magic pulse. Ping the Shadow Overseer's system lit up with a sweet notification. Absorption possible. Reward magic power boost. Jackpot. He focused, releasing a spooky aura that needed perfect control to avoid a disaster. Black smoke crept into the boy's body. Phobia started shaking in her boots. What? What the heck is that magic? Who are you? The aura locked onto the target. Jun-ho concentrated hard. I need to channel Skya, the greatest mage ever, for this one. As the blockage cleared, he felt a bit bummed. Shame I can't keep all this power. Time to play nice and negotiate with the big shots. Later, the parents rushed back in. My lord, you need to rest, Phobia urged. Forget me, look at my son. The boy's face was finally peaceful, breathing easy. Phobia gave the report. The kid is safe, all thanks to that S-rank beast, Seo Jun-ho. The Viscount slumped in relief, signaling his guard. We must reward him, bring him here. Phobia looked down. He already ghosted us. But he promised to bring a specialist to finish the cure completely. The Viscount sighed heavily. I owe him everything now. Meanwhile, at the association, Deok-gu kicked the door open like a maniac. Seo Jun-ho was inhaling those noodles like a vacuum cleaner and started yapping the second he saw him. This right here is exactly how a leveling legend makes an entrance. Yo, are you already here? Seeing his super chill vibes, Deok-gu totally lost his cool and stuttered. He pointed a finger right at Jun-ho's face, demanding answers with zero chill. What's the rush, dude? You didn't even hit up my DMs to say you were coming. Jun-ho didn't even blink, just slurped up another noodle strand with maximum disrespect. Something crazy popped up, so I just came to check on a homie. Deok-gu slowly creeped closer, looking suspicious. A homie, huh? Suddenly a light bulb went off in his head and he shouted, "Oh my god, did you miss me that bad?" Jun-ho shut that down instantly. Say what I never said that stopped tripping. Deok-gu sat down looking totally confused and grabbed some snacks from the table. If not me, then who? Who else in this world do you have besides me? Huh. Jun-ho fired back without missing a beat. Bro, I've got plenty of other friends, okay? Deok-gu munched on his snacks like a chipmunk while listening to Jun-ho's story. I came down here to talk about the ice seal. Deok-gu froze, absolutely shook. The ice seal. You mean, the other heroes? Jun-ho nodded, confirming the big news. Deok-gu leaned in, voice trembling with hype. Is everything finally ready? You could practically feel the excitement radiating off him. Finally, the legendary squad from the past is going to team up with you again. Jun-ho kept it cool and replied, "We'll just have to wait and see." Suddenly, his expression turned icy cold. By the way, any tea from the Frontier Guild? After an intense pause while they polished off the food, Deok-gu suddenly screamed, "Magic stones!" Those demons are plotting something shady again. Jun-ho dropped the info with terrifying calmness. Yeah, they've already leveled up their plans. I crushed their little scheme this time, but if they squad up, nothing will stop them. Hearing the update, Deok-gu panicked. They're gonna start taming monsters, even the super buff ones. If they pull that off, it's game over for us. Jun-ho frowned, looking serious. Then leak some info to the guild members. I can't carry this match alone. I don't even know if they're awake enough to notice yet. He stared out the window at the towering skyscrapers. Deok-gu agreed instantly. Bet. I'll let them know, especially since Julian's kid is caught up in this mess. But wait, when you said magic stones could be planted in people. Is that for real? Jun-ho rubbed his chin deep in detective mode. There was no trace of the stone, and Julian's son hasn't gone full demon mode yet. So, I think someone might have absorbed a mini version, or like a fragment of that stone. Deok-gu gasped, realizing the danger. If the VIPs and royalty in the Empire get infected, that would be a total catastrophe. A straight-up apocalypse. Deok-gu declared, "I'm bringing this drama up at the next international summit." Under the bright blue sky of the city, Seo Jun-ho let out a heavy sigh. Man, I really just want to live in a world with zero demons. With eyes full of fire, he stated clearly, "Someone has to make that dream a reality." That bold claim left Deok-gu scratching his head. He asked, "Yo, what do you mean by that?" Jun-ho folded his arms, looking like a total boss. "If those frozen legends actually wake up, I'm planning to rush the second floor immediately." He looked troubled, but his resolve was made of steel. "I can't wait any longer. I gotta make a move right now." Deok-gu felt the feels and thought to himself, "You're right, bro. The 5 heroes from the past climbing to the dark, freezing second floor. That's nerve-wracking. But nobody gets the struggle of being on the inside like you do." Suddenly, Deok-gu remembered something. "By the way, didn't the Frost Queen tag along with you?" Hearing her name, the Frost Queen popped out from hiding. "Did I come down? Or what obviously, curiosity piqued." Deok-gu asked, "What's she even doing over there?" At that moment, Frost Queen was chilling on her chair, eyes glued to the screen like a zombie. Jun-ho explained, "She's binge-watching dramas and movies." Deok-gu looked confused and shrugged. Seeing the judgment, Jun-ho replied, "Don't look at me like that. I barely understand it myself." Beneath the shining morning sky, Deok-gu asked, "Video editing?" "For real?" "Whoa, you got skills like that?" Frost Queen answered, super hyped. "Heck yeah, I even got a promotion yesterday." Time flew by and the sky turned a warm, cozy orange. Seo Jun-ho pulled out his tablet and said, "I'm bouncing now. Can you download some dramas and movies onto this thing for me?" He asked casually, shoving his hands in his pockets. Deok-gu raised a hand like, "I got you." "No problem, dude. What's your flavor?" Hearing that, Frost Queen screamed excitedly. "Classics from 5 years ago, never forget the classics." Deok-gu nodded and said, "All right, I'll load this tablet up with legendary masterpieces." Jun-ho looked around and commented, "By the way, your crib still feels way too empty." Jun-ho replied instantly, "Yeah, I'm gonna fill it with stuff soon." On a crisp morning inside a skyscraper, Seo Jun-ho walked straight toward a massive block of ice with purpose. Inside that ice, someone was trapped by the freezing grip of time. He stared intensely at the shape within the ice. It turned out Jun-ho was standing right in front of the 5 frozen heroes he just talked about. Frost Queen noticed he was zoning out and nudged his leg. "Hey, contractor." He mumbled back, "Yeah." But Jun-ho's eyes were locked on that ice block like a laser. He was lost in deep thought. So much time had passed. It brought back a wave of memories. It had been 9 months since he last saw the light, but it felt like 5 minutes. Flashbacks of his legendary self flooded his mind, all the monsters they slayed, the portals they closed. But more than that, he remembered every single teammate and rival from the glory days. Looking out at the city view, he imagined a whole new life and making new friends. Finally, he scratched his head and smiled with pure warmth. "I honestly feel bad that I'm the only one who got out." Pouring his heart out, Seo Jun-ho slowly touched the ice. He thought silently, "That's why I've been grinding so hard, even just a little." Frost Queen was shocked by the savage determination in his eyes. Suddenly, a storm of system notifications popped up. Frost Queen ability activated. You can use frost power to smash the ice seal. You have enough mana to start the unsealing process. But wait, Because your ice skills are kinda trash right now, there's a penalty. Removing the seal will permanently delete 70 mana points. When the seal breaks, a nasty cold curse will nerf your abilities by 50%. And after breaking this seal, you're locked out of unsealing anyone else for 90 days. Do you agree to break the ice seal? That wall of text left Jun-ho totally confused. Yo, why are there so many penalties? And what is this extreme cold curse nonsense? Frost Queen explained instantly. It's because your ice system level is way lower than it used to be, dummy. He frowned, wondering, what did my past self do 26 years ago to ignore a curse like this? Was that guy just insanely OP, or is my level just embarrassing right now? Jun-ho relaxed his hand, thinking hard. If I grind and level up my ice skill, will the penalties go down? Hesitation flashed in Jun-ho's eyes as he asked himself the big question. But the real problem is, which one of these legends should I wake up first? He started weighing the pros and cons like a strategy game. First, Gilberto. He figured that guy would ignore all rules and power level like a maniac. Then he thought about Mio. If she hasn't changed, she's only going to listen to her fancy family's orders. Next, Jun-ho thought about Ramad. If that dude hears about monsters or wizards, he's going to ignore the plan and charge into battle like a berserker. Lastly, he thought about Skaya, a girl with human smarts and magical hacks who would totally geek out over a fantasy world. Summing up the master plan, he figured awakening the right person meant leveling up faster. Then Frost Queen, getting salty with impatience, snapped, "Hey, have you made up your mind yet?" Jun-ho bit his lip, eyes burning with determination. After a second, he slapped his hand on the ice block. A notification popped up, warning. If you break the seal, you can't break another for 90 days. Let's do this. The system popped up a warning. Yo, are you absolutely sure you want to do this? Seo Jun-ho didn't hesitate for a second. Give me my teammate back, you piece of trash. Beneath his hands, the ice started to crack. The ice ceiling finally shattered and Skaya was free. But the system slammed Jun-ho with a brutal penalty. Intense pain forced him to his knees, and just like that, 70 mana points, gone forever. A curse notification flashed extreme cold for 30 days. Skaya was out of the ice, but her brain was still rebooting. Her eyes rolled back and she collapsed forward, totally lights out. Junyo swooped in and caught her before she hit the floor. He looked at her with a serious, thoughtful expression. Finally, her breathing steadied. Then slowly, those eyelids began to flutter open. The first thing she saw was Seo Jun-ho's face right there waiting for her. Her gaze sharpened instantly. Seeing that he flashed a $1 million smile and said, "Yo, long time no see." She lay there, face completely blank, rebooting like a computer. "Greetings, Skaya Killerland." She touched the glass wall, scanning the city below. "Hey," she whispered, confused. "Where did all the gates go?" Skaya's voice trembled. "Humans are walking around. They aren't scared." Jun-ho stood next to her, puffing his chest out with pure pride. "See that is the world we built." He added softly, "Miyu, Ramad, and Mio." Jun-ho gave a faint nostalgic smile. "The monster threat? It's toast. We won." That hit her hard, and she fell into a deep silence. He leaned in teasingly. "Aw, are you crying?" Bam. She blushed and punched him right in the gut. "Shut up, what are you staring at, weirdo?" Suddenly Jun-ho dropped a truth bomb. "It's been 26 years, he calculated coolly. "I woke up last year. That means physically we're basically the same age now. So you aren't my big sister anymore, got it? Age is just a number, right?" He handed her a coffee, playing it cool. "Anyway, we're way too close for titles." Skaya smirked, catching on immediately. "Oh, so if we're equals, I guess I can drop the big sis act too, huh?" "Right," Jun-ho asked, desperate for a win. "Man, you were so stubborn." Then he got serious. "Hey, do you remember the Frost Queen?" She rolled her eyes playfully. "You think I'm stupid? My memory is crystal clear." He hesitated, looking guilty. "We fought for 3 days straight. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep the promise to bring everyone back sooner." Skaya's expression softened, and she gently ruffled his hair, soothing him. "You did good, idiot." She smiled warmly, praising him for real. "Without you, we would have been wiped out. Don't beat yourself up." Then she frowned. "But wait, what happened to you back then? You'd understand faster if I just showed you." Jun-ho touched his lips mysteriously. He pointed at the coffee cup and whoosh. Instantly, a layer of frost crept over the hot surface. Skaya's eyes lit up with curiosity. She laughed. "Whoa, Jun-ho, that ain't magic. What is it? Did you unlock a shiny new ability or something?" "It's primitive ice frost," he explained calmly. "Probably rank F right now." This wasn't just magic. It was a whole new power system blending his awakening with the Frost Queen's legacy. "I bet you got a sick title for that," she guessed. "Something epic like Holder of Primal Skills." Jun-ho scratched his head. Now that you mention it, I don't think so." "Seriously," Skaya gaped. "When I first cast a spell, I got a beginner mage title. You always get loot for first-time achievements. That's how the system works." Junyo face-palmed. "Right. I got a title when I cleared that level 10 dungeon. Why am I so slow?" Skaya narrowed her eyes, her genius brain working overtime to analyze the situation. "Wait, you were on the 9th floor," she muttered. "Even if you rerun it, you can't be level 30. "Correct," he admitted. "Check your status window. I bet you're back at level 1. Skaya checked her stats in shock. "I'm still at level 80. My stats dipped, but they recovered in a month." Jun-ho frowned, looking puzzled. "Then what the heck is going on with me?" "It's probably because you absorbed my core," a tiny voice piped up. Jun-ho looked skeptical. So, out of the whole squad, I'm the only one who got reset to 0. Skaya hesitated. I'm not sure. Skaya looked around, totally confused. Jun-ho, who are you talking to? Jun-ho realized she couldn't see the spirit yet. Ah, right. He glanced over, and the spirit nodded, becoming visible. Skaya looked up and saw the mini Frost Queen. Her jaw dropped. What? Is that? Jun-ho introduced her, and Skaya squealed, grabbing the spirit. Oh my gosh. Who is this adorable little cutie? Unbanned me, the spirit blushed, flailing around. Fake contract, save me. The Frost Queen tried to sound scary. I am the Queen of the Frost Kingdom. I froze the world, fear me. Skaya asked curiously. Then it clicked. Wait, you're the invader who attacked Earth. Skaya was shocked. So it's really you, Frost Queen. She let go and bowed her head respectfully. I'm sorry, Skaya said sincerely. My greed for magic caused a lot of damage. The Frost Queen huffed but didn't attack. Fine. I don't hold grudges. I accept your apology, human. Skaya leaned in with a grin. In return, can I study you sometime? Just to satisfy my curiosity? The Queen nodded with dignity. Very well. A queen must take responsibility for her mistakes. I'll do my best to help, the Frost Queen declared. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the entrance. Is that player Seo Jun-ho? When did you get back? As they walked out, people started whispering. Who's the hottie next to him? She looks just like Skaya Killerland. Jun-ho turned to Deok-gu with a thumbs up. Finally got the gang back together. Congrats, man. Shim Deok-gu was beaming, but he looked worried. Thanks, Jun-ho. But hey, the penalty. The system message looked way worse than mine. You okay? Jun-ho replied calmly, like it was nothing. Lost 70 magic points permanently. He shrugged. But if it saves a teammate, totally worth it. Skaya laughed dryly. You and that hero complex. You just love hearing yourself say that, don't you? Jun-ho ignored the jab. Looking back, we must have met before. He wondered what was next. Deok-gu checked the logs. Aside from the points, 50% stat reduction for a month, right? Bingo. Jun-ho pulled up his window. Level 60. Title. Bringer of Spring. Strength 198. Endurance 187. Speed 184. Magic 149. Reputation 1220. He rubbed his chin. I'll be nerfed for a month. Maybe I should just heal that Nobles kid and chill. The second floor is going to be brutal. Or take a win and become an instructor, Jun-ho mused. Nah, forget it. I'm not interested in babysitting a bunch of rookie awakeners at the training ground. I'm going to make a name for myself in Gillian, he decided. He turned to the mage. What about you, Skaya? What's the play? Skaya blinked, looking confused. What do you mean? You're still high level, Jun-ho said. Why not hit the front lines? I heard there's a fancy magic tower up there now. Skaya's eyes sparkled like diamonds. New magic to learn, I am so there, Deok-gu cut in with a frown. If we're doing this, we need to announce your return officially, like today. We also need to relocate the other frozen teammates, Deok-gu noted. Way ahead of you, Jun-ho smirked. Already done. The demons aren't going to overlook this, so I had to move fast. Literally, the second she woke up, I put her to work, Jun-ho laughed. Skaya groaned. 26 years of beauty sleep and my wake-up call is manual labor. You're the worst, Jun-ho. Jun-ho had to admit Skaya was definitely one of a kind. He tossed his mask on the table. Actually, change of plans. Let's hold off on rushing to the border. Deok-gu looked confused. Why the sudden pivot? Jun-ho's eyes glinted. Earth has mages, but the border has grand sorcerers. We need to be ready to absolutely crush them. Deok-gu nodded. Solid idea, he agreed. I'll organize a press conference for this afternoon. Then he paused, whispering, But, isn't Skaya supposed to be this scary, intimidating demon or something? She kept her cool, saying, Relax, I'll shred a few goons before they can even blink. Seo Jun-ho barely missed a beat before adding, Oh, and make sure that pic goes viral, yeah. Daku squinted at the snapshot, totally confused. Wait, is this just high-level bait? His gaze went cold. Those creeps barely ever show their faces. Seo Jun-ho's face turned into a stone wall. Using this hype is the only way to wipe him out. Meanwhile, the paparazzi were foaming at the mouth, ready for the scoop of the century at the podium. Mask back on Jun-ho dropped the mic. All right, I'm outie. Skaya Killand hyped him up from the back. Break a leg. It's your big comeback after 26 years, so don't flop. Shay. Cornered the Frost Queen chimed in softly. Tread carefully. But he cut her off fast. Geez, enough with the nagging, Jun-ho thought, stepping up like the main character he was. He strutted onto the stage, soaking up the flashbulbs like a superstar. Then Jun-ho kicked things off. Yo, thanks for crashing this last-minute presser. Let's get this party started. He laid out the facts, repeating the sit rep 3 times for the slow ones. Check the stats. Monster attacks on Earth have tanked over the last few months. He pointed out a crazy data spike. Earth's crime rate nosediving. But over in Frontier, that mess skyrocketed by 37%. Back in the green room, Shim Deok-gu and the crew were glued to the screen. Seo Jun-ho got real for a second. For ages, I've been racking my brain on how to delete every single monster. If I could clone myself, that'd be sick. I think about that like 24/7. Suddenly, a reporter chirped up. Is this about the Star Guild? First off, we stand the night undid. So did you find a fix for your stress? Jun-ho nodded straight-faced. Yup. Then he dropped the truth bomb with zero fear. Since I can't clone myself, I found a heavy hitter on my level. He gestured grandly. I don't do subtle, so meet my partner in crime, a legendary sorcerer. Before he could finish, a voice boomed. Hey, quit hogging the spotlight. Skya Killen burst onto the stage, practically glowing. It's me, ya girl, Skya Killen. The internet instantly broke. Photos flew across the web, faster than light. One of the 5 heroes, the great sorcerer Skya, back after 26 years, the night undid, was basically announcing the Dream Team's return. Great sorcerer and immortal heroes trended worldwide instantly. Giant billboards flashed Skya's face while people on the street watched Jaws on the floor. Night Undid holds down Earth. Skya roasts monsters in Frontier. Everyone screamed, Skya is back. A global poll even popped up, which legend do you want to wake up next? Even the British royal family started sweating. We're returning all the great sorcerer's loot. Yeah, right. They were just trying to save face and polish their PR. But if the whole squad wakes up, game over. The bad guys would face nightmare mode. Meanwhile, night fell and 2 guards were just chilling. Guess I'm stuck babysitting the museum now. One guard puffed out his chest. If the 5 heroes wake up, I'm gonna brag that I protected them. The air got heavy thick with the tension of a legendary awakening arc. The other guy rolled his eyes. Bruh, are you for real? You've been here 7 hours. Shut up. Suddenly, whoosh. Something tore through the air at breakneck speed. The guard started foaming at the mouth face, turning zombie green. Both guards hit the deck out cold. From the shadows, 2 cloaked figures stepped out like the Grim Reaper's cousins. One intruder pressed a needle to the guard's cheek, sneering. What a drag. He spat with total contempt. If these scrubs were from Frontier, we would have deleted them ages ago. His partner stayed chill but sharp. Keep your eyes peeled. If a guild member croaks, it triggers an alarm. Just extract the info and bounce. The hothead grunted and started scanning. Haha, Ait, I only see 8 players online and they're all noobs. Wait, 2 are pulling acrobatics midair. He broke down the tactical view. The hero popsicles are still inside. Worried about the Night Undid and the sorcerer. He scoffed, totally cocky. Please, those boomers are country bumpkins. They don't know squat. But his partner hissed, careful, they're rivals. We gotta stay on our toes. They glared at the terrified people frozen in front of them. One scanned the perimeter, while the other cursed, losing his patience. Dang it, he spat. This door's pure mithril. Move. He cocked his fist back, and boom launched a shockwave that blasted the reinforced door into next week. He couldn't help but fanboy. Sick shockwave, master. Those scraps alone are worth a fortune. The other guy cut him off. Time is money. Grab the statues first. Whatever. He touched the statue, muttering a spell over the toy in his hand. Then he frowned. Huh. Why isn't it shrinking? The boss barked. Quit playing around, hurry up. I'm trying, dang it. But then his hands started frosting over. What the heck, I ain't even doing anything, so why is it freezing in here? Crash. A massive ice monster burst through the quartz shell, snatching him by the throat instantly. He thrashed, trying to break the grip. You son of a... He gasped, trying to warn his squad. It's... a trap. The monster held him like a doll. He raged. How dare these golems step up to me? Suddenly a voice echoed. Not bad. Seo Jun-ho stepped out blade, pressing against the guy's jugular with a nasty smirk. Should I punch his ticket? Skya jumped in. Nah, chill, I need to test how rusty I am. The thug swiped at him, screaming, demon scum! But Jun-ho parried it like it was nothing. Meanwhile, the old guy was scrambling away, wheezing like a broken engine. Terror hit him as Skya chanted, reverse gravity magical prison. She floated up like a goddess, unleashing a storm of lightning. The dude got tossed into the air like a rag doll. He plummeted, brain scrambling. What the? Skya flicked her wrist. Snap. His whole body froze solid. His face twisted, a low moan of agony escaping his lips. A beam of pure energy drilled into him, crushing his defenses. Skya watched the fireworks calmly as the guy struggled to stand in the smoking crater. He looked defiant, but pain was tearing him apart. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho popped up with a playful grin. Bye-bye, monster. He placed a hand on the guy's face, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. The man gritted his teeth, pure rage boiling over. Demon, he hissed. I ain't checking out that easy. Jun-ho leaned in, deliberately mocking him. No way, I'm giving you the VIP exit. The man growled, spitting bile. Arrogant brat, you haven't changed a bit. Jun-ho's eyes flared with a fierce golden light, killing intent flooding the room. Oh, you know me, the villain snapped back. Of course I do. He started rambling about the good old days. 27 years ago? Remember the demon massacre in Paris? He claimed he was there. Seo Jun-ho shrugged ice cold. So I guess dying today feels like destiny, huh? Shadows swirled as he summoned 2 divine beasts. You survived 27 years, impressive. He unleashed the Guardians of Darkness. Dozens of shadow beasts rushed the guy. The villain raised a fist, pride dripping from his voice. I ain't the weakling I was back then. Dark energy coiled around his arm, but the shadows snagged him. Dang it, he cursed. He was wrapped up tight, totally powerless, raging in his own head. Stupid system attributes. You can't grind a fight with a demon for this long. While he struggled to break the chains, Seo Jun-ho ghosted right behind him. Yo, this mana clash is absolutely bonkers. Our boy is plotting something nasty on the low. He needs that one-shot finish. Bam fist meets sword, unleashing a burst of purple lightning everywhere. The bad guy is straight up shaking in his boots, staring at Seo Jun-ho's blade. He tries to scramble away, throwing hands wildly. He cocks back his fist, desperate for a hit. He's spamming punches, but Jun-ho's dodging like he's in the Matrix too smooth. Then he chucks a fireball straight at Jun-ho's face. It's getting hot in here. Hunyo just raises his sword cool as a cucumber. He mutters, no mercy for scrubs. The enemy grits his teeth, screaming, "Stop clowning me, bro! Are you gonna keep trolling me?" He rushes in full tilt, but Jun-ho, he's ready to unleash the beast. Last stand, vibes. Jun-ho swings his blade and stomps the ground boom, while the dude tries to punch Jun-ho, whispers the game over line. GG no Ray. Shing right in the gut. In this awakened world, one slip-up means you're toast. The guy drops like a sack of potatoes, wondering if he really had to use that cheaty skill. He grits his teeth, realizing he got played like a fiddle. As long as nobody knows his secret moves, Jun-ho can trap him every single time. 200 IQ plays. Hunyo is analyzing everything like a pro gamer. He was hiding his true power level, just for this one clutch moment. Classic system metastrats. Hunyo's golden eyes are glowing like lasers, pure killer vibes. But bringing up the Paris incident, big mistake, fam. That memory hits him right in the feels. Salty. For the world, it's been 27 years. For Sleeping Beauty here, only 2. Jun-ho snaps his fingers snap and realizes, oh, snap, that's a real person. A red blast flies in, but yoink icy hands grab it instantly. The dude is confused as heck, like, ice golems, seriously. Is this the Archmage's AoE spell? He can't believe his eyes. Nah, this is sus. It's gotta be demon hacks. Jun-ho looks like a straight-up raid boss right now. Seeing Jun-ho looking all majestic brings back memories from way back in the day. Back when Skya the legend herself was waiting in the sunset like a movie scene. Reunion time? Skya smiles, all curious. Yo, it's you. Where's the other guy? Jun-ho's like, caught him, downloaded his brain. Easy clap. Wait, how Jun-ho flexes. Used my confession skill, obviously. Turns out the dude was an OG player from 30 years ago. That's ancient history, fam. We love some deep lore in this leveling game. Skya is shook. No way, that skill is broken. Then she flips the script. Okay, change my mind. Jun-ho's confused. Say what? Skya grins with a genius idea. Forget the old plan. I'm gonna hunt demons and feed them to you for XP. I'm carrying you, bro. Junyo feels kinda cringe getting carried, but she insists. Just sit back, read memories, and farm XP safely. It's too dangerous for you out there, squishy. Junyo admits she's got a point. He's nerfed right now and can't spam his ult. He tries to worry about her, but she shuts him down instantly. Chill, you've been solo grinding for 10 months. Skya gets emotional. Let's duo queue this. When the rest of the squad gets back, you just play bait like the good old days. Jun-ho smirks. Hey, I was busy carrying y'all. What do you mean, bait? Skya just laughs, roasting him right back. You only hit me up when you need heals or DPS, huh? She sighs. Anyway, help this noble kid first. Ding system alert. Welcome to floor 2, baby. The doors open and whoa. It's a straight-up fairy tale castle. The NPCs are buzzing. It's got magic and engineering. This map is sick. Skya is geeking out hard. Think of the science. But Jun-ho switches to roleplay mode, bowing low. At your service, Lady Skya. Acting skills, 100. I'm just the bodyguard for the VIP. Skya catches on fast acting all shy. Oh, very well then, my good sir. She flips her hair, puppy eyes activated. Protect me, okay? The crowd goes wild. Yo, isn't that the Archmage? The rumors were real. She's back. Skya is hopping around like a kid splashing in the fountain. This place is lit. Imagine the loot and lore we can find here. Someone mentions the magic tower. Jun-ho drops some info. I heard the Tower Lord is OP Knight Commander Archbishop, basically the strongest dude around. The noble guy frowns, side-eyeing Jun-ho. Is this your +1? Can she actually fix our young master? Or is she capping? Jun-ho grins. Fam, this is Skya Killerland. One of the 5 heroes. The noble freezes. Wait, the Skya. Even Jun-ho is surprised by the reaction. You know her, Jun-ho asks. The guy is shaking. Bro, everyone knows the 5 heroes bards sing about your squad in every tavern. Hunyo thinks, are we really that famous, dang? Skya lands gracefully, smiling like a queen. Honored to meet you. The knight introduces himself. I'm Fivia. Magic ripples in the air. Fancy Skya wipes a tear. Wow, I get more love here than back on Earth. You guys are the best. Take me to the patient. Fivia announces her to the Viscount. My lord, it's the legendary Skya. The Viscount runs over hype as heck to meet a VIP. Sorry, our crib is small, but make yourself at home. Skya is polite. Nah, fam, this place has great vibes. Super cozy. The Viscount asks Jun-ho, how do you know a celebrity? Jun-ho shrugs it off. Hey, we just started hanging out. Brought her along for the ride. Casual flex. Bestie's already Seuss, but Skya cuts the small talk. Where's the sick kid? Let's get to business. The mom calls out, same as sweetie time for heals, but the kid is glued to his book, totally ignoring her. Zero chill. Junyo steps up. Yo kid, remember me? Uncle Jun-ho. Simus looks up all polite. Oh hey, you're that guy, right? Sorry I ghosted you earlier, I passed out. Jun-ho pats his head. No worries, little dude. Let's fix those glitchy magic veins of yours. The kid smiles. Please save me, snaps Skya, knocks him out instantly with magic sleep. Aw, he's adorable, she coos. Junyo looks worried, but Skya is confident. Relax, bro. I got this. Give me 20 minutes and he'll be good as new. Let's cook. She puts her hands on his chest. Bam, she can see right inside. She locates the heart and dives in with her mana. Surgical precision. Skya is focused. Blue energy flows through the kid's veins. Beads of sweat drop, and boom, done. She pants. He's stable, mission accomplished. Seo Jun-ho pumped his fist. That is awesome. Skya was actually beaming like a genuine human smile. Man, it feels amazing to finally help someone again. The Viscount rubbed his hands together, stress lines deep on his forehead. My son? He always dreamed of slinging spells like a pro mage. He said taking a trip down memory lane. If he hadn't gotten sick, he'd be at the Royal Magic Academy right now. He looked super nervous. Hey, Grand Mage. Can my boy still chase his dream? Is there a chance? Skaya didn't sugarcoat it. Sorry, Pops, but that's a hard no. Magic circuits aren't like sweatpants. Once they're stretched out, they don't snap back to normal. His life is safe, but magic, that ship has sailed. The Viscount looked confused, so Jun-ho stepped in. It's all because of that nasty dread fiend. Straight up, Jun-ho confirmed instantly. The energy I pulled out of him totally demonic, zero doubt about it. The Viscount lost it. I have no shame left, he yelled. Skaya, please smash that monster that ruined my son's life. Avenge him. I'm asking as a father. He was beating himself up. I'm so pathetic. I couldn't even protect his future. After seeing him break down, Skaya finally nodded. Fine. I'll take the job, she announced like a boss. I'm gonna wreck the fiend that messed up Noble Julian and wipe their whole crew off the map. Here's 100 gold and 1,000 rep points. The Viscount handed them a book. Take this as thanks for saving my boy. Boom system notification popped up instantly. It was a skill book. This bad boy enhances passive abilities to rank B and toughens up magic circuits continuously. Serious loot. Junyo tried to be nice, handing it to Skaya. You need this more to get strong, right? But she swatted it away. Bro, are you crazy? You're the one who needs to get swole. Your power is gonna double. Double Jun-ho was totally lost. Skaya sighed. Think about it, genius. Give me your hand. She grabbed his wrist to check his pulse like a doctor. Your circuits are tanky now. You won't leak mana anymore. She got serious. Hey, remember what I told you about how I learned magic? She pointed at a model floating above them. Let me break it down friendly neighbor style. Think of a gaming PC. You know how you can overclock the CPU to make it go beast mode. It clicked for Jun-ho. Oh yeah. Overclocking is like forcing your mana to go into overdrive. Then he paused. Wait, why am I talking like a stiff? We're literally the same age, he realized, remembering her advice. Right. You said I needed sturdy circuits to handle the flow. Plus one more thing to make it work. Bingo, she cheered. Congrats, you got both conditions down. But hey, I'm still your senior, so respect the rank. She grinned, leaving Jun-ho totally confused. Wait, I have both. He was scratching his head. I know I got the sturdy veins and the skill book. But what's the missing piece? You need a coolant dummy? She snapped. If you overclock without cooling, your veins explode and your brain melts. Ice is the perfect fix. I've tried it, but normal ice isn't enough when I go full power, she smirked. Seriously, how would you survive without a big brain sister like me? Listen, it's not your skin that needs ice, it's the mana inside. You need an energy source that keeps your core freezing cold while you burn hot. It's risky, but if you pull it off, you'll be faster and stronger than any buff could make you. She stood up looking proud. Ball is in your court. Do the math and you'll figure it out. Jun-ho blinked. Where you going? Adventure time, she chirped. I said I'd travel after I healed him. Dude, you said you'd chill for a few days, Jun-ho argued. Skaya winked. Psych, I changed my mind. Plus, we gotta hunt those demons. He saw something shiny. What's that? Skaya tossed it to him. Lucky coin. Keeps the bad vibes away. Mostly. By the way, she teased. Has your little ice queen come back from the spirit realm? I want to go visit that place eventually. Give her space, Jun-ho said quickly. Spirits need privacy too, Skaya shrugged. Fine, I'll think about it after I turn those fish demons into sushi. As she bounced, Frost Queen popped out. Is that mage okay? She's super intense. Jun-ho sighed. Yeah, she always pushes herself to the limit. I'm worried, he thought. I've been soloing for a year, so she probably feels like she has to carry the team now. She's giving 110% for me. She's just the type to pay back a favor double, Jun-ho realized. He thought about his frozen squad. He had to get stronger. I gotta level up fast. If I want to keep up with her, I need to master overclocking ASAP. No more dragging the team down. The morning sun hit the city, making it shine like pure gold. Later, MANHWA stared at the black lump. Yo, Jun-ho, is that your black armor? Yup, Jun-ho admitted. He looked at the scraps on the table. Think you can fix it? Ban was blunt. Fix it, bro, it's toast. Literally garbage. We need to make a fresh one, Ban said helplessly. This thing is shattered. It has less durability than a wet paper towel. Sorry for roasting your gear, Ban added. It's cool, Jun-ho said. That armor saved my life a bunch of times. If you can forge a new one, let's do it. For real, Ban perked up. You trust me? Jun-ho nodded. Yeah, man, I've been waiting for this. Ban was practically vibrating with excitement. Okay, but I need materials. Can you get some mithril? Ban muttered. Jun-ho thought for a sec. Mithril? Where would I? Oh wait, that door I smashed earlier? That thing was solid mithril. I got you, Jun-ho said confidently. Ban's jaw dropped when he saw the stash. No way, dude. How do you have so much? He stared at the pile, stroking his chin. Is it enough? Jun-ho asked. Enough? It's too much. Ban started plotting. I'm gonna mix it up, Ban explained. Blend it, Jun-ho asked. Yeah. Originally I was just gonna coat the joints using dragon bone. But with this stash I'm gonna grind the dragon bone and melt the mithril to make the ultimate composite alloy. Just then, someone walked in. Yo learned to knock, Ban yelled, but his eyes were glued to the metal. I can't believe I'm seeing this much mithril. He grinned at the guest. Long time no see. It was Noah. Is mithril rare now? Ban laughed. Rare, I haven't seen a haul like this in 10 years. Yo, finding mithril these days is like finding a needle in a haystack. Noah shot Jun-ho a suspicious side-eye. Wait, you actually want me to recast the armor, you serious? Leave it to my grandson, MANHWA chimed in. Make sure you don't mess it up. Noah tried to act grumpy, but the old man was secretly stoked. Hey, you gonna help craft this or what? Humi nah, forget that. He tried to play it cool. I ain't free. Noah was loving the attention, but he kept playing hard to get. Me free, as if, bro, if I take this order, I'll be booked for a whole century. Noah sighed like a drama queen. Jun-ho looked bummed. For real. So even if I begged, you couldn't do it. Suddenly a voice from the back called Cap. He hasn't taken a single order yet. Busted. Noah flipped the script instantly. Quit standing there. Get the molds ready. We're doing this. Noah spun around. Hey, did you see that guy? Did he help Skya Killerland awaken yet? Jun-ho kept his answer short. Noah got salty immediately. Ch! That dude never bothers to visit his elders. He only shows his face when he needs something. Noah sighed. Whatever let him walk his own path. He gripped Jun-ho's shoulder like a proud grandpa. You're doing good, kid. If your gear breaks, bring it straight to me. You've been grinding hard. Noah was giving him major props. You've done some legendary stuff. But Jun-ho cut him off. Save the praise, old man. I ain't done yet. I got a long way to go. Noah looked at him with a knowing smirk. Who knows, maybe you're the one who's gonna save the whole squad. Bet on it. I got this. Jun-ho zoned out, lost in thought. Finding real ones who got your back like that? That's rare loot in this world. The morning sun hit the horizon looking epic. Jun-ho whispered a solemn promise to the universe. When I free my crew, I'll have a legendary team again. That day is coming. Ding, the system window popped up. It was the enhancement book from the Viscount. The prompt flashed, do you want to use the magic channel enhancement skill book? Mythos. Jun-ho's face twisted in agony. Jade green energy exploded around him. Veins popped, sweat poured, and he ground his teeth like they were about to crack. This wasn't a chill power-up. Frost Queen stayed quiet, just watching the show. He's leveling up his circuits. Better zip it. Finally, Jun-ho snapped his eyes open, looking totally drained and pale. Man, I'm beat, he thought, gasping for air. Frost Queen zoomed over, panicking. You good? Did your mana circuits blow up? Jun-ho laid out the stats. I used to have 2 magic channels. Now I'm rocking 4. The Queen calmed down, analyzing the data. So, your mana capacity just got a massive upgrade. But using all 4 means I'll burn through gas way faster. Jun-ho was hyped, though. The crazy part. This ain't a one-time deal. We gotta buff these new bad boys up. Run it back. A dull jade light wrapped around him again. Enhanced strength. With the new mana channels, the gains are gonna be double. His heart was pounding out of his chest. Watch out! Frost Queen yelled. You're overheating way too fast. Jun-ho grabbed the orb tight. I got this! He yeeted that orb into the distance with everything he had. Calculating the spin 13 rotations per second, he dumped all his power into one massive shot. Junyo dashed forward, hand out, snatch caught it perfectly. 7 rotations. Suddenly his body locked up. Something weird just hit him out of nowhere. He crunched the numbers silently. Doubling mana makes my body tougher, but it doesn't mean my spells hit harder. It just means I can fight longer. He focused on the pulse inside him. Slow the flow down. Big mistake. A freezing chill exploded from the inside out. Crash. He hit the dirt totally frozen. Bam! He slammed into a stone wall. Frost Queen rushed over. Yo, you still alive over there? Junyo felt like he went from the Arctic to the Sahara in a second. 10% power ain't gonna cut it, he wheezed. Frost Queen had a bold idea. If 10% is weak, bump it to 15%, she said. Jun-ho cut in. Too slow, let's crank it by 5% increments. Don't forget the contract. If the ice hits too hard, the fire will brick your magic channels forever. You'll be powerless. Junyo finally listened. Fine, I'll follow your lead, Queen. He got pumped again. Hey, are we recording this for the vlog? She nodded. For real. Holler if I die. Jun-ho was gasping, sweat dripping down his face. He watched the ice slowly creeping over everything, bone-chilling cold, radiating everywhere. The pressure was crushing his skull. It's a race against the clock. Jun-ho locked in, his expression turning fierce. Remembering those encouraging words gave him the boost he needed. Frost Queen tapped the screen, stretching like a cat. Boom done. It's a masterpiece. 5 days of grinding, she whispered to herself. I gotta tell him the good news. She looked around the empty spot. Wait. Where'd he go? No mobs here. Suddenly she froze. Hey! She flew over to where Jun-ho was passed out cold. Jun-ho, wake up. Did the contract fail again? Jun-ho woke up mumbling curses. Damn it, this is hardcore mode. Frost Queen grinned brightly. I got 2 pieces of good news for you. Good news? He asked, skeptical. First, the edit is finished. Jun-ho immediately hyped her up. Nice work, Queenie. You grinded hard. Congrats, and thanks to me. She raised a hand excitedly. And the second thing, she tried to act cool. I spent all our points. Jun-ho froze. Say what? You blew all 4,000 points. She shrugged calmly. It was for the content? Jun-ho groaned. I thought you said good news. This is a disaster. Chill, I'll earn back 10 times that amount, or I quit this gig. Jun-ho stared at the screen, looking dead inside. What kind of nonsense is this? Just watch the video before you judge, she begged. Huh. Only 35 minutes, she smirked. Short videos are the meta right now. Trust me. Better not be boring. Jun-ho hit play. 35 minutes vanished in a blink. The video character was spilling secrets only he knew. Yo, Queen, she flinched. Why the serious tone? Jun-ho squinted at her. Be honest. Were you watching Netflix while you edited this? No way, I spent forever refining this. Jun-ho still looked soused, but then smiled sincerely. Then you're a legend. This edit is actually fire. I totally lost track of time. This video is going to make at least 10 times the points back. Maybe 20. Frost Queen did a victory lap. I'm a genius. Jun-ho pointed at the screen. Is the channel name really Mountain Salmon? He shook his head. Edit is god tier, but that name is trash. Hey, it's my first time, cut me some slack. The upload bar hit 100%. Outside, the sun was rising on a brand new day of grinding. Suddenly, she blurted out, "Why am I sweating bullets here?" He didn't even look up quietly, replying, "Chill, I'm just prepping for the daily grind." The Frost Queen panicked, clutching her head and blocking his path. No way, watching this alone is way too stressful. Seo Jun-ho looked at her, totally confused. Stressed about what? If you're curious, just watch the screen. She denied it fiercely. Fine, I'll watch with you for 10 more minutes. He smirked and asked, "You're actually hyped for this, aren't you?" The Frost Queen admitted it openly. "Of course I want to top the charts, baby." Jun-ho teased her. "Chasing that clout, huh?" She stood tall and stated her stance. "I want to be the undisputed GOAT." He got serious analyzing the stats. The top-ranked videos are all from the big guild heavy hitters. It depends on the hype, so luck is a huge factor too. There's over 2 billion people online. Francia alone has 2,700,000 players. Seo Jun-ho flashed back to a video he studied earlier, thinking, the all-time GOAT is the Goblin Guild's giant monster hunt. That thing hit 123,500,000 views. Frost Queen gasped, totally shook. Then a notification from Skya Killerland popped up on the screen, piquing Jun-ho's curiosity. Yo, a DM from Skya, the secret guild spirit herself. Why is she sliding into my messages? He paused. Wait a sec. What is this stats page? He shouted in shock. She has 4 million followers. Seo Jun-ho stared at the screen, disbelieving. Even for a former hero, gaining 1,400,000 followers in a single week, that's actually broken. Frost Queen floated nearby, roasting him. And you have 7,000. Cute. He snapped back. So would I actually make content? She did absolutely nothing and still bagged 1.4 million subs. Frost Queen asked, genuinely puzzled. Really, she did nothing. Seo Jun-ho looked skeptical. What is all this trash? He looked at a pile of digital badges and muttered, Mine exploration 26 years later. That sounds weak. He shouted, offended. What the heck is this content? And that tongue-out selfie, she educated Jun-ho like a pro. That's the meta dude. Girls do that to farm likes for being cute. Meanwhile, the poor souls trapped in the tree were struggling for their lives. Skya Killerland spoke with ice in her veins. It's been 26 years. Snap. She clicked her fingers and the enemies just vanished into thin air. Skya couldn't help but throw shade. Why are you scrubs still so weak? Someone tried to ambush her from behind. Skya didn't even flinch. Only one attack left. I need to adjust the backlight so I glow a bit more. He raised his sword, a blue aura flaring to life. He shouted, mimicking Jun-ho's spear technique. He praised her enthusiastically. Looks like she's been grinding demons and making content too. He messaged her a quick congrats. The superstar Skya replied instantly. Thanks a ton. You too. Seo Jun-ho texted back humble. No way I'm not famous yet. She fired back another message. No, I mean your video. It's blowing up. The comments had me dying of laughter. Next to him, Frost Queen poked Anuk. Yo, it's been 10 minutes. Seo Jun-ho got super excited. For real. Come here. Let's check the public reaction. The comments on their video flooded the screen. That's Jun-ho's new drop. She's the manager. My friend at the scene said there was blood everywhere. Yeah, it's the manager, but is this even a game anymore? They literally caused a landslide. How are they this OP? This is basically self-destruction mode. A true hidden gem. Terrifying, but legendary. Whoever edited this is a god. I'm sharing this everywhere. Why is this my first time seeing him? Best video I've seen all month. He happily asked the queen. So much hype in the chat. Want to check the official ranking? Frost Queen was practically vibrating with excitement. Of course, Seo Jun-ho shouted out the result. 43rd place. He tried to comfort her. 43rd is insane for an indie channel. We aren't even backed by a guild. She muttered, clearly salty. I was hoping for top 10. The total earnings flashed 38,747 methods. Jun-ho calculated immediately. Almost 40 grand. That's some serious cash, Frost Queen stammered. I don't know about the money. He kept reassuring her. Looks like we'll hit 8 million views easy. No worries about the method points. Hearing the potential fame, she finally brightened up. Success really makes the tea taste sweeter. She sighed happily. But Seo Jun-ho thought quietly, no, I need more cash to buy those spirit stones. Suddenly a voice rang out. It was him, right? We're hunting him down. Only then did the Big Six guilds start scrambling, desperate for clues about the new rookie. Very good. Guildmaster Dong-ha calmly clipped his nails and ordered, bring me the dossier you prepared. He voiced his suspicions. It's weird. Grew up in an orphanage, average grades, then suddenly becomes a player connected to a VIP. Even he feels his backstory is too generic, right? He speculated darkly. Yeah, looks like a guild covered his tracks with a fake file. Did you dig up anything else? The subordinate answered. Sorry, boss. Chairman Deok-gu arranged a total cover-up. Dong-ha asked suddenly. He turned us down before, didn't he? The subordinate nodded. Exactly. He said, it's better to be the snake's head than the dragon's tail. Dong-ha chuckled. Sounds like they're best buddies. He ordered, tell the woman to recruit him again. Maybe next time I'll raid a dungeon and drag him along. Dong-ha fell into deep thought. He says he wants to be the snake's head. He remembered Jun-ho's vibe and concluded, but inside that kid thinks he's the dragon. Dong-ha got excited. Some things you only get after deep meditation. If he teams up with us, we'll be unstoppable. The candle burned bright against the cold air. Seo Jun-ho was gasping for breath, totally exhausted. Another week had passed, and the view count held steady. The bar was cut in half, slowly getting covered in frost. He struggled to stay on his knees. Seo Jun-ho frowned, forcing himself to endure the pain. He checked the data on the screen, his mind racing. Even after a week, the audience retention was rock solid. Seo Jun-ho proudly announced the bag. Final earnings 42,250 methods. Congrats, you earned just enough points to stay in the game. Frost Queen teased him playfully. Oh, are you worried about me? She asked shyly. I knew this would happen. How's the training grind? He replied, helpless. I can hold the enhancement for at least 40 minutes now. Frost Queen looked at him, totally stunned. What exactly happened in here? Seo Jun-ho's face darkened, sweat streaming down, disappointment in his voice. But I can't break the 42-minute mark. It's brutal keeping my stats at 46% while buffed. She asked carefully, isn't that enough though? He shook his head. I know I can push it further. Plus, I got nothing to lose. Isn't it better to just keep grinding? Frost Queen agreed. You're not wrong. Suddenly, she pouted, her mood shifting darker. Frost Queen warned him. This sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Seo Jun-ho instructed. Gates open. Just go in. Skya Killerland stepped up and asked straight out. Want me to read this guy's memories for intel? Mwish. He quietly answered. Yeah, let's see what he knows. After a moment, Seo Jun-ho made his final call. Too bad he's just a low-ranked scrub who knows nothing, she asked curiously. I thought he was around level 120. Why is everyone here so weak? Seo Jun-ho reassured her. It's just been a long time since you had a real fight. Feeling overwhelmed by the normies, Skya asked about his condition. Setting that aside, how's your body holding up? He answered honestly. Still learning to stabilize my core temp. When I power up, Seo Jun-ho explained. I think I'll hit 50% output soon. But do you think I can break past that? She muttered. It's only been a few weeks. Skya encouraged her friend. And you've already hit 50%. Don't rush it, just take it slow. She suddenly asked, by the way, where does the Frost Queen disappear to every time I visit? He replied curtly. She's busy. Before leaving, Seo Jun-ho reminded her to come back after her hunt and to stay safe. She laughed. Are you my mom or what? He sighed, defeated. Every time I worry about you, you get salty. A servant respectfully approached them. Hello, player Seo Jun-ho. Lord Namuk wants to discuss the reward for capturing the ball demons. Please follow me. Skya couldn't help teasing him. Someone's getting famous. Seo Jun-ho looked puzzled. I thought that skill book was the reward. The Viscount's voice echoed out. Spectre Simus is finally awake and vibing. Even the Viscount's wifey joined the chat. That's right. Jun-ho is the absolute MVP for saving that kid. Simus sat down chill as a cucumber and hit him with, Yo, it's a legit honor to meet you, fam. How you holding up? Spectre Seamus was beaming with gratitude. I'm living my best life right now, he admitted, totally hyped. All thanks to you, big boss. Lately I've been sleeping like a log. Watch me. I'm gonna be a legendary lord just like my pops. That's a goal I can definitely smash, Seo Jun-ho confirmed, hyping up Spectre Simus. No doubt you're gonna be the GOAT of lords. Fia chimed in nervously from the back. My bad for ghosting you until now. Honestly, I heard you were grinding in your room non-stop, so I didn't want to ruin your flow. He quickly explained. I was just leveling up on my own. Jun-ho was shook hearing that training in that tiny shoebox. From now on, hit up the gym here, the Viscount suggested. My lord, I heard players move in silence with their skills. High-key secretive stuff. If you're down, I'll give you the keys to my private training dojo. Seo Jun-ho accepted that invite with zero hesitation. For real, since you're offering, I'm not saying no to those upgrades. He told himself, there is literally no reason to fumble this bag right. Then the Viscount got straight to the point. Player Seo Jun-ho, you probably heard the tea, but I summoned you to drop a reward for stopping that massacre caused by those ex-girlfriends. Seo Jun-ho looked confused. Wait, I thought you already paid me. The Viscount cleared that up instantly. Nah, fam. That was just the recovery fee for Spectre Simus. He handed him a box. The Viscount said, crack it open. Seo Jun-ho was super curious about the loot. What's the drop, Baron? What we got? The Viscount replied calmly. Nothing too flashy, just a god-tier elixir. It's called the Ice Pomegranate. This bad boy grows in the northern snow plains and only drops once every 100 years. Jun-ho asked again. Are you sure you want to gift me something this OP? The Viscount poured out his thanks to Seo Jun-ho. Without you, I'd be cancelled, labeled incompetent, and blamed for hundreds of deaths. Plus, you literally fixed my son. He kept going, getting emotional. Just take it. You earned this W. Thanks for everything. Jun-ho didn't wait. He grabbed his sword and dashed out like a lightning bolt. Eyes locked on the prize. Long thumb, or whatever the system calls it, analyzed the stats after he chugged the Ice Pomegranate. All stats boosted by 10 points, magic power up by 15. A crazy, vibrant blue aura exploded around him. 42%. 43%. The Frost Queen asked, Is that enough juice for the contract warrior? How's the drip feeling? This belt was cracked, it boosted body control, and gave his magical detection a major buff. Even if you get clapped on the battlefield, this belt is going to save your bacon. Seo Jun-ho remembered the DM Noah sent him. Please don't break it. I'm tired of doing this pro bono. Also, the armor is called white armor. But if you trash it, just bring it back and I'll fix it myself. Seo Jun-ho was praising the craftsmanship. Looks like he really grinded on this one, huh? He was vibing with the name and giving it props. Since the material is so rare, crafting it must have been a nightmare. The name White Armor sounds pretty fire. But the queen was munching cookies and roasting him. Those guys have trash naming sense. Seo Jun-ho clapped back immediately with the sarcasm. Coming from you, that's rich. I don't expect better from someone whose name sounds like a random username. The Frost Queen got salty and defended herself. Excuse me, what did you just say? I thought you said salmon, or something. That is my nickname. The belt started glowing and shooting off sparks of electricity. His whole body lit up. He looked absolutely majestic in that armor. 44%. Seo Jun-ho thought, now I can circulate magic inside me 24 times a second with these stats. I'm about to speedrun this dungeon and clear everything with 60% speed. As Seo Jun-ho charged toward his final target, he started recalculating his build. Balanced stats at 63% body temp at 37 degrees Celsius. Seo Jun-ho stared intensely at the frost on his sword. He decided the chill would fade in 3 days. It's time to finish what I started in Gillian. Someone reported, the target has left the base. Goof muttered under his breath while Seo Jun-ho moved onto the northern gate field. He cursed, totally heated. After a painful month and a half, he finally came out of his cave. What a troll. An underling asked, yo, what about Skyland? Nino answered fast. 3 weeks ago, Jun-ho escorted her to Gillian. Siso broke down Skyland's movements. I stalked her socials. She's currently in the Oolong Forest way out in the east. Geography means nothing to a grand mage, though, he stated calmly. Doesn't matter. We're gonna clap Seo Jun-ho before she even notices something is sus. Goof ordered. I've waited long enough. Let the hunt begin. With those words, the final gank operation started. Seo Jun-ho moved forward, hyped to finally go on a raid. He felt nostalgic remembering the good old days. It's been a hot minute since I hunted the Blood Kobold. The Frost Queen ran the numbers and said, yeah, about 1.5 months, fam. Looking at the whip-tailed wolves ahead, Seo Jun-ho wasn't sweating it. He thought, let's see how I do with 0 buffs. Seo Jun-ho smoothly dodged their attacks like he was dancing. Grabbing one's tail, he silently judged them. Looks like you guys got nerfed hard. Gritting his teeth, eyes sharp, he looked at the beast confidently. I got this. How strong can a mob be? Flexing all his strength until his face turned red, veins popping as he activated his power. Let's try a spin move. He yeeted the whip-tailed wolf into the air before it could even react. Seo Jun-ho raised his fist, disgusted by its laggy speed, and landed a critical punch to its gut, sending the wolf flying across the map. All right, beta test complete. Seo Jun-ho and the Frost Queen jumped down, looking ready to catch a body. By the way, you're the first mobs I've hunted since spawning here, and I still haven't finished the prelude mission. You guys have terrible RNG luck. He chopped the wood, evenly splitting the logs perfectly in half. Siso watched from the bushes, peeping how Seo Jun-ho handled things. Dude has a total hero complex. If he sees a noob struggling, he can't walk away. He suggested a strat. I'm gonna use that glitch against him. Nino picked the perfect camping spot for the ambush. Both agreed. Bet. He said he'd stay behind to coordinate the team. Stay woke, Goof ordered. You two move out. He complied instantly. Roger that, boss. Suddenly he asked, what about Seo? Goof thought, Seo Jun-ho, you're just the bait, not the loot. My real goal is finding the St. Golden Moon. Goof judged coldly. For someone as ruthless as you? Exo said, you're pretty lucky, but I guarantee your luck runs out today. Meanwhile over here, Seo Jun-ho was casually chatting. My stats dropped by 50% last month, but why do I feel buffed today? Maybe because I was grinding so hard. My strength definitely leveled up. She suggested, instead of farming monsters, why don't you try PvPing some demons? He answered quick, no matter how many demons there are, they aren't bots. Where on earth would I find them around here? The Frost Queen mischievously pointed ahead. If you want answers, demons might be chilling in that wooden house. Weird vibes happen around here. Seo Jun-ho hesitated. That place, he pointed to a rope and analyzed it. Frost Queen, sorry, but nah. Look, no monster traps here. Hunters and mercs use this cheap gear. Mages wouldn't be caught dead buying this. Suddenly she called out to Seo Jun-ho. Fake contract, that smell. You ordered the Frost Queen to investigate. It's bloody. I smell it too. Frost Queen, scout the area. She obeyed immediately. Leave it to me, boss. After a second, she came running back with the tea. Fake contract. No monsters at all. Oh my god, there's another player here. Seo Jun-ho placed his hand on the wound and used a skill. Recalling the confession, she muttered anxiously, I really hope that woman wasn't capping. A voice rang out from behind. Hey! That guy suddenly shouted accusations. You did this right? Not gonna answer me? He angrily questioned. Tell me, what did you do to him? Jun-ho countered. Why ask me? Seo Jun-ho's expression went dark mode as he dropped the truth bomb. You were the one who deleted him. The man gasped, acting Seuss, but got taken down instantly. How do you know? You even set traps for me. Seo Jun-ho calmly wrecked him. He observed carefully and concluded, then you're definitely not solo queuing here. 1, 2, 3 people. Come out. WF started whipping up a chaotic battle zone nearby. But Seo Jun-ho just stood there cool as a cucumber. He decided the desert would be the perfect stage for this beatdown. Jun-ho suddenly clocked them. These dudes were the villain's main goons. I saw his power in those memories, he thought. Nino let out a massive sigh. Bruh, why the desert serious? The two froze, shook that Jun-ho was already onto them. The tension, absolute cringeworthy thickness. They started beefing immediately. Yo, hurry it up, I got dibs on this one. No way I'm missing out. Seo Jun-ho's eyes blazed with straight-up fire. The Earth's strongest hunter let out a savage sneer. Seo tried to talk smack, but you could tell he was low-key sweating bullets. Both goons rushed him at once, but Jun-ho sidestepped like it was nothing. Not bad. The impatient dude thought gassing himself up. Our moves are way too fast for normal eyes to track. Nobody cares about your dodge stats if you're dead. But Jun-ho just looked bored. Y'all know I can see you right. Suddenly the vibe changed. Seo realized they messed up. Didn't expect this random guy to be a raid boss. They threw hands to end it, but Jun-ho raised his guard instantly. Wow, you guys are actually quick. No cap. Bomb Nino got folded like a lawn chair. The other guy went pale, trying to dip out. Nino flipped midair while Seo screamed from below. No freaking way. Things were going south fast. Jun-ho only meant to restrain him, but hitting a target moving at the speed of sound. That's just asking for a physics disaster. The impact was absolutely massive. Seo raged out, grinding his teeth. I'm gonna delete your whole family. But Jun-ho just hit him with the cold, hard truth. Isn't that your usual hobby? You clap people with zero remorse, but cry when it's your turn. Jun-ho roared his fury, spiking. You're cooked loser. It's way too late for apologies. Seo snapped. You want me to say sorry for every kill? Jun-ho's face went pitch black. Dead is dead. Trash like you deserve zero mercy. Nearby WF yelled, Yo, how long for the magnetic field? Nino, radiating bloody energy, shouted back, Like 10 minutes, dude. Gritting his teeth, he started trying to sync up. He started laughing like a maniac, totally losing his marbles. This power trip is insane. Seo got cocky, shouting, This is all because of you, you jerk. 1,000 arrows rained down on Jun-ho instantly. But he just frowned, eyes glowing like high beams. Clad in armor, Jun-ho danced through the air. 63% output. WF was grinding his teeth to dust. Stop dodging, coward. He screamed, Nino, you done yet or what? Seo hesitated. Not yet. Hold on. Just a little longer? But Jun-ho was zooming with terrifying speed wrapped in jade light. He dropped the mic. You ain't dodging this one, buddy. Boom! Purple energy blasted the mountaintop, sending debris everywhere. Seo's jaw dropped as a voice echoed in his ear. Jun-ho had already speed blitzed him into next week. With a nasty glare, Jun-ho launched a fist right at his face. WF closed his eyes, accepting his fate. See you in hell, punk! Junho clapped back cold. Why would I go to that dump? POW, he sent the dude flying with a critical hit. WF was shook, glitching out and moving all weird. Junho frowned. 64%. I'm losing the handle on this. Frost Queen screamed. Junho, you're at 66. Suddenly Skya pulled up. Chill out, big guy, and cast a spell. Instantly the rage vibes vanished. Yo, how'd you find me? Junho asked. Skya smirked. I gave you that coin, remember? It pings me when magic hits you. Now let's make these creeps spill the tea before they expire. Then she grabbed Frost Queen. OMG, gotcha. The spirit squirmed away. Ugh, let's just talk business. The radio tower faded into the night vibes. They chilled, sipping drinks like nothing happened. Skya asked, so the Demon Guild has a spot at Go Mountain, huh? At least we found their hideout. Do we rush them or wait? Junho crunched the numbers. They operate on full moons and even months, so we got 5 days. Skya kept it real. We're nerfed right now. We need an advantage. I've been grinding levels and testing my enhancement with the Ice Golem. That's our winning ticket, Junho said seriously. If I master enhancement, I own the battlefield. Skya rubbed her chin, sighing. Used to feel chill here, now it's sketchy. Junho nodded. Wish the Demon Guild wasn't so OP. Don't sleep on them, she warned. No more rookie mistakes. Junho pitched an idea. You should go scout them out. I gotta train. Skya shut that down fast. Nah, fam. I'm swamped. Come on, help a brother out, he pleaded. I need stats on their strength. This might be our only shot, Junho added. If we run in blind and get stomped, it's game over. Then she dropped a big brain play. Why don't we just use disguises? Junho looked doubtful. Cosplay really, Skya grinned. Yeah, they won't even know it's you. I'll whip up a potion. You just gotta sell the act. She laid out the master plan. The key is figuring out their power levels before we strike. I'll keep watch. If you want to brawl, just signal me. Frost Queen nodded. Go hunt some mobs with your enhancement. It works. Bet. Thanks, guys, Junho said. Good luck, Skya replied. Junho groaned while trekking. Why do I gotta go to the boonies to hunt? Frost Queen explained. We gotta stay on the down low, dummy. Don't worry, he whispered. 0 players around here. Suddenly she asked, Is that Pa Kung dude actually strong? Junho shrugged. No clue. Never fought the guy. Frost Queen pointed out a bear. Yo, check that out, she whispered. Looks like that thing is made of straight-up steel. Junho analyzed it. With my buffs, I could bag it easy. But he paused. Nah, I need to stabilize my power first. Focus, Junho. Focus. Frost Queen panicked. Uh-oh, it saw you. He ran the numbers in his head. Using enhancement on a beast I can't control super risky. The giant monster roared and lunged at him. Junho dropped into a stance. Control the speed. Don't go overboard, he reminded himself. He stared in shock. Is this really just a mountain beast? Thing's a walking tank. How would normal humans even survive this? The monster's eyes glowed demon red. Bam! It swatted Jun-ho away with a steel paw. You can't tank that, Frost Queen screamed. It's too strong. He stabbed his sword into the ground to break. Jade light flared around him. I know, can't match its muscle. Gotta be light on my feet. Huno's eyes flashed in the dark. He moved with crackling velocity. Every step left a sick trail of blue neon light. Slash. He cut into the monster, making it howl. Jun-ho watched closely, prepping the next combo. Gotta go faster, he told himself. Suddenly the beast collapsed. Huh, no way! One shot! Frost Queen flew over fuming. You still can't control your strength, you idiot! My guy is trying to throw hands, but the Frost Queen is like, nah fam, you ain't ready for that PvP life yet. Seo Jun-ho is stressing, asking, yo, then what's the play here? I gotta go grind XP right now. We're on a timer. She hits him with the strat. Chill. Just spam your buff repeatedly, but keep the flashy skills on cooldown while you hunt. Jun-ho pauses. Wait, that's actually big brain energy. She flexes. It's boomer tech old school style, but it works every time. He groans, knowing the grind is gonna be real. Under the moonlight, Jun-ho locks in. The monster roars like a Karen, but he stays icy. He reads the movements and bam, sword goes up. Flashy lights everywhere. He slices and dices like a master chef taking that beast apart. Jun-ho thinks, I got this buff control on lock at 15%. Ding level 65 baby Frost Queen points up at the sky. Yo, look alive. It's time to link up with Skaya. She's tripping. Your disguise is gonna glitch soon, right? Don't be sus. Jun-ho's cool as a cucumber. Bet. I got you. But inside, he's sweating only 7 hours till the freezer curse kicks in. Nervous energy spiking. Is the anti-freeze patch ready? Skaya keeps it 100. Once you pop this, you gotta move like a ninja. Precise steps only. Your buff control is gonna be laggy. He grabs the purple juice. Knew you'd roast me. Is this the goods? But there's a catch, obviously. Yeah. But it's a speedrun brew, 6 hours max. Skaya tosses him a demon face badge. Jun-ho's curious. Yo, what's the drop? What's this for? It's a magical walkie-talkie scream for help, and the squad pulls up. Jun-ho vibes with it. Sick loot. We rolling out or what? Frost Queen hits him with the doubt. But can you actually act, though? Jun-ho's confused. Bro, what I downloaded that dead guy's memories. I'm literally him. He chugs the potion with confidence. Nobody's catching me lacking. I'm unrecognizable. She smirks. I got the popcorn ready. Then oops, jinxed it. Dang, spoken too soon. A voice booms. The audacity of this man. Suddenly the haters surround him, throwing shade. You survived while the twins got clapped. Totally sus. Thought you were trash, but you're still kicking him. Jun-ho quickly buffers. How does my character respond to this toxicity? Jun-ho goes full rage mode. Say Exner's name again and I'll fold you like a lawn chair. The mob just laughs. Simping for a dead boss. That's loyal, I guess. Respect the hustle, faithful doggy. But your master is deleted. Suddenly, a voice from the heavens. Is the whole lobby here? Wang makes his grand entrance. Name's Wang. Honor badge crew. Jun-ho peeps him. Yup, that's the guy. Wang skips the tutorial. Listen up, noobs. You're here to carry me through this dungeon. I picked you because of your stats. Then he drops the bomb. You guys are just NPCs to me. Disobey, you get deleted. Capiche? The crowd simps hard. Yes, king. Wang's superhero lands from the balcony. Let's bounce. Jun-ho is internally screaming, though. Only 2.5 hours of buff time left. If the ice curse hits, it's game over. He thinks. Maybe I can cheese it with Shadow Guard. But he needs to see Wang's power level first. Everyone's hyping up the massive gate. It's a one-way ticket, clear the dungeon or stay trapped. Wang points like a commander. Charge. The gate opens, but Jun-ho's like, hold up, something's off. Jay starts screaming, yo, glitch in the Matrix. Where'd the squad go? Even Wang looks lost. Is this a texture bug? I curse under my breath. Stupid RNG gate. Is this a trap? Jay, did you misclick? Jun-ho steps in with the lore drop. Chill, it's a random teleport mechanic. Standard dungeon stuff. Frost Queen whispers, you good kid. Jun-ho flashes a wicked grin. Easy work. Look around, it's a maze gate. We got a brawl in this labyrinth. But joke's on them, the shadows are my playground. Green hair looks confused. Wait, it's a puzzle map. Jun-ho plays dumb. Since we got split, we should find the carry Wang. She hesitates but snaps, duh. We stick to the whale or we die. Wang is our meat shield. Jay nods. Facts. Let's roll. But Jun-ho stays woke. Can't get too comfy though. Gear check. Jun-ho watches them like a hawk. Perfect chance to scope out Wang's secrets and verify that memory data. But first map intel is needed. Green hair tries to block him. Yo, psycho, where you going? Jay joins in. Ask the party leader first, bro. The trio moves out. Jun-ho scans the textures, high walls, trap vibes, basic maze layout. Jay won't shut up. Map's huge, huh? 0 mobs so far. Why's our guy so quiet? Jun-ho hits him with the emo line. You wouldn't get it. Green hair gets salty. What is his deal? I always hated that guy. She's fuming. I'm only following because I have to. Jun-ho ignores the haters, focused on the grind. No mobs in a maze, suspicious. Frost Queen asks, what's the play? He whispers, stealth mode engaged, low profile. Green hair rolls her eyes. Who's he talking to? Just go tank for us. Jun-ho frowns. His buff is ticking down. Gotta speedrun this. Suddenly Jay freaks out. What now, loser? Green hair mocks him. Trying to act tough like your dead boss. Jay pulls his spear, shaking. Daddy Exner ain't here to save you, Jun-ho barks. Check your 6. She panics and whips around. What is that? A giant mantis jump scare? Jay freezes like a noob and gets slashed. Boom, instant KO. Moss hair starts shaking like a leaf. Jun-ho is low-key impressed. There it is. The apex predator of the maze, using the walls for camo. Jay got deleted instantly. Moss hair is talking trash, but fear has her paralyzed. I ain't trying to 1v1 that thing yet. How do you fight a wall? Then it clicks for her. You traitor, did you spawn this? I'm triggered. This is a setup. While she's ranting, the mantis strikes from the shadows. Chomp. Jun-ho watches calmly. Calculated. The mantis phases through walls like it's hacking. This is clutch. I can farm info while the mobs do the dirty work. But there's never just one. Gotta blast, Jun-ho thinks, before the smell of blood brings the whole server down on us. Yo, check this out. That confession skill just triggered a core memory. It reminds him of Bango's tank, the protective wizard. She's rocking that causality ability, basically lets her download the dirt on anyone she focuses on. Real talk, she probably tagged every single person before we even stepped foot in this dungeon, extracting their info like a hacker. But the real MVP move Wang's clairvoyance. That A-rank cheat code exposes enemy weak spots instantly for the kill. Frost Queen was sweating bullets though. This ain't gonna be a walk in the park. Contract fake. What's the play here? But Jun-ho dude was dripping with confidence. That's exactly why I'm built different from these scrubs in this hardcore dungeon. I'm just balancing the server a little bit, you know. Meanwhile, Hong was throwing hands with a mantis, acting all high and mighty. Wow, you're absolutely crushing it. Kwang, Hong unleashed a bloodburst strike, deleting another mantis instantly. But Bango shouted, Yo Wang, the mob density is spiking. These things are level 90 plus. Hyon nodded grimly. Are we getting spawn camped? Bango did the math. 23 targets, plus the 6 we just wiped. That's way too many. The spawn rate is totally bugged. We can't afford to lose any more squad members to monsters like that. The vibes were definitely off. There's a rat in the crew, I swear. Someone else is screaming for help like a total noob. Jun-ho sighed, completely done with babysitting these guys. Time to go big or go home. He summoned the Dark Guardian. With a single swing of his sword, he cleared the trash mobs without even breaking a sweat. Suddenly, Jun-ho paused. Wait, I thought transformation skills were nerfed here. Guess not, even Frost Queen was shook. That freezing debuff takes an hour to clear. We ain't got time to lag. Let's rip their memories first. Someone was eavesdropping in the shadows. Jun-ho smirked at the queen. Chill out, your highness. He casually blocked a sneak attack like it was nothing. Jun-ho's eyes went cold as ice. The longer I survive, the more dirty secrets I see. The enemy was shook. Even Wang's hacks couldn't spot this guy's power. Murderous intent spiked in the guy's eyes. Jun-ho's brain was running at 1,000 miles per hour. This dude is with Hong. They know the jig is up. He popped the confession skill without hesitation. Bango yelled, You're right, this whole situation is sketchy. Hey H, find the survivors. We gotta stack up before the boss fight. H nodded. Bet. I'll use my drawing skill to ping their location. Bango pointed. Sounds you're up next. Easy money. My instinct guidance will lead us straight to H. But Jun-ho didn't account for this variable. What? Suddenly H started glowing like a loot drop. Jun-ho could only watch. Sightsee instinct guidance. Ah, hell no. I got sloppy. Before he could blink, the enemy flashed right in front of him. Surprise, Shardy. He grinned like a demon. That rat who sold us out looks pretty familiar, huh? Don't you think so? The traitor Hong smirked like he just won the lottery. What a twist. This pest is actually someone important. Yo, Mr. Big Shot. Totally didn't see that coming. Frost Queen panicked. False contract, bad timing. You're still nerfed by the ice curse, don't engage. How long on the cooldown? Jun-ho stayed icy. About 50 minutes. Sans asked. Wait, why is that waft guy beefing with us? What's his deal? Jun-ho knew he'd leveled up since the Calcine raid, but his stats were still glitchy from the curse. Fighting now. That's a total suicide mission. Gotta rely on the ice powers to camp for a bit. Hey buddy, quick question. You're working for Nazad Hollow, right? Even though this raid is going way better than the last one. Why'd you PK the others? Jun-ho stared him down. Not talking fine. Hong didn't wait. He lunged. Guess we'll beat the answer out of you. Jun-ho was almost caught lacking eyes wide. He barely processed the charge. Hong was moving like a speed hacker. Jun-ho swung his blade, barely parrying the ambush. Oh, you actually blocked that. Hong was sus. Since when does a scrub have those reflexes? Is this guy a Smurf account? Hong was zigzagging like crazy, making it hard to track him. Jun-ho was wheezing. This guy's stats were higher than expected. One wrong move and it's game over. Hey mister, the enemy smirked. G shouted, Wang back off, this boss is mine to solo. Bango stepped in. Alright, don't feed, Frost Queen whispered. Speed ain't enough without power, Jun-ho grunted. I know. Suddenly Sans gasped. That move, that Spectre's signature ult, the one that made him a legend. The enemy's eyes lit up. So the rumors about the otherworldly battlefield are true. He scanned Jun-ho like he was appraising an item. I always wondered why the commander wanted you so bad. The enemy was fanboying now. Let's dance then. Jun-ho was confused. The commander wants my power, new lore unlocked. He didn't hesitate. Boom! Summoned a pack of wolves instantly. But the enemy wasn't impressed. Controlling dark energy in a domain expansion is cool, but it's useless here. And he wasn't lying. He deleted the wolves in a split second. Jun-ho was shook. Hong closed the distance instantly. Now I get it. With your hacks, building a second Dark Legion is totally doable. Frost Queen screamed. Dodge. It's a trap. Jun-ho fought back hard. Hong gasped. You have ice powers too. Then he laughed. Doesn't matter. I can shatter that shield like glass. You're playing right into my hand. Jun-ho was getting diffed. Frost Queen watched in horror as he got ragdolled. False contract. Jun-ho was surprised, but his buff spiked by 30%. He refused to tap out. The clash was insane, sparks flying everywhere. Jun-ho dumped his entire mana bar into one attack, but the enemy just tanked it like it was nothing. Hong saw an opening, bam. A nasty uppercut caught Jun-ho off guard. Stunned, Jun-ho looked up at the ceiling. What the heck, did he just punch a hole through the map? The enemy was mind blown. Wait, this isn't the battlefield dimension? Are you the real Seo Jun-ho? He was totally confused. Is this a clone jutsu? I don't get it. He's a spy, but how does he have Watchdog's power? Wait, are we still in the real world right now? System alert status, unstable dissolver. A activated, the ice curse vanished. Cooldown reduced by 1 hour. The enemy panicked. What the hell, this guy has the memories. Only Jun-ho knows the tech, and he can replicate the battlefield. He connected the dots. Nobody knew he was a spy, but this guy's build is way more legendary than some random scrub. Hong realized he creates ice and darkness. Seo Jun-ho stepped up, aura flaring. You tired yet? He smirked. Nah, I'm just getting sharp. The enemy scoffed. He charged in like a madman. I won't end you quickly, but Jun-ho calm as a cucumber. Bam, a jaw-shattering counterstrike. System message curse duration. Ended. All stats restored. It's go time. Seo Jun-ho threw a punch that carried the weight of a truck. Straight to the face, Hong went flying into a pillar. Coughing up blood, Hong thought, this speed. It's like a max-level protagonist. But Jun-ho was already charging the next hit. Once again, Hong barely dodged a nuke of a punch. Gritting his teeth, he winded up his own haymaker. Pure adrenaline. He swung, but Seo Jun-ho teleported behind him like, nothing personnel, kid. Hong stomped the ground to break and then unleashed a combo. They stood toe-to-toe, trading blows. Seo Jun-ho ate a jab to the cheek, but Hong He took a critical hit straight to the mug. They bounced back, creating distance. Bango shouted, Yo, mister, you good? Hong smirked, throwing shade. Yo, you good? But then he snapped, barking orders. Quit stalling and clap that dungeon boss. She stood there, totally shook like, excuse me, what is that supposed to mean? Hong straight up ghosted her and bolted ahead. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho was locking in, popping a 15% buff to his stats. Boom. In a heartbeat, he launched himself forward like a rocket. At the same time, Hong charged in with a psycho grin, looking way scarier than the actual dungeon master. His eyes were bleeding red as he screamed, Come get some Seo! Bam, Jun-ho, and Hong smashed into each other head-on. The impact was nuts. Shockwaves blasted everywhere. Seo Jun-ho had to grit his teeth just to tank the force. They traded like 50 blows in a split second, moving faster than the eye could see. Hong couldn't believe his eyes. Seo Jun-ho was swinging his sword like a wild man, yet somehow predicting every single move Hong made. But then smack, Hong finally landed a cheap shot through Jun-ho's guard. Watching Jun-ho move like water, Hong started low-key panicking. I can't keep up with this monster. He was raging hard inside, desperate for a way to stop him. The answer, ice him out with a freezing skill. Instantly, Hong turned into a human popsicle. A solid block of ice. Seo Jun-ho didn't waste a second, seizing the moment to end it. He shattered the ice, and every flying shard signaled that Hong was totally wrecked. Hong gasped out his last ounce of strength. Smooth as butter, the sound of Seo Jun-ho clicking his sword back into its sheath echoed in the silence. The fight was done. He stood there feeling the aftershocks fade behind him. The explosion faded into the background, blurring his silhouette. Somewhere else, a voice cut through the flickering flames. Boss or not a monster is just a monster to me. The voice chilled in the sea of fire. Yo, when is Mr. Kwang Hyong gonna show up? Sun watched intently as the boss got absolutely deleted. He sent us in first, remember? Bono suddenly cut in. Comms are dead, bro. That's why we went in ahead. He's throwing hands outside right now. But no way Mr. Kwang Hyong takes an L against that guy. Probably just can't reply. She spun around to Sun, her breath turning to steam in the cold air. Yo, what is this insane freezing magic? Is there another cryomancer here? Suddenly snap. Her fingers started freezing up instantly. Seo Jun-ho strolled past the frozen statue like a boss. He glanced at her savage mode on. That skill is super annoying. Trust me, I've been frozen like that before. You immediately hated it, right? I told you this skill is clutch, didn't I? Seo Jun-ho shrugged, barely agreeing. It's handy, sure, but I don't vibe with it. It freezes way more than just your body, fam. It numbs your brain and tanks your mental stats. Super dangerous if you mess up. She gave him the silent treatment. Whatever. Thanks to you, the Mantis King is on ice too. Hearing that, Seo Jun-ho kept it cool. Yeah, just one more tap to finish it. With zero sweat, he triggered his Dark Guardian skill to wrap things up. Watching it all go down, he casually asked, You know what used to hype me up most when clearing a gate? Before Frost Queen could guess, clink-around object dropped. The loot baby, the Mantis Queen's demon core. Frost Queen squinted at the shiny item in his hand. What is that thing? Seo Jun-ho grinned wide. It's the jackpot, the demon core, specifically the Mantis Queen's demon core. Doesn't she drop a magic seal every time she gets clapped? Then she panicked. Wait, do I have one too? Where is it on my body? She started checking herself, totally freaking out. She grabbed her stomach, looking sick. I feel weird. Seo Jun-ho laughed it off, calm as ever. Chill out. There's like a 95% chance magic seals drop from bosses. You're fine. Frost Queen wasn't letting it slide. But I don't remember that in our pact. Seo Jun-ho raised an eyebrow. A pact with who exactly? She mumbled uncertain to the floor manager. Then she froze. Wait, what is this memory? Is this even mine? I'm tripping out right now. Suddenly a flashback hit her. She remembered her time as the Frost Queen, her kingdom falling tears streaming down her face like ice shards. I knew an entity called the floor manager. Seo Jun-ho was totally lost. So, the floor manager, what are you even talking about? Inside her head, her long hair blew in a cold wind as a shadowy figure appeared. That thing was definitely not human. The image was stuck in her brain. She said she'd give me a redo. But then blank. Nothing. Seo Jun-ho nudged her gently. You got a face or any details? Frost Queen thought hard. Maybe I need to snack on some spirit stones to remember. Seo Jun-ho went into dad mode. Don't push it. If you remember anything else, just spill the tea. Bet got it, she agreed quickly. Actually, Seo Jun-ho had a hunch. Since his soul rank leveled up recently, maybe that's what was unlocking her lost memories. If leveling up brings back her memories, he decided he'd have to feed her way more spirit stones later. Frost Queen hugged the chair for dear life. No, not spirit stones. How can I eat rocks? I ain't a gravel muncher. Okay. After a while, they moved on. Yo, is this the treasure stash? They found the treasure chesting system says you obtained 100 gold coins. Seo Jun-ho let out a huge breath. 100 gold, that's like 1 billion won. We're rich, baby. Frost Queen eyed the other item suspiciously. Is that a skill book? Looks sus. System confirmed it. A C-grade skill book called Shadow Passage. It lets you ghost through walls for 1 minute. Seo Jun-ho nodded. Ah, so this is the mantis bug's special move. She admitted it was super OP for assassinations. Suddenly a screen popped up. The system found a higher level ability with the same vibe, his S-rank skill Dark Guard. Abilities can be fused. You want to combine Shadow Passage and Dark Guard. The system was offering a serious upgrade right there. If you say yes, the weak skill gets absorbed by the strong one. Seo Jun-ho whispered, Ability Fusion. The system broke it down. It depends on the S-rank skill's effects. The fusion buffs the main skill. Seo Jun-ho put his hands in his pockets looking cool. So, in other words, Shadow Passage gets deleted. But I can still use shadow moves through Dark Guard. Frost Queen nodded. So it's literally all gain, no pain. Seo Jun-ho didn't wait. Accepted. Ding fusion complete. She felt a weird vibe coming off him. Whoa, that's definitely some otherworldly energy right there. Meanwhile, Seo Jun-ho popped Dark Guard. Darkness rolled off him like smoke. Frost Queen tilted her head. Looks the same as usual, fam. Seo Jun-ho smirked. Nope, the energy is flowing differently. Just wait. Suddenly, the shadows crawled up Seo Jun-ho's face. He completely melted into the darkness. Inside, Seo Jun-ho was hyped. It works. The shadow slithered around like a snake. Frost Queen was freaking out. Yo, fake pact, are you okay? You just became literal darkness. The shadow spun into a vortex, and Seo Jun-ho stepped out of the black mist looking fresher than ever. Oh man, that feels incredible. This is some lost ancient technique stuff. Who knew I could pull this off? I'm so happy I could actually cry right now. Later outside the mountains, Skya was drilling into the ground like a maniac when a voice echoed. Skya. Seo Jun-ho walked up. What in the world are you doing here? Skya sighed huge relief on her face. Seo Jun-ho. You're safe. Did you handle everything? He flashed a grin. Of course it's done. But seriously, what was with the digging? She kept it chill. I was gonna bust into that dungeon and save your butt, simple as that. Jun-ho grinned at her calm flex. But then Skya got curious. Yo, what's the deal with our icy majesty? Did she poof back to the spirit realm? Jun-ho pointed at his head like, nah fam. She's literally catching Z's on my noggin right now. Skya was absolutely shook. A spirit that naps, that's wild. I gotta study that. Later they kicked back by the campfire, spilling the tea on the 7 powers. Jun-ho didn't hold back. Yeah, the intel is all in their memories. He broke it down from top to bottom. The Mage Guild cooked up 7 bad dudes that scared even the big shots. Small squads, but absolute nightmares in a fight. His voice was steady as he listed the sins: arrogance, despair, rage, calmness, greed, laziness, and the final creep, envy. 7 bosses running the Mage Guild with these sins as their living weapons. That king I stomped, he used to run the arrogance crew. Skya jumped in. Each sin has a mission right. He nodded. Bingo. That's why I couldn't find squat on the magical prison. Junyo dropped fresh intel. Arrogance is planning a raid at Fort Upper in 2 months. Skya knew instantly this wasn't going to be some small-time brawl. He chuckled. You look hyped. It's going to be way harder than you think. Skya grinned. That's just how I like it. Bring the pain. Then she switched gears. Anyway, solid work. I'm bouncing to the Goblin Guild. Skya didn't wait for permission. She just dropped the bomb herself. Their guildmaster hit me up. Junho asked, can I tag along? Skya's eyes went soft. Nah, it's just a quick chat. Don't sweat it. And just like that, she dipped. I'll text you if things get spicy. Junho had told her to stay safe. Suddenly, ding, the system popped up right in his face. He checked the inbox. Who is it, Captain Gong Hanop? Junho did a double take at the sender. Yo, this is Kim Yudong. Got a sec, I need a solid. Junho never thought he'd see a DM from him. The legendary Sword Saint Kim Yudong asking for help. Junho hit back, "You really the sword saint?" The reply came with a laugh. "Yeah, but I smell a catfish. Only a poser would brag like that. A real legend doesn't beg." Junho wasn't buying it. If it was night, maybe I'd be drunk enough to believe this. Should he ask for receipts? Suddenly another ping came through. A pic loaded and Junho's jaw dropped. Whoa, it's legit. Dude's sword handwriting is fire, but his selfie game total trash. He typed back fast. "Thanks for the proof, but why hit me up?" Frosty was still snoozing while Junho waited. He muttered, "Left on red. Maybe he's busy." Finally a photo message. "Let's link up and talk." The lag was killing Junho. Dude typed so slow. He almost lost his cool and snapped back. Boom scene switched to a snowy mountain. Frost Queen whispered, "Contractor, where the heck are we?" Junho bundled up, replied, "The frozen lands of Bram. With my cold-resistant sea, it's not too bad." But she looked off shivering like crazy. Junho got suspicious. "You ain't the real Frost Queen, are you?" Before she could clap back, they arrived. "No, I just woke up." Junho ignored the sass and gently knocked on the door. Door swings open. "Long time no see." Yudong smiled warmly. "You must be freezing, come get cozy." By the fire, the sword saint got straight to business. "Here's the deal." He dropped the topic out of nowhere. "Seo Jun-ho, you know anything about the dwarves?" Junho kept it 100. "Heard of them, never seen them." Then Yudong dropped a bomb. "They're crashing in caves in Bram Gorge." Junho was totally shook. "Living in Bram Gorge. That cold is no joke." Yudong nodded. "Caves ain't enough, but their tech keeps them from turning into popsicles." Yudong laughed. "They're fierce love boos and stubborn as mules." Junho thought for a sec. "Don't they migrate in tribes sometimes?" "Exactly. They do a massive move every few centuries, and right now they're heading for the frozen gorge." Yudong grabbed his jacket. "I'm helping him out, but we hit a snag." His face got serious. "Hello Gorge is basically a prison now." Junho frowned. Thought the Sword Saint could solo anything. But Yudong had a reason. "The problem is the boss monster, the Frost Queen. Her cold aura is too OP for me to get close." Junho thought, "My resistance is only C rank." But he smirked. "I'll lend a hand. The dwarves and I got your back." Just then the little Frost Queen munching snacks piped up. "Do I get the loot for beating her?" Yudong didn't hesitate. "Of course, I won't steal your thunder." She paused mid-chew. "Wait, you can understand me," he explained calmly. "Learn spirit talk from the elves." Frost Queen waved her hands. "Nah, your spirit power is actually cracked." Yudong grinned at the praise. His smile made her blush. Weird feeling. But enough chit-chat. They wrapped it up and hit the road. "Sorry if I was rude." Yudong led the way, glancing back. "Is this speed cool? Don't want to leave you in the dust." Junho replied instantly. "No sweat. You can full send it." Yudong blinked surprised. "Faster. You really always blow my mind, kid." "All right, buckle up, zoom." He took off. "We'll be there in a day." Junho grinned. This was going to be some sick training. He boosted his legs by 25% just to keep up. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Crash. Someone stomped a boulder into dust. "Ha, ain't this fun?" Totally vaporized. A dude named Han spoke from the shadows. The demon stomped again. "Any survivors?" "Clean sweep. Can't sense a soul." Han pitched an idea. "Maybe a high-level player is lurking." The demon scoffed. "Yeah, right. We're always ready for that." But Han pushed back. "Maybe we missed a top-tier trader like Kim Yudong or Bring Jang." The demon paused. "Speaking of, Skaya's trail went cold too. Poof, gone." He shrugged. "But the 5 great heroes are just washed-up legends." But the voice from the void got dark. "You haven't seen them in action. You ain't qualified to judge." That shut him up. "Finish the investigation and get back here. Don't be stupid." The demon bowed. "Got it, boss." But his face twisted with madness. "Man, I'm itching to kill something. Time to mess around a bit, but suddenly, whoosh. We touched down in the frozen wastelands. Welcome to the icy crib of the White Dwarf clan." Yudong gave the grand tour, and Seo Jun-ho dude was shook. Totally speechless. This place didn't match the wiki page at all. He had never actually seen a dwarf in real life before, right? He had to double-check that fact. Straight facts. Jun-ho did his research, but the textbooks were trash. Before the gates popped up, his only reference was fantasy movies and pixel art. Yudong clocked the confusion immediately. "You get me?" Jun-ho finally asked the million-dollar question. "So what do these dwarves actually look like?" Yudong smirked, keeping the spoilers to himself. He just pointed toward the town square. Suddenly, a bunch of little kids popped up in front of Jun-ho. But where were the adults? Junho wanted to catch good vibes, so he whipped out a lollipop. "Yo, I am Seo Jun-ho." The kid stared deep into his soul and yelled, "Kim." Talk about an awkward silence. "Who is this clown?" Another dwarf cracked up laughing. "I think he is cute, though." Jun-ho was totally lost in the sauce, having zero clue what was happening. Say what the dude just grinned like a troll. Jun-ho turned around completely bamboozled. "Did I mess up?" Finally, Yudong dropped the bomb. "My bad, let me introduce you properly. This is the chief of the White Dwarf clan." Jun-ho's brain short-circuited. No beard, and that squeaky voice. Those movie tropes are straight lies, bro. Yudong flexed the stats. That kid, he is over 250 years old. Jun-ho instantly felt like a total noob. "I am only 51. I cannot compete with that experience level." Soon after the squad headed for Hamu Mountain, the path got sketchy real fast. Suddenly, Jun-ho's senses tingled. The only good thing here is the Icy Queen. Everything else is just Frostbite Central. Yudong spotted it too, a snow monster chilling right ahead. It was hanging off the cliff face flashback time. Back in the briefing room, the chief dropped some lore. Everyone knows what elves and orcs look like, but nobody knows about dwarf hair. Why? Because compared to our lifespan, humans are just babies. But one rumor is actually legit, Jun-ho guessed immediately. Is it the agility stat? The chief cleared her throat. Bingo. We build legendary kingdoms on fertile lands, but this frozen valley. It is my hometown, but the loot is running dry. We gotta move. But then, a boss monster called the Frost Queen crashed the party. She took over Hamu Valley right after we finished building. Kim Yudong could not clear the quest because he was not allowed to wreck the map. Back to business, he asked for the intel on the boss. She scratched her chin. We do not know her moveset, but we will hook you up with gear. The chief put all her bets on them. Our clan's survival is on you, fam. Think of it as an epic quest reward. Survive, and I will craft you a weapon myself. Jun-ho grinned. Cannot promise a win, but I promise I will make it back alive. Back to reality. They were staring down the beast in Hamu Valley. It is a Kanti, and it is holding its ground. Liu Hong's face went stone cold, making Jun-ho wonder. What is the play here? But Liu Hong did not waste breath on words. His eyes locked onto the target with killer intent. Sword drawn. It is go time. Boom! Liu Hong launched himself into the sky. His eyes glowed with pure aggression. He swung his blade straight at the monster's neck. Junyo read the play instantly. He summoned his own weapon to jump in. But before he could even twitch, a flurry of deadly strikes sliced through the air. Critical hit. The snow monster exploded into a bloody fireworks show. Jun-ho knew Liu Hong was overpowered. But a one-shot kill. That is insane speed. Liu Hong did not even break a sweat. Like he just swatted a fly. Done. Let's roll. Jun-ho gripped his sword, feeling useless. Guess I did not need to carry, huh? All handled. They pushed through the blizzard. Liu Hong pinged the map. We are getting close to the Dwarf Valley. Liu Hong stopped and looked back. You playing solo today? From here on out, it is all you, buddy. The path ahead was a nightmare of jagged rocks and ice. Junyo checked the scenery, fixing his drip. So the valley is hidden in that storm. Liu Hong nodded. You know it. He flashed a smile. Correct. Jun-ho smiled back. Thanks for the carry to the checkpoint. Liu Hong grinned. Good luck, kid. No fear, Jun-ho charged straight into the whiteout. The snow got deeper, stacking up to his waist. Just when the grind was getting annoying, he saw it. A massive temple rising from the ice. Jun-ho shoved the heavy doors open. Snow crashed down around him. Welcome to Hamu Valley. He shook off the cold and scoped the area. No joke, it looked like a sci-fi dwarf city. High-tech ancient civilization vibes. Totally legit. Ding, system alert. You have entered the Frost Queen's dungeon. Meanwhile, his own Frost Queen spirit was shivering. The silence in here was straight up creepy. She popped out of the ice, raging hard. I thought we were gonna die. Jun-ho looked at her like she was crazy. Aren't you supposed to be the Queen of Cold? What is with the attitude? Suddenly, a ghostly voice screamed, No, stay back. Come closer and you die. Two spirits hovered nearby, spitting curses. The Frost Queen panicked and hid behind Jun-ho like a scared cat. Hey, you got a strategy for this? Can we win? Maybe we should bail. They said we were gonna die. Junyo ignored her drama. He lit a flare and smacked it against the ice. Chill out. Since when is a Frost Queen scared of another Frost Queen? Whoosh! The flare lit up the darkness. She was still shaking in her boots. No way more flares popped off, lighting up the whole room. She tugged on Jun-ho's sleeve. Shut up and let's go. If you are scared, stay close to Papa. But the spirit circled closer. Her face went pale. She was shrinking with pure terror. Oh my god, don't you know what a death omen goddess is? Jun-ho descended the dark stairs, totally unbothered. It is just a noisy ghost whining about the afterlife. She screamed back. Exactly. They say if you hear her cry, it is game over. Vengeful spirits evolve into death omens. Junyo paused. Okay, maybe the joke was a bit too real. The Frost Queen's voice got all sad. But all she wants is someone to listen to her story. Junyo tuned in while she ranted. She has been haunting this place for centuries. He felt a wave of relief. Lucky break. She is not the main boss. The Shadow Guardians are the real nightmare fuel. They devour souls. Compared to them, she is just a mob, not worth the mana. The Frost Queen felt a little braver hearing that. Junyo kept walking while she spilled the lore. A centuries-old ghost. Whatever. He was just glad she was not the main target. Soul-stealing guardians. Now that is something to actually worry about. She wasn't the main target, and hearing that gave the Frost Queen a little confidence boost. Oh, you're packing dark light too. So what's the game plan, tough guy? Seo Jun-ho's face turned stone cold. He answered with zero hesitation. Simple. Anything that pops up gets wrecked. Touch my stuff and you're swimming with the fishes. But right as he finished flexing, a savage laugh cut through the air, totally killing the Frost Queen's vibe. A slender girl in a lush green dress appeared. Blue eyes, piercing face full of cunning. It was the death goddess herself. Where did she even get those ice shards? Jun-ho thought, noticing she was shaking but still acting bold. Doesn't matter. I'm taking her down. The Frost Queen warned him. Careful. She doesn't have a physical body. Then I'll just pierce her with magic. Seo Jun-ho clapped back bitterly. Don't be dumb. But right then, the goddess let out a shrill scream. Whether from fear or getting hit, the Frost Queen started foaming at the mouth and face planted on the ground. Total comedy gold. Only Seo Jun-ho kept his cool. Charging straight at her, he thought, dark energy is the ultimate cheat code. It bypasses all barriers and hits the target directly. He shaped the dark matter into a giant hand, snatching the death goddess by the head. He locked it down tight so she couldn't say a word, then slammed her into the dirt, planning to delete her from existence like it was nothing. The other ghosts were shook stiff as boards and too scared to move. Suddenly, the goddess choked out, "Why? Aren't you frozen?" The two ghosts just hovered around Jun-ho, totally confused. Ready to summon his shadow guardians for the execution, he snapped back. "I'm sick of all this ice. Time to ditch the stress. Rest now, Frost Queen." But hearing that name, the death goddess freaked out. Seo Jun-ho immediately noticed the vibe switch. She slowly whispered, "I am not the Frost Queen." Jun-ho was shook. The system's mana revelation had just dropped a massive plot twist. The scene fades back to a flashback of time way back in the day. A flickering fire struggles to stay lit. A shivering little girl asks the person beside her, "Sis, when are mom and dad coming home?" The older sister holds her two siblings tight, whispering, "Soon." Turns out they're stuck halfway up Hammyo Mountain, surrounded by snow 24/7 and pitch-black darkness. The little girl lies in her sister's lap, her voice breaking with sorrow. Did the Frost Queen take mom and dad away? The older sister tries to comfort her with dry lips. No. They just have a lot of customers, so they're running late. Let's wait a bit longer, okay? The fragile girl nods, but her energy is fading fast. But sis, I'm so sleepy. Her sister shakes her gently, begging, "You gotta stay awake. We have to wait for mom and dad to take us out to eat." The little one replies weakly, "But I can't hold on anymore. Don't let me sleep."